In the context of Doomsday, unlimited card draw is an extremely powerful and mysterious gift, because infinite card draw means having endless possibilities and opportunities. It allows the possessor to extract a variety of powerful abilities, props, or allies that can change the situation at critical moments. Some people may draw defensive props, such as sturdy shields and protective armor, to boost their defenses and ward off enemy attacks. Some people can also draw special abilities, such as stealth and instantaneous movement, to skillfully avoid enemies in dangerous environments or quickly gain access to important resources. However, when I was reborn into a game world like this, I actually didn't even get a chance to draw a card. Welcome to the world of post-apocalyptic gaming. With a drop, I was inadvertently drawn into a game of survival with no order. Since I have no talent, I simply can't survive in such an apocalyptic world anymore. In this cruel game, I have seen the real human nature. My sworn fiancé actually ran away with an awakened SSS-level card player in order to survive. And my beloved relatives, too, persecuted me, driven by profit. In the face of a world that has changed beyond recognition, I stand alone on top of the ruins of this apocalypse, as if waiting for my fate to be judged again. But this time, when I opted out of this desperate game world, a miracle actually happened. I actually did awaken the unlimited card drawing talent. Opened the card signing system. I looked at this barren world and endless fighting spirits surged in my heart. Just when I was fantasizing about standing at the very top of this world and looking down on the living, reality still gave me a huge slap in the face. Even though I have the gift of unlimited card draw, I can only desperately run wildly to escape in the deserted and dilapidated city. My name is Yifan, and this is my first day after being reborn. For behind me, a myriad of hideous monsters were in hot pursuit, and a single slow step could have bid me farewell to this ridiculous world forever. Finally, I saw my safe house, which was absolutely safe. As long as I could enter it, I had hope of surviving. Open the door. I frantically banged on the door of the room, and dozens of monsters were already less than 100 meters away. In this life-and-death situation, it would be difficult for any sane person to maintain their sanity. However, the door to the room didn't open the first time. Instead, the small window above it was opened, and my girlfriend Li Ru's slightly nervous pretty face appeared in front of her. Did you find just fever-reducing medicine? Li Ru's first concern was not my well-being, but her male best friend Wang's just fever-reducing medicine. Quickly open the door. Those monsters will catch up soon. I never expected Li Ru to be in the mood to ask this question at this time. My voice was unusually angry. I'm asking you, did you find the medicine I asked you to find for ya? Li Ru repeated in a low voice again. The medicine is found. I hurriedly held up the fever-reducing medicine, still stained with blood, in my hand. When Li Ru saw the fever-reducing medicine, a trace of excitement flashed in her beautiful eyes, and then she opened the door of the safe house. I quickly rushed into the safe house. If Li Ru's action just now had been a second slower, I might have died in the mouth of the zombies. After entering the safe house, I sat down on the ground and panted heavily. For this box of fever-reducing medicine, I nearly put my life on the line. Coupled with the frantic running all the way, my physical strength had long been overdrawn, and my whole body was weak and incomparable. But Li Ru and her parents didn't even say a word of concern to me. Li Ru snatched the fever-reducing medicine from my hand and then gave it to Wangja. I looked at Li Ru, and a wave of ridicule welled up in my heart. Her main concern was still that male best friend, not me. However, I also seemed to have gotten used to this situation a long time ago. Xiaoye, you're tired, aren't you? Get up and drink some water. Right at this moment, Li Ru's father, Li Ping, suddenly walked over to me and reached out to help me up. I looked at Li Ping, a trace of warmth rising in my heart, and slowly got up along with his strength. But right at this moment, Li Ping's face changed, and he took out a bundle of rope from behind him and put it around my neck, shouting loudly, "Hurry up and help." Li Ru's mother directly pounced on me and held me down to death. Li Ping used all his strength to strangle my neck with the rope. Under normal circumstances, Li Ru's parents are by no means my opponents, but at this time I am exhausted and do not even have the strength to struggle. Li Ru stood aside with her petite body trembling slightly, but she did not have the slightest intention of stopping it. Save me. I struggled frantically, using my last ounce of strength to ask Li Ru for help. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Li Ru's voice choked. Why? Why did you kill me? My eyes were scarlet, my veins rippled, and my breathing began to be difficult. My dad just looked at it. The food and fresh water in our safe house can only last for 2 days at the most. And there are still 4 days left until this batch of monsters stop attacking, so one of us must die for the rest of us to survive. Li Ru explained in a low voice. But I found all these supplies, and I built this safe house. Why don't you guys kill that punk Wang Zhou instead of me? I frantically struggled and hissed. But Li Ping's strength kept increasing. He knew that this was the best chance to kill me. Once let go, I might kill them. A few seconds later, my face turned purple, my pupils dilated, and I completely lost my life. Before I died, countless pre-life memories flashed through my mind, and I felt like a joke. Half a month ago, my fiancée Li Ru and I, as well as everyone around us, inexplicably entered the Doomsday game. The game is about surviving. Some people can become awakened and have different abilities, and I'm just one of the unlucky ordinary people. I didn't give up and brought Li Ru's family to survive hard in the middle of this post-apocalyptic game. The safe house was built and upgraded by me, and the substances they usually needed were all found by me alone, risking my life. Li Ru's family and Li Ru's male best friend Wang Zhe are hiding in the safe house every day and enjoying themselves. 3 days ago, Wang Zhe suddenly had a high fever. Li Ru forced me to go out and look for fever-reducing medicines when the monsters were at their peak. But what I never expected was that in the end, Li Ru's family chose to directly kill me after utilizing me. At the end of my life, I felt so ridiculous. There wouldn't even be a more ridiculous person in this world than me. And this family, Li Ru, played the word humanity to the hilt. My mom said the bride price is at least $500,000. Have you borrowed the money or not? What time is it? Why are you still in the mood to sleep? A very familiar voice rang in my ears. I snapped my eyes open. What came into my eyes was Li Ru's slightly angry pretty face. Could it be that I was dreaming about that game just now? I took a deep breath, then hurriedly picked up my own cell phone to check the time. The time was a day before the game started. Boom! The door of the room was suddenly kicked open roughly. A middle-aged woman with a somewhat obese figure rushed straight into my home. I'm telling you, the bride price of $500,000 can't be reduced by a single penny. 1 point less, and I won't even agree to marry my woman to you. The middle-aged woman started shouting at the top of her voice after entering the house. I really don't understand, my daughter in the end, how to look at you this waste. In the beginning, Mr. Wong but offered $1 million dowry did not agree. And now looking for you kid to ask for $500,000 you can't come out. You say you this waste in the end, what do you do for food, ah? A middle-aged man also followed and scolded. Yes, such a big man. You can't even get $500,000, and you're still in the mood to sleep here. Hurry up and go borrow money. The middle-aged woman continued to humiliate me. I, on the other hand, was expressionlessly looking at these 3 people in front of me. The mind was shaken beyond belief. It was only at this moment that I realized that what I had just experienced was not a dream at all, but that I had been reborn. Because what Li Ru's parents were saying now was exactly the same as the words they had said before the Doomsday game had started in the first place. When I first got together with Li Ru, I went straight to the loan sharks and borrowed $500,000. But before we could get married, the endgame began. Then I took Li Ru's family and struggled to survive in the game. And in the end, I was killed directly by Li Ru's parents in the safe house because of the shortage of supplies. It seems that the heavens are still very good to me, seeing that I died a bit pitifully in my last life, so they gave me a chance to be reborn in this life. I suddenly grinned. Me, didn't I hear what I told you? Why are you still giggling here? Hurry up and go borrow money for me. Li Ru's father, Li Ping, shouted at me in a loud voice. You guys are in such a hurry to find me for money to pay off your son's gambling debt, right? I asked at Li Ping with a very icy voice. Li Ru, Li Ping and that middle-aged woman instantly froze after hearing my words. Get out. I slowly got up and rushed at Li Ping. Me, how dare you scold me? Do you still want to marry my daughter? Li Ping cursed with a very agitated expression as he stared at his eyes. I'll marry your mom. I finally couldn't stand it anymore. I raised my leg and kicked Li Ping directly in the abdomen. Li Ping was instantly kicked flying out, and then the whole person was ruthlessly smashed on the wall. In my last life, I was a cow in front of the Li family in the end in exchange for only merciless abandonment, and in this life, since God has given me a chance to play again, I naturally will not be like the last life so wimpy to live. After Li Ping was kicked out by me, he looked at me with a face full of incredulity, as if he didn't expect me to hit him at all. How dare you hit my father? Li Ru looked at me. Her face was also full of disbelief. After all, this was the first time she had seen me take the initiative to hit someone. I'll fight you. Li Ru's mother was momentarily agitated and rushed towards me. Without hesitation, I backhanded her and slapped her directly in the face, sending her flying. I'm in good physical condition, and I also exercise regularly. The power of this slap is not small. Are you crazy? Why did you hit my parents? Li Ru shouted as she tore her heart out. With cold eyes, I whispered to her, Li Ru, remember, I will make your family pay sooner or later. Li Ru stood frozen in place and looked at me, seemingly not understanding what I meant. Aren't you going a little too far? How can you still hit someone with your hands? Right at this moment, the handsome-looking Wangzhe walked up to me and questioned me in an angry tone. This guy was none other than Li Ru's male best friend. I looked at him, sneered, and raised my leg to kick him in the abdomen. Wangzhe's entire body flew backwards. I didn't give him a chance to get up and directly rode on top of him, yanking his collar and slapping him down slap after slap. Slap, slap, slap. After more than 10 slaps, Wangzhe fainted. Only then did I stand up with satisfaction. What the hell are you doing? Are you crazy? Li Ru hurriedly hugged Wangzhe and cried her heart out. I gave her a cold look. Originally, I was planning to kill the family now to avenge the hatred from the last life. But considering that the endgame was about to begin, there was no need to waste time on them. The most important thing for me now is to prepare for the endgame. When the game starts, Li Ru's family will be like ants in front of me, and I'll have plenty of ways to torture them. I didn't pay any more attention to Li Ru and the others, and directly found the real estate license in the drawer at home and left at a fast pace. This Doomsday game was tied to a virtual online game, and only players who had upgraded to level 100 or more in that online game could become awakened. I hadn't played this game before, so I was still normal when the last Doomsday game started. This time I must be well prepared. In the endgame, only the awakened deserve to survive. After leaving home, I mortgaged all my cars and houses and eventually came up with almost $2,700,000 in cash. This money should be enough for me to upgrade my account to level 100 in a short period of time. After getting everything done, I went home and turned on my computer to download the game called Doomsday Survival. After entering the game interface, I skipped the inconsequential steps in front of me and frantically recharged my money, buying experience value in the mall. 3 hours later, my game account rose to 100 levels. I know you can become an awakened when you get to level 100. It's just that at the start of the game, the awaken different abilities and are leveled. The most common abilities are strength enhancement and the like. Advanced awakening I haven't touched. Not really sure. After getting this done, I took a long breath and slowly closed my eyes. As soon as the time is up, the endgame will officially begin, and then I'll be able to find out what my awakened ability is. As the clock struck 0, I felt a horrible roar coming from my brain, and then I passed out. Upon awakening again, I realized I was still in my own home. Has the game started? I rushed to the window to look outside, and it seemed to be exactly the same as the scene in my last life when I first entered the game world. Since the game started? Then why didn't I become an awakened? My body doesn't seem to have changed at all. I checked my body and was filled with doubt. Congratulations on your awakening of the SSS level talent ability, card signing system. This system is unique, and only you, the player, possess it. The system's voice rang in my head. SSS grade card signing system? My face was filled with doubt after I heard the system's voice. I knew that Awaken's abilities were divided into 5 levels, SABCD, but this was the first time I had heard of SSS level natural abilities. As for the cards, I have survived in this game for a month and am very familiar with it. There are many powerful monsters that appear in this game world, and players who kill powerful monsters will randomly drop cards which can be used by players. Cards are also divided into levels, and most people can get low-level cards that will provide some random supplies. Higher-level cards can even trigger rare professions, equipment, props, and skills. What's the point of this talent of mine? I asked suspiciously. Players who are bound to the card sign-in system will randomly receive 5 cards after signing in every week, and the quality of the cards will all be at least grade A. Completing the system quest will also reward them with additional card draws. The system explained. The cards themselves are very hard to obtain. I remember in my last life, 10 awakened people spent half a day killing a monster before obtaining a D-rank card. And now I don't have to do anything, and I get 5 A-ranked cards or higher every week just by signing in. For a moment, I couldn't believe that this was all true. May I ask if the player is signing in for today? The system's beep sounded again. Sign in. I nodded my head in a hurry. Congratulations, player, sign in successfully. You can activate 5 cards. Please activate. Activate. I didn't hesitate. 5 cards slowly appeared in front of me. The first deck flipped over. Congratulations to the player for obtaining an A-ranked weapon, a Sword of Kusanagi. The second card was slowly flipped over. Congratulations, player. Strength, speed, agility increased by 10 points each. The third card slowly flipped. Congratulations, player, for obtaining a set of class of protective clothing. The fourth card slowly flipped over. Congratulations, player, for obtaining a spatial backpack. Just as I was staring at the fifth card flipped over, an incomparably blinding golden light suddenly erupted. Could it be the legendary S-Rank deck? A flicker of excitement flashed in my eyes. An incomparably blinding golden light appeared in front of me for a moment before it slowly dispersed. Congratulations, player, for obtaining an S-Rank card and a copy of the Rare Profession Summoner Transfer Book. The system's beep slowly sounded. I looked at the card in front of me. The shock on my face was hard to describe. I simply didn't expect my card signing system to be so powerful. The first 4 A-Rank cards already gave me a foothold in the game, and the Rare Summoner Profession was even more terrifying. Just signing in for a day is such a reward. If I sign in for a month in a row, wouldn't I be invincible in this game world? A new equipment has been detected amongst the player's backpack. May I ask if the player will use it? The system reminded. The system then reminded again. The player has been transferred to a summoner. The current summoner level is level 1 and can summon a wolfhound to assist in battle. Reminder, as the player's summoner level increases, the level of the summoned partner will also change. I looked at the protective suit on my body and the weapon in my hand and was so excited I could hardly contain myself. I felt horribly powerful now. Attention all players, the Doomsday Survival game has now officially begun. The gameplay of this game is very simple, and that is to survive. Just then, the broadcast introduced the general rules of the game again. This game doesn't really have too many rules to speak of. It's just that there are all sorts of monsters in the city right now, and players can gain experience value to upgrade themselves by killing them. Players are not much different from real human beings and need to eat and drink to maintain their strength. The safe house is safe, but players need to keep upgrading, otherwise monsters may break through the door of the safe house. There is still 1 hour left before the first batch of monsters attack, so please hurry up and look for supplies. The broadcast reminded everyone when it finished introducing the rules of the game. It's not my first time in this game, so naturally I'm very experienced. Now is the best time period to gather supplies because many people haven't reacted to what's going on yet. By the time most people responded in half an hour, the streets would be crowded and gathering supplies would be difficult. But there's a more important thing for me right now, and that's to hurry up and find my best friend from my last life, Song Shishi. In my last life, Song Sisi was killed by a monster right after she entered the game, and I wasted my time looking for Li Ru's family and Wang Zhe, missing the best chance to save Song Sisi. In this life, I must make up for this regret. I walked quickly out of the house and into the neighborhood. At this time, the neighborhood was full of people. All of their faces were full of doubt. It took me a full 20 minutes to get out of the neighborhood because there were so many people in the neighborhood. And the location of Song Hehe's house is at least an hour's walk from my current location. It was definitely too late to walk over, so I could only find a random car on the side of the road, start the car, and then frantically drive in the direction where Song Sisi's house was. Along the way, I saw a lot of unknown citizens wandering around. Now at this time of the day, if I don't hurry up and gather supplies, the rest of the game will be very difficult. Because there was less than half an hour left before the monsters appeared. Once the monsters appeared, it wouldn't be easy to gather supplies again. Originally, I thought that half an hour was enough time for me to get to the neighborhood where Song Sisi was, but I never thought that because there were too many people on the road, the car would not be able to drive through for a while. So I could only give up driving and quickly run in the direction of Song Sisi's house. An hour's time quickly passed, and the sky darkened a few points again. Then countless zombies and some monsters emerged from various dark corners. Those ordinary people who hadn't figured out what was going on were all swallowed up by these zombie monsters almost instantly. For a time, the wailing, screams, and cries for help were endless. It was only at this moment that these people perhaps truly realized what this game meant to them. What was once a bustling city was reduced to hell in the blink of an eye. And those who had played Doomsday Survival before felt as if the scene seemed so familiar, as if it was like a promo for the game just starting out. I wasn't even in the mood to care about that, and ran as hard as I could, because I knew full well that Song Sisi couldn't hold out for long. I had to find Song Sisi before those zombies rushed into her door no matter what. A few minutes later, I finally arrived at the gate of the neighborhood where Song Sisi's house was located. At this point, there were countless residents running like crazy outside the neighborhood, and I was the only one going against the grain. Hurry up and run with us. Some kind-hearted residents began to shout loudly at me, but I wasn't in the mood to explain anything to these people at all, and continued to rush forward with my steps. However, just at this time, 4 or 5 zombies suddenly rushed from directly in front of me. But before I could make any reaction, the wolfhound suddenly flew out across the sky, then directly knocked all those zombies out. Just the lowest ranked wolfhound is actually this powerful? As I looked at the scene in front of me, a trace of shock couldn't help but flash through my eyes. In just a few seconds, the wolfhound I summoned easily killed the few zombies that surrounded me. For every zombie I killed, I gained a corresponding amount of experience value. When those 4 zombies were all killed by the wolfhound, I gained a total of 4 experience points, 6 experience points short of upgrading to the next level. At this moment, I couldn't help but begin to anticipate in my heart that if my summoner level increased, with the ability of the helpers I could summon become more and more powerful. Since I had lived in this doomsday game for a month, I knew exactly how horribly my summoned wolfhound would help me. The surrounding residents all looked at me with incredulous gazes. After all, at this point they probably hadn't figured out the rules of the doomsday game yet, and only thought about escaping when facing the zombies, without even thinking about fighting back. I couldn't think about it too much at this point, and after dealing with the zombies in front of me, I continued to rush inside the neighborhood. Because I had a wolfhound by my side and was wearing a class of protective suit, I was basically like a hangman and could directly ignore the zombies' attacks. Based on my memory, I quickly found the building where Song Cece's house was located. "Handsome, save me, please." Just then, a very sexy and anxious voice rang in my ears. I froze for a moment, then looked over and realized that it was actually a woman in a black lace nightgown, exquisitely pretty and with a hot body, standing on top of the balcony on the 5th floor. At this time, this beautiful woman had already deadened the balcony door with a chair handle, but I could still see several zombies inside the woman's room. These zombies were constantly slapping the door of the room, and the expressions on their faces were unusually hideous. "Please, save me. As long as you save me, I can do anything for you." The woman pretended to strike a seductive pose at me, her expression excited as she shouted at me. If it was normal, I might have stepped in to help, but there was no way that the zombies had already entered the residential building at this point, which meant that Song Cece's situation could be very dangerous. Time is the most precious thing to me, and there's no way I'm going to waste such valuable time on a complete stranger. So without any hesitation at all, I directly took a step and continued to rush inside the neighborhood. The woman's eyes flashed with a hint of despair after seeing me leave so mercilessly. Because the door of the balcony had already been broken open by the zombies inside the room in a hard gap at this time, it was estimated that it wouldn't take long for these zombies to rush into the balcony, and her fate would be self-evident. On the other hand, inside a certain unit building in the neighborhood, Song Cece was wearing a set of light blue housecoat hiding in her bedroom. At this time, she had already put all the furniture inside the room on top of the door position. Song Cece's delicate face was covered with tension and panic. She felt that what she was experiencing was like a dream. Everything was so unbelievable, and she couldn't even figure out why these zombies had appeared out of thin air in the middle of the neighborhood. Bang, bang, bang. One loud bang after another. The walker outside the bedroom banged on the door one after the other, and the door shuddered continuously. Song Cece clearly felt a bit overwhelmed, because she knew very well in her heart that according to the current situation, the wooden door of the bedroom wouldn't last long at all. Once those zombies rushed into the room, Song Cece might only have one option, and that was to jump out of the window. But her house was on the 8th floor, and the park downstairs was full of zombies. She would probably be dead even if she jumped from the window. Just as Song Cece pondered in her mind what she should do. Boom! A loud bang once again came from outside the door of the room. A large hand stained with blood unexpectedly passed straight through the door and then reached into the bedroom. When Song Cece saw this scene, her entire body was directly stunned and couldn't help but let out a scream. And just found Song Cece home where the unit building I just heard Song Cece this scream. My eyes also flashed a trace of nervousness, because it is not clear now Song Cece's side in the end what is the situation. "Cece, you must hold on." After saying these words, I didn't hesitate at all and quickly rushed into the middle of the unit building. Although there were zombies everywhere in the unit building at the moment, for me who possessed an A-grade protective suit as well as an A-grade weapon, there was no way these zombies could pose any threat to me, not to mention that there was also a wolfhound by my side to assist in the battle. The fighting strength of this wolfhound can even be comparable to 10 normal humans. At this time, I am like a god of killing in general, has completely killed Red Eyes. My mind is only one idea, that is to use the fastest speed to rush up to the 8th floor where Song Cece. On the other side, inside Song Cece's bedroom. At this time, the door to the bedroom was already in tatters, and those zombies outside the door seemed to become even more frantic after seeing Song Cece inside the room as they pounded on the door. Song Cece looked at the zombies outside, panic written all over her pretty face, and her delicate body was trembling. She couldn't think of any way to get out of here alive now. Along with the door of the room being completely smashed through by the zombies outside, a hint of despair also directly flashed through Song Cece's beautiful eyes. The zombie standing at the front hissed, and then quickly ran in the direction of Song Cece. At this time, Song Cece did not hesitate at all, and hurriedly ran in the direction of the window. Although she knew very well in her heart that she might still have a chance of survival if she jumped from the upper floors, but if she didn't jump then it was likely that she would die. Tear. But Song Cece was still a bit slow, and the zombie that rushed at the front reached out and yanked on her clothes. Zombies are monsters that survive out of the game. They have no subjective consciousness and only have one idea in their head, which is to kill the player. Song Cece's eyes were filled with tension and panic, and in such a situation, she even gave up her last struggle and resistance. However, just in the nick of time, a figure suddenly flew out across the sky, directly knocking the zombie that was pressing down on Song Cece's body out of the way. Song Cece stared with big watery eyes, looking at all that was happening in front of her. In her eyes, besides being unbelievable, she was still unbelievable, because she never thought that at this time, it was a dog that appeared to save herself. After pouncing on the walker, the wolfhound moved swiftly and killed the walker with a bite to the neck. Immediately following that, I was the first to rush up and fight with those zombies that had originally surrounded Song Cece. If I was just an ordinary person, there was absolutely no way I could deal with so many zombies with my physical fitness. But at this time, all of my equipment was A-grade equipment, and my physical quality had also been enhanced by the cards, plus the help of the wolfhound. So I didn't have to put in much effort at all, and I easily took care of those zombies on top of the balcony. Song Cece was lying on the ground looking at me with an expression on her face that was as unbelievable as it could be. At this time, she really felt as if she was dreaming. Originally, she thought she was sure to die, but no one thought that in the end it was me who saved her. After killing those zombies above the balcony, a system beep sounded in my head. Congratulations to the player for upgrading. The current player level is level 2. Speed, strength, and agility are each increased by 1 point. After I heard this prompt, I was more or less surprised in my heart, because I didn't expect that leveling up by 1 level would only increase my speed, strength, and agility by 1 point. And before that, when I was drawing cards, a single card would directly boost it by 10 points. At this moment, I seemed to have realized why the card drawing system that I had bound was an SSS level awakening ability. With the help of this system, I can be considered a truly enlightened existence in this apocalyptic game. And as I leveled up, my summoner level was also raised to level 2. Now I could summon 2 wolfhounds to assist me in battle, and the speed and strength of the wolfhounds had also been increased. Why are you in my house? And what the hell is going on with these zombies? Song Cece only reacted at this moment from the panic she had just experienced, and hurriedly opened her mouth to ask at me. I may not be able to explain this situation to you for a while now, so you should leave here with me first. I whispered at Song Cece. Good. Song Cece nodded, then tried to stand up with all her might, but a trace of pain flashed across her face. What's wrong? I asked at Song Cece while observing the situation around me. My leg was accidentally injured by those zombies just now, and now it hurts. Song Cece subconsciously glanced at her slender leg. Blood was slowly flowing out along the wound. Without any hesitation, I directly found a pair of stockings from the closet and helped Song Cece to simply bandage the wound, then picked Song Cece up by the waist and prepared to walk towards the outside of the bedroom. However, just as I had just picked up Song Cece, I suddenly saw that the clothes on Song Cece's body had been yanked open by the zombie. Song Cece also noticed that something wasn't quite right with my eyes, and her pretty face instantly turned a few shades of red. Help me get some clothes. Song Cece whispered at me. Good. I then sort of reacted, and then randomly found a jacket from amongst the closet in the bedroom and draped it over Song Cece's body. After putting on my clothes, I directly hugged Song Cece and walked towards the outside of the neighborhood. Because the zombies that appeared outside were only the lowest grade zombies, and I had 2 wolf dogs by my side to protect me, these zombies outside had no way to cause any harm to me at all. I ran wildly above the city streets with Song Cece in my arms. Now that there are zombies everywhere, where are you going to take me? Song Cece asked at me with some confusion. Take you to a safe place. I returned with an expressionless face. A safe place? Song Cece still seemed a bit puzzled. And I didn't bother explaining anything to Song Cece. After all, most people still haven't figured out what the hell is going on right now, and as a reborn, I still know a lot about this game's formula. First of all, the batch of zombies that had appeared now were the lowest ranked zombies, So as long as ordinary people looked for a suitable hiding place, then they could safely escape this zombie attack. The first batch of zombie attacks lasted for 3 hours. After 3 hours, these zombies will stop attacking and hide in all corners of the city. The system will give all players 2 hours to build a safe house and find some necessary supplies. The location of the safe house will play a crucial role in the rest of the game. In my last life, it was because I didn't figure out the rules of the game the first time that I put my safe house in a distant suburb, which made it extremely difficult for me to go out and look for supplies every time. In this life, I naturally had to learn from my experience. I hugged Song Sisi and rushed straight into the middle of one of the largest shopping malls in the city. At this point, there were no living people at all in the mall. The ground was littered with corpses, and blood was flowing in rivers, with countless zombies aimlessly searching for their targets. Song Sisi was instantly stunned by the scene in front of her. She stammered and asked at me, Is this the safe place you said? That's right, this is the safest place in this game. I smiled lightly before making a move that made Song Sisi feel even more incredible. I actually unlocked the door to the mall. What are you doing? You locked the door. How are the two of us going to get out? Song Sisi looked at the zombies that were approaching her and me and shouted in a very frightened tone. Now this is a real paradise. I never intended to leave here. I smiled back at Song Sisi. This is paradise? Can you stop joking? When Song Sisi heard my words, she slowly raised her head to look at the gradually approaching zombies, her face filled with doubt. Although I am indeed very capable of fighting, there are at least hundreds or thousands of zombies in this mall. Once all of these zombies rush over, even if I were an immortal, it would be hard for me to escape death. I, on the other hand, had a calm face as I reached over and lit a cigarette, quietly looking at the time on my cell phone. In my last life, it was because I chose the wrong location to build a safe house, resulting in the safe house being in a remote suburb, making it inconvenient to gather supplies. In this life, I wouldn't make the same mistake no matter what. In this apocalyptic game, there is a rule that no other player can build a safe house within 500 meters of one player's safe house. This leads to an advantage for the player who masters the gameplay first. This is because the player who builds the safe house first usually chooses the location in the city center, which makes it easier to gather supplies. And those players who are slow to react will be left with the option of placing their safe house in a sparsely stocked suburb like I did. Of course, a player's safe house can also accommodate others. This will result in some of the more capable players being able to enter and live in a more strategically located safe house, even though they are a little slower to react. Because of my memories from my last life, he knows very well that the best place to build a safe house in this game is near a large shopping mall. Because there are supermarkets in the malls that provide a lot of supplies needed for life, and there are usually pharmacies in the malls, medicines are also vital in this game. But there are also two very big drawbacks to building a safe house inside a mall. The first and foremost is that the mall will be marked as a priority area, so the number of zombies that appear will be higher than elsewhere, and players will naturally be in more danger. And the second drawback is that once someone hijacks the entire mall supplies, then they will arouse the hatred of other players and become a public enemy. After all, in this game there is no law to speak of, and there are times when humans are more dangerous than the zombies. For example, in my last life, I did not die in the hands of zombies, but instead died in the hands of Liru's family. Normally, what usually happens is that a large group of people work together to take over a mall, and then a leader is in charge of distributing the supplies in the mall. That way they could team up to ward off most of the dangers. And I have a feeling that with his current abilities, he doesn't want to work with anyone and won't trust anyone. In this game, the weak and the strong are the only truth. Mercy and kindness are worthless. They're rushing over. Just as I was thinking about this, Song Sisi suddenly shouted. A zombie directly grabbed Song Sisi's arm. Fortunately, the wolfhound beside me reacted quickly and directly pounced on the zombie, pressing it to the ground. No, nothing is going on. Song Sisi shook her head. I, on the other hand, was surprised to find that the zombie that attacked Song Sisi just now was fighting back and forth with her own wolfhound. This also meant that this zombie's combat power seemed to be a bit higher than those outside. This shouldn't be. The game has only just started. How could a second-order zombie appear? I couldn't help but feel puzzled. According to his memory, the first-order zombies would appear in just this 1 hour at the very beginning of the game, while the second-order zombies would only appear on the second day. Could it be because this is a mall? A thought flashed through my mind. It's really too dangerous here. Let's both leave here quickly. Song Sisi shouted with a very frightened expression as she looked at the two of us, her and I, who were already surrounded by zombies at this point. I, on the other hand, glanced at the time on my phone, and then whispered, "They'll all be gone in 3 seconds." "How do you know that?" Song Sisi was a bit puzzled. As my countdown ended, those zombies that were still surrounding them surprisingly all disappeared in an instant. Even the zombie that was fighting with the wolfhound suddenly disappeared. What is going on here? Song Sisi looked at me, utterly dumbfounded. She even felt that what she had just seen was not an illusion. "In a minute you'll see what this is all about." I didn't explain anything to Song Hee because he knew someone would explain it all. "Wait for me here. I'll go find something." After throwing down these words, I headed straight for the middle of the mall. Song Sisi stood still, her eyes filled with incomprehension and doubt. She felt that everything she experienced today was too unbelievable. The sudden appearance of the walkers was strange, and all the things I was doing were very strange. For a moment, countless information merged into Song Sisi's mind. And Song Sisi look around the items surprisingly also have undergone a very magical change. Even just a simple bottle of mineral water above will be labeled with a simple explanation. And Song Sisi also probably understood why those zombies suddenly disappeared just now. Because the zombies existed for a fixed period of time. At the beginning of the testing phase, only the lowest level of zombies would appear, and the duration of the zombies would be 1 hour. That's why I was so confident that the zombies would disappear on their own. As the game time increases, the zombies level up and are around for a longer period of time. Once the zombies are gone, the game system then gives the player a certain amount of time to find supplies as well as materials to upgrade the safe house. This time is naturally all fixed. For example, right now the system gives the player a mere 2 hours. And that's more than enough time for players to find the resources to build a safe house and the living materials they'll need to escape the next phase of zombie emergence. The safe house is absolutely safe. But the prerequisite is that the level of the safe house must be higher than the level of the zombies at this stage. Otherwise, the zombies can still break through the safe house. As Song Sisi analyzed this information in her brain, she still seemed to feel that it was all so unreal, so unbelievable. But then again, what she had just experienced told her that perhaps she really was in the middle of a game world right now. And I didn't show too much surprise in the face of the game system that appeared, because this system is something that any player would have. Such a game system also existed among my body in my last life. Only, in this life there was another card signing system inside his body. The real game has finally begun. I smiled lightly, and then I continued to gather supplies. The game system doesn't do much for the player. Simply put, it is similar to the system in Doom, and is only responsible for providing the player with some necessary information about the game, as well as when building and upgrading safe houses. When players upgraded to level 5, they could activate the chat room function, and the system would give players a public chat channel. Most people would look for teammates and exchange supplies on top of this channel. As for the other functions, I am not so sure about them. In almost half an hour or so, I had found all the supplies I needed. I have to say that the space backpack given to me by the card signing system was indeed a good thing, as most of what he had collected were some of the materials for upgrading the safe house. These materials are not real, but some virtual game materials. Players want to collect these materials, then they must put these materials into the system's backpack. The capacity of the system backpack changes according to the player's level. At the beginning, a player's system backpack capacity was very small and could only hold materials for building a safe house. There was no way to upgrade the safe house at all. If the player wants to upgrade the safe house, then they must go kill walkers to upgrade themselves. Simply put, this is the game forcing the player to fight those walkers. As for me, because of my spatial backpack, not only did he gather the materials to build the safe house, but the remaining materials were enough to upgrade the safe house to level 3. In my last life, it took me 3 whole months to upgrade my safe house to level 3. But in this life, I merely used less than half an hour. The difference was simply astronomical. Where did you just go? And a very strange voice just appeared inside my head. What the hell is all this about? After seeing me come back, a trace of excitement flashed through her beautiful eyes, and she hurriedly rushed to my side to ask. You can understand it as we're in a game right now, except that if you die inside this game, you'll really die. I briefly explained to Song Sisi. So you're saying that what I'm experiencing right now is real? The world has really become like what I see. Song Sisi hurriedly continued to ask. Yes. I nodded once again. For a moment, Song Sisi fell into a deep shock, unable to describe her feelings. And I didn't choose to explain anything to Song Sisi, who was in the same mood in his last life when he just entered this game. How other people explain it is actually useless. Time will tell her what is going on with all this. I observed the inside of the mall for a while, and then I walked to the location of the doorway. If I wanted to enter the mall, then I had to go through this door, so I planned to build the safe house in this place. I would be able to find out the first time if there was any movement outside. Build a safe house, I said slowly. Safe house is upgraded. I opened the door of the safe house and directly stepped inside. At this point, the safe house could be almost 60 square meters in size, with a separate bedroom, living room, kitchen, and a bathroom inside. I am well aware that the higher the level of the safe house, the more space there will be inside, and the better the facilities will be. Come in. I realized that Song Sisi was still standing outside all the time and softly shouted. Song Sisi hesitated for a moment and then walked into my safe house. From the outside, the safe house was merely a small house, but after entering inside, Song Sisi didn't expect there to be such a large space. Right now the level of this safe house is level 3, so there's only one room. You'll live inside the bedroom and I'll live in the living room. By the time it's upgraded to level 4, there should be 2 rooms. I sat on top of the sofa and said softly at Song Sisi, "This is too unbelievable." Song Sisi had been in a state of shock and was dumbfounded. There's a lot of incredible things ahead. I had been busy for such a long time, and my voice was a bit tired as I spoke. Song Sisi, on the other hand, walked her own long, slender legs over to me and slowly sat down, surveying everything inside the safe house. Why do I feel as if you're familiar with this game, ah? Song Sisi suddenly felt that I was calm enough to be a little scary, and that I seemed to know exactly what he needed to do. If a normal person was suddenly thrown into the middle of a doomsday game like this, there's no way they could react as calmly as I did. Because I've played a game before that's similar to the situation we're in right now. I didn't reveal the fact that I was a reborn to Song Shishi. Then what are we going to do next? Song Sisi blinked her big beautiful eyes and asked at me somewhat hesitantly. What's next? I froze for a moment, then whispered, there's only one thing we need to do right now, and that's survive. Song Sisi looked at me without saying anything. She seemed to be able to sense that I had changed so much that I was even a bit unlike the me she knew. Is there a restroom here? I want to take a shower, Song Sisi said softly. There is a restroom, but there is no water yet. We need to collect it ourselves. I replied. In today's situation, water was the most precious resource. The word bath is really a bit strange to people in the middle of the apocalypse. In my last life, I didn't even have to take a bath. I even had to be careful about drinking water. Then let's both go find water now. Perhaps because of me, Song Sisi didn't seem to have realized just how dangerous this doomsday really was. It's too late, it's time. I slowly shook my head. Just after his sentence was finished, countless zombies suddenly appeared before they rushed over in the direction of the safe house. After Song Sisi saw those crazy zombies through the window, she directly jumped into my arms and then hugged me tightly. Is it safe here? Will those zombies rush in? Song Sisi asked in a small voice rushing at me. Don't worry, the level of the safe house is now enough to block those walkers outside. I returned very calmly. That's good, that's good. Song Sisi let out a long breath before realizing that her current position with me was just too ambiguous and hurriedly let go of me. This zombie attack will last for a period of 3 hours, and after 3 hours the two of us will go out again. The words had not yet finished, and I realized that Song Sisi had collapsed straight down towards herself. My reaction speed was very fast, and I wrapped my arms around Song Sisi's slender and soft waist, then rushed to Song Sisi and asked, "What's wrong with you?" I don't know what's wrong. I just feel like my head is so dizzy, ah. Song Shishi, her lips were slightly white, and her voice was obviously much weaker. I hurriedly checked Song Sisi's arm, and then I found 2 wounds. The wounds hadn't been there for long, and at this point, they were still oozing blood outwards. Am I not? Song Sisi's sentence has not yet said the whole person will directly pass out. This symptom seems to be poisoned. I realized that Song Sisi's body temperature was significantly lower, and a bold idea flashed through my mind. I knew clearly that these 2 wounds above Song Sisi's arm must have been left by those zombies inside the mall just now. But normal zombie attacks aren't toxic, unless it's one of those second-stage virus zombies. Because in my last life, I had a friend who was unfortunately injured by a viral zombie and died 7 days later. So, I hurriedly sent Song Sisi to the middle of the bedroom. Card signing system. Is there a way to be able to detoxify the poison? I asked secretly in my mind. To answer the host, if you want to completely remove the zombie virus from the player's body, you can use an antidote. The card signing system replied. I'm well aware that I can only acquire 5 cards a week by signing in, and those 5 times don't always produce an antidote. What's more, Song Shishi most likely won't even last that long. Another method is that you, the host, can choose to exchange cards for antidotes. 3 cards can be exchanged for 1 bottle of antidote. Surprisingly, it can be directly exchanged. A trace of excitement flashed amongst my eyes. But I immediately thought that I don't have any cards at all right now. If I had known that cards can still be exchanged for things, then I wouldn't have used up all 5 of those cards before. Remind the host that you can obtain cards by doing quests in addition to signing in. The system seemed to be able to know what was on my mind, so it took the initiative to remind me. Mission alert, locations where third-order walkers may appear, schools, hospitals. I took a deep breath, then turned and ran straight outside the safe house. Because the level of the safe house was level 3, it was absolutely impossible for those zombies outside to rush into the safe house, and Song Sisi was safe for the time being. The moment I stepped out of the safe house, countless zombies ran in my direction as if they were crazy. I directly summoned the 2 wolfhounds, then wielded the Kusanagi sword in my hand under the cover of the wolfhounds and killed my way through them all. Because of the huge number of zombies, it took me more than half an hour to rush out. And my level had also risen to level 3, and the summoner profession had similarly risen to level 3 as well. The 2 wolfhounds I was originally able to summon also turned into a fire wolf with a burst of red flames emanating around its body. Although the game had only started less than 5 hours ago. But at this moment, the streets were already in a state of disarray, with abandoned vehicles and strangers' corpses appearing randomly in all corners of the streets. However, I know that this is just the beginning. Along with the entire city being deserted, the power company and water company will also stop operating, and even some factories with explosive substances will have big explosions one after another. The entire city would be reduced to rubble in a very short period of time. Those who originally ran the city may have called an emergency meeting at the start of the game to discuss ways to deal with it. But the moment the zombies appeared, they would all die horribly in the middle of the conference room. Of course, such a situation wouldn't last long, because the demise of a civilization would immediately be accompanied by the emergence of a new one. I realized that although there were also zombies roaming around on top of the streets, these zombies had no way to match the fighting strength, speed, and numbers of those inside the mall, and I was given a rare moment of respite. Perhaps those zombies were able to perceive that my level was higher, or it could be because of the existence of the firewolves. Surprisingly, none of them had the intention of actively attacking me. This in turn made it a lot easier for me. After the last round of zombie attacks, those who managed to survive were basically the luckier ones, or those who recognized the status quo. So all of these people are abiding by the rules of the game. Not only have they built safe houses, but at this point they've all been hiding in them, waiting for the walkers to disappear before coming out to look for supplies. I know the city quite well. I know that there is a hospital less than 10 kilometers away from this mall. So I'm going to go to the hospital first and try my luck to see if I can find a third-order zombie. There was no way for a normal sedan to be driven because there were already so many abandoned vehicles as well as bodies on the road. But my luck was pretty good. I found a motorcycle after walking a distance of almost a few hundred meters, and the owner of the motorcycle had already had a large part of his body eaten by the zombies. I wasn't in the mood to care about the owner of the motorcycle, so I sat directly on top of the motorcycle and started the car, then quickly shuttled above the streets of the city. The people who were hiding in the safe house all looked incredulous when they saw someone riding a motorcycle on the highway, and most of them were shocked by my courage. Of course, there was a small group of people who were surprised to find that the zombies wandering above the streets didn't seem to be actively attacking me. Almost 10 minutes later, I dashed into the middle of the hospital building on my motorcycle. Hospitals, like shopping malls, are dangerous areas. That's why the level of the zombies in the hospital building is second order. Compared to first-order zombies, second-order zombies not only have improved fighting strength and speed, but more importantly, second-order zombies may carry toxins, and some second-order zombies even have contagious power. Once these infectious zombies cut through human skin, the toxin enters the body, and within an hour will make ordinary people complete necrosis. Luckily, Song Sisi was merely attacked by a zombie with toxins, not infected. If she gets infected, then I can't save her even if I'm very capable. The number of zombies in the hall on the first floor of the hospital wasn't particularly high, and I wasn't in the mood to waste my time on these second-order zombies. So I left most of the combat tasks to Firewolf while I went from room to room looking for third-order zombies. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours had passed. I rushed directly from the first floor of the hospital to the 5th floor, but unfortunately still didn't find any third-order zombies. However, after arriving on the 5th floor, I also discovered a very tricky problem. That is, all the floors above the 5th floor belonged to the floor that was the doctor's office, and many of the doors required a swipe of a card to pass through. I didn't really have a pass card, so I would have to open the door in the most violent way possible, but that would undoubtedly waste a lot of my time as well. Just as I was feeling a little headache over this issue, a very dissonant voice suddenly sounded in the distance. I couldn't help but freeze for a moment after hearing the voice, then frowned slightly inside. What kind of chaos is already out there right now? And there's still someone in the mood to do this kind of thing here? I walked inside one of the offices of the Nanyang People's Hospital. Qian, just obey me. A middle-aged man with a bloated and obese figure looked at the woman hiding in the corner of the room with a lewd face. The woman roared, "Get the hell away from me." The woman was wearing a white coat, with a tall figure, long and straight legs, and very pretty looks. However, the way she looked at the man at this moment was disgusting to the extreme. Now that there are zombies outside, both of us will have to die here sooner or later. We might as well take advantage of this opportunity to have a good time. The middle-aged man reached out and rubbed his palms together, slowly walking in the direction of the woman. The woman's name is Kim Chin, an intern who just came to the hospital for her internship. At this moment, she seemed to have not yet understood why so many zombies suddenly appeared outside, but for safety's sake, she still chose to hide in the middle of the office and did not choose to go out. The middle-aged man in front of her was the chief physician, Wang Daxiang. Wang Daxiang has been greedy for Jin Qian's sexy and seductive body for more than a day or two. He has even hinted to Jin Qian many times that as long as she agrees to do so, he will use his relationship to make Jin Qian change her position. And Jin Qian has nothing but disgust in her heart for such a greasy and lewd middle-aged man like Wang Daxiang, so she directly refuses Wang Daxiang's request. Originally, when the zombies just appeared, Wang Daxiang acted quite honestly because of his fear. But with the passage of time, Wang Daxiang realized that it should be very difficult for him and Jin Qian to leave this office, so he didn't intend to continue the disguise and directly expose the most evil thoughts in his heart. Because this is an office, Jin Qian has no weapon in her hand to defend herself, and Wang Daxiang is at least 180 pounds. The moment Wang Daxiang pounced on her, Jin Qian's resistance was so weak. Wang Daxiang tore Jin Qian's white coat to shreds before continuing to pull at Jin Qian's shirt. Jin Qian struggled like crazy, desperately calling for help. But at this moment, there are only zombies roaming around outside the office. No one else can hear Jin Qian's cries for help. A few seconds later, Jin Qian's shirt was also torn open by Wang Daxiang, exposing a large portion of snow-white skin, which also made Wang Daxiang more and more excited. In such an apocalyptic environment, the evil in one's heart will be magnified infinitely. Jin Qian saw Wang Daxiang on top of himself, as if he was also in infinite despair. Boom! But just at this time, the door of the office was suddenly kicked open. Jin Qian and Wang Daxiang both froze almost simultaneously, then jerked their heads. I was standing expressionlessly at the doorway. Help! Help! When Jin Qian saw me, she cried out as if she saw the last straw. Wang Daxiang covered Jin Qian's mouth, then turned his head and rushed at me viciously. Kid, I advise you to mind your own business. At this time, Wang Daxiang has lost his mind. His first reaction after seeing me open the door was surprisingly not to escape, but to let me not disturb his good deed. Woo! Jin Qian under Wang Daxiang struggled frantically, and I stepped into the office. I told you to mind your own business. Wang Daxiang hissed with some anger. I didn't care about Wang Daxiang at all, and directly walked to the front of the desk to pick up the materials on top of the table. These materials are not real, but are randomly generated by the game and can be used to upgrade safe houses. I don't forget to collect these materials while searching for the third-order zombies, because once I wait until everyone understands the gameplay of this game, it won't be easy to collect these materials again. After taking away the materials, I had no intention of saving the woman at all, but directly turned around and walked outside the room. Jin Qian looked at my back and instantly despaired. She didn't even think that I would be such an indifferent person that I would not react at all in the face of such a situation. But she probably doesn't know that I've seen countless scenes like this in my last life, and at first I might have come to my aid, but then I realized that in the middle of this world to be kind to others is to be cruel to yourself. I don't know the woman well, there's no need to waste my time on the woman. What's more, if I made a move to save the woman, then it would be the equivalent of having one more enemy. The harsh reality has long since wiped out the last bit of conscience in my heart. I didn't think it was a coward. Wang Daxiang saw me out of the office after the expression on his face obviously relaxed a lot, and then continued to pull Jin Qian's clothes. Don't, Jin Qian's miserable scream resounded through the hospital. But just as Wang Daxiang had just removed Jin Qian's shirt, I, who had originally left, unexpectedly turned back again. My reaction speed is not comparable to an ordinary person. As soon as I then held Wang Daxiang's wrist, and then slowly said, "You are not my opponent. I advise you to better be honest." I fucking... Wang Daxiang opened his mouth and just wanted to curse. Without the slightest hesitation, I directly pierced Wang Daxiang's abdomen with a sword, and then raised my leg and kicked him out again. At this moment, my eyes were as cold as they needed to be. It was as if killing someone was merely a trivial matter in my eyes. I realized that in this world, you can't be merciful to anyone, because you can never predict how much of a threat an enemy you let go will be to you in the future. Jin Xian was also directly scared silly, her delicate body trembling unceasingly. For her, someone who hadn't yet figured out the rules of the game, killing seemed to be a very distant and frightening thing. "Give me your staff card." I rushed towards Jin Xian and stretched out my right hand. Jin Xian looked at me with great fear in her eyes, and with trembling hands, she found her employee card from inside her clothes and handed it to me. After I got Jin Xian's staff card, I ran straight to the outside of the office. But just after I took 2 steps, I suddenly turned my head to look at Jin Xian, then whispered, "Take off your pants." Chapter 10. I'll do anything as long as you agree. Take your pants off. When Jin Xian heard Yifan's words, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and then she looked at Yifan with a very incredulous expression. "Didn't the two of us just agree that I would give you my employee card and you would save me?" Jin Xian said at Yifan with a pale face and trembling voice. "Cut the crap and get your pants off." Yifan returned in a cold voice. Jin Xian laughed in despair. Then she slowly pulled down her pants with her trembling right hand. She was clear that she didn't have any resistance in front of an ordinary person like Wang Daxiang, so struggling in front of Yifan, a murderous demon, was a dead end. The slim jeans faded slowly. A pair of long, white legs were exposed to Yifan's sight. An unprecedented sense of humiliation swept through Jin Xian's mind. She felt as if she was a plaything at the mercy of others at this moment. Yifan took a step to Jin Xian's side, then slowly squatted down and carefully surveyed the wound inside Jin Xian's thigh. A scar that could be almost 10 centimeters long was oozing blood out at the moment. Yifan reached out and gently touched Jin Xian's wound after hesitating for a while. Jin Xian had her eyes closed tightly when she felt the temperature of Yifan's hand. Her whole body seemed to be electrocuted. Her body trembled slightly. "Feel anything?" Yifan opened his mouth and asked, "What does it feel like?" Jin Xian opened her eyes and realized that Yifan didn't do anything to her after she was a bit surprised. "Does the wound hurt?" Yifan asked in a low voice. "Ouch." Jin Xian nodded directly without thinking. "That shouldn't have been a walker scratch. It could have been an accidental scratch from you, not enough to kill you." Yifan directly stood up, then he intended to walk outside the office. "Wait, can you take me out of the hospital with you?" Jin Xian didn't expect Yifan to let himself take off his pants just to check the wound. She hurriedly draped her white coat over her body and ran in Yifan's direction to chase after him. "Your deal with me is over. I'm not obligated to take you out of here. You'll only slow me down by following me around." Yifan was not interested in Jin Xian, and naturally, he could not just let himself be surrounded by an extra liability for no reason just because of this woman's beauty. "But if you don't take me away, I'll just die here." Jin Xian felt as if Yifan was a cold-blooded robot and shouted in an agitated tone. "What does it matter to me if you die?" Yifan asked directly in return. Jin Xian was instantly dumbfounded, and for a moment, she was actually a little unsure of how she should answer Yifan's question. And Yifan looked at it. At this time, there were still the last 3 hours left until the end of the mission. So he didn't intend to waste time on this beautiful doctor with big boobs and big ass, and directly led Firewolf to rush in the direction of the 6th floor. Although those surrounding zombies still didn't stop attacking Yifan, because of the existence of the Firewolf, Yifan didn't need to waste time on these zombies at all. This scene also fooled Jin Xian. She didn't expect that the big wolf dog beside Yifan that emitted firelight was so powerful that it could directly bite a zombie to death with a single bite. Jin Xian followed closely behind Yifan. She knew clearly that with her current ability, she wanted to rush out of the encirclement of these zombies, and that was an impossible thing to do. So the best option for her was to follow Yifan closely. And Yifan didn't say anything after realizing that Jin Xian had been following him, and directly followed the stairs to the 6th floor. The number of zombies on the 6th floor was significantly less than the 5th floor. But most of them were second-order zombies, and there was no way for Firewolf to deal with these zombies by himself. Yifan was forced to only take out his Kusanagi sword, then charged into the midst of the zombies. When Jin Xian saw this scene, She couldn't help but look dumbfounded. She really couldn't understand what Yifan was doing. Everyone else was avoiding the zombies, but Yifan even took the initiative to fight with these zombies. Yifan waved the sharp Kusanagi sword in his hand and cut a second-order zombie in half with a single stroke. Dark green blood instantly sprayed on top of the wall. But just at this time, another zombie ran at Yifan and pounced. Without any hesitation, Yifan turned around and kicked. Boo! The zombie's head was directly exploded by Yifan's kick. Because the card signing system had a very large increase in both Yifan's strength and speed. So even though Yifan's current level was only 3 levels, all of his individual stats were actually close to the level of a normal player at level 10. Facing these second-order zombies, Yifan still performed very easily. With the help of Firewolf, Yifan just used less than half an hour to clean up the second-order zombies on the 6th floor, and his rank had broken through to level 4. After breaking through to the 4th level, Yifan's speed, strength, agility, endurance, and other ability values all came to 14 points. If a normal player wanted to have the same abilities as Yifan, they would need to be upgraded to level 10 before they could. Prior to level 10, players increase each ability value by 1 point per upgrade. After level 10, the player increases each ability value by 2 points per upgrade. As for how much Yifan would improve after level 20, Yifan didn't know because he was only at level 12 when he died in his last life. And Yifan's summoner level also came to level 4. Only this time the Fire Wolf didn't change above its form, it was just almost twice as big. Jin Xian hid behind Yifan and witnessed how Yifan slaughtered almost 40 to 50 zombies in half an hour. At this time, she stared with her eyes wide open and grew her mouth. The expression on her face was unbelievable. She really couldn't figure out why this man was so strong. Ordinary people are already helpless in the face of a single zombie. They don't dare to make a move against the zombie. They can only run away. And Yifan surprisingly killed zombies as if they were chopping up vegetables. But just as Jin Xian was thinking that she had to follow Yifan out of here in one piece no matter what, a hand suddenly grabbed her arm. Jin Xian instinctively let out a scream. Yifan snapped his head around. The Fire Wolf reacted faster and directly pounced on the zombie behind Jin Xian before pressing the zombie to the ground. And Jin Xian instinctively glanced at the zombie. Then her eyes were full of incredulity and she stammered, "How is this possible? How did Xian turn into a zombie? You know this guy?" Yifan walked to Jin Xian's side and asked in a low voice at Jin Xian. She is my college roommate. The two of us came to this hospital for internship together. How did she turn into a zombie? What the hell is going on here?" Jin Xian shouted at Yifan in an unusually emotional manner. It seems that a zombie capable of infecting humans has appeared inside the hospital. Once this zombie scratches the skin, the virus will enter the bloodstream, and within an hour the zombie transformation can be completed. Yifan explained very calmly. There is a very obvious difference between infected human zombies and game-generated zombies, and that is that human zombies have red blood, while game-generated zombies have green blood. That's actually the sickest thing about this game. This is because the game-generated walkers will disappear for a safe time, giving the player a breather. And these infected walkers don't go away. Unless they are killed, they will always be there. Jin Xian watched her roommate turn into a zombie with a feeling in her heart that she had no way to describe. Can you not kill her? Jin Xian looked at Yifan and pleaded. Don't be naive. Your roommate is dead. She's no different than those walkers now. Yifan faintly returned Jin Xian's sentence. In the next second, the Fire Wolf snapped the zombie's neck with a single bite. Scarlet blood spattered on top of Jin Xian's white coat. Jin Xian stood frozen in place with her lips trembling slightly, not knowing what she should say to express her feelings at this moment. And when Yifan saw that less than 2.5 hours were left, he was in no mood to comfort Jin Xian and directly took Jin Xian's staff card to check from room to room. At this time, Yifan's mood was still very tense, because there was not much time left. If there were no third-order zombies in the hospital, then Song Cici would definitely die for sure. After a quick check, there were no third-order walkers on the 6th floor, so Yifan could only place his last hope on the 7th floor. What's your name? Jin Xian. This woman's ability to adjust seemed to be pretty good. She hurriedly chased after Yifan after seeing him going up the stairs. Yifan. My name is Jin Xian. Were those voices ringing in my head just now all true? Is the outside world full of zombies now? Jin Xian continued to ask at Yifan. The end has come. Yifan nodded. Then I want to follow you. Jin Xian suddenly said. Yifan froze for a moment. I've seen a lot of movies about this zombie apocalypse, and if I want to survive, I have to find someone who can protect me, and you're the best choice. Jin Qian's tone was unusually serious. I told you, you're a liability with me. Yifan didn't have any hesitation at all and directly refused. I'm not a liability. I'll do anything if you agree to have me at your side. Jin Qian shouted with great excitement. Anything? Yifan couldn't help but take a look at Jin Qian's sexy and delicate figure as well as her delicate and beautiful face. Chapter 11. Killing a Third-Order Zombie. Jin Qian subconsciously took 2 steps back after realizing that Yifan had been staring at himself, then stammered, "That's not what I meant." "You don't have to be so nervous. I'm not interested in your body," Yifan said expressionlessly. "I'm a doctor, and doctors are still important in a doomsday situation like this, right? I think there's something in me that can be utilized by you as well, and we both fall into the category of getting what we need," Jin Qian hurriedly explained. Yifan lightly glanced at Jin Qian, and he had to say that this sentence actually still somewhat made Yifan a little heartbroken. Doctors are indeed a more sought-after presence in today's apocalyptic scenario, and no team can do without them. "Don't worry, I will never drag you down," Jin Qian hurriedly continued after seeing that Yifan did not speak. "I'll think about it." Perhaps because he was betrayed by Li Ru's family in his last life, Yifan was now very cautious and did not choose to agree directly. "Okay, so can you tell me what you were looking for inside the hospital?" Jin Qian walked to Yifan's side, her eyes curiously sizing up Yifan. "Find a walker." Yifan didn't choose to continue wasting time after a simple reply, but directly rushed to the 7th floor of the hospital. Jin Qian also followed Yifan to the 7th floor after hesitating for a while. But what neither Yifan nor Jin Qian expected was that the situation on the 7th floor was completely different from those floors below. As soon as they went upstairs, Yifan and Jin Qian smelled a pungent blood odor, followed by Jin Qian directly dry-heaving after seeing the hell-like scene. Surprisingly, there wasn't a single zombie in the building, and the floor was littered with corpses. The bodies were mutilated and blood was slowly trickling down the floor. The reason why Jin Qian reacted so violently was because she was instantly able to recognize that these bodies belonged to the hospital staff. Seems like a bit of luck. Not only was Yifan not nervous or fearful in the face of such a scene. On the contrary, he showed an expression of relief. Because Yifan was clear that since there weren't any zombies on the 7th floor but there were so many corpses, it also meant that there was a high probability that there were third-order zombies here. "Yifan, what is that thing?" Jin Qian hastily reached out and pointed to her left front. Yifan looked in the direction Jin Qian was pointing to, only to see a huge monster with its back turned to Yifan constantly gnawing on the corpses on the ground. And the monster seemed to sense the scent of a living person as well, as it slowly got up and twisted its head to look in Yifan's direction. The moment this monster got up, Jin Qian was directly stunned because this zombie was at least 2 to 3 meters tall, and the skin on its body was already rotting. Jin Qian could even see a thick liquid slowly dripping from the monster's body. That unprecedented feeling of nausea made Jin Qian feel a bit suffocated. "Get in," Yifan shouted at Jin Qian in a low voice. "Are you sure you're a match for this monster?" Jin Qian asked at Yifan with some concern. "Get in there if you don't want to die." Yifan was not in much of a mood to explain to Jin Qian and repeated in a cold voice. Jin Qian hesitated for a moment, then she quickly rushed into the office on the side, and then closed the door of the room still. Knock, knock, knock. In the next second, the huge monster was like a high-speed truck directly running in Yifan's direction. The monster was not only large, but also extremely fast. Originally, he was at least 100 meters away from Yifan, but in the blink of an eye, he came to a position 10 meters in front of Yifan. Its scarlet maw directly let out a roar, and the fire wolf was the first to run and pounce on the monster. Boo! The monster backhanded the fire wolf's body, and the fire wolf directly flew backwards then ruthlessly smashed on top of the wall. In fact, Yifan had never seen a third-order zombie in his last life, so at this time he was very nervous, and he wasn't sure if he was a match for a third-order zombie. But at this moment he didn't seem to have any other choice. Yifan took a deep breath and then directly ran towards the third-order zombie and then raised the Kusanagi sword in his own hand and ruthlessly slashed down at the zombie's neck. Based on his experience in his last life, to completely kill a zombie, then the head had to be cut off. The head, on the other hand, was the hardest position of the zombie, so attacking the zombie's neck was the best choice. Yifan almost used all his strength to slash this sword ruthlessly above the neck of the third-order zombie. The sharp sword slashed through the zombie's neck, and dark green blood instantly spurted out. But unfortunately, it was impossible to kill a third-order zombie with just this level of attack. The zombie roared angrily, then violently swung its own palm to run and slap down at Yifan. The huge palm seemed to envelop Yifan in an instant. It was only at this time that Yifan realized that he was really a bit too careless. He underestimated the degree of physical toughness of a third-order zombie, and also underestimated the speed of a third-order zombie. He watched that huge palm running down to slap himself, although he had the idea of trying to dodge in his heart, but unfortunately the speed of the third-order zombie was just too fast. Jin Xian hid inside the office and watched all this happening in front of her eyes with an unusually tense and fearful expression on her face. However, just when the third-order zombie's palm was about to slap on Yifan's body, the fire wolf suddenly rushed up and bit on top of the zombie's arm. The zombie let out another roar. Yifan also took advantage of this opportunity to hastily back away to avoid the deadly slap. The fire wolf was biting the zombie's arm to death, and the zombie could only use its other hand to slap the fire wolf one after another. But fire wolf never let up. For a while, Yifan couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Although the fire wolf is nothing more than a summoned object, it doesn't have any feelings or the ability to think for itself. All it can do is to obey and carry out Yifan's orders and already protect Yifan's safety. But in this current situation, it seems to be more trustworthy than anyone else. Remind the host that the summon's life value is below 50%. Remind the host that the summon's life value is below 30%. Please prepare the host to evacuate the battle. The system voice suddenly sounded. What happens if the summon's life value equals 0? Yifan asked in a hurry. The summoner will not die completely, but it will enter into a cooling-off period of 1 week. During the cooling-off period, the host will not be able to summon the summoner for battle. The system replied. It was only after Yifan heard these words from the system that he was able to put his heart down. As long as the fire wolf doesn't die completely, that's fine. He knew clearly that with his own ability to kill a third-order zombie that would be impossible, but if the fire wolf went to hold the zombie back, then he would have a great chance. At this point, there was still the last hour left until the end of the mission. Yifan took advantage of the fact that all of the zombies' attention was on the fire wolf and rushed straight to the back of the zombies, then increased his speed violently. In the blink of an eye, Yifan rushed behind the zombie, then without caring about the disgusting mucus on the zombie's body, he directly leapt up and rode on top of the zombie's neck. One of the zombie's hands was bitten to death by the fire wolf, while the other hand had no way to hit Yifan behind it. But it wasn't completely devoid of intelligence, and it first slammed its right hand hard into the ground with force. Remind the host that the summoner's life value is 0 and has entered into a cool-down period. Yifan couldn't care less about the system's reminder and slashed his sword at the zombie's neck. After this sword cut, Yifan could already see the bones of this third-order zombie. The third-order zombie, on the other hand, let out a roar and then quickly backed up, wanting to crash its back on top of the wall so that it could directly crash the Yifan behind it directly to death. I don't believe I can't kill you. Yifan also roared, and then another sword directly pierced through the neck of the third-order zombie. Green blood burst forth. If one sword doesn't work, then another. Yifan roared and pulled out the Kusanagi sword, then once again ruthlessly stabbed it into the neck of the third-order zombie. Just like that, Yifan repeated this action 5 whole times. Boo! There was a loud bang. The body of the third-order zombie fell to the ground with a loud bang. Congratulations to the host. The mission to kill a third-order zombie has been completed. A voice slowly sounded in Yifan's mind. Chapter 12. Do you have gynecological problems? Yifan directly collapsed on the ground, panting heavily after killing the playing third-order zombie. At this time, he felt that he had used up all his strength and was in a complete state of weakness. The game had only started less than a day ago, and it was simply impossible for an ordinary player to kill a third-order zombie. Yifan wouldn't have taken such a big risk if it wasn't for saving Song Sisi. Congratulations to the host. The mission to kill a third-order zombie has been completed. The rewards for killing a third-order zombie for the first time are as follows. 100 experience points. 500 each of the first-order materials required for upgrading security, iron sheets, wood, and glass. 3D grade cards. The voice of the card signing system first sounded in Yifan's mind. He didn't seem to have thought to himself that he would be able to gain 100 points of experience value by killing a third-order zombie. A normal player's experience value for killing a first-order zombie was 1 point, while the experience value for killing a second-order zombie was 2 points, and the experience value for killing a third-order zombie was 3 points. And the reward for the card check-in system is a surprising 100 points, which is still a pretty terrible reward. As for those materials to upgrade the safe house, not to mention, because the most difficult to find and important in this game is actually these materials. Congratulations to the player for upgrading, currently at level 7. 110 experience points are still needed for the next upgrade. Strength, speed, and agility are each increased by 3 points. Chat hall function activated, immediately followed by the sound of the game system's beep. At this time, Yifan's speed, strength, and agility has come to 17 points. This value is far ahead of the normal players. Most of the players may now be the same level as Jin Qianqian is still stuck at level 0. In front of these ordinary people, Yifan that was a Superman-like existence. The only pity was because the Fire Wolf was killed by a third-order zombie, so Yifan's summoner level didn't increase and still stopped at level 4. As for that chat hall, it wasn't much use for the time being, since Yifan was currently the only one who had broken through to level 5 or above, so there was no one to talk to at all. Yifan also didn't choose to speak in the chat channel in order to hide his strength. System, is it possible to exchange 3 cards for the antidote now? Yifan asked in his mind. Yes, the host can enter the mall interface to exchange. The mall is open. After the card system finished its words, a light curtain appeared in front of Yifan. Probably because of Yifan's level, the number of commodities that could be exchanged in the mall wasn't a lot. There were only some more basic medicines and foodstuff. It's obviously not a good idea to use cards for these things. But the antidote and the serum to prevent infection are important things. The antidote needs to be redeemed with 3 D-rank cards. The serum, on the other hand, requires 10 B-rank cards for redemption. Yifan didn't hesitate and directly exchanged his cards for an antidote. After the antidote appeared inside his backpack, he was able to take a long breath. In his last life, before the end came, Yifan had looked for a lot of people to borrow money in order to be able to get together the dowry for Li Ru, but none of them really lent a helping hand to Yifan. And Song Cici, after knowing this matter, even hid from Yifan, sold her just bought less than 3 months of the car, and then lent Yifan 200,000 yuan. This favor Yifan always remembered in his heart. In his last life, he might not have been able to protect Song Cici. But in this life, Yifan would not let Song Cici suffer anymore no matter what. Yifan, are you all right? Jin Qianqian quickly ran to Yifan's side and shouted at him with a very worried tone. Jin Qianqian's worry is not feigned, although she has nothing to say about her feelings with Yifan. But once Yifan dies, it will be hard for her to get out of this hospital. I'm feeling a little tired. Can you get me some water? Yifan whispered back to Jin Qianqian. Fine. Jin Qianqian hastily nodded her head before she turned her head and ran to the office on the side. On the 7th floor, there was the hospital's pharmacy for storing medicines. Plus, there were no first and second order zombies on the 7th floor. So Jin Qianqian quickly found a few bottles of glucose and then returned to Yifan's side. Yifan took a big gulp of glucose after receiving it. This is something that can definitely be considered very, very valuable in Doomsday because it can quickly replenish water and energy. A few minutes later, Yifan's strength was almost recovered. He got up and rushed at Jin Qianqian. You just said you wanted to follow me, right? That's right. Without any hesitation, Jin Qianqian hastily nodded her head. It's fine to follow me, but you must obey my orders completely, which means you'll do whatever I tell you to do. And if I ever find out that you're disobeying my orders, I'll kill you outright. Yifan spoke in a very serious tone, because in the middle of this apocalyptic world, he had seen too many betrayals, and the desire for survival would inspire the most evil side of human nature. You make it sound like I'm your slave. Jin Qianqian returned Yifan somewhat breathlessly. If you don't agree, I can take you out of the hospital as well, but don't follow me after you leave the hospital. Yifan said indifferently. I do. From now on you're my master. I'll do whatever you want me to do, okay? Jin Qianqian seemed to be deliberately teasing Yifan, and even soaked a wink at him as she spoke. That what? And you don't have to call me master. It sounds like something's not quite right. Yifan couldn't stand the temptation of a beauty of Jin Qianqian's caliber and returned with a somewhat awkward tone. Okay, I'll call you whatever you want me to call you. What are we going to do next? Perhaps because of Yifan's protection, Jin Qianqian's mood had obviously relaxed a lot. She knew that if it wasn't for Yifan's sudden appearance, she would have died in this hospital and would have been defiled by Wang Daxiang before she died. So Yifan could be considered her savior, and she wouldn't object even if Yifan really treated her as a slave. On the contrary, she was in the mood for something vaguely exciting about this relationship. You were able to access the hospital's pharmacy? Yifan suddenly remembered the glucose that Jin Qianqian had found for himself and asked directly. Of course, even though I'm an intern, I can go in all the rooms in this hospital since we might be needed to help out in every department during the weekdays. Jin Qianqian nodded her head in a hurry. Let's go to the pharmacy now. A trace of excitement flashed amongst Yifan's eyes before he directly took a step in the direction of the pharmacy. Drugs are also very precious things in the midst of today's apocalyptic world. After Yifan and Jin Xian entered the pharmacy, they directly found two sacks and then started to fill them with medicine. Do you have gynecological problems? Yifan suddenly opened his mouth and asked at Jin Xian. Jin Xian couldn't help but froze for a moment after hearing Yifan's words. Then she said with some anger, "Although I joke that you are my master, you can't humiliate me like this, right? I haven't even been in love. Where did I get gynecological problems? If you don't have gynecological problems, then why are you loading up on so many gynecological pills? Do you think that stuff is important in the middle of this world now?" Yifan asked directly in return. Jin Xian only reacted to the fact that most of the medicines she took were gynecological medicines after she heard Yifan's words, and then she explained with some embarrassment, "I just cared about loading the medicines into it, and I didn't even look at the names of the medicines. You don't have to take everything. Some of the common medicines can be found inside the pharmacy. You'll be responsible for taking some of the prescription medicines that can't be found inside the pharmacy." Yifan now finally understands what is boobs without brains. Jin Xian, this woman has big boobs and big ass. Her brain seems to be really a bit bad. Okay, I know. Jin Xian returned with a blushing face and then continued to fill the medicine inside the sack. However, when Jin Xian saw that there were still contraceptive pills and some small balloons in the pharmacy, she couldn't help but blush again, and then ghostly took some and put them in the sack. This might come in handy later. Jin Xian couldn't help but mutter darkly in her heart. Chapter 13. These legs, 100%. After Yifan and Jin Xian simply scavenged inside the medicine storehouse, the two sacks were already filled to the brim. Originally, Jin Xian was planning to take some more, but was rejected by Yifan. There were two reasons for this. One was that Yifan felt that these medicines were already enough for them to use, and there were too many for the two of them to take away. This round of zombie attacks will end soon, but then many people will come out to look for supplies. If the two of them take so many medicines and waltz through the market, it will easily attract the attention of others, and there may even be a situation of open robbery. There was an even more important reason, and that was that he didn't feel the need to hog all the medicines, and there were times when he should still leave a way for others to live. By the time Yifan and Jin Xian left the hospital, it was already early in the morning. A scarlet moon hung high above the sky. Yifan was more than familiar with the red moon, as this moon then represented the course of the game. The color of the moon gets darker as no time passes. Attention all players, the zombie attack has ended. The safety time for this round is 6 hours. Please allocate the time for searching for supplies as well as the rest time wisely. The system's beep resounded in everyone's head. As Jin Xian looks around, the once bustling streets are already in shambles. The streets are full of scrapped vehicles, human corpses. There were even some places where the bodies were almost piled up into a small mountain, and most of these bodies were mutilated. Blood flowed slowly down the street. Wailing cries came faintly from the distance. Hell. A true hell on earth. Although Jin Xian was mentally prepared, her petite body still trembled uncontrollably when she saw the sight with her own eyes. It was as if the post-apocalyptic scenes depicted in TV dramas and movies were too worthless compared to the current scene. Yifan, on the other hand, was filled with indifference. Because he knows that the game's first few days are the most dead, and when the human race has mastered the game and adapted to the existence of zombies in this world, the number of deaths will continue to decline. Yifan, didn't you say that it's safe time now? Then why? Why are there still zombies present on the streets? Jin Xian suddenly realized that there were zombies walking above the street and hurriedly hid behind Yifan's stuttering question. These are zombie-infected humans. Safe time game-generated zombies will disappear, but those infected human zombies won't disappear, and they also possess the infection virus, which makes them even more dangerous than those ordinary first-order zombies. Yifan faintly explained. Jin Xian couldn't help but froze for a moment when she heard Yifan's words, then she whispered, "Then these people might as well just die. They're too painful in this state." That's not the most painful part. The most painful part is that you're still alive while your family and friends have turned into zombies. Yifan took a step in the direction of the motorcycle as he spoke, and as if Jin Xian had thought of something, she stood frozen in place. "What are you waiting for? Get in the car." Yifan kicked away a body lying on top of the motorcycle and casually wiped the blood on the car with the clothes on the ground. These things are so taken for granted in his presence. Yifan, did the whole world become what it is now? Or is it only our city that became what it is now? Jin Xian asked at Yifan with great excitement. The whole world has turned into this. Yifan faintly returned. In his last life, he naively thought that only Nanyang City had become like this, so he even tried to run to other cities. But alas, all the other cities around him were the same. So are my parents in danger now too? Jin Xian bit her lips and whispered. Yifan did not say anything after giving Jin Qian a faint look. And Jin Qian took a deep breath, then slowly walked to Yifan's side and sat on top of the motorcycle. Yifan started the motorcycle and led Jin Qian to weave quickly on top of the street. Yifan, why do I feel as if you are familiar with this world? Because the speed of the motorcycle was relatively fast, Jin Qian could only tighten her arms around Yifan's waist, and her body was lying on top of Yifan's back. When Yifan felt the soft elasticity, he couldn't help but sigh that Jin Qian's woman's body was really a bit heavenly. I've played a game before that's very similar to the world we're in now, Yifan casually explained. Where did that fire wolf of yours come from? Jin Qian continued to ask. I don't know. It's been with me since the end of time. Che, hell no. Jin Qian skimmed her small mouth. She was able to hear that this answer from Yifan was very perfunctory. And Yifan didn't say anything. What about the top leaders and the troops? They all have weapons in their hands. Why don't they come out to help us ordinary people? Jin Qian seemed to have thought of something and continued to ask. Most people died at the hands of the zombies, while some of the battle-hardened troops with weapons of mass destruction chose to focus on self-preservation. And in this era of collapsing order, where everyone lives for themselves, they don't give a damn about the deaths of ordinary people. Yifan's answer was very simple, but also very realistic. Because in this apocalyptic situation, there's no way you can ask anyone to give up their lives for the sake of others, and there's no way those orders that were once in place can bind anyone anymore. Moreover, Yifan also knew that as time passed, many people realized the importance of the team, and those who possessed weapons of mass destruction would also choose to form their own organizations, then forcibly hijack the resources, so that those ordinary people can only choose to submit to Qi. Times will be going backwards at a rate visible to the naked eye. Jin Qian looked at the corpses on the road and fell into silence. The motorcycle could have been on the highway for almost 10 minutes or so, and the streets were gradually filling up with humans above. These people seemed to have adapted to the game, and they began to frantically grab things inside the stores around them. And no one goes to those luxury stores, gold stores, etc. at all, because those things are the least valuable and most useless in the end times. Some shopkeepers who were lucky enough to still be alive watched their stores being robbed and also ran out to try their best to stop these people, but unfortunately to no avail. In this case, mankind loses not only the bondage of the law, but also the conscience of the heart. Originally, Jin Qian thought that the zombie infestation is the end of the world, until the zombies leave the city to restore peace, but she never thought that the real end of the world has just begun. The screams on the streets were even more piercing and shrill than when the zombie infestation first started. Jin Qian even watched a middle-aged man throw a boy straight down the stairs in order to snatch the bread from a little boy's hand. Are all these people crazy? Jin Qian shouted at Yifan with some anger. Pretty much. Yifan, on the other hand, returned very calmly. Help me. Just then, a burly man was dragging a woman toward the corner of the street. The woman was madly begging for help, but the people around them were oblivious, as if they hadn't heard the woman's cries for help. Yifan. Jin Qian had some intolerance in her heart and shouted at Yifan in a low voice. If you want to live, then you'd better put away all that useless kindness and compassion in your heart. Yifan directly returned with a cold voice. But Jin Qian still wanted to speak. I do have the ability to save that woman now, but I can't save everyone in this world, and if I go and save that woman now, it might bring me some other trouble later. Yifan wasn't a cold-blooded and heartless person. He just didn't want to meddle and cause trouble for himself. Jin Qian didn't continue to speak after taking a deep breath. She felt that what Yifan said was actually somewhat reasonable. However, just at this time, Yifan suddenly slowed the motorcycle down. You changed your mind? Jin Qian rushed at Yifan and asked. No. Yifan gently shook his head, then squinted his eyes to look straight ahead. At this moment, there were almost 7 or 8 people slaughtering the infected human zombies at the top of the street. And while these people were ranked at a lower level of 2, most of them were ranked at 3. This also meant that these people had killed zombies just now when they were infested, and if they didn't go to grab food at this time, but instead want to kill zombies to level up, then it meant that these people knew the rules of this game. I'll stock up on guns if my neighbors stock up on food. My neighbors are my granary. This is not a joke. When all of these people's levels were far ahead of the other ordinary people, then all of the food that these ordinary people were now desperately grabbing for would also be prepared for these people. It seems that there are still a lot of smart people in this world, and it's already impressive that they can adapt to the rules of the game in such a short period of time. Yifan secretly sighed in his heart. In order not to cause trouble, Yifan suddenly changed the direction of the motorcycle and drove towards another intersection. However, just at this time, the group of people seemed to have discovered Yifan as well, and a black SUV directly ran in Yifan's direction. The speed of the SUV was extremely fast, stealing a step ahead and stopping the intersection where Yifan was going. Immediately followed by the car door opening, a pair of slender and white legs stretched out directly from the car. This pair of beautiful legs, Yifan could give 100 points. Chapter 14. Just kill a few. Yifan didn't intend to cause any trouble, which was why he turned his direction to avoid this group of people. But no one ever expected the other party to take the initiative to chase after them. What Yifan didn't expect even more was that the one who caught up was still a woman, but was still a beautiful woman with stunning legs. The absolutely beautiful and cold pretty face, the sexy and hot body, and the queen-like temperament. The woman who appeared in front of Yifan was wearing a short black hip-hugging skirt, while her feet were on a pair of 10-centimeter high heels. Yifan felt that this woman was like one of those gangsters' women. She had a natural aura of superiority about her. More importantly, Yifan was surprised to find that this woman's level was actually level 5. To be able to upgrade to level 5 in such a short period of time, that meant that this woman was most likely an awakened, just like Yifan. The woman was also sizing up Yifan at this time. Anything? Yifan took the initiative to open his mouth and asked at the woman, "Have you ever killed a walker?" The woman asked directly in return. "Didn't kill it." Yifan directly shook his head without even thinking. The woman, on the other hand, smiled faintly, then said softly, "You have zombie blood on your body. You must have killed zombies. Why can't I see your rank?" It was only then that Yifan reacted to why the woman had suddenly caught up with him. Because according to the rules of the game, the higher-ranked person is able to see the rank of the lower-ranked person. But there is no way to see the rank of someone who is higher than your own rank. The woman thought that her rank was already very high, but she had no way to see Yifan's rank, so she felt that there was something wrong with Yifan. "What grade are you talking about? I don't quite understand." Yifan continued to play dumb. He didn't want to waste time with this long-legged woman in front of him. "Don't get it, do you?" The woman sneered, and then her right hand snapped. A flying knife flew directly across the sky. Sure enough, it's an awakened one. Yifan directly twisted his head and dodged the flying dagger. By the speed of the woman's strike, he was able to judge that the woman must not be an ordinary person. If it weren't for the fact that even a professionally trained woman couldn't have struck that fast. "Now do you see what I mean?" The woman asked with a faint smile when she saw that Yifan had dodged her flying dagger so easily. "Understood, but I advise you better not mess with me. You're no match for me, and I don't want to waste my time on your side." Yifan watched as the expression on the woman's face became significantly more serious. "You're mistaken. Introduce yourself. My name is Xiaoya." The woman smilingly stretched out her small white jade-like hand at Yifan. "Shanya?" Yifan couldn't help but freeze for a moment after hearing the name. Because in his last life, Yifan had heard of this name, when there were a total of 7 big organizations in Nanyang City. Being able to join into these 7 big organizations was probably the dream of all ordinary people, and Yifan was naturally one of these ordinary people. Because if you join their organization, you will not have to struggle for survival resources, and their camps are the safest. And among these 7 organizations, there is an organization named Rose, and the leader of the Rose organization is Xiaoya. "You know me?" Xiaoya asked with a smile after seeing Yifan's reaction with some surprise. "Don't recognize it." Yifan gently shook his head. Xiaoya, on the other hand, slowly took 2 steps forward, and at this time Yifan could clearly smell the faint fragrance of Xiaoya's body, which was very charming. "I know that your rank is above mine, and you should be an awakened as well, so I want to recruit you to join my team. I'm missing people like you around me." Xiaoya's rosy lips radiated a gush of tantalizing light. "I don't want to be part of any team for a while, so if there's nothing else, I'll be off." Although Yifan admitted that Xiaoya was a very beautiful woman, he was no longer interested in the matter of joining into someone else's organization, so he directly refused. Xiaoya, on the other hand, froze for a moment. She also seemed to not expect Yifan to reject himself so painfully. "Wow." At the same time, 2 burly men rushed over and raised their pistols and aimed them at Yifan's head. "Kid, don't you dare to toast me." One of the burly men shouted. "There's a gun inside his hand. It seems this Xiaoya wasn't an ordinary person before the end of the world." Yifan, on the other hand, secretly sighed in his heart. "Denyo Ernyo, you two put down your guns. It's people's freedom if they don't want to join us." Xiaoya, on the other hand, chortled very calmly, then reached out and gently patted Yifan's shoulder and said, "Handsome boy, if you change your mind you can come to me, and if you run into any trouble you can also come to me. I'm very interested in you." "Yes." Yifan slowly nodded. Xiaoya smiled flirtatiously, and then she stepped aside. Yifan hesitated for a moment and directly started the motorcycle to run and drive ahead. I didn't think there would be someone with a higher rank than me. It's kind of interesting. Xiaoya looked at Yifan's back and smiled meaningfully. Yifan, you have thoughts about that woman just now? Jin Qian seemed to be a little less happy as she rushed at Yifan and asked, what did I have in mind, huh? Didn't I just turn down her invitation? Yifan returned indifferently. If you have no idea, then why do you keep staring at that woman's thighs? Jin Qian continued to ask. Her legs are quite nice. Isn't it normal for me to look at them more? Yifan answered back with a straight face. Then after turning his head to look at Jin Qian, he said, are you mistaken? I'm your master. You're not my master. What's wrong with me taking a look at other women's thighs? Humph. Jin Qian directly snorted coldly. Yifan, on the other hand, directly stepped on the brakes. Ah. Jin Qian's body directly hit on top of Yifan's back due to inertia. It's very soft and stretchy. Yifan, what are you doing? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Jin Qian shouted with great excitement. Yifan didn't pay any attention to Jin Qian and continued to ride the motorcycle. More than 10 minutes later, Yifan and Jin Qian returned to the safe house in the mall. After entering the safe house, Jin Qian was instantly shocked by the scene inside, because the safe house is a small house from the outside, but after entering the inside, Jin Qian realized that there are other places. That's a little too amazing, isn't it? Jin Qian couldn't help but sigh. Yifan didn't have time to explain anything to Jin Qian and came directly to the middle of Song Shishi's room. At this time, Song Shishi was still in a comatose state, and from time to time, she would call out Yifan's name, which should be in a nightmare. Yifan took the antidote out of his backpack and then had Jin Qian inject it inside Song Sishi's arm. After the antidote was injected, Song Sishi's body temperature had obviously lowered quite a bit. It should be no longer in any danger, but it was unknown when exactly she would be able to come to her senses. Is she your girlfriend? Jin Qian asked at Yifan after hesitating for a while. No, the two of us are friends. Yifan faintly returned. You're looking for a third-stage walker just to save her, right? Jin Qian continued to ask. Yes. Yifan nodded. Then she's pretty lucky to have a friend like you. Jin Qian seemed to be a little envious among her words. Yifan didn't say anything more, but directly used those materials rewarded by the system to upgrade the safe house to level 4. A flash of light. The safe house landscape has changed once again. What had been just over 60 square feet became over 90 square feet and an extra bedroom. This is amazing, isn't it? Jin Qian's eyes were filled with shock after seeing the changes that happened in the safe house. Now I have 2 bedrooms here, so you can stay in the other one, Yifan said as he looked at Jin Qian. What about you? Jin Qian asked. I live in the living room. Yifan faintly replied back. Then he turned around and walked out of Song Sishi's room ready to lie down on top of the sofa and take a rest. Boo. Boo. But Yifan had just laid down for less than 10 minutes when a violent crash came from the location at the entrance of the mall. Yifan directly got up and walked out of the safe house. Then through the glass of the mall, he saw that there were almost can be more than 100 people gathered outside. At this point, these people are making a concerted effort to use various methods to try to force the doors of the mall open. These people seem to be coming for the supplies in the mall. What do we do? Jin Qian seemed to have heard the crash as well and walked over to Yifan's side to ask softly. No one can take the supplies here. Yifan returned Jin Qian's sentence with an expressionless face. With so many people on the other side, are you sure you can stop them? A trace of worry flashed among Jin Qian's beautiful eyes. Just kill a few random people. Yifan spoke in a calm tone that sent shivers down one's spine. Chapter 15. Kill anyone who crosses the line. Jin Qian had a very puzzled expression on her face after hearing Yifan's words. She seemed to be a bit confused as to what Yifan was referring to when he said that it would be better to just kill a few. Is it killing zombies? Or is it murder? Boom, boom, boom. The crashing sounds outside the mall were getting stronger, and those outside had even started looking for cars that would start and were ready to ram the doors with them. Yifan, at this rate the gate will be broken open by them sooner or later. Otherwise, you might as well open the gate and distribute some supplies to these people. Jin Qian shouted at Yifan with an excited expression. There is no limit to human desire. The supplies within the mall may not be enough for me to use in my lifetime, but I can't share them, because as long as this start is made, then there is no way to stop. Yifan faintly replied back to Jin Qian and then arrived in front of the mall gate. The big iron door on the outermost part of the mall had been smashed out with a hole that could almost be the size of a basketball, but because there was still a glass door inside the mall. The glass door was not at all less hard than the iron door outside. Normal people trying to get in then would still need to break this glass door. Through the hole, Yifan realized that there could be almost 100 people standing outside. These are the people who survived. There's someone inside the mall. That's just great. Lads, hurry up and open the door. Let us in. Hurry up and let us in. Yifan was able to see the people outside through the hole, so naturally the people outside could see Yifan as well. For a while, the crowd shouted at Yifan at the top of their voices. Yifan, on the other hand, looked at these people expressionlessly and didn't rush to speak. The crowd seemed to realize something was wrong after shouting for a while. What do you mean, young man? Yeah. Why don't you open the door? Do you want the supplies inside all to yourself? The few people standing at the front rushed at Yifan and questioned. You guys are right. I'm not going to share the supplies inside this mall with anyone. So it's better for you guys to stop wasting your efforts here and check out some other places. Yifan finally spoke. For a while, the crowd at the entrance began to swear at Yifan. What gives you the right to hog the inside of the mall? Why are you such a selfish person? Yeah. Do you believe we'll break down the door right now, and you'll be in for a rude awakening? Yifan's words caused outrage. Jin Xian was standing behind Yifan. Her pretty face was full of worry. She was worried that Yifan really made these people angry. Then I am afraid that there is no way to end the matter. Yifan, you'd better open the door obediently, or else you'll be in deep shit if those of us rush in. However, just at this time, a middle-aged burly man suddenly came to the forefront and rushed at Yifan threateningly through the glass. Wang Biao. Yifan couldn't help but freeze for a moment after seeing this middle-aged man. Wang Biao is the manager of Yifan's company. At first, before the end of the day, did not start Wang Biao because he looked at Li Ru. After learning that Li Ru is Yifan's girlfriend, will try to do everything to bully Yifan. Later on, when the doomsday began, Wang Biao also relied on the fact that he had a few followers by his side to blackmail the supplies in Yifan's hands 3 times. He even tried to force Li Ru to do that kind of thing, and finally only gave up because Yifan's friends stepped in to stop him. I didn't expect to run into an enemy so soon. Yifan grinned. He also didn't expect Wang Biao to take the initiative to come to his door. Yifan, brother Wang is talking to you. Don't pretend to be fucking deaf. Hurry up and open the door. You punks still want to hog the supplies inside the mall? Are you out of your mind? The 2 youths behind Wang Biao followed suit and shouted. These 2 people naturally both knew Yifan, and in the last life, both before and after the doomsday, these 2 people had not helped Wang Biao bully and humiliate Yifan. How can I not listen to brother Wang? Yifan smiled back. Looks like you kids seems to have grown a bit. Wang Biao smiled very happily when he heard Yifan's words. Yifan directly crouched down and prepared to open the big lock of the glass door, while Jin Xian quickly stopped Yifan and whispered, I think what you just said is right. Once you let all these people in, then they will surely grab all the supplies. Didn't I tell you? Just kill a few of them and they'll be honest. Yifan whispered back, then he directly opened the glass door. After the glass door opened, Yifan opened the outermost large iron door. The crowd outside instantly turned red when they saw that Yifan had really opened the door, and each one of them was ready to rush towards the mall as if they were crazy. Be fucking honest, all of you. Wang Biao shouted with glaring eyes. The crowd froze at the words. Don't forget, I'm the one who told Yifan to open the door. Don't you understand the rules? What's the point of rushing inside one by one? Wang Biao continued to punch the crowd in a threatening manner. The crowd only calmed down a little after hearing this. That's right, that's right. It was Brother Wang who let Yifan open the door. We should let Brother Wang go in first. There's plenty of supplies in here. Let Wang take them first. We'll just take them later. The crowd shouted with laughter. And as Wang Biao surveyed the crowd, the idea of wanting to monopolize the mall seemed to surface in his mind. After all, if he could dominate this mall, then he wouldn't need to worry about supplies. Just as Wang Biao was calculating how to get rid of these people, Yifan got a bottle of spray paint from somewhere and directly drew a red line at the entrance of the mall. Yifan, what do you mean by that? Wang Biao frowned and asked at Yifan. Brother Wang, there's nothing else to it. As long as I see anyone crossing this line from now on, if 1 comes over, I'll kill 1. If 10 come over, I'll kill 10. Yifan looked up and smiled back at Wang Biao. Ha ha ha. Wang Biao directly tilted his head and laughed after hearing this sentence from Yifan, then stroked his chin and said, Yifan, it's only today that I haven't seen you've even become so interesting. Yeah, Yifan, you're saying that you're going to kill us if we cross this line, aren't you? I can't believe you dare to kill. The 2 followers beside Wang Biao followed suit and shouted. Jin Xian stood blankly at the side. It was only then that she realized what Yifan meant by killing a few random people. Wang Biao crossed the red line with a smile on his face, and the two followers walked in together. Yifan, didn't you say you'd kill anyone who crossed this line? I'm coming over now. How do you? Wang Biao looked at Yifan condescendingly. But before he could finish his sentence, a cold light flashed by. The Kusanagi sword in Yifan's hand flew straight out, then instantly pierced through Wang Biao's chest. Before Wang Biao could finish his sentence, a mouthful of blood sprayed out, and then his entire body fell straight to the ground. For a moment, it was as if the whole world had gone quiet. The crowd outside the door and the two followers who had followed Wang Biao to cross the red line piece by piece were instantly dumbfounded. These people had only just adapted to life in the post-apocalyptic world, and they still had a bone-deep fear of things like killing. But at this moment, Yifan had directly killed Wang Biao without even blinking. That's a living, breathing human being. In front of Yifan, it was like grass. The two followers knew Yifan before Doomsday, and in their eyes, Yifan was a soft-brained punk. Who would have thought that Yifan would turn so ruthless? Tap, tap, tap. Yifan took a step in front of Wang Biao's body, then bent down and pulled out the Kusanagi sword that was stabbed in the middle of Wang Biao's body. Wang Biao's two followers only reacted at this moment and turned their heads to run. But it's too late. A cold light flashed. Two heads instantly flew from inside the mall to the feet of the crowd. Scarlet blood sprayed up more than half a meter high. Murder! Help! Murder! The crowd instantly boiled, wailing and hissing. Yifan, on the other hand, wiped the blood on top of the Kusanagi sword with the clothes on Wang Biao's body while expressionlessly looking at the already chaotic crowd outside. Death is always the best option for awe and fear. Evil will always outweigh good in human nature. Likewise, there is always more cowardice than courage in human nature. Chapter 16. Death is a relief. After Yifan wiped down all the blood on top of the Kusanagi sword, he casually kicked the bodies of Wang Biao and the others out of the middle of the mall. As the three corpses smashed into the middle of the pile, the crowd once again erupted into a miserable shout. Yifan, on the other hand, slowly walked outside the door of the mall and looked up at the full scarlet moon hanging above the sky. Anyone else want to come in? Yifan asked at the crowd with an expressionless face. The crowd shook their heads. With Wang Biao's lesson, they wouldn't dare to break in even if they had 10,000 guts. Yifan, on the other hand, smiled faintly and then returned inside the mall. Young man, we cannot go in, but you more or less give us something to eat and drink. The supplies outside are pretty much looted. We will starve to death alive. An old man shouted at Yifan with a trembling voice. Yifan twisted his head and glanced at the old man, then said faintly, "In this world nowadays, some people dying is actually a kind of relief." After saying this, Yifan directly closed the door of the mall. Those outside the mall looked at the closed iron gate with despair written in their eyes. Card signing system. Is there any way to reinforce the mall doors? Yifan asked secretly in his mind after locking the door of the mall. He understood that this approach of his today would at most scare the ordinary people, and when most of them leveled up later in the game, and the awakened gradually awakened their abilities, it wouldn't be easy for Yifan to defend the mall on his own. In reply to the host, the mall is a public area and the gates cannot be reinforced. However, the host can form his own team, and after the team's numbers are raised, the concerns in the host's mind can be resolved. The system replied, "How dare you be able to know what's worrying me in my mind?" Yifan asked with some surprise. "I am one with the host itself. Congratulations to the host for triggering the group quest. Mission message, form a squad of 20. Quest level, novice. Mission limit, 15 days. Quest reward, 5D grade cards." Yifan couldn't help but freeze for a moment after hearing these words from the card system, and then smiled and said, "I didn't think there would be such a simple task. Host, this is not a simple task. It is not easy to find like-minded teammates in the midst of the apocalypse who are completely obedient to you. Remind the host not to recruit teammates indiscriminately in order to complete the mission, or else it is likely to put the host in danger." Yifan understood that the system's reminder was right. In the midst of today's world, no one is trustworthy. Recruiting teammates naturally requires careful consideration as well. However, Yifan wasn't really too interested in this mission. After all, 5D rank cards weren't much of a temptation to him, and Yifan didn't want to get a large group of people on his side. Yifan returned to the safe house, then directly laid down on top of the sofa ready to rest for a while. Jin Xinxian followed Yifan back to the safe house. Perhaps because the scene where Yifan killed Wang Biao and the others just now was too brutal, Jin Xinxian had developed some fear towards Yifan, and she went back to her room after briefly greeting Yifan. This night, Yifan didn't sleep very peacefully, because from time to time, people would knock on the door of the mall to try to enter the mall, but in the end, they all left unhappy. 5:30 in the morning. Yifan, who was still sleeping, was awakened by the game system's beep. Congratulations to all players for safely surviving the first day of the game. There's still half an hour before the new round of zombie attack. Please allocate your time wisely. The new zombie attack will last for 3 hours. Remind all players again that the first 1,000 players to upgrade to level 20 will be rewarded by the system. The reward is 3 antidotes and an anti-infection serum. Yifan instantly sobered up after hearing these words from the system. In fact, this upgrade reward had always existed. Only in his last life, Yifan's level had always been very low, and he hadn't paid any attention to these things at all. And that reward is actually still very tempting. The antidote was naturally needless to say. Yifan had only obtained just 1 antidote after killing a third-order zombie with his life. The anti-infection serum is of unimaginable value in this world, because once infected by a zombie within an hour will complete necrosis, so that time and want to find the serum is simply too late. The best way is to carry with you in case of emergency. Although Yifan's ability value and level were far beyond ordinary people, it didn't mean that he wouldn't be poisoned and infected. Once Yifan was really infected, things would be in trouble. So Yifan directly got up and rushed to the middle of Jin Xianxian's room. "Ah, Yifan, you pervert. Why don't you knock when you come in?" It was followed closely by Jin Xian's piercing cries. "So what? Why don't you wear clothes when you sleep?" Yifan looked at Jin Xianxian, who was hiding inside the quilt, and returned with some embarrassment. Where could he have imagined that this woman had the habit of sleeping naked? It's just a pity that Yifan came in with some haste, so he saw a rough outline. And before he could look carefully, Jin Xianxian used the quilt to cover her sexy body. "Get your ass out of here." Jin Xianxian pointed at the door and shouted. Yifan helplessly turned around and walked out of Jin Xianxian's room. A few minutes later, Jin Xianxian put on her clothes and came to Yifan's side. "What's your business in my room?" Jin Xianxian seemed to be still a bit angry as she asked. "There are still 20 minutes before the zombies appear. You now go with me to the mall to get some supplies back. When the zombies appear after I may leave the mall, then you will be in the safe house to take care of my friend. No matter what happens outside, do not leave the safe house, understand?" Yifan said in a very serious tone at Jin Xianxian. "Got it." The expression on Jin Xianxian's face only slightly eased after she realized that Yifan went to her room for business. And without any nonsense, Yifan directly ran outside the safe house. The big supermarket inside the mall stored a large amount of food and fresh water. So Yifan and Jin Xianxian used the transportation trucks used by the supermarket staff to transport a large amount of supplies to be stored in the safe house. But the woman, Kim Chin Chin, took mostly mineral water because she wanted to take a comfortable bath. Yifan looked at the piles of mineral water, couldn't help but secretly think in his mind that in his last life, he didn't even talk about taking a bath. Not even a painful sip of water was impossible. A bottle of mineral spring was a week's worth of drinking water for Yifan. Yifan was clear that there was a very large amount of mineral water in the supermarket, so he didn't bother with Jin Xianxian. 20 minutes later, the zombies sowed stop. Because the mall itself was a dangerous area, a large number of first and second-order zombies appeared outside the safe house. Yifan simply ate something to replenish some of his strength before planning to leave the safe house directly. But before leaving, Jin Xianxian suddenly tugged at Yifan and asked in a nervous tone, "Yifan, are you sure these zombies won't rush into the safe house?" "I am a bit scared." "Don't worry, as long as you don't go out, there's no way these walkers can get in." Yifan softly comforted Jin Xianxian. "Then you should be safe too, and make sure you come back alive." Jin Xianxian said hurriedly. "Yes." Yifan nodded and then walked out of the safe house. The moment Yifan stepped out of the safe house, the countless zombies around him seemed to have smelled the scent of blood on Yifan's body. However, only the second-order zombies dared to rush towards Yifan's side, while those first-order zombies didn't dare to get close to Yifan at all. And Yifan didn't choose to make a move on these zombies inside the mall, but kept dodging the zombies' attacks to run outside the mall. He knows that although these zombies are dangerous, it is also like adding a layer of protection to the safe house where Jin Xianxian is. Normal people who see so many zombies in the mall will never rush in. Jin Xianxian and Song Shi are relatively safe in the safe house. After rushing out of the mall, Yifan locked the gate. The number of zombies on the street is far less than the number of zombies in the shopping mall, and Yifan also found that there are already human beings in groups of 3 to 5 out on the street hunting and killing zombies. Yifan simply calculated that his current level was 17, 3 levels short of 20. And that's 405 for the 3 levels of experience required. 1 point for killing a first-order zombie, 2 points for a second-order zombie, and 3 points for a third-order zombie. If the math went on like this, Yifan didn't know how many zombies he would have to kill to get to level 20. System reminder, may I ask if the host is signing in for today? The voice of the card system rang out. Sign in. Yifan directly replied back. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. There are 6 days left until the next sign-in reward is issued. System, do you know if you know of any methods to quickly upgrade? Yifan suddenly asked. Host, there are 2 ways to obtain experience value. Killing zombies and completing tasks, based on the current host level and ability value. I analyzed that it is the fastest for the host to go and kill the third-order elite zombies for upgrading, and each elite zombie can provide the host with 30 experience points. The system said slowly. Third-order elite zombies? Yifan's eyes flashed with a trace of dissimilarity after hearing the system's words. Chapter 17. Under the Doomsday, All the Living Things. Yifan had heard of the existence of elite zombies in his previous life. This elite level of zombie strength than the third-order zombie more terrifying, in the number of rare, and it is said that the so-called third-order elite zombies are unique. They are like human awakening as able to awaken different abilities out. The scariest thing was that the level of the elite zombie would be boosted with the number of humans he killed. The apocalypse had only just begun now, so most of the elite zombies were of the 3rd rank. But at the back, they would directly upgrade to the 4th and 5th rank, and their strength would naturally become more and more terrifying. Remind the host that a new quest has appeared. Quest information. Kill 10 third-order elite zombies. Quest level. Novice. Mission limit. 5 days. Quest reward. 2 A-grade cards, 200 experience points, and 1,000 each of the first-order materials needed to upgrade the safe house. Just at this time, the sound of the card signing system rang out. It was only after Yifan heard the system's voice that he realized that the tasks of this card signing system were all randomly triggered, and whenever Yifan experienced different things, he would trigger different tasks. Remind the host that this mission is a special mission. Once the mission fails, the host will have 100 experience points deducted as punishment. May I ask if the host accepts the mission? What? You have to deduct experience points if the mission isn't completed? Yifan's eyes widened in an instant. Host, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Yifan hesitated for a moment. If he accepted this quest, each third-order zombie would provide 30 experience points, and then with the 200 points rewarded by the system, he would be able to directly break through to level 20. It was probably the fastest way for him to upgrade. Accept the mission. Yifan replied. The capture and kill mission has begun. Please complete the mission within the specified time frame. The countdown appeared in front of Yifan's eyes. 5 days was not a short period of time for Yifan, but the hardest part of trying to kill a third-order elite zombie was where to look for a third-order elite zombie. System, do you know where I can find a third-order zombie? Yifan asked. I don't know. The system answered dryly. Yifan was also no nonsense, directly mounted the motorcycle, then ran wildly in the city again. According to his memories from his previous life, he had once heard that a very brutal zombie seemed to have appeared within Nanyang University in Nanyang City, and basically all of the teachers and students within Nanyang University had died at the hands of that zombie. Later on, Nanyang University became a forbidden place, and even some awakened ones didn't dare to easily enter the campus of Nanyang University to look for supplies. And the school was also mentioned when the card system prompted Yifan about the location of the third-order zombie. Therefore, Yifan felt that there was a high probability that there was a third-order elite zombie on the campus of Nanyang University, and there might not be just one, or else those awakened wouldn't have treated this place as a forbidden land. Now it looks like we'll just have to take our chances over at the school first. Yifan rode his motorcycle straight in the direction of Nanyang University. The number of zombies on the road continued to grow, and the number of humans who came out and dared to kill them also continued to grow. Most people seem to have mastered the rules of how to live in this world, and only a small number of people are still innocently hiding in the dark corners of their hearts, praying for the end of the world or the rescue of their senior leaders. And there's really only one way for these people to end up, and that's to either starve to death or be killed by zombies. Yifan also found that some ordinary people who weren't awakened had also come to the 3rd level, and these people were still upgrading very quickly. It wasn't much use, though, as this gap in rank would gradually be widened as the awakened person's abilities awakened. To put it simply, some of this is in the end a game of awakened people playing with each other. The existence of ordinary people may simply make this post-apocalyptic world a little more lively. Half an hour later, Yifan arrived at Nanyang University. Just as he had guessed, the number of zombies within Nanyang University wasn't large, but most of them were second-order or higher, and there were even third-order zombies roaming above the playground. Even Yifan saw a lot of zombies wearing school uniforms nibbling on human bodies. The scene was somewhat disgusting and revolting. These zombies in school uniforms are obviously infected students. Because there were simply too many bodies within the playground, Yifan had to choose to abandon the motorcycle then enter into the middle of the school on foot. After the zombies smelled Yifan's body, they turned their heads to look at him. Yifan briefly moved his body, and then he carried the Kusanagi sword to start a new round of slaughter. Perhaps because of Yifan's level, these zombies had no resistance at all in front of him, and basically it was just one slash at a time. The only thing that made Yifan feel a bit troubled was that the number of zombies was just too much, and he might have to waste some time on these zombies outside. Inside the teaching building of Nanyang University, there could be almost a dozen students hiding in the corners of the classroom, and at this time, most of them had a very tense expression on their faces, and they didn't dare to make any noise. The only one who acted sort of less nervous was a slightly casual-looking youth with a head of yellow hair. Every now and then the yellow-haired youth glanced out the window, as if waiting for help. Feng Fuguwei, can you stop for a while? What if you keep walking around like this in case you attract zombies? A handsome-looking youth frowned and chided. Wang Peng, are you out of your mind? I'm observing when the rescue will actually arrive. We are all the flowers of the motherland. I don't believe that the motherland can so easily give up the little flowers that have been nurtured for years. Feng Fuguwei stared back. It's true that others are flowers, but you look like a toad come to life. What kind of flower are you? The girl beside Wang Peng skimmed her small mouth. Li Qian, you've gone a bit overboard. It's too insulting for you to call me a toad. Have you ever seen a talking toad? All right. However, just at this time, a very pretty-looking girl wearing a white knit shirt frowned and scolded, then continued. Why are you guys still in the mood to argue? Zombies are very sensitive to sound. What if we lure them over? Feng Fuguwei, Wang Peng, Li Qian, and the others instantly shut up at his words. The pretty girl who had just spoken was called Xiao Lemon and was the notorious schoolflower of Nanyang University. Xiao Lemon, a girl who was not only good-looking but also had a very good brain, was the first to realize that zombies were far more sensitive to sound than they were to scent. That's why she has been hiding inside this classroom with these students. At this point, they had been hiding for a whole day. There's no way to know what all is going on out there. Although Xiao Lemon's words made the crowd shut up, the talking just now was still a bit loud and directly attracted over many zombies. The zombies started banging frantically on the door of the classroom room. In just a few minutes, the door frame of the room was somewhat dislodged and a hole was knocked in the door. Xiao Lemon, the zombies seem to be coming in. What should we do? The girl beside Xiao Lemon asked very nervously. Prepare to retreat through the back door. As usual, one person needs to stay behind to help attract the attention of the walkers. Xiao Lemon returned with incomparable calm. The crowd all lowered their heads after hearing this. It was because there were originally more than 30 of them, but every time they moved from one classroom to another, they would leave one behind to attract the attention of the zombies and buy time for the others to escape. Since no one is talking, let's do it the old-fashioned way and draw lots. Xiao Lemon directly took out a few branches. It's the same approach they've always used before. The crowd was quick and took the branch directly from Xiao Lemon's hands. The final result was that Wang Peng, the handsome second-generation rich man who had an argument with Feng Fuguwei earlier, drew the shortest one. Wang Peng instantly froze in place. Wang Peng, you're responsible for staying behind to attract the zombies. You're leaving after we do. Good luck. Xiao Lemon whispered at Wang Peng. Wang Peng stared blankly at the branch in his hand without speaking. The next second, the door to the room is finally broken through by the walkers. Countless zombies frantically poured into the middle of the classroom. Xiao Lemon, Feng Fuguwei, and the others did not hesitate at all and directly ran to the back of the classroom. However, what no one had expected was that Wang Peng, who was supposed to stay behind, had followed along. Wang Peng, are you out of your fucking mind? If you don't stay, all of us will die here. Feng Fuguwei shouted very angrily at the top of his voice. Fuck you. Stay whoever you want. I don't want to die. Wang Peng glared and cursed. For a while, everyone was in disarray. Because of Wang Peng's sudden change of attention, it caused the zombies to directly catch up with these students. And Wang Peng's girlfriend, Li Qian, fell directly to the ground because of her nervousness. Wang Peng, help me. Li Qian shouted when she saw the zombies that were about to rush up. But Wang Peng did not even return his head for a moment. Frantically running while running also said, You die just in time for us to delay some time. Li Qian was instantly engulfed by the zombies, and her screams resounded in everyone's ears. Xiao Lemon, if we run like this, we'll all die here. That idiot Wang Peng can't be relied on at all. I'll go and help you guys stall for time. You take everyone and leave. Feng Fuguwei looked at the zombies that were getting closer and closer to them and directly shouted out, then casually picked up the fire axe on the side and stopped. Xiao Lemon looked at Feng Fuguwei and froze directly in place. It seemed that no one had ever imagined that Feng Fuguwei, the one who usually looked the most unreliable, had become their only hope for survival at this time. Under the doomsday, there are people who have lost their conscience and are trying to survive. Some people are sincere and fearless of life and death, but only want to be frank. Chapter 18. The Great Immortal has manifested himself? Xiao Lemon and the rest of those students who survived all stood frozen in place. They watched as Feng Fuguwei rushed straight in the direction of the zombies with his fire axe. At this moment, there was no way for these people to describe their feelings. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, Feng Fuguwei was the most unreliable one among them all. On weekdays at school, Feng Fuguwei will always look like a hangdog, but no one expected Feng Fuguwei to come forward at this time. Wang Peng, on the other hand, took advantage of the fact that everyone was a bit stunned and rushed straight to the front of the crowd. What are you all waiting for? If you don't run, you'll all die here. Wang Peng yanked open the door of a classroom to make sure he was safe before remembering his classmates. All hurry up and enter the classroom, or else all of this that Feng Fuguwei is doing right now will be for nothing. Xiao Lemon shouted at the crowd after reacting. Those students around them hurriedly ran towards the classroom. After everyone entered the classroom, Wang Peng subconsciously tried to lock the door of the classroom. Xiao Lemon was finally a bit unable to look on, directly stopped in front of Wang Peng staring with big watery eyes and shouted, "Wang Peng, what are you doing?" "What can I do? Lock the door, of course." Wang Peng returned with a straight face. "Feng Fuguwei is still outside right now. If you lock the door, how else is he going to get in, you tell me?" Xiao Lemon's voice was already trembling a bit at this point. She couldn't figure out why there would be someone as selfish as Wang Peng in this world. But the naive Xiao Lemon may not be aware of a very harsh reality. That is, in the midst of this current apocalyptic world, the more selfish people like Wang Peng live, the longer they live. On the contrary, fools like Feng Fuguwei, their sacrifices would only be remembered for a few days or less. Xiao Lemon, don't be naive. Feng Fuguwei couldn't have survived at all. If I don't lock the door in case the zombies come rushing in, all of us will die. Wang Peng said in a cold voice. I won't allow you to lock the door. Xiao Lemon stood in front of the door with a very firm tone. And Wang Peng was also too lazy to talk nonsense. As soon as he pushed Xiao Lim away and raised his hand to lock the door. Boo! A burly boy directly kicked Wang Peng. Wang Peng, aren't you going a little too far? Feng Fuguwei stayed behind to stop the zombies because of you. And now you're locking up his last hope. Are you even a fucking human being? The boy shouted at Wang Peng with red eyes. Yeah. Wang Peng, how did you become so selfish? If you hadn't suddenly run away, your girlfriend wouldn't be dead. People like you are really disgusting. Other students spoke up. If it were in normal times, no one would dare to offend a rich second generation like Wang Peng. But now, all of them had seen how selfish this Wang Peng person really was, and they weren't going to tolerate it anymore. And Wang Peng was clear that the boys had practiced sparring, so after hesitating for a moment he got up and walked to the side, not choosing to continue arguing with the boys about whether to lock the door or not. Xiao Lemon, on the other hand, walked quickly to the classroom window. Because the windows are barred, there's no fear of walkers rushing in through the windows. Feng Fuguwei may not be very good at studying, but he didn't usually exercise much. He kept swinging the fire axe he was holding at the walkers. Feng Fuguwei's luck was quite good. At this time, most of the zombies in the corridor were first-order zombies. Feng Fuguwei's level directly rose to second level after killing 7 or 8 zombies in a row. He felt an inexplicable extra strength among his body, and the speed of swinging the fire axe was obviously much faster. I didn't expect Feng Fuguwei to be so powerful. Yeah, usually he looks skinny and weak, but his strength is not small. Those students inside the classroom couldn't help but whisper as they watched the scene of Feng Fuguwei blocking the zombies. And Feng Fuguwei wasn't a fool. He knew clearly that if he kept on killing like this, the zombies around him would definitely increase. So he didn't choose to engage in a battle, but instead blocked the zombies while retreating back towards Xiao Lemon and the others' classroom. 20 meters. 10 meters. 8 meters. As Feng Fuguwei kept approaching the door of the classroom, Xiao Lemon directly rushed to the doorway ready to help Feng Fuguwei open the door in the first place. Wang Peng couldn't help but start to get a little nervous in his heart in the face of all this. Because he knew that Feng Fuguwei had a fire axe in his hand. Once if he let Feng Fuguwei survive, then Feng Fuguwei would most likely retaliate against himself because he didn't give everyone a break just now, as well as the fact that he wanted to lock the door. However, just as Feng Fugue's body was less than 3 meters away from the doorway. A scene that made everyone despair appeared. Perhaps because they were attracted by the sound of the fight, more than a dozen zombies unexpectedly appeared at the other end of the corridor. And all of these zombies were also second-order zombies. In a moment, Feng Fugue was directly blocked in the middle of the zombie horde within the narrow corridor. There was no way for him to continue backing up, and equally no way for him to move forward. Those students inside the classroom looked at the unusually anxious expression on Feng Fugue's face, but no one dared to rush in to help. Holy shit, is old man's luck that bad? This fucking usually exercise is still less If I had known that there is today's program, before I say anything every day to say on the whole 10 push-ups and so on. My mom gave me a fortune teller when I was a kid. I have a hurdle this year that I can't easily pass if I'm in a hurry. I didn't believe it at the time, but I didn't realize that the blind man's mouth was really smart. And at this time has been caught in the desperate Feng Fugue performance is actually quite calm. The only thing is the mouth word some more. He was merely giving vent to the fear in his heart by doing just that. The moment he decided to stay, he might have guessed his end. He roared, then swung the fire axe in his hand again. But there was no way to help the zombies around them. On his side, he had just chopped down the zombie in front of him with an axe, while another zombie appeared behind him. The zombies in the front and back were less than a meter away from Feng Fugue at this point. A zombie directly grabbed Feng Fugue's shoulder and opened its bloody mouth to bite down. It's over. It's going to be accounted for here. Such a thought flashed through Feng Fugue's mind. Xiao Lemon also directly closed his eyes, somewhat unable to bear to see what was going to happen next. Boo! But at this very moment, a long sword flew out directly and instantly pierced through the zombie's head. The green blood directly sprayed Feng Fugue's face. Holy shit, what's going on? The fairy my mom found for me is manifesting? Feng Fugue directly shouted out after feeling something sprayed on his face. And those students inside the classroom were all filled with incredulity, only to see a figure rushed over at a very terrifying speed. Those zombies were like papier-mâché in front of this person, basically just a punch to burst one, a kick to fly one. This seems to be really a big fairy manifestation. Feng Fugue stuttered after seeing Yifan blowing out a zombie's head directly with one punch. Actually, Yifan had already discovered Feng Fugue and these people. However, Yifan didn't come to the school to save people, so he didn't bother with these students. However, after Yifan saw that Feng Fugue actually chose to stay alone and sacrifice himself in order to save those of his classmates, he was still moved with compassion. Yifan pulled out the sword of Kusanagi that had been inserted inside the zombie's head, and then he began his frantic slaughter. There could be almost 30 walkers in the corridor at this point. Yifan alone took less than 10 minutes to get rid of all of them in just less than 10 minutes. Xiao Lemon and the others inside the classroom had been completely dumbfounded. After all, killing a zombie in their eyes was already difficult. And Yifan alone had killed so many zombies in the blink of an eye. Feng Fugue stood frozen in place, is full of shock. His heart is very clear if not Yifan suddenly shot, he is likely to have died in the hands of these zombies. Great immortal benefactor, accept my obeisance. After Feng Fugue saw that the zombies had all died, he bent down and was about to kneel down for Yifan. Dyson benefactor? Yifan subconsciously glanced at Feng Fugue, then his entire body froze in place. Chapter 19. Ugly as the world has ever seen. The reason why Yifan acted very surprised when he saw Feng Fugue. It wasn't because Yifan knew Feng Fugue before, or that Feng Fugue had any relationship with Yifan. He was simply shocked by Feng Fugue's ugliness. Previously, Yifan was farther away from Feng Fugue, so he didn't see Feng Fugue's face clearly. And it was at this point that he finally sort of saw it clearly. Yifan had never seen such an ugly person before. Even Yifan felt that using the word ugly to describe this person was a bit inappropriate. Feng Fugue, this person's eyes are very, very small, almost as big as a soybean, but also a heavenly nose, lips thicker, coupled with the zombie's green blood sprayed on Feng Fugue's face. At this moment, this person gave Yifan a real feeling as if he was a toad that had become a spirit. Feng Fugue almost blended all the determinations above the looks into himself alone. Yifan was even a little curious as to what kind of parents could give birth to such a child. And Jean, I'm a little embarrassed that you're looking at me so straight. Feng Fugue said with a big grin at Yifan. You're pretty chic looking. Yifan whispered back to Feng Fugue. Benefactor talk is different. You just directly say I am ugly on the line, but also say that I look chic. Feng Fugue has always had a very accurate perception of his appearance, but he didn't particularly care. He thought it was important for a man to have gravitas. I'm afraid of hurting your self-esteem by saying it directly. What's wrong with that? When I was a kid, I was often shouted at as the number one ugly on Biling Road. And then when you went to college, these people said I was the number one ugly at Nanyang University. I'm used to it. Ha ha ha. Yifan couldn't help but smile when he heard this. This was perhaps the first time he had laughed from the bottom of his heart since he was reborn, amused by the douchey aura of Feng Fugue's body. Feng Fugue, are you all right? Right at this moment, Xiao Lemon and the others all rushed to Feng Fugue's side to inquire about his condition. Nothing much, thanks to the benefactor's help just now. Feng Fugue returned with a big grin, then rushed at Xiao Lime and asked, "What? Was I handsome just now?" "Pretty cool." Xiao Lemon was honest. "Women are really realistic. 2 days ago I looked for you to watch a movie. You also scolded me ugly as a toad, like let me take a piss to look at, and today said that I am handsome. Hey, really cannot figure out you women hard. Feng Fugue pretended to exclaim with an inscrutable look, and Xiao Lemon looked at the expression on Feng Fugue's face to be as speechless as possible, and couldn't help but curse a fool in a low voice. "This big brother, I wonder what your name is?" Wang Peng naturally did not have the mood to care about Feng Fugue's. Directly rushed to the front of Yifan with quick steps, rushed to ask Yifan, "Something wrong?" Yifan lightly glanced at Wang Peng. "It's like this, my father is the king of our Nanyang city." Wang Peng came up with the intention of identifying himself. "I don't care who your father is. In this world now, even if your father is the richest man in the world, it's useless. If you have something to say, hurry up and say it." Yifan was definitely not in the mood to listen to Wang Peng talk about this nonsense, and directly interrupted in a cold voice. Wang Peng, on the other hand, froze for a moment and said in a somewhat awkward tone, "Big brother, I just want to ask if you can take me out of this school?" "Can't." Yifan didn't have much mood to waste time on these students, and after saying this, he took a step towards the front. For him, the top priority was to hurry up and find the third-order elite zombies. "Wang Peng, can you put away your disgusting look of a rich second generation? You have pissed off my benefactor." Feng Fugue, on the other hand, scolded Wang Peng in a low voice, then hurriedly ran to Yifan's side. "Benefactor, where are you planning to go?" Feng Fugue rushed at Yifan and asked. "Find the walkers." Yifan returned indifferently. On the other hand, Feng Fugue's eyes flashed with a trace of dissimilarity amongst them. Most people in this situation right now were trying to find ways to avoid the zombies, and it was really quite rare for someone like Yifan to take the initiative to look for zombies. "Benefactor, what are you doing looking for walkers?" Feng Fugue hurriedly continued to ask. "Kill." Yifan faintly returned. "Big brother, can you make your words clearer, even though you saved my life? I really don't understand you popping one word at a time out there." Feng Fugue was a bit broken by Yifan and shouted at the top of his voice. Yifan, on the other hand, turned his head to look at Feng Fugue and froze. He suddenly felt that this ugly-looking boy was actually kind of interesting. At the very least, he was more real. Moreover, just now Yifan also witnessed Feng Fugue was ready to sacrifice himself in order to save his classmate, which showed that Feng Fugue's heart was not bad. "Benefactor, I don't mean anything else. You saved my life just now. I definitely want to repay you. So I just want to ask you what you're up to. I'll see if I can help you." Feng Fugue looked at Yifan very seriously and said, "I'm looking for some more specialized walkers, just ones that are going to be more powerful than the ones I just saw. Have you guys seen them before?" Yifan rushed at Feng Fugue and asked. Feng Fugue, on the other hand, directly shook his head and said with a skittish mouth, "I'm a person with a cleanliness fetish. Looking at zombies makes me nauseous, so I haven't scrutinized it before." "Then get the hell away from me." Yifan let Feng Fugue get a little speechless and scolded with a frown. "Benefactor, why are you still angry? Are you so emotionally unstable?" Feng Fugue said in a hurry. Seeing that there was no way to ask useful information out of Feng Fugue's mouth, Yifan didn't intend to continue to talk nonsense with him and took a step forward. "I've seen it." However, just at this time, Xiao Lemon suddenly shouted at Yifan. Yifan twisted his head to look at Xiao Lime, then frowned and asked, "Are you sure you've seen it?" "Yes, there is a zombie whose body is emitting a light green glow. While most of the zombies don't emit light, a very small portion of their body is emitting a light white light. I think that zombie should be the one you're looking for." Xiao Lemon, a girl, was very meticulous and very careful in her observation of the zombies. "Where's that walker with the pale green glow?" A trace of excitement flashed amongst Yifan's eyes. Because he was clear that Xiao Lemon wasn't lying, there was indeed a white glow around the body of the third-order zombie, while the third-order elite zombie had a light green glow. That's actually one way to tell what a walker is capable of. "Promise me one thing before I tell you." Xiao Lemon spoke after hesitating for a moment. You say, let these men of ours follow you. Xiao Lemon is still very smart. They had been hiding in the school for a day and a night and had long been starving, although hiding in the classroom could avoid being attacked by the zombies. But this was not a long-term solution after all. It's best to leave as soon as possible. But even after the zombie attack is over, there will still be a lot of infected zombies in this school, and they still have no way to leave. And the battle that Yifan had just shown had proved that Yifan definitely had the ability to take them away, which was why she had made this request. It's fine to let you guys follow me, but I won't make any promises to you, and I'll just abandon you in times of danger. Yifan directly replied back. Benefactor, you're not like that. I'm sure you won't abandon us. Feng Fugue hurriedly shouted. Xiao Lemon, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment. She was clear that right now, the hope of those of them following Yifan's side to survive was far greater than continuing to hide here, so she still chose to agree to Yifan's conditions. That walker I saw before over at the library, it should still be in this building, but I'm not sure exactly where. Xiao Lemon rushed at Yifan. Where's the library? Yifan continued to ask. Benefactor, I know where it is. I'll take you there now. Feng Fugue shouted in a hurry. Yifan didn't choose to refuse this time. He was clear that these students were more familiar with the situation within the school, so having Feng Fugue and the others follow him could also help him save some time. Just like that, Yifan led Feng Fugue and the others to run directly above the teaching building. Originally, there were only a dozen or so of them, Xiao Lemon. However, as Yifan and the others traveled through the school building, many of the students who saw Yifan killing the zombies all followed the group as well. It was as if Yifan had become their protector in their eyes. And naturally, Yifan wouldn't bother with these people. They were willing to follow, then let them follow. A female student with a pretty face and a very sexy body directly squeezed Yifan's side from the very back of the crowd, and then intentionally raised her skirt by a few centimeters and pulled down the collar of her chest a little bit, revealing the tempting gully. Brother Fan, as long as you can take me out of our school, you can make people do whatever you want. The girl daintily rushed at Yifan. Yifan couldn't help but twist his head to look at the girl when he heard this, and he had to say that the girl's career line was indeed a bit tantalizing. Before Yifan could speak, Feng Fugue directly pulled his voice and cursed. Is it your turn to talk, you ugly bitch? The girls also broke into song. Get out of here. Feng Fugue kicked the girl's ass directly. The girls, on the other hand, glared fiercely at Feng Fugue and turned to leave. Benefactor, this bitch is not good. There is a disease. You must not take care of her. If you really have an idea, I will introduce you to a few good, not sick. Seeing the girls leave, Feng Fugue hurriedly rushed at Yifan. Sick? Yifan couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Buried. Feng Fugue nodded his head in an unusually serious manner. Chapter 20. The Mantis Zombie. Yifan looked at Feng Fugue. By his side, a trace of doubt flashed among his eyes. Then he frowned and asked, How do you know if people are buried or not? You know this woman, huh? I don't know, but I can tell at a glance if she's buried or not. Feng Fugue spoke with an unusually certain tone. How can you tell? Since there were fewer zombies around, Yifan made small talk with Feng Fugue. Intuition. Go, 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 and you stay the hell away from me too. I thought you knew something. Yifan raised his leg and kicked above Feng Fugue's butt. Benefactor, I can read faces. Why don't I show you? Get as far away from me as you can. Boo. But just at this time, a loud bang suddenly came from not far away. The expression on Feng Fugue's face changed instantly. Then he hurriedly rushed to Yifan and said, Brother Fan, the library is just ahead. The movement over there seems to be a bit out of place. Something's not right is right. Yifan looked at Feng Fugue and smiled, because he was clear that the more wrong the library side was, then it meant that the more likely that there would be a third-order elite zombie. And the expressions on the faces of those students behind Yifan began to turn tense. But there was no choice to leave, because they knew clearly that if they left now, it would definitely be a dead end as well. Soon, Yifan arrived at the entrance of the library. Boo! There was a loud bang. A youth was thrown straight out from inside the library. Big brother! The youth cried out with a tearful cry after being thrown out from inside the library. Get the hell out of here, as far away as you can. Soon, a middle-aged man's voice resounded within the library, and the youth seemed to be a bit unwilling, still intending to rush inside the library. Didn't you hear me when I fucking told you to fuck off? You're a liability to me now that you're back. But before the youth could enter the library, the middle-aged man's roar resounded once again. But the youth still rushed into the middle of the library without any hesitation. Ah! In the next second, a scream rang out in the library. Yifan hurriedly rushed over with quick steps. At this moment, inside the library, a zombie that was nearly 2 meters tall was gnawing on the youth's body. This zombie was very different from the others. The first thing was the light green glow around his body, and also the fact that he was very large, and that his head wasn't a human head, but that of a praying mantis, and his 2 arms were scythes stained with blood. And the scythe had pierced the youth's abdomen, intestines flowing out along the wound. Xiao Lemon and the others couldn't help but start to feel sick to their stomachs after seeing such a cruel scene. However, Yifan was filled with excitement. Congratulations to the host for finding a third-order elite zombie, the Manticide zombie. Manticide zombie, insect zombie, fast attack speed, average strength. Please treat the host with care. The card system's reminder slowly rang out. Brother. However, before Yifan could do anything, the middle-aged man standing in front of the mantis zombie directly roared. Lu Ziqiang. After Yifan saw this middle-aged man, a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. In his last life, Lu Ziqiang could be counted as one of the more famous figures in Nanyang City. And the reason why he was famous wasn't because of how powerful he was before Doomsday, but because after the Doomsday game started, Lu Ziqiang quickly showed a very terrifying combat power, and naturally, his level was far ahead of ordinary people. More importantly, Lu Ziqiang, this person was different from many awakened ones. He would not squeeze and rob ordinary people of their resources just because he was an awakened one. Instead, he would often share his resources with ordinary people who couldn't eat or drink. This also leads to Lu Ziqiang has a very good prestige and influence in Nanyang City. Yifan had also received help from Lu Ziqiang in the beginning, although it was only 2 bottles of water as well as a bag of cookies. But these supplies had already counted as a life-saving favor for Yifan at that time. If it wasn't for Lu Ziqiang's help, Yifan might have died on the streets long ago. Just as Yifan was reminiscing about these things, Lu Ziqiang directly ran towards the mantis zombie's position. And Lu Ziqiang's body also changed. It was as if his entire body was petrified. The skin on his body instantly turned greenish-brown, no different from the stones that could be seen everywhere on the streets. Yifan knew clearly that Lu Ziqiang's awakened talent was petrification, which was a relatively low D-grade talent. This talent of petrification doesn't increase the human's combat power too much. The main increase is in defense. But in the early days of the apocalypse is better to use, because this time the zombie attack power is not high. Unusual zombies are very difficult to penetrate the body of Lu Ziqiang. Brother Fan, how did this person's body turn to stone? Am I dreaming now or not? Am I hallucinating? Feng Fugue stuttered and asked at Yifan. It's not a hallucination. This man is awakened. Xiao Lemon spoke slowly. What's an awakened one, huh? Feng Fugue was in a daze. I don't know how I should explain this to you. Xiao Lemon whispered. Yifan twisted his head to look at Xiao Lemon, then asked in a low voice, you should also be an awakened, right? That's right. Xiao Lemon didn't deny it. What is your awakened talent? Yifan hurriedly continued to ask. Xiao Lemon didn't say anything after giving Yifan a faint look. On the other side, Lu Ziqiang and the mantis zombie had already fought together. The mantis zombie's scythe slashed at Lu Ziqiang's body one after another, and although there was no way to really hurt Lu Ziqiang, each attack would send Lu Ziqiang flying out. Lu Ziqiang couldn't even find a way to approach the zombies. Moreover, Lu Ziqiang himself is also clear that the petrification has a time limit. If he doesn't have a way to kill the mantis zombie before the end of petrification, then he is a dead end. But perhaps because of his brother's death, Lu Ziqiang exploded the greatest potential in his body. After he was repelled by the zombies 4 or 5 times in a row, Lu Ziqiang gave up his strong attack and instead rushed directly behind the library's bookshelves. Mantis walkers are relatively large and can't move easily. All that could be done was to keep swinging the scythe to send the obstacles in front of him flying, and then look for Lu Ziqiang's position. Lu Ziqiang was very smart. He quietly came behind the zombie with the cover of the bookshelf. It's now. Die, monster. Lu Ziqiang's eyes reddened with shame and rage as he roared, and his entire body rose into the air to directly run towards the mantis zombie's location. At this time, Lu Ziqiang's level was level 10, and his physical quality had naturally received a considerable boost. He leapt at least 2 meters in this leap, then raised his already petrified fist and slammed it hard on top of the mantis zombie's head. According to Yifan's judgment, Lu Ziqiang's punch could kill at least a third-order zombie. But it was a pity that he ran into a third-order elite zombie at this point. Fruity. After Lu Ziqiang's punch smashed into the zombie's head, it directly smashed the zombie's head out of a deep pit. But the zombie didn't fall down, but instead swung out a backhanded knife to ruthlessly smash Lu Ziqiang's body. Lu Ziqiang instantly flew backwards, and his entire body smashed on top of the wall. Those students who were following behind Yifan were all scared silly at this moment, and even some of the less courageous ones had already peed in fear. Brother Fan, let's go quickly. This monster is too scary. Yeah, we're definitely going to die at the hands of this monster if we stay. Let's go quickly while this man helps us stall for time. The crowd shouted at Yifan. Yifan, on the other hand, didn't pay any attention to these people at all, directly carrying the Kusanagi sword in the direction of the library. They probably didn't know that Yifan had come for this monster, and it was so hard to find the monster, so how could he leave so easily? My brother Fan is really too ruthless. He's still going inside even after this. He would definitely be a general if he were in ancient times. Feng Fuguei, on the other hand, said with an envious face. Boo. There was another loud bang. Lu Ziqiang was once again knocked out by the mantis zombie. However, the moment he landed on the ground, Lu Ziqiang sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The color of his skin was gradually returning to normal, indicating that the time for petrification had come. The mantis zombie ran at his position at a fast pace. He instinctively tried to run away, but unfortunately his leg was broken when he hit the ground earlier. The scarlet scythe whistled. A hint of despair flashed among Lu Ziqiang's eyes. Hyper. But just at this time, an ear-splitting metallic clang rang out. Yifan suddenly rushed out, and then used his Kusanagi sword to help Lu Ziqiang stop this fatal blow. Chapter 21. Monster that can't be killed? Lu Ziqiang's eyes flashed with a hint of shock when he saw Yifan using his sword to help him withstand this fatal blow. Because he was the one who had fought with the mantis zombie, he knew in his heart more than anyone else how terrifying the mantis zombie's attack power was. At this time, Yifan was able to stand still after carrying this attack hard. This showed that Yifan's power was most likely far above his own. And Lu Ziqiang was also surprised to realize that he had no way to see Yifan's level. Yifan was the first awakened he had encountered whose rank was above his own. The mantis zombie didn't even pause after seeing Yifan block his attack, and violently swung his other arm. The sharp scythe brought a whistling wind sound straight towards Yifan's head and slashed it. Yifan also did not have any hesitation and crossed the Kusanagi sword in front of his body. Hyper. There was another loud bang. The mantis walker's scythe clashed hard with the Kusanagi sword, erupting in an ear-splitting metallic clash. Get out of here. Taking this opportunity, Yifan shouted at Lu Ziqiang in a low voice. Lu Ziqiang was clear that his petrifying time had passed, so continuing to stay here would not only not help Yifan in any way, but on the contrary would become a liability. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and ran directly outside the library. Feng Fuguei looked at Yifan inside the library with worry written all over his face. He couldn't help but turn his head and rush to Xiao Lime and asked, Xiao Lime, do you think Brother Fan will be a match for that monster? No. Without any hesitation, Xiao Lemon directly shook his head. Why are you answering so sure? Why did you say that Van is no match for that zombie? Feng Fuguei shouted with great excitement. Xiao Lemon lightly glanced at Feng Fuguei without speaking. It was indeed clear in her heart that Yifan was not a match for the mantis zombie, but it was not at all impossible for Yifan to kill the mantis zombie. On the other side, Yifan was already carrying the Kusanagi sword and running towards the mantis zombie's position. What speed! Lu Ziqiang couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. He was also unawakened, but Lu Ziqiang was able to tell that Yifan's speed was more than 3 or 4 times faster than his own, and he was a little surprised at just how many levels Yifan was at right now. In the blink of an eye, Yifan rushed to the front of the mantis zombie. Because of having absolute speed, Yifan didn't even need to make a sneak attack like Lu Ziqiang. And the bookshelves in the library had all been pretty much destroyed, so Yifan simply had no cover even if he wanted to sneak attack. Yifan leapt forward, then raised his Kusanagi sword high in the air and slashed directly at the head of the mantis zombie. Although the mantis zombie had high attack power, it also had an Achilles heel, which was that its reaction speed was not fast. Yifan's sword was incomparably ferocious as it slashed on top of the mantis zombie's head, and the triangular-shaped head was instantly cut in half by Yifan's sword. The expressions on Lu Ziqiang, Feng Fuguei, and the others' faces after seeing this scene were as excited as they could be. They hadn't even expected Yifan to kill the mantis zombie so easily. Only Xiao Lemon stood in the distance without the slightest bit of excitement on his face. Fan, this is also too handsome, right? A sword to the zombie head to cut? Feng Fuguei hadn't finished his sentence. The mantis zombie swung his scythe arm violently and ran directly at Yifan's body to slash down. Yifan was more or less relaxed in his heart, just now after seeing his sword cut the head of the mantis zombie into 2 halves. Although Yifan reacted when the zombie struck and hastily backed away, but unfortunately he was still a fraction of a second too slow. The sharp scythe directly cut through Yifan's chest, and blood instantly dyed the top red. Yifan couldn't care about the wound on his chest and ran directly into the distance, pulling a safe distance from the mantis zombie. So close, so close. Yifan was clear that if he had reacted a little slower just now, it was likely that his entire chest would have been cut open by the zombie. Similarly, Yifan was also a bit shocked. His sword just now had clearly cut the head of this mantis zombie into two halves. Why did the zombie seem to be unaffected by anything? This question also appeared in Feng Fugui's mind along with Lu Ziqiang and the others. They had all killed zombies and knew that a zombie's greatest weakness was its head. But something didn't seem quite right about this mantis walker. Just as the crowd was shocked, the mantis zombie's head unexpectedly healed directly together. And Yifan's actions just now had angered the mantis zombie, which ran madly at Yifan and its scythe was constantly waving, just like a meat grinder. Yifan hurriedly ran to the distance because at this moment, the mantis zombie seemed to have entered a state of madness and he planned to avoid it first. The mantis zombie crashed on top of the bookshelf after sprinting for a distance of more than 10 meters, and the 3 to 4 meter tall bookshelf instantly collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yifan took advantage of this opportunity to physically leap up again, then raised the Kusanagi sword in his hand and ruthlessly stabbed at the head of the mantis zombie. The sword of Kusanagi ruthlessly plunged into the head of the mantis zombie, and dark green blood flowed out. But what made Yifan feel a little desperate was that the mantis zombie still didn't die, and his backhand was a scythe that ran at Yifan and chopped over. "I'll fight you, old man." What Yifan never expected was that Feng Fugui did not know when he rushed into the middle of the library, and then the moment the scythe fell, Feng Fugui directly pushed down the bookshelf in front of Yifan. The bookshelf slammed down hard on the mantis walker's body at this critical time. The direction of the scythe followed suit and shifted, cutting directly at the ground in front of Yifan. Yifan stepped back again, then shouted at Feng Fugui, "Who let you in? Get the hell out." "What kind of attitude is that? I just saved you my ass." Feng Fugui was very speechless as he returned. "Get the hell out of here." Yifan shouted with great excitement. Feng Fugui hesitated for a moment, twisted his head and ran outside the library, while running also cursed, "Really, LV Dongbin with the dog, I risked my life to save you, and you still let me roll. Really did not treat me as a person at all." As for Yifan, after seeing Feng Fugui after he had left, he breathed heavily and kept observing the mantis zombie that was trying to find a way to get out from under the bookshelf. He simply did not expect that the third-order elite zombie would be so difficult to deal with. The most important thing was that Yifan's attack on the mantis zombie's head had no effect at all. Just now his sword had been inserted into one half of it. But the mantis zombie was not subjected to any effect. If the mantis zombie had no weaknesses, then Yifan wanted to rely on brute force to kill the mantis zombie that was basically impossible. Just then the mantis zombie directly rushed out from underneath the bookshelf, then once again ran in Yifan's direction. Xiao Lemon stood still and hesitated for a long time before finally gritting his teeth and shouting at Yifan in a loud voice, "Yifan, this zombie's weak point isn't his head, it's his chest. The only way you can kill it is to pierce his heart." Yifan couldn't help but freeze for a moment after hearing Xiao Lime's words. Chapter 22. The Glove of the Mighty. "Xiao Lemon, can you stop talking nonsense if you don't understand? Isn't the zombie's weak point always the head? How do you know this zombie's weakness is in the heart?" Feng Fugui shouted with a big grin. "You shut up." Xiao Lemon directly shouted at Feng Fugui. "No, what do you both mean? One of you tells me to fuck off and the other tells me to shut up. You don't treat me like a human being, do you?" Anger was written all over Feng Fugui's ugly face. When he saved everyone before, Xiao Lemon didn't have this attitude towards him. "Yifan, trust me, the mantis zombie's weakness is in its chest, not its head." Xiao Lemon shouted at Yifan once again. Yifan hesitated for a moment and directly picked up the Kusanagi sword and once again ran towards the mantis walker's position. In the blink of an eye, Yifan arrived in front of the zombie. The huge scythe came whistling. Yifan dodged the attack of the scythe with his speed, and then directly leaped forward to stab the Kusanagi sword straight at the chest of the mantis zombie. Yifan actually didn't know if what Xiao Lemon said was true, but at this time he had no other choice. Because 2 consecutive attacks on the zombie's head didn't have any effect, he was going to try attacking the zombie's chest. If there was still no way to kill the zombies, then Yifan planned to just run away. However, Feng Fugui and Xiao Lemon and these people were expected to all die at the hands of the zombies. But Yifan couldn't care less. Under this apocalypse, living by himself was the most important thing. The sharp Kusanagi sword pierced right through the hard skin of the mantis walker. The body of the mantis zombie also gave a slight lurch, and in the next second it unexpectedly fell directly backwards. Boom. The mantis walker's body slammed directly onto the ground. Congratulations to the host for killing one third-order elite zombie. There are 9 third-order elite zombies left to complete this mission. The system's beep slowly sounded in Yifan's mind. Yifan, on the other hand, instantly froze in place. He breathed heavily, his heart shaken beyond measure. Because he hadn't thought that what Xiao Lemon said was actually true, the mantis zombie's weak point was indeed at its chest. Feng Fugue Lu Ziqiang and the others also could not help but turn their heads to look at Xiao Lemon. Xiao Lemon, how did you know that this zombie's weak point is not its head but its chest? Feng Fugue blinked his own delicate little eyes and asked. And Xiao Lemon did not answer this question from Feng Fugue. Holy shit, really don't treat me like a human being, do you? How come you can't even pretend to hear me now? Feng Fugue looked at Xiao Lemon and completely broke down. Yifan, on the other hand, briefly checked his body. Although he was injured, it was good that the attack of the mantis zombie was not poisonous or contagious, otherwise things would have been troublesome. He stepped in front of Xiao Lemon, then said in a low voice at Xiao Lemon, "Thank you for your reminder just now. Let's two talk alone." Xiao Lemon suddenly rushed at Yifan. Okay. Yifan nodded. Xiao Lemon took a direct step to the side. Yifan, on the other hand, walked to her side, then said after taking a look at Xiao Lime, "You should also be an awakened, right?" "That's right." Xiao Lemon didn't deny it. Originally, Xiao Lemon had been trying to hide the fact that he was an awakened, but just now he had no choice but to reveal his identity. Because she knew that once if Yifan died, then there was no way for her to leave here alive. "What is your awakened ability?" Yifan rushed at Xiao Lemon and asked. On the other hand, a hint of hesitation flashed among Xiao Lemon's eyes. "Your life is in my hands right now, and I recognize that you just saved me, but I don't suppose you have any guarantee that I'm not the ungrateful type, do you? After all, you're not like Feng Fugue. You saved me because I'm of use to you, not because you really care about my life and death." Yifan's words were very realistic. "My awakened ability is the power of insight. I can analyze the chances of winning based on your fighting strength as well as that of the zombies, and I can also know where the zombies' weaknesses are." Xiao Lemon eventually chose to tell the truth because she simply had no choice when facing Yifan. This was also why Xiao Lemon had been trying to hide the fact that he was an awakened. The ability she awakened didn't have any offensive nor defensive capabilities at all. To put it bluntly, she was actually no different from an ordinary person. Once if some humans more powerful than her knew about her ability, then she would instantly become a tool in the hands of others. "I think you forgot to mention one more, didn't you?" Yifan sneered. Xiao Lemon froze. "If I'm not mistaken, you should still be able to detect the presence of walkers within range, right?" Yifan looked at Xiao Lemon and said. Incredulity was written all over Xiao Lemon's beautiful eyes. She didn't expect the boy in front of her to be so smart. "How did you guess?" Xiao Lemon asked in a low voice. "First of all, there aren't many people who can survive in this building, but you can survive with so many people. The best explanation is that you can sense where there are more zombies and where there are fewer zombies, so you can always choose the best place to hide." Yifan analyzed with an expressionless face. Xiao Lemon, on the other hand, didn't retort because Yifan was right. "Secondly, your classroom is on the 3rd floor of this building, while the library is on the 5th floor of this building. Since you were with your classmates when the zombies appeared, it means that you people haven't left the 3rd floor at all. And it's impossible for the mantis zombies to go to the 3rd floor where you are. The fact that you reacted with great surprise when you saw the mantis zombie just now means that you haven't seen it at all. You are relying on your power of insight to sense the existence of a 3rd-rank elite zombie here." Yifan looked at Xiao Lemon and continued. For a while, Xiao Lemon was somewhat speechless. Yifan's analysis was completely correct. "You know I'm looking for these elite 3rd-order walkers, so you purposely didn't say anything about this ability of yours because you don't want me to keep risking my life by grabbing you guys and getting you out of here, right?" Yifan asked directly. Xiao Lemon looked at Yifan and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh before whispering, "I kind of underestimated your IQ. It seems that leveling up also seems to make a person's brain smart. I'm not a good person, but I'm definitely not a bad person either." Yifan sized up Xiao Lemon, then continued, "Let's make a deal between the two of us. You use your insight to help me find all the 3rd-order elite zombies inside this school and tell me where their weaknesses are. I will protect you from leaving the school safely after I kill them. What do you think? You've promised to help me get out before." A trace of anger flashed among Xiao Lemon's beautiful eyes. "I only promised you before that I'd let you people follow me. I didn't say I'd keep you safe, and now I'm making a different offer," Yifan said with a smile. "You're a bit of a shameless man," Xiao Lemon shouted through clenched silver teeth. Shameless shouldn't be considered a pejorative word to describe someone who's surviving the apocalypse, Yifan said softly. And although Xiao Lemon was very angry in her heart, she had no other choice but to do so. Yifan was her only hope to live. I can agree to your conditions, but you must team up with me, Xiao Lemon said expressionlessly. Team up? Yifan looked at Xiao Lemon. A trace of doubt flashed among his eyes. Thanks to the fact that you've risen to level 17, you don't even know about the group function? Xiao Lemon skimmed her small mouth, then continued. Players can use the system's group function between themselves, and a team can hold up to 50 people. What's the point after teaming up? Yifan asked with great suspicion. Yifan hadn't used the group function at all in his last life, so he wasn't sure what the hell it was for. After teaming up, the experience value gained by anyone within the team who kills a zombie will be shared equally with their teammates. To put it simply, if you team up with me and you kill a second-order zombie, you could have gained 2 points of experience value. After teaming up, you will only be able to gain 1 point, and the rest of that point will be divided amongst me. Xiao Lemon looked at Yifan and explained. You're planning to go empty-handed, aren't you? Yifan understood what was going on and shouted directly. Chapter 23. A true man of iron and steel. What do you mean? I'm wasting my time with empty gloves. Xiao Lemon's tone was a bit speechless, directly rushed to Yifan and said, First of all, I will help you save most of the time to look for those elite zombies by using my ability, and secondly, when you are facing the elite zombies, I can tell you what their weaknesses are, and it can be a lot easier for you to fight, and I'm making a contribution too, okay? Yifan looked at Xiao Lemon without saying anything. You're level 17 now, aren't you even willing to share this experience with me? Xiao Lemon felt that Yifan was really a bit too stingy. Yifan, on the other hand, was calculating in his mind that 10 third-order elite zombies could have gotten 300 experience points on their own, and with the 200 experience points given by the system, it would be 500 points. Yifan was 450 points away from rising to level 20. Once he teamed up with Xiao Lemon, he would only be able to get 350 experience points even if he completed the quest. This also meant that Yifan still needed to kill some more first-order zombies, as well as second-order zombies before he could. However, Xiao Lemon could indeed help Yifan save off most of his time, and was also able to make him more energy efficient in battle. No, you two are in love, huh? How long has this been going on? Can't you finish talking? Feng Fuguwei seemed to be waiting with some impatience and shouted at the top of his voice. Shut up! Yifan and Xiao Lemon shouted in unison. Feng Fuguwei stood still with an unusually dejected expression. How's the consideration going? If you don't agree to team up, there's absolutely no way I can help you. Xiao Lemon rushed at Yifan and asked. Okay, I agree to your terms. Yifan looked at Xiao Lemon and nodded. Since Yifan's level was higher than Xiao Lime's, it could only be Yifan who initiated the team invitation to Xiao Lime. However, Yifan didn't know how he should use this group function. Just say in your mind directly to the game system that you're inviting me to team up. Xiao Lemon looked at Yifan with a hint of helplessness flashing through her beautiful eyes. She didn't expect that Yifan, who had already risen to level 17, would be at all familiar with some of the basic operations of this game. So that's it. Yifan scratched his head, then said in his mind, System, invite Xiao Lemon to form a team. May I ask if the player is sure to team up with a player who has a large level difference with you? The system's voice slowly sounded.
Yes.
Yifan nodded. Formation successful, current squad size is 2. Up to 48 more players can be accommodated. Yifan and Xiao Lime received a system reminder almost at the same time, and a group interface appeared in front of Yifan's eyes, displaying some information about himself and Xiao Lime. You're level 1. So how do you know all this stuff? Yifan realized that Xiao Lemon seemed to know more about this system than he did, so he asked with great curiosity. I've played a game before that was very similar to this world we're in now, and the system of that game was very similar to the system inside our heads now. Xiao Lemon explained. And only then did Yifan react. But all those who were able to become awakened in the middle of this apocalypse were all those who had played that game. It's just that he was so focused on upgrading that he didn't know much about the system play or anything about this game. Are you still able to sense the presence of third-rank elite zombies in other places now? Yifan didn't continue to chat with Xiao Lime about this topic, but prepare to hurry up and do serious business. I can feel it, but it's very weak, and my insight has a range limitation. The most I can do right now is to feel the distribution of the zombies in this building, while the situation outside of this building is not very clear. Xiao Lemon replied softly. Okay, then let's go out first. Yifan nodded, then ran in the direction of Feng Fuguwei and the others. When Feng Fuguwei saw Yifan, Xiao Lemon, 2 people walked over after, skimming his mouth muttered, Really, 2 living father, can be considered to be finished chatting. However, after Yifan walked to Feng Fugue's side, Feng Fugue instantly changed his face and asked smilingly, "Brother Fan, what are we going to do next?" "Get out of the building first." Yifan faintly replied back, then turned his head to Lu Ziqiang, who was sitting on the ground. At this time, Lu Ziqiang's leg was broken, and there was no way he could walk on his own. Lu Ziqiang seems to be from Yifan's eyes to see something, reached out and lit a cigarette after smiling and said, "Little brother, just now you saved me, I thank you. This world to live on their own has been quite difficult, but there is no need to continue to waste time on me here. Throw me here to let me self-sustaining it." The surrounding crowd couldn't help but sigh in their hearts that this man was a true man when they heard Lu Ziqiang's words. If this was someone else, he would have been crying and begging Yifan not to leave him here. But Lu Ziqiang even took the initiative to stay by himself in order not to delay Yifan. If Lu Ziqiang hadn't helped Yifan in his last life, Yifan really wouldn't have wasted his time on someone who was already crippled. But since Lu Ziqiang had been kind to him, he certainly wouldn't leave Lu Ziqiang alone. "Feng Fugue, find someone to carry him away from here." Yifan rushed at Feng Fugue. As for Lu Ziqiang, when he heard Yifan's words, his right hand that was holding the cigarette couldn't help but tremble slightly. He never thought that Yifan wasn't going to abandon himself. "Little brother, that's not necessary, is it?" Lu Ziqiang said with a smile. "We're all men, so don't grind like a pussy." Yifan faintly returned, and Xiao Lemon's eyes were full of anger after hearing Yifan's words and directly shouted at him, "Who are you insinuating and pointing at here?" Yifan, on the other hand, smiled at Xiao Lemon before touching her little head and said, "Looks like you still have some brains." "You." Xiao Lemon was trembling with anger at Yifan. Feng Fugue, on the other hand, briefly swept a glance at the crowd, then directly shouted at Wang Peng, "Wang Peng, you carry big brother Lu outside." "Feng Fugue, what the fuck do you mean? Why should I be allowed to carry it?" Wang Peng shouted with glaring eyes. "Because these students have been here for a day and a night without food. Their physical strength has long been overdrawn. It would certainly add insult to injury if you were to carry another person. Why are you so full of crap when you're told to carry it?" Feng Fugue, a person who could be considered a villain in the true sense of the word, kicked Wang Peng on top of his buttocks and then continued to curse. "If it wasn't because you suddenly ran away just now, would I have to risk so much to help you guys stop the zombies? I almost died because of you, you know that? I have no strength." Wang Peng said after hesitating for a moment. "Okay, you don't have the strength, then I'll carry you. But don't follow us. You can die wherever you like." Feng Fugue took a step and walked to Lu Ziqiang. No, let me carry it. I can do it." Wang Peng knew what would happen to him if he was abandoned here, so he quickly changed his attitude and took the initiative to carry Lu Ziqiang. The group headed downstairs with great vigor. Because of Xiao Lemon's insight, they were able to dodge most of the zombies very easily, and the occasional few zombies that appeared were all easily disposed of by Yifan. More than 10 minutes later, the crowd walked out of the school building. Looking at the vast swarm of zombies above the playground, the expressions on everyone's faces were unusually tense. Because the number of zombies outside far exceeded the number of zombies inside the school building, and most of them were also infected human zombies. "Can you sense the location of the third-order walkers?" Yifan rushed at Xiao Lemon and asked. "There's one in the direction of the cafeteria, and there seems to be one over at the boys' dormitory and also the girls' dormitory." Xiao Lemon whispered back. "Fan, I suggest we go to the cafeteria first, because I'm a bit hungry. You go to the cafeteria and kill the zombies. I'll take the time to see if there's any leftovers or something to deal with a bite." Feng Fugue hurriedly rushed at Yifan. Those students around them also agreed with this opinion of Feng Fugue, because they were really hungry. "Still thinking about food at this hour, huh?" Yifan rushed at Feng Fugue and asked. "Mostly because I'm so hungry if I don't eat." Feng Fugue bared his teeth and returned. "Okay, then let's go to the cafeteria first." Yifan agreed and then asked Feng Fugue to lead the way. Chapter 24. The First Lesson of Doom. There was only one road from the teaching building where Yifan and the others were to the location of the cafeteria, and that path leads through the playground. A large number of zombies were gathered on the playground, and Xiao Lemon's insight was useless at this time, because there were no obstacles or cover on the playground. Yifan and the others wanted to reach the cafeteria, then there was only one way to cross over. But doing so would also mean that dangerous situations would arise. Of course, this danger wasn't directed at Yifan, as they were all first and second order zombies, which didn't pose any threat to him at all. Rather, it's which ordinary people will be in danger, because it was impossible for Yifan to have the energy to protect so many people at the same time. Feng Fugue led the way at the front, while Yifan was carrying the Kusanagi sword and constantly fighting those zombies. Xiao Lemon and the others followed behind Yifan, but every now and then there would be shouts for help. Originally, it was only a distance of almost 200 to 300 meters, but those students behind Xiao Lemon were killed by 4 or 5 zombies. And Xiao Lemon originally wanted to ask Yifan to help these people, but then she gave up on the idea because she knew clearly that with Yifan's character there was absolutely no way he would waste his time on these students who had nothing to do with him. More than 10 minutes later, Yifan and the others finally rushed to the entrance of the cafeteria. Perhaps it was because of the presence of the third-order elite monsters in the cafeteria at this time. So those zombies above the playground did not choose to continue chasing them. Can you feel the presence of the elite walkers now? Yifan asked at Xiao Lemon in a low voice. It can be felt. Xiao Lemon nodded slowly. Yifan took a deep breath, then he directly reached out and pushed open the door of the cafeteria. The cafeteria at Nanyang University has 4 floors. The moment the cafeteria doors opened, countless zombies turned their heads in Yifan's direction. The number of zombies inside the cafeteria seemed to far outnumber the zombies inside the school building. While Yifan's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness among them, he turned his head and said to Xiao Lime and Feng Fuguwei and the others, "You guys wait for me here. I'll go and take care of the zombies on the first floor first." Can you do it alone with so many walkers? Xiao Lemon asked in a somewhat worried tone. What can you do if you can't? Can you do anything to help? Yifan checked the wound on his chest and asked back with an expressionless face. Xiao Lemon, on the other hand, didn't say anything after giving Yifan a fierce glare. She actually wanted to persuade Yifan to give up on entering the cafeteria, but on second thought, she thought that most of the people hadn't eaten for a very long time by now and had long since been exhausted. If Yifan could clear out these zombies on the first floor of the cafeteria, then they could also get food as well as water. That in itself is a good thing for them. And Yifan's thoughts at this time were also very simple, because there was less than an hour left before this zombie attack ended. At this time, his physical strength was obviously a bit overdrawn as well, so his intention was to first clear out the first floor of the cafeteria as a base for those of them, so that when the zombie attack was over they would be able to rest here. When the zombies reappeared, Yifan continued to walk upstairs. Of course, Yifan could also choose not to make a move on these zombies and wait for the attack time of this batch to end. Except that most of the people who do that are probably going to die here, because walkers are going to attack them on their own accord. Moreover, Yifan still needed 100 experience points because he was teamed up with Xiao Lime. The zombies in the cafeteria were the fastest and easiest way to provide him with experience value. Yifan killed directly into the middle of the cafeteria with his Kusanagi sword in hand. In a flash, countless zombies let out bursts of terrifying roars. However, for Yifan, who had already risen to level 17, these zombies were really a bit unbearable. Xiao Lemon stood at the entrance of the cafeteria and looked at Yifan's direction. She didn't have to do anything at this time. She had directly risen to the 5th level simply by relying on Yifan to kill the zombies. Almost half an hour or so later, Yifan waved his hand at Feng Fuguwei and the others after killing almost all the zombies on the first floor of the cafeteria. The crowd rushed inside the cafeteria. Looking at all the food still left in the cafeteria as well as the water, the expressions on the faces of the people were unusually excited. But no one dared to eat it because they were all waiting for Yifan's order. Feng Fuguwei, get a few people to block the entrance to the cafeteria as well as the stairway to the 2nd floor with something, or else the zombies from other places will soon come over. Yifan was completely out of strength at this time. He sat on top of the chair in the cafeteria and said in a low voice at Feng Fuguwei, "Yes." Feng Fuguwei hurriedly nodded, then greeted a few boys and began to move the tables and chairs in the cafeteria to pile them up at the entrance and also at the stairway. 10 minutes later, the 2 entrances that were able to enter the first floor of the cafeteria were all blocked. Yifan then waved his hand at the crowd. After the crowd understood Yifan's meaning one by one, they seemed to be crazy and started to grab those leftovers in the cafeteria, and the small supermarket on the first floor of the cafeteria was also swept away in an instant. These students were starving mad at this point, as if all of them had forgotten exactly who had brought them into the cafeteria and who had led them out of the building. Even those students who were originally sickly just a moment ago instantly exploded with unlimited potential after seeing the food, and directly began to fight against those of their classmates. Don't even fucking grab it, save some for Van. After Feng Fuguwei realized that these people were a bit out of control, he directly carried the canteen's rice spoon and shouted loudly. But these students simply couldn't hear Feng Fuguwei's shouts, still frantically grabbing what little food was left in the cafeteria. Yifan, Xiao Lemon, and the 2 of them looked at the chaotic cafeteria with expressionless faces. Now I finally understand you a little. Xiao Lemon slowly opened his mouth and rushed to Yifan. That's the first lesson Doomsday will teach you, They people won't even remember that you and I brought them here, and they won't understand gratitude. If all these classmates of yours had died, there would be enough food in here to feed 3 or 5 of them for half a month, but right now there's enough for them to eat this one meal at most. Yifan said expressionlessly. Xiao Lemon lightly glanced at Yifan without saying anything. A few minutes later, Feng Fuguwei grabbed 5 or 6 steamed buns and a few bottles of mineral water from the crowd and came to Yifan and Xiao Lime's side. These guys are fucking crazy. No matter how much I yell it's useless. I just grabbed this much food. Let's split it. Feng Fuguwei placed the mineral water and also the steamed buns on top of the table and said in a somewhat angry tone,
Thanks.
Xiao Lemon was also starving at this time, so he didn't politely pick up a steamed bun and a bottle of water directly. Yifan, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment and directly unscrewed the mineral water to drink a large portion of it in one gulp. Then he picked up another steamed bun, and after hesitating for a moment he tore it in half and said, Fuguwei, you take this bottle of water and this half-steamed bun and send it over to Big Brother Liu? Brother Fan, I still have several steamed buns over here. You can have one. I'll just share one with Brother Liu. Feng Fuguwei said with a big grin. You can keep the rest of the steamed buns for tomorrow. These supplies inside the cafeteria are expected to be eaten up by these people soon. They're just focusing on being comfortable right now. No one has considered what to do when these things in the cafeteria are finished. Yifan, because he had eaten before coming, half a steamed bun was enough to replenish his energy. In the midst of today's apocalyptic world, being fed and not being hungry are two different concepts. I see what you mean. Feng Fuguwei gently nodded. Then he took the half-steamed bun and the bottle of water left by Yifan and sent it to Lu Ziqiang. Lu Ziqiang froze for a moment as he looked at Feng Fuguwei, and a trace of shock flashed through his eyes. Because after entering the cafeteria, Wang Peng directly threw Lu Ziqiang to the side, not caring about Lu Ziqiang at all. Lu Ziqiang's leg has been broken. He naturally did not go to grab food with these people. Chapter 25. The Reality of Wang Peng. What are you looking at me with this ambiguous look? This steamed bun and the water is what Fan saved for you, not what I gave you. I'm a bit scared when you look at me like that. Feng Fuguwei shouted at Lu Ziqiang with a big grin. And Lu Ziqiang reached out and took the half-steamed bun and the mineral water after hesitating for a while, then smiled in Yifan's direction. Yifan similarly responded with a smile. Lu Ziqiang, this person may be because of the previous play Doomsday Game Sake, so he did not choose to half-steamed buns all eat, but just eat a quarter. As for the bottle of mineral water is also just sip a small mouth and did not drink at all. Feng Fuguwei and Xiao Lemon had only eaten a small portion of the food and water because of Yifan's reminder, while the rest of those were all left behind. Those other students around them naturally didn't have this foresight, and they frantically ate the food they had grabbed with so much effort. Wang Peng went so far as to directly break a boy's leg in order to snatch the bread from his hand. But everyone was too busy grabbing food to bother with such nonsense. And Xiao Lemon merely frowned after seeing this scene and didn't make a move to take care of it. The reason was also very simple. She knew full well that she couldn't stop anything at all. Under this apocalyptic world now, the weak and the strong have become the most important law of survival. There is nothing anyone can do to change that. System reminder, the zombie attack time is over. The next 2 hours will be a safe time. Please arrange your time wisely. The system's beep sounded in the middle of everyone's minds. The crowd looked up out the window, and the walkers on top of the playground seemed to have literally disappeared. Most of the students had already had enough to eat and drink as well as have strength at this time. Plus, the zombies outside seemed to have really disappeared. It seemed that Yifan no longer had any use value for them to speak of. A few boys came directly to Yifan after a brief discussion. Van, thanks for saving me. We want to leave the cafeteria now. Wang Peng said smilingly at Yifan. I've blocked the door to the cafeteria. No one is allowed out. Yifan faintly returned. But it's safe time. You stayed to wait to kill the walkers, and we don't have to stay and risk our lives for you too, do we? Wang Peng whispered. Yeah, you can't be that selfish a person, can you? Why won't you let us go when it's obvious we could leave? Are they planning to use us as bait to get the attention of the walkers? Several other boys shouted in unusually agitated tones. Wang Peng, you guys are really realistic. You're planning to leave after you're full? Feng Fuguwei shouted with some anger. Wang Peng, on the other hand, didn't pay attention to Feng Fuguwei, but rushed to Yifan and said, Brother Fan, it's useless for you to leave us behind, so just let us go. Yifan smiled faintly after hearing these words, and then slowly got up. When Yifan got up, Wang Peng was obviously scared and took 2 steps back because he knew clearly how terrifying Yifan's hands were. Does anyone else want to leave besides a few of them? Yifan looked around at those students in the cafeteria and asked in a calm tone. Almost as many as 4 or 5 students were able to cautiously step out from amongst the crowd, while the others were in a wait-and-see attitude. Yifan smiled, then he walked directly to the window. Because the door had long been blocked, Yifan directly picked up a stool and smashed the glass of the window, and then yanked down the iron grill above the window with a hard hand. This fence was able to ward off the zombies, but it couldn't stop Yifan. Feng Fuguei looked at Yifan yanking the fence down after his eyes were filled with incredulity, because he really had no way to imagine how strong Yifan's strength was, that he was able to directly yank the fence down from the inside of the wall. Okay, now you people can go through this window. Yifan casually threw the fence aside and then rushed at the few students who wanted to leave. Several people looked at each other, and then without the slightest hesitation ran directly to the window, and then jumped through the window to the outside. Wang Peng was very smart to be the last one to jump out of the window. When all these people had left, Yifan softly shouted, "Is there anyone else who also wants to leave? It's still not too late." A few more students walked out and then jumped out the window. After Yifan was sure that no one wanted to leave, he directly asked Feng Fuguei to seal the windows with the cafeteria's tables, chairs, cabinets, and other things. Meanwhile, those students who hadn't left yet walked in front of the other windows to watch those leaving the cafeteria. If these people had managed to leave the school, then more would surely have wanted to leave next. Wang Peng and the others did not choose to leave in a hurry after leaving the cafeteria, but instead observed the surroundings. Only after Wang Peng was sure that there were really no more zombies left did he signal everyone to continue walking ahead. The crowd walked almost can have more than 10 meters of distance later, found that there is still no problem. The courage is obviously a lot bigger. The speed also began to mention faster. Just when everyone thought that Wang Peng and the others might actually be able to leave the school, something that one would never expect happened. More than 10 zombies even jumped down directly from the windows of the school building, and then directly ran at Wang Peng and the others to pounce over. All of these zombies were wearing school uniforms. For a moment, Wang Peng and the others were directly stunned. "Get back!" Wang Peng yelled at the top of his voice. But Feng Fuguei had already sealed that window long ago. The zombies were so fast that they caught up with them almost in the blink of an eye. The 2 rearmost boys had their arms and thighs removed directly by the walkers. The smell of blood spread inside the school, and some zombies from other places ran over to Wang Peng and the others in great numbers. "Van, help me. Open the window quickly." Wang Peng hurriedly ran to the window where Yifan was beside the window, frantically slapping the window, rushing to Yifan for help. Yifan, on the other hand, gave Wang Peng a very cold look. "Van, I know you can open the window bars. I'm begging you. Save me. Do whatever you want me to do as long as you save me." Wang Peng saw the zombies getting closer and closer to his position, panic and nervousness written all over his face. But Yifan still didn't have any reaction. Even Xiao Lemon acted as if he hadn't heard Wang Peng's words. A few seconds later, a zombie rushed directly behind Wang Peng, and then took a bite to break Wang Peng's neck. Those students inside the cafeteria watched as Wang Peng and the others were engulfed by the zombies in an unusually bloody and terrifying scene. It was only at this moment that these students who were still alive could sort of understand why Yifan had blocked the cafeteria and why he would not let them people leave. The time for zombie attacks did end, but those human zombies infected by zombies are still in the middle of this campus. It's impossible for any of them to leave this school alive. Chapter 26. The Snake-Bodied Zombie. When the screams outside had completely disappeared, those students inside the cafeteria all looked at Yifan with a strange gaze. Perhaps it was Yifan's behavior of seeing death just now that scared these people, but more people were starting to fear Yifan from the bottom of their hearts. You've known for a long time that there's no way Wang Peng and these people can leave the school alive, haven't you? After Xiao Lemon hesitated for a moment, he slowly opened his mouth and asked at Yifan. Yifan didn't deny this fact. Then why didn't you warn them about it? That's a lot of lives. Although Xiao Lemon didn't choose to step in to save Wang Peng just now either, she still felt somewhat puzzled by Yifan's behavior. There was no way she could imagine just how cold-blooded Yifan had to be able to watch these people go to their deaths just like that. Do you think if I had persuaded them, they would have listened to me and not left? Yifan asked directly at Xiao Lemon. Xiao Lemon instantly froze in place after hearing Yifan's words, and a trace of abnormality flashed through her beautiful eyes. You should know very well in your heart that no matter what I say, Wang Peng and these people will choose to leave. Yifan continued. But Xiao Lemon opened his mouth, or tried to speak. That's right. It's true that I can forcibly leave these people behind so that they don't go out, but most of them will harbor grudges against me, and they might even join forces to take revenge on me. I don't have time to waste time on these people. Yifan paused for a moment, then looked at the remaining students in the cafeteria and said, "After experiencing these things, the remaining ones will listen to me 100% and do things according to my wishes, and I can save a lot of effort." Xiao Lemon took a deep breath. Yifan's words might be a bit blunt, but the same was also very reasonable. There was no way for her to refute Yifan. "Catch up on your rest. There's less than an hour before the next zombie attack, and then you'll have to follow me upstairs to kill the zombies." Yifan directly closed his eyes and began to rest after saying this. And Xiao Lemon did not continue to speak. An hour or so passed quickly. "Attention all players, a new round of zombie attacks will begin in 5 minutes, and this round of attacks will last for a period of 6 hours. The system's beep sounded. All the students in the cafeteria couldn't help but start to become nervous. "Fuguwei, have someone move everything away from the cafeteria stairs, and then you can have someone block this stairway after Xiao Lemon and I go upstairs in a moment, and you take the others and wait for us on the first floor." Yifan opened his eyes and rushed at Feng Fuguwei. "Brother Fan, if the stairway is blocked, you and Xiao Lemon might not be able to get down." Feng Fuguwei seemed to be a bit hesitant, because moving those obstacles at the stairs was going to take a long time. "It doesn't matter. These walkers aren't much of a threat to me yet. You can do whatever I tell you to do." Yifan faintly returned.
Yes.
Feng Fuguwei agreed, and then began to greet the crowd and start moving things. A few minutes later, the stairway was pretty much cleared of obstacles. The two of them, Yifan and Xiao Lemon, walked directly from the first floor to the second floor. Feng Fuguwei, on the other hand, led the people to put back all those obstacles. System alert, zombie attack begins. With the sound of the system, dozens of zombies instantly appeared out of nowhere within the second floor of the cafeteria. After determining that there were no third-order elite zombies among these zombies, Yifan directly rushed in the direction of the third floor. Xiao Lemon followed closely behind Yifan. Because of the increase in level, Xiao Lemon's speed had also increased a lot, so she could barely keep up with Yifan's speed now. After arriving at the third floor, Yifan still didn't find the presence of a third-order elite zombie, so he continued to rush to the fourth floor. "Asshole, can you slow down? You're going to tire me out." Xiao Lemon cursed with a very helpless expression as he followed behind Yifan. But there was no effect. Yifan's speed didn't slow down in the slightest. Xiao Lemon's eyes were filled with helplessness, so he could only speed up his speed and follow closely behind Yifan. Soon, the two rushed to the fourth floor of the cafeteria. After Yifan saw the scene inside the fourth floor of the cafeteria, his entire body froze in place. Even Xiao Lemon's eyes were filled with shock. In the very center of the cafeteria, there was a monster gnawing on the corpse beside it. That's right, monsters. Yifan was no longer even able to use zombie to describe this thing at this point, because it had already exceeded Yifan's understanding of zombies. The monster's head wasn't any different from an ordinary woman's. Its black eyes were a little hollow. Its face was white like a dead fish. There was no blood to speak of, while scarlet blood was still hanging from the corner of its mouth. The most frightening thing was that this monster's body was actually a snake body covered in gray-green scales. The scales were caked with dirt and dried blood. Between the snake's scales, transparent mucus oozed out from time to time, emitting a sickeningly fishy odor. The serpent's tail swung casually on the ground. "What the hell kind of monster is this?" Yifan couldn't help but stutter and sigh. Third-order elite zombie, snake-bodied zombie, average movement speed, average attack ability, but can spray venom. Once hit by venom will die within 3 hours. Xiao Lemon stammered as he recounted the news he had seen to Yifan. "Where's the weakness?" Yifan asked in a low voice. "The weakness is in its tail." Xiao Lemon twisted his head to look at Yifan, then continued, "Yifan, with the speed of the two of us now, if it is not too late to escape now, this snake-bodied zombie is too dangerous. You are bound to die even if you get a little bit of venom. Let's..." Before Xiao Lemon could finish his words, Yifan directly charged straight up carrying the Kusanagi sword. "This maniac!" Xiao Lemon instantly collapsed. The snake-bodied zombie directly opened its bloody mouth after seeing Yifan rushing over, and a dark green venom directly ran towards Yifan and sprayed over. Yifan's reaction speed was extremely fast, and he directly dodged the venom before rushing to the snake-bodied zombie. Originally, Yifan was planning to directly attack the zombie's tail, but there was no way that the zombie's reaction was also very fast, and he directly hit his tail behind him. Yifan swung his sword above the zombie's body. But the scales on the snake's body were like steel, and after Yifan cut down his sword, he was directly flooded with sparks, while the zombie didn't have the slightest effect. Yifan had no choice but to change his angle and continue his attack on the zombies. This zombie wasn't really that difficult to deal with, as it was slow, and its main means of attack was venom. Yifan was in no danger as long as he was able to dodge the venom's attack. But what gave Yifan a headache was that the scales on this zombie's body were just too sturdy for Yifan to penetrate, and it would always keep its tail behind it, making Yifan unable to find a way to attack its tail. Yifan had tangled with this snake-bodied zombie for what could be 5 or 6 minutes. Xiaolemon, can you find any way to deal with this zombie? I can't hit its tail at all. Yifan was worried that if he fought like this, he would be depleted of a lot of stamina, and if his speed dropped and he was touched by the venom, then he would be in trouble. Xiaolemon, on the other hand, flashed a hint of hesitation among her beautiful eyes, and then she directly ran in the other direction of the cafeteria. The snake-bodied zombie instantly looked at Xiaolemon, and then surprisingly gave up his attack on Yifan to violently spit out a mouthful of venom at Xiaolemon. Xiaolemon dodged the venom with incomparable thrill. The snake-bodied zombie was a bit anxious and directly twisted its body to run towards Xiaolemon. Yifan also seized this opportunity when the snake-bodied zombie turned around and slashed his sword directly on top of the zombie's tail. The snake-bodied zombie fell to the ground with a loud thud. Congratulations to the host for killing the third-order elite zombie, the snake-bodied zombie. 8 walkers left to complete the mission. A reminder from the card system rang out. Yifan let out a long breath, and Xiaolemon's pace didn't stop. She directly rushed to the flower pot next to the window, and then directly plucked a flower that didn't seem to have any special features from among the flower pot and hid it behind herself. What's that you're holding? Yifan felt that there seemed to be something wrong with Xiaolemon's eyes, so he asked at Xiaolemon in a low voice. Nothing, just an ordinary flower. Xiaolemon looked at Yifan with a somewhat evasive gaze, obviously lying. Chapter 27. Footsteps in the Dead of Night. Just a regular flower? Yifan couldn't help but smile after hearing Xiaolem's words, then said expressionlessly, if it really is just an ordinary flower, there's absolutely no need for your reaction to be so tense. And I can sense that the zombie chose to abandon its attack on me and go for you only after realizing that you were going for that flower. Are you sure it's just an ordinary flower? Xiaolemon was instantly dumbfounded after hearing these words from Yifan, and a trace of helplessness flashed through his eyes. Take it out. Yifan continued after seeing that Xiaolemon didn't speak. Xiaolemon took a deep breath, then rushed at Yifan in a low voice. I found this thing first. Why should I give it to you? Don't forget that the two of us are teammates. I'm not your henchman. If I hadn't killed that snake-bodied zombie just now, you'd be dead by now. Yifan faintly returned Xiaolem's sentence. On the other hand, a hint of hesitation flashed in Xiaolemon's beautiful eyes. And if I were to kill you directly now, you shouldn't be able to put up much resistance, so I advise you to better hand over your stuff. Yifan continued to punch Xiaolemon. After Xiaolemon hesitated for a while, she finally chose to hand the flower she had hidden behind her back to Yifan. When Yifan's hand touched the flower, a string of information flooded into Yifan's mind. First-order spirit grass. After the player uses it, strength, speed, and agility will be increased by 1 point each, and it can ensure that you will have plenty of physical strength within half a month. Yifan was still very shocked in his heart as he looked at the small, flat flower in his hand. Because spirit grass was something that appeared in that online game, he didn't think that there was even the existence of spirit grass in this apocalyptic world now. And the effects of spirit herb seemed to be even more perverse than in the game. 15 days without food or water. What's that? A month later, supplies would be extremely scarce, and these spirit herbs would play a very crucial role. More importantly, Yifan was also finally realizing just how powerful this talent that Xiaolemon had awakened was. Xiaolemon could not only detect the presence of zombies, but could also find things that ordinary people had no way of seeing. Take this first-order spirit grass for example. If Yifan's hand had not touched this flower, then there was no way for Yifan to realize that it was a spirit grass. Ordinary people wanted to find spirit herbs, then there was only one way, to touch them one by one. But this will waste a large part of your time. After all, you can't walk along the road and touch whatever plants and trees you come across with your hands. While Xiaolemon stood by Yifan's side was filled with anger, and in his heart, he secretly cursed Yifan's ancestors ruthlessly. It was clearly something he had discovered himself, and now it had just been snatched away for no reason. Xiaolemon was naturally very unhappy. Come on, don't look at me like that. Just give it back. Yifan directly returned the spirit herb to Xiaolemon after hesitating for a moment. Xiaolemon, on the other hand, froze for a moment, a very puzzled expression on his face. You actually gave it back to me? Xiaolemon looked at the expression on Yifan's face to be as surprised as possible. This thing just can provide a little ability value is not very meaningful to me. Its main role is to eat. It can let a person in half a month's time do not need to eat and drink water. My hands of food and water for the time being is still considered plentiful, so you first keep it, When you cannot eat one day, this thing can also let you live a few days more. Xiao Lemon looked at the expression on Yifan's face and seemed even more surprised. Because originally in her eyes, Yifan was a selfish and self-interested person, the kind that would do anything to achieve his own goals. But she never thought that Yifan would be able to take the initiative to return this spirit herb to himself. Don't always look at me with such eyes. We two are teammates. If you still find something like this, you can tell me directly. I'll keep what's useful to me, and I won't take what's useful to you for myself. Yifan said softly at Xiao Lemon. Seeing as how you were doing pretty well just now, I might consider letting you know first if I find something similar again. Xiao Lemon very happily replied back to Yifan. After all, if she was able to cooperate with Yifan, then she wouldn't have to take the risk and just tell Yifan the location and let him go get it. After dealing with the snake-bodied zombies on the 4th floor of the cafeteria, the two of them, Yifan and Xiao Lemon, went straight back to the 1st floor of the cafeteria. Brother Fan, you're finally back. You don't even know how much I've been worried about you since you left. I've just been silently praying for you in my heart. Feng Fugue's eyes were full of excitement after seeing Yifan. Okay, enough of this useless stuff. Hurry up and move all those things in front of the cafeteria door. Yifan very breathlessly interrupted Feng Fugue. Be well. Feng Fugue greeted the crowd and moved everything out of the way. Yifan and Xiao Lime walked out of the cafeteria and then ran directly in the direction of the girls' dormitory. This was because Xiao Lemon could sense that there should be third-order elite zombies in the girls' dormitory as well. In the next few moments, Yifan and Xiao Lemon were constantly traveling through the various areas of the school. Because Xiao Lemon was able to sense the exact location of the zombie and could also accurately tell Yifan the zombie's weaknesses, this also made Yifan's efficiency increase a lot. In just 5 hours, Yifan had killed a total of 5 third-order elite zombies, counting the snake-bodied zombies on the 4th floor of the cafeteria. This also meant that Yifan still had 4 zombies left to complete the mission. And Xiao Lemon had found a total of 5 spirit grasses along the way. It was a pity that all of these spirit herbs were of the 1st order. Yifan only left behind a spirit herb that could increase his various ability values by 50% within an hour, and the rest of those spirit herbs he gave all of them to Xiao Lemon. Xiao Lemon was still very satisfied with this allocation from Yifan. She didn't have much fighting ability anyway, and the spirit herb that Yifan had left behind didn't mean much to her. According to Xiao Lemon's judgment, there should still be one last third-order elite zombie left on the campus of Nanyang University. But unfortunately, this zombie was in the innermost part of the school, and it would take at least 20 minutes for Yifan and Xiao Lemon to walk there. And there's less than an hour left until this walker ends. So Yifan was going to go back to the cafeteria and rest for the night, and wait until the next zombie attack tomorrow when he and Xiao Lemon would go after the remaining one. But there is another very tricky question. That was because Yifan and Xiao Lemon were killing zombies in different places, and naturally, all the students who had survived in those places naturally followed the two of them. They all seemed to have taken Yifan as a savior-like existence. After Yifan brought these people back to the cafeteria, he realized that the space in the cafeteria simply couldn't accommodate so many people anymore. More importantly, all these students hadn't eaten for a long time either, and their stamina was pretty much depleted, so there was no way to make them stand all night. Yifan had no choice but to wait for the zombie attack to end before heading to the 2nd floor of the cafeteria himself to clean up those infected human zombies. On the other hand, Xiao Lime and Feng Fugue and the others were in charge of checking if there were any infected students, but any injured students would be locked up individually to prevent them from suddenly corpsing. When Yifan had cleared all of the 2nd floor, Feng Fugue led another group to throw all of those zombie bodies out along the windows. The crowd tossed and turned until the evening, when the 1st and 2nd floors were considered completely safe. Xiao Lemon directly let all the girls live on the 2nd floor while the boys lived on the 1st floor in order to prevent some unnecessary trouble from happening. Yifan, on the other hand, found a random spot in the corner of the cafeteria to lie down. And most of the students seemed to be a bit afraid of Yifan, so they deliberately kept a certain distance from him. Because of the power outage, the cafeteria was dark and out of reach. Yifan slowly closed his eyes. More than 10 minutes later, Yifan once again violently opened his eyes. A light footstep was slowly approaching in his direction. Yifan pretended not to notice and continued to close his eyes, but in his mind he was judging the distance between the other party and himself based on the size of the footsteps. Chapter 28. Feng Fugue in Love. The light footsteps were getting closer and closer to Yifan. 10 meters. 8 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Yifan, on the other hand, was constantly mumbling the distance in his mind. At this time, Yifan was still very curious in his heart as to who exactly was planning to make a move on himself. Is it Lu Ziqiang or Xiao Lime, or is it Feng Fugue? No matter who it was, Yifan had also long been prepared to kill the other party directly. However, just when this person was less than a meter away from Yifan, the footsteps suddenly stopped. Immediately afterward, Yifan heard a rustling as if it was the sound of undressing. Yifan snapped his eyes open. Because the cafeteria is relatively dark, so Yifan did not have the ability to see the other party's appearance clearly, vaguely able to feel that the other party's body is still considered okay. Height should be more than 1.7 meters. Did a girl come forward to throw herself at me? Yifan couldn't help but think darkly in his mind. As expected, a girl with a very sexy and slim figure slowly walked to Yifan's side, then stood in place and hesitated for a few seconds before bending down and rushing to Yifan and saying, "Brother Fan, can I sleep next to you?" By now the girls had gone so far as to remove the outer clothes from their bodies and were simply in their underwear. Yifan was able to roughly see the girl's looks clearly through the faint red moonlight. This girl had long black hair, and although her looks could not be compared to Xiao Lemon's kind of school beauty, she could definitely be considered outstanding among ordinary people. And Yifan had some impression of her. It was this girl who came over to talk to Yifan inside the teaching building and was later scolded away by Feng Fuguwei. In the middle of the night, the girl herself took off her clothes and ran to Yifan's side to ask if Yifan could sleep beside him, which but any normal person would be able to figure out what was going on. And Yifan was naturally not in the mood to have something with this girl at this time, so he opened his mouth to refuse. However, before Yifan's words could be uttered, Feng Fuguwei suddenly stood up and shouted at the top of his voice, "Brother Fan, how many times have I told you that this woman is buried? Why don't you listen to me?" Because of Feng Fuguwei's voice, all the boys on the first floor instantly woke up and then turned their heads to look in Yifan's direction. After they saw a girl strip naked and stand in front of Yifan, they instantly understood what was going on, and some of them had even started whispering. The girl was so scared that she hurriedly put her own clothes on her body in a haphazard manner. Yifan, on the other hand, looked at the expression on Feng Fuguwei's face to be as speechless as possible. "Brother Fan, what do you think you're doing bringing this girl here? What if you get infected? Why can't you listen to me?" Feng Fuguwei shouted at Yifan in pain. "This woman is herself?" Yifan opened his mouth and tried to explain. "All right, Fan, I'm really disappointed in you. If you're happy to fix you up, I can't control you anymore. Keep the noise down, I have to sleep." Feng Fuguwei once again laid down on the ground after saying this. "Is there something wrong with your fucking mind?" The expression on Yifan's face was unusually crumpled because Feng Fuguwei said so, making it look as if Yifan had straightened this woman out. "Feng Fuguwei, are you an idiot? Who are you calling sick?" At this time, the girls had already finished dressing and directly rushed towards Feng Fuguwei. "What's wrong with you that you won't let me talk?" Feng Fuguwei shouted with a big mouth. "You're the one who's fucking sick. You've been pursuing me and confessing to me, and when I don't say yes to you, you're just going to bury me like that, aren't you?" The girl was completely pissed off by Feng Fuguwei and directly ran to scratch Feng Fuguwei. "Li Jiaojiao, don't keep moving your hands. If you're like this, I'll fight back." Feng Fuguwei shouted with glaring eyes. "What can you do if you fight back?" The movements of the girl's hands were unusually ferocious. Feng Fuguwei, on the other hand, directly wrestled with the girls. Perhaps it was because the commotion between the two was just too loud, so Xiao Lemon and some of the girls on the second floor also ran over. Yifan sat on the ground with an unusually desperate expression, secretly sighing in his heart. "It's over. This bit of pussy is going to be known by everyone." 10 minutes later, Feng Fuguwei was being scratched by Li Jiaojiao before he was finally pulled away by the crowd, and Xiao Lemon inquired what was going on. Feng Fuguwei sat on the ground with a big snotty nose while recounting the story of how Yifan called Li Jiaojiao to his side, and how he stopped the accident for the sake of Yifan's health, and how he ended up being severely cleaned up by Li Jiaojiao. Yifan sat in the corner with an unusually awkward expression. He didn't defend himself because he was clear that there didn't seem to be much use in defending himself. And Li Jiaojiao seemed to be in her own way also did not want to admit that she took the initiative to come to find Yifan, and even acquiesced to Feng Fuguwei's statement. Xiao Lemon glared at Yifan with incomparable disgust, and then she led Li Jiaojiao and the other girls back to the second floor. Feng Fuguwei hurriedly ran to Yifan's side after seeing the girls all leave. Baring his teeth, he rushed at Yifan and said, "Brother Fan, I know you must hate me right now, and hate me for spoiling your good deed, but sooner or later you'll be thankful to me. I did save you just now." "You fucking..." Yifan raised his hand and was about to hit someone, but after hesitating for a moment felt that if he really hit Feng Fuguwei, then he would have done what Feng Fuguwei said. "Brother Fan, you can hit me if you want to. I definitely don't bring a hand back," Feng Fuguwei said at Yifan in a serious manner. "It was clearly this woman who came to me." Yifan gritted his teeth and rushed at Feng Fuguwei. That one doesn't matter anymore. Feng Fugue waved his hand. It's my reputation at stake, and you're fucking saying it's not important? Yifan had been completely crushed by Feng Fugue. Is honor or body important? Feng Fugue asked directly in return. Yifan, on the other hand, took a deep breath and then whispered, okay, don't pretend with me here. I can see that you seem to have some thoughts about this Li Jiaojiao, so you deliberately said that people are sick? Feng Fugue froze for a moment, then whispered, Brother Fan, how did you see it? You've all risen to level 3 now. Li Jiaojiao is level 1. You didn't even fight back when you did it just now. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been beaten up like this. You must like people. Yifan paused for a moment, then frowned and asked, but there's one thing I can't figure out. This Li Jiaojiao looks like she's a bit less decent, not a good girl. Why would you like this kind of person? A great poet once said that to love someone is to love all of her. And late at night, I often look up at the stars and think about why I'm in this quagmire of love. Go on, get out of here. Yifan didn't even think to lift his leg and stomped directly on top of Feng Fugue's ass. Brother Van, why are you still in a hurry? I'm not finished. Feng Fugue shouted somewhat breathlessly. You don't have a decent word in your mouth. Yifan returned with an unusually annoyed voice. Actually, Brother Fan, Li Jiaojiao isn't this kind of person at all. I've known her since elementary school, and she hasn't even been in a relationship. Feng Fugue finally got serious. Then why did she become like this? Simply to stay alive, is that it? After hearing Feng Fugue's words, Yifan seemed to be more curious about Li Jiaojiao. Chapter 29. The second lesson of Doomsday, separation of life and death. Feng Fugue looked at Yifan for a few seconds of silence, then said in a low voice, Brother Fan, in fact, I know Li Jiaojiao's character very well. She wouldn't have needed to do this kind of thing if she was just trying to stay alive at all. She should be begging for you. A request? Yifan froze for a moment. Yes, Li Jiaojiao has been without a father since she was a child, and has always lived with her mother, but her mother's eyes got sick a few years ago and she couldn't see. So she took her mother to our school, and after the school's teachers found out, the teachers didn't kick out Li Jiaojiao's mother, but instead arranged a room in the school's basement for the mother-daughter duo. Now Li Jiaojiao doesn't know whether her mother is dead or alive, so she wants your help to find her mother. Feng Fugue whispered at Yifan. How did you know? Yifan asked in great confusion. She actually begged me a long time ago to help talk to you. As long as you can help her know her mother, she can do anything, but I don't want to trouble you. After all, in the midst of this apocalyptic world, people are living for themselves. Why would you and Li Jiaojiao want to help her for no reason at all? Feng Fugue looked at Yifan and smiled. And you think Jiaojiao Li's mother should have died inside the basement? That's why you stopped Jiaojiao Li from doing such a stupid thing, right? Yifan rushed at Feng Fugue and asked. Yes. Feng Fugue nodded. Yifan turned his head to look at the sky outside, silent without speaking. All right, Brother Fan, it's getting late. You can rest first. I won't bother you anymore. Feng Fugue got up and prepared to leave. Fugue, if you had the ability to save Li Jiaojiao's mother, would you go? Yifan suddenly rushed at Feng Fugue and asked. And Feng Fugue instantly froze after hearing Yifan's words, then bared his teeth and said, Brother Fan, I won't hide it from you. If I really have this ability, even if it's only 1% of hope, I'll try to find it. After all, I'm the man who fell into the mire of love. Huh. Yifan smiled at Feng Fugue, then said softly, just now you have a sentence that is right. In today's world, most of them live for their own sake. But in fact, there are times when friends are also quite important. Tomorrow, if I have time, I will help you and Li Jiaojiao to find her mother. Feng Fugue looked at Yifan's body and trembled slightly. He, who had always liked to joke around, surprisingly didn't choose to joke around this time, but said at Yifan in a very serious tone, Brother Fan, thank you. Go on, get lost. Yifan waved his hand at Feng Fugue. 8 o'clock the next morning. The people who were still sleeping were awakened by the system's beep. A new round of zombie attacks appeared right on time. Because of the passage of time in the game, the level of zombies is also changing. The number of first-order zombies has decreased dramatically, while the number of second-order zombies and third-order zombies has become a lot more. Originally, Yifan was planning to go and dispose of the last third-order elite zombie inside the school first, but considering that Li Jiaojiao's mother had already been inside the basement for a long time, Yifan finally decided to go and find Li Jiaojiao's mother first before going to dispose of the zombie. Feng Fugue and Li Jiaojiao naturally wanted to follow Yifan over. Yifan didn't know Li Jiaojiao's mother, so he agreed that the two would follow him out. Perhaps it was because of what happened last night, plus the fact that today Yifan didn't rush to kill the zombies, but went to find Li Jiaojiao's mother first. This also made Xiao Lemon misunderstand Yifan's relationship with Li Jiaojiao even more. The relationship that the two had just eased also instantly fell apart, and Xiao Lemon didn't say a word to Yifan along the way. And Yifan was too lazy to explain anything to Xiao Lemon. The four men ran straight for the entrance to the basement after crossing the playground. The inside of the basement was dark and damp, and this kind of place also happened to be the most suitable for zombies, so the number of zombies inside was obviously quite a bit more than that outside. Luckily, Yifan's level was better now, and Xiao Lemon's level had risen to level 7 because of her teaming up with Yifan, and she also had the ability to kill zombies. Feng Fugue's rank was the lowest, so he would just be responsible for protecting Li Jiaojiao. A group of people hardened themselves against the attack of almost 50 to 60 zombies and rushed straight into the inside of the basement. Once inside the basement, Li Jiaojiao directly ran towards her mother's room. Soon, Li Jiaojiao arrived at the door of the room. But just as she was about to take out the key to open the door, a zombie suddenly pounced over and then opened its mouth to bite down at Li Jiaojiao's neck. Yifan's reaction speed was still very fast. He raised his leg and kicked the zombie's head directly. The zombie's head exploded instantly. Li Jiaojiao, on the other hand, twisted her head to look at Yifan and then hurriedly found the key to open the door of the room. The moment the door to the room opened, Yifan, Xiao Lemon, and Feng Fugue directly froze in place. Beneath a narrow bed sat a grandmother, whose legs had been chewed down to the bone by the zombies, and a huge hole had been bitten in her chest, with all of her internal organs eaten away. And the old lady seemed to have been infected by the zombies, so she could still move her arms and head at this point. "Mom!" When Li Jiaojiao saw this scene, she directly shouted out and then rushed into the middle of the room. "No!" Yifan hastily reached out and tried to tug Li Jiaojiao, but alas, he was still a little slow. After Li Jiaojiao rushed into the room, a zombie jumped on top of her and then bit Li Jiaojiao's neck. "Jiaojiao!" When Feng Fugue saw this scene, he instantly became red-eyed and carried his fire axe to rush in. Yifan had already prepared for this, and as soon as he did, he yanked Feng Fugue. "Yifan, let go of me. I want to save Jiaojiao." Feng Fugue's veins ripped up as he tore his heart and lungs out. "That's an infected walker in there. Get bitten by it." "I don't fucking care. Get off me. I'm going to save Jiaojiao." Feng Fugue was not in the mood to listen to Yifan's words at all, as tears continued to flow outwards inside his eyes, hissing this with an unusually hideous expression. And Xiao Lemon seemed to be dumbfounded by the sight just now, so he stood frozen in place without saying a word. "Yifan, let me the fuck go. I'm going to save Jiaojiao." Feng Fugue frantically struggled and hissed. But Yifan was indifferent as he dragged Feng Fugue and headed outside the basement. Because he had seen the zombie bite on top of Li Jiaojiao's neck, if he didn't leave now, then Yifan would have to personally kill Li Jiaojiao, who had turned into a zombie, in front of Feng Fugue. That scene was perhaps even more brutal than it is now. "Brother Fan, I beg you, let me go save Jiaojiao. Maybe there's still hope. Please, I beg you." Feng Fugue's pleas were like a sharp knife piercing through the heart. But the expression on Yifan's face didn't have the slightest change of emotion. He knew better than anyone else. Life and death are the second lesson that the end of days teaches mankind. Chapter 30. Fourth Order Zombie. Yifan used the simplest and roughest way to drag Feng Fugue from inside the basement to above the playground. "Brother Fan, I beg you, let me go back. Maybe Jiaojiao is still alive. I want to go and save her." Feng Fugue begged at Yifan with a trembling voice while shedding tears. Xiao Lemon stood by Yifan's side. Her heart was very intolerant because she could feel how much pain Feng Fugue was in at this moment. "Feng Fugue, can you act like a man? What's the use of you crying and begging me here, you tell me?" Yifan shouted at Feng Fugue with glaring eyes. "Brother Fan, I'll only feel like less of a man if I just leave now. I want to go save Jiaojiao." Feng Fugue cried out as he tore his heart out. Yifan, on the other hand, directly stopped and then loosened his right hand that was controlling Feng Fugue and shouted, "All right, you want to go and save Li Jiaojiao, right? You go now, I won't stop you." When Feng Fugue heard these words, he didn't hesitate at all to directly run in the direction of the basement. "Feng Fugue, remember this. If you can find Li Jiaojiao's body alive today, I'll take your last name. Let alone going to save Li Jiaojiao. You can't even walk to the room where Li Jiaojiao died. If Li Jiaojiao were alive, would she bear to see you go to your death like a madman now? Now in this world, people are dying every hour of every day. So what about the loved ones of these people? Are they all going to die for nothing like you after seeing their loved ones die?" Yifan's roar resounded in Feng Fugue's ears. There was no one in this world who understood how cruel the end of days really was more than Yifan. A fiancée who had only survived in this world for a few months on her own was finally able to kill herself with her own hands when resources were scarce. So what else can't happen? Is Yifan really so cold by nature? It's not. On the contrary, in his last life, he was a very warm and kind person. But the harsh reality slapped him hard in the face. If it wasn't for the fact that the heavens had given him a chance to be reborn, Yifan's body would probably have been eaten by zombies right down to the bones by now. Feng Fugue stood frozen in place. He clenched his teeth and couldn't stop the tears from flowing down his face. Feng Fugue, I'm telling you, only if you live well can you be considered the best one to Li Jiaojiao. I admit that it's my fault that I didn't stop Li Jiaojiao in time just now, but I don't want to watch you go to your death as well again. Yifan continued to shout at Feng Fugue, and Feng Fugue reached out and forcefully wiped the tears on his face, twisted his head and turned around. Like a walking corpse slowly returned to Yifan's side. Yifan looked at Feng Fugue and hesitated for a moment, then reached out and directly wrapped his arm around his shoulders. In this instant, Feng Fugue's emotions erupted once again as he howled on Yifan's shoulder, crying his heart out. Fan, I don't want to cry, but I just can't get it in my heart. Why did Jiao Jiao rush in? Feng Fugue, who was also not very educated, could not express what he felt in his heart. In this world nowadays, staying alive is the most important thing. Everything else is just a passing cloud. Yifan whispered a word of comfort. Half an hour later, Yifan Xiaolemon's duo sent Feng Fugue back to the cafeteria. Feng Fugue seemed like a different person after experiencing what happened to Li Jiaojiao, and when he entered the cafeteria he directly laid down in the corner, and then looked at the ceiling with his eyes lifelessly. When Yifan saw Feng Fugue like this, his heart was actually very hard to bear. Because if it wasn't for Yifan promising Feng Fugue to help out in the first place, perhaps all of these later things wouldn't have happened. Xiaolemon, on the other hand, walked over to Lu Ziqiang and handed him a spirit herb. Miss Xiao, what is this? Lu Ziqiang asked after freezing for a moment. Brother Lu, just touch it and you'll know. Xiaolemon whispered back. Lu Ziqiang slowly reached out and touched the spirit grass, a first-ranked immortal herb that can help players heal their injured parts after use. A string of information flooded into Lu Ziqiang's mind. Lu Ziqiang, on the other hand, froze for a moment, and then hurriedly rushed at Xiaolemon. There's even such a magical thing? Brother Lu, isn't your leg injured? Why don't you eat this spirit grass? I guess it'll get better soon. Xiaolemon said with a smile. Miss Xiao, you'd better keep such a precious thing for yourself. I'll be fine if I nurse this leg. Lu Ziqiang quickly waved his hand to refuse. I would like to keep it myself, but Feng Fugue is in such a state now that I'm very worried about him doing something stupid, and all these students within the cafeteria are also in need of someone to watch over them. And I can't trust anyone else, so I can only give this task to you, Big Brother Lu. Yifan and Xiaolemon had to go kill the last third-order elite zombie in the school in a while, so there was definitely no way they could stay in the cafeteria all the time. I'm almost done with my leg now. I can do all these things you said. Just take the spirit herb back? Lu Ziqiang whispered. Brother Lu, if only you could be half as shameless as Yifan. Why do people have to be so truthful? Xiaolemon replied back in an unusually breathless manner before throwing the spirit grass to Lu Ziqiang and turning to leave. Lu Ziqiang reached out to receive the spirit grass, and a trace of emotion couldn't help but flash through his eyes. In the midst of this apocalypse, he felt a trace of kindness and warmth from Yifan Xiaolemon, Feng Fugue, and others. This kind of warmth would be very common in the middle of the normal world. But in the midst of the apocalypse, it is precious. If it wasn't for Yifan and the others, Lu Ziqiang felt that he should have probably died in the middle of the library. After dealing with Feng Fugue and Lu Ziqiang, Yifan and Xiaolemon both left the cafeteria once again. Perhaps because Yifan and Xiaolemon's level had far exceeded the level of the zombies didn't dare to come close to the two of them when they walked above the playground, unless some unconscious infected human zombies would rush over. But they were all directly killed by Yifan as well. What's going on between you and Jiao Jiaoli? Xiaolemon asked at Yifan with some hesitation. There's nothing between the two of us. I want to help Feng Fugue find her mother in order to help her. Yifan returned indifferently. And last night? Xiaolemon looked at Yifan and continued to ask. This stupid girl, Li Jiaojiao, wanted to use her own body as a price in order for me to help save her mother, but I refused. Yifan said righteously. Was it rejected by you or sabotaged by Feng Fugue? Xiaolemon gave Yifan a blank look. No, what do you mean by that? Is that what I am in your mind? Yifan shouted with glaring eyes. That's right, that's who. Xiaolemon nodded slowly. You. Yifan looked at Xiaolemon and didn't know what to say to make it better. so he directly asked about the serious matter. Are you able to sense where the last third-order elite zombie inside the school is right now? Behind the grove behind our school. Xiao Lemon replied directly. The grove? Isn't that where school couples always go? Because with Yifan's current strength in addition to Xiao Lemon's help, killing a third-order elite zombie was already a very easy task. So Yifan was still acting very relaxed and casual. Is that all that's inside your head? Xiao Lemon once again blanked Yifan. Yifan, on the other hand, was filled with speechlessness. He really couldn't figure out why Xiao Lemon's prejudice against himself was so great. 10 minutes later, the two of them, Yifan and Xiao Lemon, arrived directly in the middle of the grove at the back door of Nanyang University. After the two had passed through the grove, a large clearing appeared. On top of the open space, there were almost 7 or 8 people who were surrounding a giant zombie that was almost 4 or 5 meters tall. This zombie, compared to the zombies that Yifan had seen before, was obviously a lot more kind. At least he could see that it was a zombie, not like the snake body zombie and the mantis zombie looked so disgusting and strange. I can't believe I've been shortchanged. Yifan couldn't help but frown. Then he rushed at Xiao Lemon and asked, tell me where this zombie's weakness is. I'll go kill it now. I can't see a weakness in this walker. Xiao Lemon stuttered back from where he stood. Why? A trace of incomprehension also flashed amongst Yifan's eyes. It seems to be a fourth-order zombie, Xiao Lemon said as she slowly twisted her head to stare into her own beautiful peach blossom eyes. Chapter 31. 4 Awakened Ones, Instant Seconds. What are you saying? How could a fourth-order zombie appear at this time of the year? Yifan also instantly froze in place after hearing Xiao Lemon's words, shouting in a very incredulous tone. My insight is limited, and once a walker's level is much higher than mine, there's no way for me to see this walker's weaknesses. Xiao Lemon paused for a moment, then continued, but I can sense that this zombie's combat power far exceeds those third-order elite zombies, and it has a green glow on its body. Yifan subconsciously glanced at those corpses underneath the feet of the fourth-order zombies as he reacted to what was going on. The zombies above the third stage are equipped with the ability to evolve. As the number of players they kill increases, their level will also increase along with it. In fact, it's the same reason as humans upgrading. It's because these people keep coming over to give experience to this zombie. That's why this zombie has upgraded to a fourth-order zombie in such a short period of time. These people are really crazy too. Their level isn't as high as mine, but they still dare to come over to challenge a fourth-order zombie. Isn't it just sending them to their deaths? Yifan frowned and whispered, what are you going to do? Xiao Lemon turned his head and rushed at Yifan and asked, what do you think the odds are that I can kill this fourth-order zombie if I strike now? Yifan asked after hesitating for a moment. Hardly possible. Xiao Lemon directly shook his head without even thinking about it. Okay, then hurry up and retreat. Yifan was unusually decisive and turned around with the intention of leaving. After all, he was someone who had died once, and this time he was considered a Tian who opening, so Yifan definitely had to value his life more than anyone else. The task given to him by the system was to kill 10 third-order elite zombies. Right now, he was just short of the last 4 third-order elite zombies to complete the quest and upgrade to level 20, so there was no need for him to take any risks at all at this time. Originally, Xiao Lemon thought that Yifan would go up and give it a try, and she had already thought of how to persuade Yifan to leave in her own mind. But she didn't expect Yifan to leave so dryly. Xiao Lemon didn't want to waste any more time on the fourth-order zombies, so he turned around and followed Yifan to leave. However, the moment Xiao Lemon turned around, her afterglow suddenly saw a familiar SUV rushing straight towards the fourth-order zombie's position. The speed of the SUV was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed to the front of the fourth-order zombie, and then once again violently increased its speed and fiercely crashed into the body of the fourth-order zombie. Only, this fourth-order zombie did not have any reaction at all, and directly lifted his palm, which was like a small mountain, and ruthlessly smashed down in the direction of the SUV. Seeing this scene, Xiao Lemon couldn't help but feel his heart tighten. But the people inside the SUV also had very fast reaction speeds and instantly jumped down from the vehicle. In the next second, the SUV was slapped directly into pieces of iron. A total of 4 people jumped down from the SUV. 3 of the men, the best leveled, were 15. This level was actually still very scary, because Yifan had only just risen to level 18 now with the help of the sign-in card drawing system. And beside the 3 men stood a woman. The woman was extremely beautiful, wearing a black trench coat. Her slender legs were covered with stockings on top, and her feet were on a pair of high-heeled shoes, and her originally tall and sexy figure was even more alluring with the addition of high-heeled shoes. Shanya! Sister! Yifan and Xiao Lemon shouted almost in unison. Then the two looked at each other. You actually know my sister? Xiaoya is actually your sister? The two shouted together again. At this time, Yifan's heart was still very shocked, and after hesitating for a while, he rushed at Xiao Lime and asked, "That what? Are we two still going? That's my own sister, and my sister definitely wants to come to school to find me, so how could I possibly leave?" Xiao Lemon shouted with big watery eyes. "Then you won't be of much use even if you stay. You can be a match for a fourth-order zombie?" Yifan whispered back. "It's true that I can't help much, but you can. You and my sister and those men of my sister's team might be able to kill that fourth-order zombie." Xiao Lemon yanked on Yifan, who was preparing to escape. "Didn't you all just say that my chances of winning against a fourth-order zombie are 0? I'd better not take that risk. I'm going back to the cafeteria." Yifan looked at Xiao Lemon and smiled bitterly. "Yifan, according to my understanding of this game, the experience value of a fourth-order zombie is 3 times that of a third-order zombie, and killing a fourth-order zombie will also give a large amount of materials for upgrading the safe house. Aren't you the least bit impressed?" Xiao Lemon shouted. "I'm not heartbroken. I think it's more important to stay alive." Yifan directly shook his head without even thinking. "You?" Xiao Lemon looked at Yifan somewhat unsure of what to say. And in the meantime, Xiaoya and the others had already begun to attack the zombies. Xiaoya's awakened ability was the power of cold ice, so she was the first to strike. Countless flying daggers made of cold ice flew directly in the direction of the fourth-order zombies. The fourth-order zombie itself wasn't particularly fast, and after the ice-cold flying dagger struck it, its movement speed dropped once again. A youth, on the other hand, directly summoned out a huge fireball, which viciously ran towards the zombies and smashed them down. The other two higher-ranked awakened, one of which was supposed to have awakened the power of steel, instantly transformed his body into steel and ran directly at the zombies. The speed of the last awakened was extremely fast, and he took advantage of the fact that the fourth-rank zombie's attention was all focused on the front, and in the blink of an eye, he circled around behind the zombie, seemingly intending to sneak attack the zombie from behind. The fireball fiercely blasted on top of the zombie's body like a cannonball, and the awakened one with the power of steel followed suit with a punch on top of the zombie's head. Only, these two people's attacks didn't seem to have any effect on the zombies. The fourth-rank zombie slapped away the awakened who was preparing to sneak up behind him, and then punched away the steel awakened with another blow. Xiaoya stood in the distance with incredulity written all over her beautiful eyes. This was perhaps the first time she had seen such a horrible zombie. "Isn't this a little too sick?" Yifan, who was in the distance, couldn't help but follow with an exclamation. "Sister, be careful." Right at this time, Xiao Lemon directly shouted out. Xiaoya jerked her head in Xiao Lemon's direction. But just at this time, the fourth-order zombie's palm had already run in Xiaoya's direction and slapped over. "Yes, sis." That youth who had awakened the power of flame shouted and instantly rushed to Xiaoya's body. The fourth-order zombie's fist blasted onto the youth's body, and the youth instantly spewed out a mouthful of blood before his entire body smashed onto Xiaoya's body as if it was a cannonball. The youth was directly smashed to death by this punch from the fourth-order zombie. Xiaoya, on the other hand, was also seriously injured by the youth's body, and her face was unusually pale. In just an instant, the 4 best-level people in Xiaoya's team were all wiped out. Tap, tap, tap. The fourth-order zombie ran in Xiaoya's direction with a step. "Sister." Xiao Lemon ran in Xiaoya's direction as if she was crazy. "Lemon, don't come over here. Get out of here." Xiaoya hurriedly shouted in a loud voice. On the other hand, a trace of helplessness flashed through Yifan's eyes as he reached out and took out the spiritual grass that could raise all of his ability values by 50% within an hour and put it inside his mouth. An incomparably terrifying power filled Yifan's body. Yifan directly ran in the direction of the fourth-order zombie and instantly overtook Xiao Lime in front of him. And Xiao Lemon couldn't help but freeze for a moment as she looked at Yifan's back and then whispered, "This bastard didn't even leave? Looks like he's not as cold and heartless as I thought." Xiaoya also saw Yifan, who had rushed out from the side, and was equally very shocked in her heart. She didn't expect Yifan to appear here as well. Chapter 32. After all, I'm still careless. Because of the enhancement of the spirit grass for Yifan's ability value, Yifan's speed had far exceeded that of a normal human, and even those awakened ones felt a bit unbelievable after seeing Yifan's speed. This person's speed is actually able to be this fast? Yeah, that's outrageous, isn't it? Is this person open? The crowd couldn't help but whisper. Yifan rushed to the front of the fourth-order zombie in the blink of an eye, then leapt up and raised the Kusanagi sword in his hand to run at the head of the fourth-order zombie and slashed it down fiercely. Since Xiao Lemon had no way to tell where exactly the weakness of a fourth-order zombie was, then Yifan had no choice but to start with the head first. Only, Yifan had somewhat underestimated the fourth-order zombie's reflexes. He slammed his hand directly on top of the Kusanagi sword in Yifan's hand. Yifan's Kusanagi sword was directly slapped out by this slap because he didn't react first. Without a weapon, Yifan's situation seemed even worse. However, Yifan didn't really want to fight with this fourth-order zombie. What he thought in his mind was that if he had the power to fight with this fourth-order zombie, that would naturally be the best. If it wasn't, then he could totally escape with his speed. The palm of the fourth-order zombie directly ran towards Yifan and slapped down. Yifan sprinted forward violently. The zombie's palm smashed heavily on the ground, directly smashing a huge, deep pit in the ground. If it wasn't for Yifan's relatively fast reaction speed, that slap just now might have actually taken his life directly. Yifan rushed to the front of the fourth-order zombie and then violently threw out a punch. Boo! There was a loud bang. The fourth-order zombie directly took 2 or 3 consecutive steps backward after using his body to harden Yifan's punch. The surrounding people saw this scene and their eyes were not only shocked, but also shocked. Just now, Xiaoya and the others were directly driving the SUV towards the body of the zombie, and the zombie didn't even have any reaction. And Yifan's punch was actually able to directly knock the zombie back. Just how terrifying must the power of this punch of Yifan be? However, Yifan's punch didn't seem to cause any substantial damage to the zombie. Instead, it seemed to have somewhat enraged the fourth-order zombie. The fourth-order zombie swung over with a backhand. Although Yifan was fast, because he had consumed a lot of physical strength from the punch he had just thrown, he was simply too late to dodge away from the zombie's slap. Boo! Yifan was directly slapped out by this palm of the fourth-order zombie and then ruthlessly smashed on the ground. But fortunately, Yifan's body was wearing a protective suit, plus his defense had been boosted quite a bit due to the spirit grass, so Yifan didn't suffer any serious injuries. Yifan, this zombie's weakness should be its arms. Xiao Lemon shouted at Yifan after hesitating for a moment. Yifan gritted his teeth and stood up, then quickly ran over to where Kusunagi's sword was. In a flash of lightning, Yifan bent down and picked up the Kusanagi sword that had just been knocked away. Immediately after that, the fourth-order zombie's fist slammed down hard. This time, Yifan was prepared and dodged the punch with a thrilling sidestep. The zombie's fist slammed directly into the ground, sinking deep into the dirt. That's the time. Yifan swung the Kusanagi sword in his hand violently, then ruthlessly slashed at the top of the zombie's arm. The Kusanagi sword instantly cut off one of the zombie's arms, and a deafening roar erupted from the zombies. Looks like Xiao Lemon guessed correctly. This zombie's weakness is its arm. Although she didn't see the weaknesses of this zombie through insight, she had sort of followed Yifan and killed quite a few third-order elite zombies. So at this moment, Xiao Lemon was relying entirely on her intuition to judge it. When Yifan saw that the zombie had an arm cut off by himself, the expression on his face was unusually excited, because he saw the possibility that he could kill this walker. But the next second, Yifan was dumbfounded. The fourth-rank zombie that had already had one of its arms cut off had its body unexpectedly change after it roared in anger. The size of the fourth-order zombie continued to shrink, and the expression on its face began to turn grim, its originally empty and lifeless eyes flashing with a strange light. Die! The fourth-order zombie looked at Yifan's direction and uttered a very raw word. The surrounding crowd's eyes were full of shock. It was the first time they had seen a zombie actually able to speak. The fourth-order zombie jerked up its speed. Its size had shrunk a lot, but its speed was much faster. It was like a truck that ruthlessly crashed on top of Yifan's body. Yifan's speed was already very perverted, but he still hadn't dodged the zombie's onslaught. In an instant, Yifan felt an unprecedented sharp pain sweeping through his entire body, followed by a mouthful of blood spraying out, and then his entire body flew directly backwards. In the moment when he flew out backwards, a hint of despair flashed through Yifan's mind. It was only at this moment that he realized he had somewhat underestimated the combat power of a fourth-order zombie. He thought that he could have the power to fight with a fourth-order zombie, and even if he didn't have the ability to kill a fourth-order zombie, he should have the ability to escape. But he now realized that he had been a bit naive. Boo! There was a loud bang. Yifan's body slammed hard on top of the ground as he violently sprayed out another mouthful of blood. Still a bit careless. Yifan sighed bitterly after landing. Xiao Lemon and everyone else present froze in place. They had originally thought that Yifan had chopped off one of the arms of the fourth-order zombie, so maybe there was a real hope of killing the monster. But who would have thought that this was just the beginning of the nightmare? Yifan had just brought a glimmer of hope to the crowd, but soon fell back into complete despair. After the fourth order zombie saw that Yifan had fallen to the ground, it surprisingly did not choose to rush to give Yifan a fatal blow, but slowly ran in Yifan's direction. At this moment, Yifan seemed like an already wounded prey in its eyes. It was not in a hurry to kill Yifan directly. It wanted to torture Yifan. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of the fourth order zombie's walk was like a hammer hitting everyone's heart. At this point, all of them had lost the ability to fight back. Once Yifan, if he died in the hands of the zombie, then their end would be the same. Yifan used the last ounce of his body's strength to stand up slowly on his Kusanagi sword. In the next second, the fourth order zombie slowly raised his left hand, then ran in Yifan's direction and slapped down. Chapter 33. Who can give hope to the one who ignites hope? When Xiaoya, Xiao Lemon, and the others saw the fourth order zombie slowly raise its large hand, a hint of despair could not help but flash through their eyes. Because they all knew clearly that once Yifan died in the hands of this fourth order zombie, then all of them would definitely die as well. Before Yifan had appeared, these people all thought that they would surely die today, because the fighting strength of a fourth order zombie was just a little too terrifying. But Yifan's appearance seemed to have ignited hope in these people again. But now what? Who is there to give hope to the one who once ignited it? Yifan had almost used his entire body. He wanted to dodge this attack from the zombie, but helplessly his arms and legs seemed to be out of control. As long as we can dodge it, there's still hope to live. Yifan kept comforting himself in his mind. It was a pity that the battle just now had left him injured, and with the massive depletion of his physical strength, his speed had even fallen far short of that of this fourth order zombie. Yifan could only watch as the huge palm enveloped him and then slowly fell. Yifan, dodge away. Hurry up and dodge away. Xiao Lemon stood in the distance, tearing her heart and lungs out like a madwoman, unable to stop the tears from flowing down her face. Although she had always felt that she hated Yifan very much, but at this moment, looking at Yifan standing there and being killed by a fourth order zombie, Xiao Lim could not control the sadness in her heart. She didn't want to see Yifan die anywhere. She wanted Yifan to survive. But again, she couldn't seem to do anything but keep crying out. The system has detected a danger to the host's life. The host is requested to flee immediately. Another warning. The system has detected a danger to the host's life. The voice of the card signing system continuously sounded in the middle of Yifan's mind. There's no use in you warning now. It's all over. Yifan couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh after hearing the system's reminder. The zombie's huge palm was literally like a small mountain running towards Yifan's position and falling down. Xiao Lemon and Xiaoya and the others couldn't help but close their eyes. They didn't want to watch Yifan being slapped into flesh by a fourth-order zombie just like that. However, just when the zombie's palm was about to slap on top of Yifan's head, a red light flew out across the sky and ruthlessly hit Yifan's body. Yifan was knocked out nearly half a meter away by this red light. Firewolf. Yifan snapped his head up to get a good look at the red glow. The huge palm fell from in front of Yifan, directly smashing a huge deep pit in the ground. In the next second, the fire wolf changed its direction and charged towards the fourth order zombie's position, then ruthlessly collided with the fourth order zombie. Isn't Firewolf already in cooldown? What's going on here? Yifan looked at the direction of the fire wolf with eyes full of shock. In reply to the host, the summon summoned by the summoner will trigger a passive host protection skill. When they sense the host's life is in danger, they will detonate themselves at the cost of helping the host gain a chance to escape. Even summons that have entered their cooldown period can trigger the Master Protector skill. The card signing system replied, at the cost of detonating itself? Yifan's eyes flashed with a hint of incomprehension after hearing these words. Boom! A loud noise like thunder resounded directly in Yifan's ears. The loud noise gave the impression as if a bomb had been detonated in front of them. The fourth order zombie fell to the ground with a loud thud. What's going on here? Xiao Lemon shouted with big watery eyes. Xiao Ya's eyes were also filled with doubt. Because the speed of the fire wolf was really too fast, these people didn't even figure out where the explosion actually came from. Was the explosion just now made by Yifan? Xiao Ya asked with a frown. It seems like it. I just saw a red light flash. The young man beside Xiao Ya hurriedly replied. Yifan, on the other hand, was expressionless as he stood still and looked at the fourth order zombie that had fallen down. System. Once if the summon triggers the protector skill, what happens after it detonates itself? Yifan asked secretly in his heart. Once the summoner triggers the protector skill, the host summoner level will become level 0, and the host will need to wait for the end of the cooldown period to continue upgrading. Yifan's originally tense mood instantly relaxed quite a bit after hearing these words. Then that means the fire wolf is still around, and I'm still able to summon it out, right? Yifan continued to ask. Because the host's summoner level is zeroed out, the host's next use of the summoning technique will be accompanied by a summoned object. Every time the summoner level is cleared, the summoner that the host summons is different. This changes according to the host's ability. The system explained in great detail. Yifan's entire body froze in place. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "That means there's no way for me to summon the fire wolf again. The fire wolf is completely dead this time, isn't it?" The host can certainly understand it that way, but the summoner itself does not possess life, and there is no such thing as death. The system replied, "But I'll never get to see it again in my life. It's just dead." Yifan shouted through clenched teeth. The system, on the other hand, did not reply. Because the system itself was an emotionless data, it had no way to empathize with Yifan, and it wouldn't be able to comfort people. All it could do was to convert its data into words to answer Yifan's questions. Yifan took a deep breath. The expression on his face turned unusually heavy, but he didn't continue to say anything. Separation of life and death. This is the second lesson of doom. This was how Yifan comforted Feng Fugue in the beginning, so he was not qualified to be sad at this time. He never expected that he would be saved twice by a summon. If it wasn't for the help of the fire wolf, Yifan would have actually died a long time ago. And just at this time, the fourth-rank zombie that had been seriously injured by the fire wolf blast unexpectedly slowly stood up again. At this time, a large portion of the skin on top of its body had been burned, and the dark green blood flowed along the wounds on the ground, looking unusually disgusting. Perhaps it was because of the heavy injuries, so the speed of the fourth-order zombie became particularly slow, and the walking posture was also far less than before. "Yifan, I'll come to you to control it. You find a chance to find a way to cut off its other arm." However, just at this time, Xiaoya seemed to have recovered as she shouted loudly at Yifan. Yifan slowly raised his head to look at the fourth-order zombie that was still approaching his direction. Actually, Yifan had recovered some of his strength at this time, so he should be able to run away if he wanted to. But Yifan still chose to grip the Kusanagi sword in his hand. It's true that life and death are not worth grieving over, because that's how it is in this world already. But there was some revenge that Yifan had to avenge. Dozens of sharp ice blades flew directly towards the fourth-order zombie's position. After the ice blade hit the zombie, the speed of the fourth-order zombie obviously dropped a few points again. "Ah!" Yifan let out a roar. Tears slowly flowed down his cheeks. At this moment, he did not have any reservations at all, almost using all his strength to run towards the position of the fourth-order zombie. Hands up. Sword fall. The Kusanagi sword in Yifan's hand directly cut down the other arm of the fourth-order zombie ruthlessly. Boom! The fourth-order zombie fell to the ground with a loud thud. The surrounding crowd went from being shocked at first to being ecstatic later on. A cheer erupted from everyone almost simultaneously. Some were even so excited that they had embraced. They weren't excited because Yifan had killed a fourth-order zombie, but they were excited that they could still live in the middle of this apocalypse. Xiaoya also let out a long breath as she looked in Yifan's direction. If it wasn't for Yifan, perhaps all of them really would have died here. Chapter 34. Xiaoya's Re-Invitation. After Yifan had killed the fourth-order zombie, he felt as if his body had been drained. He didn't have any strength left in his body. His whole body was a state of weakness, and he could only lie on the ground panting heavily. Congratulations to the host for killing a fourth-order zombie. 3 third-order elite zombies are still missing from completing the mission. The first is a reminder of the card signing system. "I've killed a fourth-order zombie. Don't you have any rewards?" Yifan asked very breathlessly. The host did not accept the quest to kill a fourth-order zombie, so there are no rewards. But the host will receive a player system reward for the first kill of a fourth-order zombie. Just after the words of the card signing system were finished, the voice of the player system followed. Congratulations to the player for completing the world's first kill of a fourth-order zombie. The reward for the first kill is as follows. 1 level 1 weapon strengthening gemstone. Note: weapon enhancement gems can raise the weapon enhancement level, and the weapon value is significantly increased. Safe house upgrade materials, 1,000 each of first-order materials, iron sheets, wood, and glass. Double experience value, 180. 1 S-class card. A series of beeps sounded in the middle of Yifan's mind. At this time, Yifan's level had directly level 18 upgraded to level 19, and was just 200 experience points away from upgrading to level 20. Perhaps it was because Yifan was the first player in the world to kill a fourth-order zombie. So the rewards are still very rich this time. Safe house materials and also S-class card experience values are not needed for these. Yifan didn't expect the system to reward him with a weapon-strengthening gemstone. In his last life, he knew that there were weapon-strengthening gems, and that the supplies that could be exchanged for a single gem could be enough for 100 people to eat until they died. That alone proves how valuable this gem is. Only, because Yifan was nothing more than an ordinary person, he was destined to have nothing to do with this level of treasure in his last life, and was merely able to hear about it from other people's mouths. And in this life, Yifan unexpectedly obtained a weapon-strengthening gemstone just at the beginning of the game. If it were normal, Yifan would have been extremely excited. But at this moment, he wasn't very happy, because he was clear that this weapon-strengthening gem was something that Fire Wolf had traded his life for. We have detected the presence of unopened cards in the player's backpack. Would you like to open the cards now? The system's beep slowly sounded. Turn it on. Yifan was very curious as to what this S-ranked card could open out. Last time, Yifan had obtained a transfer book through an S-ranked card. A card appeared in front of Yifan. After the cards were slowly turned over, a golden light flashed. Congratulations to the player who has obtained a Fire Upanishad skill book. The system's beep sounded. What is this Fire Upanishad skill book? A trace of doubt flashed amongst Yifan's eyes. In reply to the host, if the host uses the Fire Upanishad skill book, he will gain the power to control fire, and can utilize the power of flames to enhance his fighting strength. The card signing system replied, wouldn't that be the same as those awakened who have awakened the power of flame? That's right, but an awakened person is only able to gain one awakened ability upon awakening, whereas the Fire Upanishad skill book allows the awakened person to gain the power of flame while retaining their original ability. This thing is so perverted? Then can I also have the ability of a summoner, as well as the ability to control flames after using it? Yifan asked hurriedly. Yes, but for S-rank or above, each player can only have one of the same type, and cannot hold multiple S-rank or above abilities. The power of flame belongs to D-rank ability, and the summoner is an A-rank ability. The two naturally don't conflict with each other. The system continued to explain. I have the card signing system inside my body right now, which is an SSS-ranked ability, and the summoner is an A-ranked ability, so the two don't clash. But if I were to obtain an S-ranked ability, I wouldn't be able to use that ability. Is that what you're saying? Yifan asked. Yes. So can I give this Watsit transfer book skill book to other people to use? Yifan hurriedly asked a question that he was very concerned about. Of course you can give it to other players to use, but it is not recommended that the host do so, because the method of obtaining the transfer book skill book is only one of the cards, which is very precious and rare. Yifan lay on the ground with as much excitement as he wanted in his heart. It was only at this moment that he realized why this system that appeared in the middle of his body was an SSS-level talent. This system is just a little too counterintuitive. First of all, the card thing itself is extremely rare. Yifan could get 5 cards by signing in for a week, and all of them were graded A or higher. That also meant that as long as Yifan lived long enough, he would be able to obtain a large number of cards, and some more powerful skill books, transfer books, and whatnot would surely appear among these cards. Then Yifan's abilities were also increasing, to the point where he could have more than a dozen abilities on his own. Just thinking about it, Yifan felt a little scary. May I ask the host whether to use the Fire Upanishad skill book now? After using it, the host can manipulate the power of flames. The system's voice rang out. Do not use. Yifan rejected it directly without even thinking about it. And just at this time, the two of them, Xiao Lemon and Xiao Ya, had already walked over to Yifan's side. Yifan, are you all right? Xiao Lemon quickly rushed to Yifan's side and shouted at him. Yifan twisted his head to look at Xiao Lime and realized that Xiao Lime's eyes were already a bit red and swollen, so he couldn't help but smile and ask, What? I'm going to die and saddened you like this? Who? Who is sad? I couldn't be happier if you were dead. Are you in the end there is nothing wrong? No. If you're fine then hurry up, don't pretend to be dead here. Xiao Lemon realized that Yifan seemed to be nothing serious and was even in the mood to joke with himself, so he spoke in a much more normal tone. I seem to be injured, and now I can't move my body. Yifan whispered back. Can't really move? Xiao Lemon gently pushed Yifan with her own small hand, and after realizing that Yifan really didn't seem to have any reaction, she took out a spirit herb from inside her clothes and handed it to Yifan. Eat it. You'll be able to move afterward. Xiao Lemon said with great heartache. Didn't you give Lu Ziqiang that spirit herb that can heal? Why do you still have it in your hand? Yifan asked at Xiao Lemon with some surprise. I secretly hid one for myself earlier when you didn't realize it. Xiao Lemon replied with a small grimace. Yifan frowned as he looked at Xiao Lemon, the expression on his face as breathless as it could be. Don't you look at me like that. Are you going to eat it or not? Xiao Lemon shouted with some embarrassment. Without any hesitation, Yifan directly snatched the spirit herb and put it inside his mouth. After a few seconds, Yifan felt that his body seemed to be quite a bit better. He rushed at Xiao Lime and stretched out his right hand and said, "Don't look at it. Hurry up and help me up. Can you stop talking to me in a tone like I'm your maid all the time?" Xiao Lemon shouted with wide eyes. "I was injured to save your sister and those of your sister. Why don't you people have any conscience at all?" Yifan whispered after getting up. "Don't lie. I don't know you well enough. You wouldn't have stepped in just to save my sister. You must have your own agenda." Xiao Lemon instantly revealed Yifan. Yifan, on the other hand, was a bit embarrassed because he really didn't have much to do with Xiao Ya and the others when he made his move, and he was just rushing for the experience value and rewards for killing a fourth-order zombie. Xiao Ya also walked quickly to Yifan's side at this time, then softly rushed to Yifan and said, "Yifan, really thank you very much for saving all of us. If it wasn't for you, all of us might have died here. No need to be so polite." Yifan faintly replied back, then rushed at Xiao Lime and said, "Can you learn from your sister? Do you see how nice people talk?" "Himph." Xiao Lemon directly blanked Yifan before muttering in a low voice, "That's because my sister doesn't know how detestable you are as a person. It's really too coincidental. I didn't think that you would recognize my sister, Yifan." After Xiao Ya realized that Yifan's relationship with Xiao Lemon seemed to be somewhat unusual, the idea of pulling Yifan in was once again born in her heart. Yifan's ability was obvious to her, so once she was able to get Yifan to join her team, it would greatly increase her team's combat power. "The two of us just met by chance." Yifan whispered back, "Sister, how do you know Yifan?" Xiao Lemon, on the other hand, was very curious and asked at Xiao Ya. "The two of us ran into each other before, and I even solicited Yifan to come to our side, but Yifan rejected it." Xiao Ya smiled and explained, then rushed towards Yifan and asked, "Yifan, since you know my sister, why don't you just join my team? We can take care of each other under this doom." Xiao Ya once again issued an invitation with a very sincere attitude, and Xiao Lemon also slowly looked up at Yifan. She also seemed to be very much looking forward to Yifan following them around. Chapter 35. Would you mind if he became your brother-in-law? The reason why Xiao Lemon was looking forward to Yifan being with him was that on the one hand, Xiao Lemon felt that following Yifan would give her a sense of security that she had no way to describe in words. Yifan's strength was something she understood the most, and if Yifan could really join Xiao Ya's team, then it would still have a very big impact on Xiao Ya and these people. But there was another reason that Xiao Lemon herself felt strange. She just hoped that in the future Yifan would be able to accompany her. She didn't understand that she obviously hated Yifan. There were times when she felt that Yifan was a very selfish and cold-blooded person, but she wanted to be with him. The feeling is just a little too peculiar. Both Xiao Lemon and Xiao Ya gazed expectantly as they waited for Yifan's reply. Yifan, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment and then said softly, "Sorry, I'm still used to being alone, so I don't really intend to join anyone's team." Yifan's heart was clear. Once he really joined Xiao Ya's team, it meant that he couldn't continue to be so free, and he couldn't do whatever he wanted to do. He has to follow the orders of the team, and even think for the sake of the others in the team sometimes. Yifan didn't like this feeling. "Yifan, if you can join my sister's team, the two of us can still go kill zombies together, and I can guarantee that your level will definitely be much faster than the others." Xiao Lemon shouted in great anxiety. Indeed, because of Xiao Lemon's ability, Yifan was able to increase his efficiency in killing zombies by a lot. In his last life, why was Xiao Ya able to become the only female chief in Nanyang City? Yifan felt that there should be a large part of Xiao Lemon's credit in this. First of all, Xiao Lemon could allow Xiao Ya's people to increase their speed when killing zombies, and Xiao Lemon could also discover spirit herbs, which could also play a vital role. "I'd rather not. I'm used to being alone." Yifan shook his head at Xiao Lemon, and after Xiao Lemon saw how painfully Yifan refused, her heart was inevitably a little sad. "Yifan, if you're willing to join my team, I can have everyone under my hand and even me follow your orders. That way you won't need to be bound by the team. You'll still be able to do whatever you want." Xiao Ya was obviously a bit smarter than Xiao Lemon, and she was able to see exactly what was going on in Yifan's mind. "That's quite a sacrifice you're making, isn't it?" Yifan smiled faintly, then still shook his head and refused. Xiao Ya looked at Yifan expressionlessly and said in a low voice after 2 seconds of silence, "Good. Since you've already considered it clearly, Yifan, there's probably not much use for me to continue persuading you. Yes, I'm not going to change my mind on this matter. Even if you guys use beauty tricks on me, it won't work." Yevon made a joke. Xiao Lemon, on the other hand, glared fiercely at Yifan and said with a small mouth, "Who wants to use the beauty plan on you? You're thinking quite beautifully. The beauty I'm talking about isn't you, it's your sister, and I'm not interested in a little girl like you. Yifan couldn't help but dislike Xiaolin back. You. A trace of anger flashed among Xiao Limin's beautiful eyes. Xiaoya, on the other hand, smiled lightly. She was able to tell that Yifan was just joking with himself, so she wouldn't take these words to heart. Yifan, although you're not willing to join my team, but no matter what you're considered my savior, if there's anything you need me to do, I'll definitely do my best. Xiaoya said at Yifan in an unusually serious tone. And Yifan hesitated for a moment after hearing these words, and then said softly, then there might really be one thing on my side that I need your help with. What's the matter? Xiaoya asked in a hurry. Do you know if you know of the existence of elite third-order walkers there? Yifan rushed at Xiaoya and asked. At this time, Yifan was 200 experience points away from rising to level 20. Not counting the experience of killing zombies, one could upgrade just by completing the system's quests. Moreover, Yifan felt that he should be the highest-ranked human. I really did run into a few third-order elite zombies when I was coming to this side of the school, but because we were in a hurry to come to this side of the school to look for Xiao Lemon, we didn't make a move on those zombies, and I can take you to those zombies. Xiaoya looked at Yifan and said, Okay, wait for tomorrow's then. I'm a little tired today. Yifan nodded gently. Xiaoya, on the other hand, took the initiative to add the contact information in the system with Yifan. When the player level upgrade to level 5 will open the function of the chat hall, after level 7 we'll be able to add friends through the system. When you add friends, you can not only send messages and calls from a distance, but even have the ability to video. To put it bluntly, it's similar to what a cell phone does. Yifan naturally did not refuse. Once the two of them were done adding friends, Xiaoya could see Yifan's level. You're actually level 19? Xiaoya's eyes widened. The expression on her face was as shocking as it could be. If it wasn't for the fact that your sister kept having to team up with me and split a lot of my experience, maybe I'd be level 20 by now. Yifan faintly returned Xiaoya's sentence. How the hell did you do that? I've been killing zombies almost every day, and I'm only level 10 now. Xiaoya was running out of ways to describe her feelings. Yifan naturally could not explain these things to Xiaoya, turned around and walked to the front of Xiao Lemon and said, Let's too also add contact information at that time. If you have any danger you can call me at any time. Although I don't want to join your sister's team, but we two are also considered to be friends. After all the time I've known you, you finally said something that made me feel kinda warm and fuzzy. Xiao Lemon very happily replied back to Yifan and then added his friend as well. After adding his friends, Yifan waved at the two of them and then ran in the direction of the cafeteria. Xiao Lemon stood in place looking at Yifan's back. In his heart, there was still more or less some reluctance. You like Yifan, huh? Xiaoya asked very directly at Xiao Lemon. What are you talking about, sis? Xiao Lemon's pretty face instantly turned red when she heard these words, and then shouted in an excited tone. Nothing. I'm just asking if you like Yifan. Xiaoya said faintly. How could I possibly like this obnoxious asshole? He's incredibly selfish and cold-blooded as a person, and there are times when he clearly has the power to go. If Yifan becomes your brother-in-law one day, you won't mind, right? Xiaoya directly interrupted Xiao Lemon. Xiao Lemon, on the other hand, froze instantly and looked at Xiaoya with a very incredulous expression before stuttering. Sister, what kind of joke are you playing with me here? Yifan becoming my brother-in-law? I'm not joking with you. Yifan's current rank is 19. I think he should be the highest ranked group of people in the country or even in the whole world, and this gap may still magnify indefinitely. If I can become Yifan's woman, at the very least, I can guarantee that the two of us will live in the midst of this apocalyptic world. Xiaoya said expressionlessly. But sister, how long have you only known Yifan? Do you have feelings for Yifan? Xiao Lemon was a bit dumbfounded. Feelings are worthless in this world right now. What I want is for the two of us to be able to live, even live well, not live like those ordinary people who live and die. Xiaoya expressionlessly looked into the distance and said word for word. Xiao Lemon was a little unsure of what to say for a moment. That's why I asked you if you wouldn't mind if Yifan became your brother-in-law. Xiaoya twisted her head to look at Xiao Lemon. Xiao Lemon was a little unsure of how he should answer this question for a moment. Well, I already know the answer from your reaction, so get in the car. Xiaoya smiled faintly, then she walked in the direction of the parking lot with her own long and white legs. Chapter 36. Desperate Students. Yifan went back to the school alone after separating from Xiao Lemon and the two of them. Walking on top of the playground, Yifan expressionlessly watched the zombies roaming back and forth within the school. A large portion of these zombies are actually students and teachers who were infected by the zombies to become what they are now. In fact, As the game time continues to increase, there will be fewer and fewer zombies in the world in the true sense of the word, while the number of those infected human zombies will increase. These zombies were not strong in combat, but their numbers were very large and infectious. In the beginning, Yifan had even seen tens of thousands of zombies together besieging a shopping mall. That scene was unforgettable for Yifan in his life because it was really a bit too terrifying. These zombies will also be the biggest threat to the survival of the human race. However, these zombies were not much of a threat to Yifan right now because the level between Yifan and these zombies had already pulled apart greatly. A zombie will not actively attack a human whose level is much higher than theirs. This is the rule of this game. Unless there were humans around Yifan that the zombies thought they could attack, no zombies would attack Yifan even if he walked inside a pile of zombies. Although the level of the zombies would also increase over time, there was ultimately no way to catch up with an open existence like Yifan. After more than 10 minutes, Yifan returned to the middle of the cafeteria. "Little brother Yi, you're back?" Lu Ziqiang hurriedly rushed to greet Yifan. At this time, his legs seemed to have recovered almost. At the very least, he was able to walk normally. "Brother Lu, how is the situation on Feng Fugui's side?" At this time, Yifan was still a little worried that Feng Fugui would not be able to accept Li Tingting's death for a short period of time. "Quite well, I see the spirits are quite good." Lu Ziqiang smiled back. Feng Fugui, on the other hand, stepped up to Yifan's side, and after looking Yifan up and down, asked in an agitated tone, "Brother Fan, where is Xiao Lemon? She won't be dead too, right?" "There's nothing wrong with Xiao Lemon. She and her sister have left the school." Yifan returned helplessly. "Oh, scared me to death. I thought something had happened to Xiao Lemon too." Feng Fugui let out a long breath. Yifan, on the other hand, glanced at Feng Fugui, then frowned and said, "I didn't expect you to recover quite fast. I thought you might have to be silent for a while." "Just now, Big Brother Lu approached me for a chat. His experience is actually similar to mine. His brother also died in front of him, but Big Brother Lu had a sentence that woke me up." Although Feng Fugui had recovered and was not thinking about avenging Li Tingting's death inside his head, his entire person still looked very depressed. "What's the word?" Yifan asked with great curiosity. Brother Lu said, "Now in this world, people living are actually not dead yet, and when they die, it's all over. So there are times when death might be a relief." Yifan slowly nodded his head after hearing these words, then softly said, "What Brother Lu said is actually quite reasonable. There are times when death is indeed a kind of liberation, and those who are still alive like us are just struggling to live. Brother Lu is the one with great wisdom." Feng Fugui tilted his head and pretended to be deep. As for Yifan, when he saw Feng Fugui's appearance, he understood in his heart that Feng Fugui should not have anything to do. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to still be in the mood to act like a pussy here. "What great wisdom do I have? I just feel that way. But no matter what, we have to do our best to survive." Lu Ziqiang smiled nervously. "Great wisdom, Brother Lu. You are definitely great wisdom." Feng Fugui commented in a hurry. "All right, you stop kissing ass here. The third order elite zombies inside the school have been pretty much killed by me. So next I'm going to take you people and leave the school." Yifan paused for a moment, then looked up at the two of them before asking, "What are you two planning to do after you leave the school?" Lu Ziqiang looked at Yifan without saying anything. "Is it time to part so soon?" And Feng Fugui asked with a big mouth, "I may not be able to control anyone else, but if you're willing to stay with me, I can take you both to my safe house." Yifan felt that Feng Fugui and Lu Ziqiang, these two people's character was still very good. So he also had the idea of keeping the two people by his side in his heart. After all, two more people can also have two more helpers, right? "I'm willing to follow you, Fan." Feng Fugui shouted with great excitement. "Okay." Yifan nodded at Feng Fugui, then rushed back to Lu Ziqiang and asked, "Brother Lu, what are your plans on your side?" "Little brother Yi, you can take the initiative to stay me. My heart is actually still very happy, but my mother and my sister are in the rural home next to Nanyang City. I intend to go to find them to join." Lu Ziqiang whispered. "Okay, then you go find your mother and sister first. If you don't have a place to go by then, you can just bring the two of them to me. My safe house is in the middle of the Bomeo shopping center, and it's very well stocked." Yifan directly replied back to Lu Ziqiang. Lu Ziqiang, on the other hand, looked up at Yifan. The expression on his face was obviously a bit surprised. He never thought that Yifan would still be willing to accept his mother and sister. "Brother Lu, you don't have to worry about anything. There are enough supplies in the mall, not less than your mother and your sister." Yifan reached out and gently patted Lu Ziqiang's shoulder. "Okay, I know. Then I'll wait until I find my mother and my sister to meet you too." Lu Ziqiang agreed with great excitement. Yifan looked up at the time and realized that there was still the last half hour left until the end of this zombie attack. Feng Fugui, you now tell all these students to get ready. In half an hour, I'll leave the school with these people of theirs. Yifan turned his head and said at Feng Fugui.
Yes.
After Feng Fugui promised, he directly shouted at those students in the cafeteria, "Don't lie down, hurry up and get refreshed. We'll set out to leave the school after half an hour." Really? We can finally get the hell out of here, can't we? It's just great to finally get going. Those students inside the cafeteria were instantly thrown into a frenzy. Yifan, on the other hand, was expressionless as he looked at these students without speaking. They may not realize that the world outside is actually scarier now than inside the school. Within the school, they still have the cafeteria as a place to stay. But outside of school, even their homes are not absolutely safe. All right, all stop shouting there. Hurry up and get your things packed and ready to go. Feng Fugui then rushed to rebuke, and then continued, "Wait a minute, I emphasize a moment we these people if we leave the cafeteria, all must follow closely, do not want to casually run around. Or in case the zombie to the bite can be no one is responsible for I tell you." And just as Yifan was sitting aside to rest, a boy slowly walked over to Yifan's side and looked at him with a nervous expression. "What's wrong? What's the matter with you?" Yifan asked softly at the boys. Van, a few of us don't have anywhere we can go. We're all students from out of town who came to school. Can we follow you around and do whatever you tell us to do?" The boy gathered his courage and rushed at Yifan. And Yifan froze for a moment after hearing the boy's words. Just at this time, some more people walked to Yifan's side. "Van, none of us have anywhere to go either. Brother Fan, we're dead even if we leave the school now. Please take us. We really don't want to die out there." Perhaps because one person opened his mouth, more and more students came up to Yifan, wanting him to take them in. Originally, Yifan was not going to bother with these students at all, but when all of them stood in front of Yifan, he was more or less shaken in his heart, because it was a living, breathing human being standing in front of him at that moment. Even if Yifan was no longer cold-blooded and heartless, there was no way he could really watch so many people waiting to die here. Chapter 37. 3 Requests. Feng Fugui's face also seemed to be very difficult after seeing all those students surrounding Yifan. He didn't really know what he should say at this moment. On the one hand, he was clear about Yifan's difficulties. In today's situation, it was absolutely impossible for Yifan to have that enough supplies to feed these students, even if he had great ability. And on the other hand, Feng Fugui couldn't bear to really just abandon all of these people here and let them all wait here to die alive. So Feng Fugui was somewhat at a loss as to what he should open his mouth to say for a moment. "Brother Fan, we really have nowhere else to go, please. Just take us people." After seeing that Yifan hadn't said anything the whole time, a boy actually banged and knelt directly in front of Yifan. And naturally, the others around them followed suit and fell to their knees. Obviously, these people were already treating Yifan as their only hope. They felt that only by following Yifan they would be able to survive. Otherwise, it would be a dead end. "You all get up first." Yifan, on the other hand, frowned and shouted, "Brother Fan, we really have nowhere else to go. If you don't agree to keep us today, then we'll just keep kneeling here." The boy in the lead shouted with unusual excitement. Yifan had no choice but to turn his head towards Feng Fugui. Feng Fugui, on the other hand, stood motionless in the distance. He didn't know what he should do. Should he stop these students or let Yifan accept them all? "Feng Fugui, now go and give me a count of how many people are willing to follow me. It's best if you can get a list out to me." Yifan helplessly frowned and shouted at Feng Fugui. "Fine." Feng Fugui only reacted after hearing these words and rushed to the boy who was kneeling in front of Yifan, yanking the boy up before whispering, "Don't kneel here. Hurry up and help me count the number of people." "Fine." The boy nodded. A few minutes later, Feng Fugui divided those who wanted to follow Yifan and those local students who did not want to follow Yifan into 2 piles. Then every 10th person in a row had them write all their names on a piece of paper. Almost half an hour later, Feng Fugui came to Yifan's side and said in a low voice, "Brother Fan, I just counted there are now a total of more than 700 people inside our cafeteria." Yifan froze for a moment after hearing this number, because he didn't expect there to be so many people. More importantly, Yifan was clear that these 700 people were perhaps the only 700 people who survived in this school. A school of over 10,000 people ended up with only 700 survivors, a survival ratio that is frighteningly low. There can be over 300 local students, and the remaining 400 or so are from out of town, and they all want to stay with you. Feng Fugui continued to say at Yifan, "Okay, I got it." Yifan looked at Feng Fugui and nodded. then got up and walked to the students who were willing to stay by his side. At this moment, each of these students had a very excited look in their eyes. All of you people want to follow me, do you? Yifan slowly opened his mouth and asked. That's right, Brother Van. All of us want to follow you. The crowd hurriedly shouted in unison. Okay, so let me ask you guys a question, why are you following me? Yifan continued to ask. The crowd lapsed into silence. Because only by following you can we survive. Yes, we want to live. An answer soon came from among the crowd. And do you know what the most important thing is if you want to live in this world now? Yifan continued to ask with an expressionless face. The crowd was all silent. Perhaps everyone had their own answers in their hearts, but they didn't know if their answers were correct, so they didn't dare to speak. If you want to live in this world, then you need to have the ability and courage to be able to kill zombies. Yifan spoke the answer in his mind. So if you guys want to stay with me, you can. My first requirement is that you must dare to take on the walkers. Now those who don't dare to take on the walkers can get out. Yifan shouted loudly. Do girls have to kill walkers too? A girl in the middle of the back row of the crowd asked in a whisper. A walker doesn't care if you're a man or a woman in my eyes, and in my eyes too. Yifan replied very directly. The original group of more than 400 people instantly walked out with more than 50 people, because these people were either too timid to kill the zombies, or they felt that Yifan might use them as tools to kill the zombies, and there was also a small portion of people who were leaving because they felt that they might be able to find a better option. Yifan looked at the remaining ones and continued. My second request is that if you follow me, I won't provide you with any food and also water. I need you to look for these things on your own. If you think that this request of mine is excessive, you can go out now. When Yifan finished this sentence, nearly half of the crowd instantly walked away. Because wasn't the reason why these people wanted to stay by Yifan's side for these things? Now it was good. Not only did they need them to kill the zombies, but Yifan wouldn't provide them with any supplies, so that wasn't treating them as free labor, so these students left directly. One last request. I need you to obey my orders completely and not do anything to hurt anyone else. To put it simply, what you needed to follow before the end of days, you need to follow now. I don't want to see anyone do anything out of the ordinary. Yifan uttered his last request, and this time there were very few students ready to leave. After all, Yifan's first two conditions were already very harsh, and those who were able to accept the first two conditions were naturally able to accept this last condition as well. Feng Fuguwei, go tally up the list of these people for me. Yifan turned his head and said at Feng Fuguwei. Yes. Feng Fuguwei hurriedly nodded his head before he began to tally the list. The students who were not standing in the middle of the line were looking at these students with a complete look of stupidity. They all seemed to think that Yifan would definitely squeeze these people. Only they might not know that Yifan didn't want to squeeze these people at all. On the contrary, Yifan didn't want them to do anything for him. He just simply felt that these people were a bit pitiful, that's why he left them behind. As for the three requirements that Yifan had just brought up, they were nothing more than the three most basic requirements in this world. If there was no way to fulfill even these three requirements, then these people were actually no different from wastes in Yifan's eyes, and there was no need for Yifan to care about the deaths of these wastes. Brother Fan, I've finished counting. There are now a total of over 240 people left, over 130 boys and over 100 girls. Feng Fuguwei hurriedly ran to Yifan's side and said, You go find 4 trustworthy people you know, and the 5 of you form 5 teams, and pull all these people into your teams. Yifan continued. Team up? Feng Fuguwei froze for a moment as he looked at Yifan, then blinked and asked, Brother Fan, how do I form a team? Yifan heard Feng Fuguwei's words, and a trace of helplessness flashed through his eyes. Then he told Feng Fuguwei the method of forming a team. This is because once players are in a group, they can see everyone's level and survival. In that case, it will be easier to manage these people. Feng Fuguwei found a few boys he knew after knowing the method of teaming up, and then told these people the method of teaming up again. After almost half an hour's time, those 240-odd people had been divided into 5 teams, and in order to ensure fairness, each team had the same ratio of men to women. In the end, Yifan also asked each of these students to look for a weapon within the cafeteria, because he was aware that the battle might start soon, and it would still be very difficult for these students to deal with the zombies if they were barehanded. At one time, those 200 or so people began to madly grab all the things that could be used in the cafeteria. Even the pots and pans used for stir-frying were all taken away. After all of this was taken care of, the zombie attack finally came to an end. Yifan slowly opened the door of the cafeteria and then stepped out of the cafeteria. Those students naturally all followed along and left the cafeteria. However, these people, perhaps because of Wang Peng's lesson, so they didn't choose to rush to separate from Yifan, but instead chose to remain behind him. Yifan had led these students for almost a distance that could be less than 50 meters when a burst of dense footsteps suddenly came from the front. The crowd raised their eyes to see that there could almost be hundreds of zombies frantically rushing over to where the students were now. These zombies seemed to have turned abnormally crazy after smelling a living person. Brother Fan, what's going on? Why are there still so many zombies when the zombie attack is over? A student shouted at Yifan with a very excited tone. These walkers are the really tough ones. Yifan faintly replied back to the students, then rushed at Feng Fuguwei and said, "Inform everyone to get their weapons and follow me. I'll lead you to kill your way out."
Yes.
Feng Fuguwei hurriedly nodded. Chapter 38. The Awakened, Rico. Hundreds of zombies madly rushed over in the direction of Yifan and the others. Those students who had not intended to follow Yifan were directly stunned. They had never seen such a big battle at all. On the other hand, Yifan's eyes were full of calmness because he had actually prepared for this situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Feng Fuguwei and those people go to look for weapons among the cafeteria first in advance. There can be at least tens of thousands of students on the campus of Nanyang University, and there are less than 700 of them alive now. That means more than 10,000 people are dead at the hands of walkers. And 30% or more of those people are destined to be infected by walkers. This also means that even if the zombie attack has ended, then there must still be thousands of human-infected zombies present. Trying to kill your way out of these zombies is not an easy task. If Yifan was merely a person, then it was unlikely that these zombies would have taken the initiative to rush up. But Yifan was still followed by more than 700 ordinary students. Tell everyone that a walker's head is their weak point, so try to hit above the head when you attack. Yifan turned his head and rushed at Feng Fuguwei after taking out the Kusanagi sword.
Yes.
Feng Fuguwei hurriedly agreed. Yifan charged at the front while Lu Ziqiang broke the back at the end of the crowd. As two awakened, the two of them were at a much higher level than these zombies, so they could ensure that these students would not be attacked by those massive zombies. But even so, there will still be negligence. There will still be zombies taking advantage of Yifan and Lu Ziqiang's inattention to rush into the crowd. The zombies that rushed into the crowd, Lu Ziqiang and Yifan naturally had no way to distract themselves to deal with them, and could only let those students deal with them on their own. For a while, the wailing was endless. Those students with weapons in their hands might be in a better situation, but those with bare hands had no resistance at all in front of the zombies. Even though Feng Fuguwei used all his strength to swing the fire axe in his hand, there was still no way to save everyone. After what could be almost half an hour or so of killing, Yifan led this group of students to finally rush out of the school's gate. Lu Ziqiang was the last one to come out. He also closed the big iron gate at the first time after he walked out of the school gate, so that he could prevent those zombies from continuing to chase them out. Once the men arrived at the street outside the school, they realized that the street was likewise filled with walkers. These zombies walked aimlessly on top of the streets, and there were many more crouching on the ground to nibble on the bodies of the dead. The scene seemed to be even more oozing than inside the school. It's just that there's a lot more activity outside, so the zombies don't look as numerous as they do inside the school. Yifan briefly looked at those students behind him. Originally, there should have been more than 700 students. At this time, at least 200 were dead, and those students with weapons in their hands were only 5 or 6 short. These students looked at the direction of Yifan's heart is still very grateful. After all, if it is not Yifan let them go to the cafeteria in the middle of looking for weapons, these students may be the same as those who died in the hands of zombies. The zombies inside the school are still pounding on the iron gates at this point. It probably won't take too long to break through the iron gates. I've already done what I promised you before. Those who were willing to follow me before, follow me to the front, and those who aren't willing to follow me, go wherever you like on your own. Yifan shouted at those students behind him. A portion of the students ran off in groups into the distance, and there are still some students who have not left. Brother Fan, I've changed my mind now. I want to follow you. A boy hurriedly rushed to Yifan and shouted. Yifan still had some impression of this boy. His name was Liku. He was the boy who had come begging Yifan to keep him at the very beginning. But then Liku chose to leave the group after hearing that Yifan would not provide them with food. At this point, Rick had clearly changed his mind. Yes, Brother Fan, since it's all come to this outside, and my family must all be dead, you should let me follow you. Van, I've changed my mind too. Brother Van, leave us behind. The crowd had shouted at Yifan in an excited tone. If they had known earlier that the outside was now like this, then even if they were allowed to give Yifan his free labor, they would be willing to, at least to be able to live is not. There's no medicine for regret in this world. I've already given you the chance before. It's you who don't know how to cherish it. Yifan's voice was icy cold as he returned these people's words, then continued, I advise you not to continue following me, or I will kill you before you die to the zombies. After saying these words, Yi Fan took a step forward. Lu Ziqiang, on the other hand, walked quickly to Yi Fan's side, then said with a smile, Little brother Yi, I'm going to look for my mother and my sister first, and I'll come back to you after I found the two of them. Okay, you be safe. Yi Fan looked at Lu Ziqiang and slowly nodded his head and said. Lu Ziqiang, on the other hand, looked at Yi Fan and smiled, then rushed to the top of the road and directly into a private car. After throwing out the corpse of a zombie from the private car, Lu Ziqiang started the car and left. At this time, there were still so many students behind Yi Fan, so naturally, there was no way to ride a bike back, so he could only choose to walk. As for those students who had been abandoned by Yi Fan at the school's main entrance, they all started to look for ways to escape in groups of 3 or 5. Some chose to drive, others chose to ride motorcycles, and it was an instant mess. Li Ku, what are you still standing there for? People Yi Fan has said that it's impossible to accept people like us anymore, so we'd better think of a way to get out of here quickly. One of the boys yelled at Rick, and Leek was still standing still with an expressionless face. But just at this time, a zombie suddenly ran in Leek's direction. Rick, watch out. The boy yelled out in a hurry after seeing the scene. Boo. In the next second, Leeka's backhand was a punch that directly and ruthlessly smashed on top of the zombie's head. The zombie's head instantly exploded, and red blood spread above the left side of Leek's face. The boy, on the other hand, stood frozen in place with an expression on his face that was as unbelievable as it could be. It was only at this time that he realized that Li Ku's entire arm had turned the color of steel. Yi Fan, is it? Sooner or later, I'm going to make you kneel at the soles of my feet and make you repent why you didn't choose to accept me just now. Li Ku looked in Yi Fan's direction with an unusually eerie voice and shouted. Perhaps even Yi Fan hadn't realized that there was even an awakened among these people. And this awakened person is Leek. It was only that Leek had always chosen to conceal his abilities, and he had never even gotten his hands on a zombie to kill it, so his rank had stayed at level 1. After killing the zombies, Leek directly mounted a motorcycle on the side of the road. And that friend of his was by now surrounded by 2 or 3 walkers. Rick, help me. Rick, don't go away, save me. No matter how much the boys shouted for help, it was as if Rick hadn't heard them, twisting the gas pedal frantically before disappearing above the street. The next moment, his friend died in the mouth of a zombie. Chapter 39. Return to the mall. Yi Fan Feng Fugue walked on top of the street with the remaining 200 or so students in great numbers. At this time, because the zombie attack had ended, pedestrians began to appear one after another above the street. The men frantically searched the streets above for anything they could eat. At the very beginning of the game, those humans who reacted in advance had already looted the store, and these timid humans were now having a very difficult time finding food and water. Some people even opened the cover of the sewer manhole directly to drink the foul-smelling stagnant water in the sewer. The students behind Yi Fan had revealed disgusted expressions after seeing this scene, as if none of these people had ever thought that things outside had turned out to be like this. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was filled with calmness, because in his last life he had also drunk water from this in order to be able to save some water for Li Ru's family. Drinking the water in this needs to be a test of luck, though. Some people may die not long after drinking it, while others are left unharmed. Yi Fan also found some supermarket malls on the streets that had locked their doors, which meant that someone should have commandeered the malls. Doomsday seems to have all the elements it should have. Perhaps it was because Yi Fan's group was simply too large, so it attracted the attention of many ordinary people. They didn't know exactly where these people from Yi Fan came from, and they didn't dare to take the initiative to provoke these people from Yi Fan. Because in today's world, there is no longer any law to speak of. It's not uncommon for humans to kill each other. Van, if someone tries to take our food, can we kill that person? A student suddenly opened his mouth and asked at Yi Fan. No. Yi Fan directly shook his head. Why? A flicker of doubt flashed among the student's eyes. After all, it's normal to kill each other in the middle of the apocalypse in order to compete for food. Because you are human beings, and if human beings don't even have the last bit of humanity left, what's the difference between them and those zombies? Yi Fan said in a low voice. The student nodded with seeming understanding. Yi Fan, on the other hand, couldn't help but conjure up in his mind the scene where Li Ru's parents killed themselves. In that moment, Yi Fan felt that they might have to be scarier than a zombie. However, Yi Fan was also a little curious about where Li Ru's family was now, and also whether that damn Wang Zhe was still alive or not. If Yi Fan were to run into Li Ru's family again, he would definitely kill them without hesitation. There was no way to describe Yi Fan's hatred for them. More than an hour later, Yifan finally returned to the mall. The gate of the mall had already been smashed with many holes outside, but the good thing was that the gate was still sturdy, in addition to the fact that Yifan had killed Wang Biao and the others in the middle of this mall before. So many people are well aware of the fact that there is a very dangerous person inside this mall. So the people who still try to break into this mall are basically uninformed people, but the number of these people is still very small. If hundreds of people came like last time, then even if the mall's doors were as sturdy as they were, it would be absolutely impossible to withstand the onslaught of these people. Bang, bang, bang. Yifan knocked hard on the iron door. The two women, Song Sisi and Jin Qian, subconsciously glanced towards the door after hearing the knock. Yifan. A trace of excitement flashed among Song Sisi's beautiful eyes, and then she hurriedly opened the door of the mall. But when the door opened, Song Sisi Jin Qian was instantly dumbfounded when she saw those students behind Yifan. Yifan, where did all these people come from? Jin Qian asked with some surprise. These are the students I rescued inside the school. They had no place to go, so I brought them all back. Yifan softly explained. Ooh. Jin Qian nodded and didn't say anything more. After all, this is Yifan's territory. Whoever he wants to bring back is his freedom. Feng Fuguwei stood beside Yifan and directly looked dumbfounded, because no matter whether it was Song Sisi or Jin Qian, these two women were among the best of the best, with excellent body looks and temperament. And unlike many of the women of Doom, these two women bathe almost every day and have an endless supply of clothes to wear in the mall. So it didn't look the slightest bit lousy at all. On the contrary, it was very delicate and even had makeup on its face. After all, there were quite a few cosmetic stores in the mall, and the two were bored with idleness. I do not know which of the two beauties is a fool. No, sister-in-law, Feng Fuguwei hurriedly reached out and scratched his hairstyle, then stepped forward and asked smilingly. Jin Qian and Song Sisi saw Feng Fuguwei and almost simultaneously took 2 steps back, shouting in a very nervous tone, Yifan, it's okay for you to bring students back, but how did you also bring zombies back? Yeah, Yifan, how come this zombie came back with you? Why can this zombie talk? Song Sisi's eyes were also full of tension and uneasiness as she looked at Yifan. And Feng Fuguwei's face was as devastated as it could be as he gritted his teeth and said, Sister-in-laws, I admit that I may indeed be a little bit ugly in terms of my looks, but I'm not that ugly to this extent, right? Could it be that you two can't even tell that I'm a human? Even after hearing Feng Fuguwei's words, Jin Qian and Song Sisi still didn't dare to approach Feng Fuguwei. He is indeed a human being. Yifan smiled and explained. After Song Sisi hesitated for a moment, then she stepped forward and sized up Feng Fuguwei, then said in a surprised tone, he seems to really be a person, just a little bit uglier looking. It's the first time in my life I've seen someone so ugly. It's so funny. Jin Qian smiled back. Sister-in-laws, I don't have a problem with my ears. If you two want to insult me, can you do it behind my back? Feng Fuguwei cried out somewhat tearlessly. Jin Qian and Song Sisi heard Feng Fuguwei's words while they laughed gently. Feng Fuguwei, on the other hand, turned his head and said at Yifan, Brother Fan, you're really lucky. You even got these two superb beauties inside your home. I'm really envious of you. Don't be ridiculous. We're just normal friends. Yifan explained helplessly, then shouted at those students behind him, all of you sit down in place now. The students still had great respect for Yifan and only dared to sit on the ground and rest after hearing these words. All right, you two, don't study Fortune's face. Now I'll explain something serious to you three. Yifan shouted at Jin Qian, Song Sisi, and Feng Fuguwei. Just hurry up and give me something to do. I'm dying of boredom right now. Song Sisi's body had already recovered its health, and she couldn't wait to shout at Yifan. Sisi, you now take 20 girls inside the supermarket, get 500 loaves of bread, 200 bottles of mineral water, and then hand them out to these students one by one, 2 loaves of bread and 1 bottle of mineral water each. No more? Yifan rushed at Song Sisi. There are so many supplies inside the supermarket, or else give them more to share. I see that they all seem to be quite hungry. Song Sisi said after a moment of hesitation. I didn't give these to them, I lent them, and they still need to pay me back. Yifan returned indifferently. You're acting like a heartless capitalist with that face right now. Song Sisi rolled her eyes in a very speechless manner, as if she was the only one who had the guts to dare to talk to Yifan like this. Qian, some of the students are injured, you go bandage them up to prevent their wounds from getting infected and inflamed or something. Yifan didn't bother with Song Sisi, but turned his head and rushed at Jin Qian. Okay. Jin Qian agreed very painfully. Fuguwei, go and take those 4 captains inside this mall to find some more suitable weapons for those students. especially those with spoons and iron pots. Hurry up and replace them. Yifan continued to say at Feng Fugui. Touché. Feng Fugui hurriedly agreed. A few minutes later, Song Sisi, Jin Xian, and Feng Fugui and the others all started to get busy. Yifan finally had a break and twisted his head back into the middle of the safe house. Chapter 40. Fierce is fierce, fast is fast. When Yifan returned to the safe house, the first thing he did was to upgrade it. The original safe house was rated at level 4, with just 2 rooms. After Yifan spent 100 materials to upgrade the safe house to level 5, the room was once again much larger, and there was an extra room. That would be enough for the 3 of them, Yifan, Jin Xian, Song Shishi, to live. After upgrading the safe house to level 5, if you wanted to upgrade to level 6, you would need 100 second-order materials. Yifan exchanged all the first-order materials in his backpack for second-order materials and was still short of 10. However, Yifan was also clear that his current level of this safe house was completely sufficient, and upgrading the safe house wasn't something that urgent. After hesitating for a while, he walked into the bathroom and found that the bathtub inside the bathroom even had water, which should be left over from the bath of Chu Sisi or Jin Xian. These 2 loser pussies, they really don't know how to conserve water at all. How dare they still have the mood to use so much water to take a bath here? There's a chance that we must throw these 2 pussies outside, so that the 2 of them can have a good experience of life. The expression on Yifan's face was as broken as it could be. But a few minutes later, Yifan reached out and threw the stockings that were resting on top of the bathtub to the side, then took off his clothes and jumped directly into the bathtub. Although it was someone else's leftover bathwater and the temperature was a bit cool, Yifan still felt very comfortable while lying inside the bathtub. Having been reborn until now, Yifan was finally able to take a good rest for a while. But at this time, Yifan's mind wasn't idle. He was thinking about how to place these students next. Originally, after Yifan was reborn in this life, he didn't intend to join any organization because he felt that as long as he was alone and living well, he would be fine. But his current situation proved the adage that with great power comes great responsibility. These students all trusted Yifan, so they would follow them over. So naturally, Yifan had to be responsible for them as well. Meanwhile, outside, Song Sisi, Feng Fugui, and Jin Xian are already busy. After all, that's over 200 students. Song Sisi had to prepare 500 breads alone, and they had to be handed out one by one. Those students were also very excited after getting the bread and mineral water that Song Sisi had given them. Because they were all now in a state of extreme hunger, even a mere loaf of bread was more delicious in their eyes than all they had eaten before. This time, though, most of the students had learned their lesson and usually ate one and kept up one, as did the water. While Jin Xian was patiently helping those injured ones to bandage their wounds, Feng Fugui was also leading people to find some kitchen knives, machetes, hoes, and other tools within the shopping mall to help those students who didn't have no proper weapons to replace their weapons. The whole mall was unusually busy. However, just as Yifan was lying down to rest inside the bathroom, Jin Xian suddenly barged in. Immediately followed by the ear-piercing screams of Jin Xian that resounded throughout the mall. Feng Fugui heard the scream, biting the bread in his hand, then muttered softly, "Fan brother are too fierce. This just meat also do not know the first warm-up step by step what? This to sister-in-law whole wailing." Yifan, who was lying inside the bathtub, slowly opened his eyes, then turned his head and rushed at Jin Xian and asked, "What are you shouting so loudly for when you saw me taking a bath? Where did you get the bath water?" Jin Xian asked with big watery eyes. "I don't know. There was water in this tank when I came here, and I took a bath to save it." Yifan replied indifferently, "Are you sick? It's my bath water, you pervert." Jin Xian shouted very breathlessly. "What's so perverted about it? It's just using your bath water. I'll show you know what a real pervert is." Yifan smiled, and then with a clatter, he directly stood up. Yifan, are you sick?" Jin Xian shouted again and turned to run outside the bathroom. "Van is real fierce." Feng Fugui continued to comment after taking a sip of water. But just at this time, Jin Xian suddenly ran out from the safe house. Feng Fugui couldn't help but froze for a moment as he looked at Jin Xian, then frowned and said, "This is coming out?" Not counting the time spent undressing and putting on clothes, it seems like it's only a matter of 3 or 2 seconds, right? Immediately followed by Yifan, who had also changed his clothes and walked out from the safe house. Feng Fugui hurriedly put away the bread in his hand, then quickly came to Yifan's side and said, "Brother Fan, I admit that you are indeed quite fierce, but isn't your speed a bit too hasty? Otherwise, I'll help you contact the doctor that my dad saw before. The effect is gaga enough." What the fuck are you talking about? Yifan frowned as he looked at Feng Fuguwei and asked in a very puzzled tone. Brother Fan, what I mean by that? We're all men here. Don't you understand? Do I have to explain this kind of thing to you? It's so hard to say. Feng Fuguwei bared his teeth. Go, 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 fuck off. Yifan kicked Feng Fuguwei with some annoyance before taking a step in the direction of the group of students. Brother Fan, if you dare to face it, as long as that doctor didn't get screwed over by the zombies, I guarantee I can cure you. Feng Fuguwei, on the other hand, shouted at Yifan at the top of his voice. Yifan, incomparably annoyed, twisted his head to look at Feng Fuguwei. Although he felt that Feng Fuguwei, this person, is actually quite good. The only thing is that the brain seems to be a little bit not very good. All day and night godly chatter. Those students also stood up after seeing Yifan walk over. Yifan waved his hand at these people, then said expressionlessly, You don't need to make it so tense. We're not in any kind of superior-subordinate relationship. The crowd sat on the ground once again after hearing these words from Yifan. All full. Yifan casually sat down on a table and asked, Eat up. One of the boys shouted in a hurry. One loaf of bread is enough, huh? Yifan smiled, then continued, Say a few things, The first thing is that these 2 breads and the water today are not from me, but are on loan to you. Wait until you have extra supplies in your hands when you remember to return them to me. Of course I don't ask for a time. You can return them to me whenever you have them. The crowd looked at Yifan without speaking. Although Yifan did not lack this bit of bread, he wanted everyone to understand the truth that if you want to live in this world, you can only rely on yourself. No one is going to help you for nothing. Song Sisi stood at a distance and looked at Yifan. She felt that Yifan seemed to be undergoing a very big change. Whether it was the tone of his speech or the temperament of his body, it seemed that he was no longer the Yifan she once knew. Second thing, I'm not going to keep you people inside the mall, so I just thought about it. And there's a hotel next to the mall that I'm going to let you stay at. Yifan continued to speak. The hotel has more rooms, so it's still very easy to accommodate all these people. Brother Van, are there still zombies inside the hotel? A boy asked cautiously. That's right, that's the third thing I'm going to say. When the zombie attack starts in a little while, I'm going to take you guys to kill the zombies in the middle of that hotel building. You, according to the previous team on the line, to divide the team, and then under the leadership of your captain, each team is responsible for 2 floors, and all the supplies within each floor are all owned by this team. The captain to the team members evenly distributed down on the line. Yifan slowly spoke. When the crowd heard Yifan's words, not only did they not show the slightest bit of resistance, on the contrary, each one of them was still very excited. Because they know that they can get supplies by killing those walkers inside the building, and that's what they want the most. Do you all understand this thing I'm talking about? Yifan continued to ask at the crowd. Got it. The crowd shouted in unison. Okay, let's all take a rest. The next round of zombie attacks will begin in an hour. When that time comes, we'll charge straight through. Yifan waved his hand, then shouted at Feng Fuguwei. Feng Fuguwei, come here with me for a moment. Brother Fan, you've changed your mind, huh? I told you a long time ago, there's no shame in this problem, it should be cured. Feng Fuguwei bared his teeth and shouted with a smile. Chapter 41. Attack, Hong Viet Hotel. When Feng Fuguwei walked into the safe house, he was instantly shocked by the situation inside. Van, why is your safe house so big? Feng Fuguwei naturally knew that every player could set up a safe house. Only because these people had been following Yifan, there was no need to set up a safe house. The safe house will get bigger after the upgrade, but I'm going to put you guys in the middle of a hotel, and there's a distance rule between each safe house, so you don't need to set up a safe house for the time being, and you can just wait until you want to leave the team later on and then go find a good place to set up a safe house. Yifan explained as he sat on top of the sofa. Got it. Feng Fuguwei gently nodded. Then after looking up and down at Yifan asked, Brother Fan, I still don't know if that doctor has been eaten by the zombies, so the matter of you seeing a doctor can't be too urgent yet. I'll try to contact and see for you from my side. Boo. Yifan was not polite at all and directly smothered a foot on top of Feng Fuguwei's buttocks, then scolded in a low voice. When did I get sick? What are you always talking nonsense here? Yifan, what's wrong with you? However, just at this time, Song Sisi and Jin Qian both returned inside the safe house and happened to hear Yifan's words. Sister-in-law, don't you know in your heart what kind of illness my brother has? Feng Fuguwei bared his teeth and said, I am just an ordinary friend with Yifan. Don't keep calling me sister-in-law. Song Sisi seemed to be a bit shy as she explained. On the other hand, Jin Qian turned around and walked into her room because of what happened in the bathroom before. So I'm just a sister-in-law, huh? Feng Fuguwei asked after looking at Jin Qian's back and blinking. I've told you. These two people and I are just friends. If you keep talking nonsense, believe me, I'll rip your mouth off." Yifan gritted his teeth and whispered at Feng Fuguwei. "Got it, got it, got it." Feng Fuguwei hastily bared his teeth and nodded. "Okay, better get down to business with you." Yifan was too lazy to talk nonsense with Feng Fuguwei and directly launched a friend request to Feng Fuguwei. After Feng Fuguwei accepted the friend request, Yifan sent out another trade invitation. When Yifan killed the 4th Order zombie, he got the reward for the first kill of the 4th Order zombie, and this reward included a Fire Upanishad skill book. This skill book was actually useful for Yifan as well, as it could greatly enhance Yifan's combat power. However, Yifan took into consideration that he had a higher level and also had the profession of summoner. Facing the current apocalyptic zombies was still very easy, so he then planned to give this Fire Upanishad skill book to Feng Fuguwei. In that case, Feng Fuguwei would be able to have the awakening ability. To put it bluntly, this Fire Upanishad skill book was something that could turn Feng Fuguwei from an ordinary person into an awakened. The reason why Yifan was willing to give this to Feng Fuguwei was also because he trusted Feng Fuguwei very much. Feng Fuguwei accepted the trade invitation. Trading between players through the system, only system-generated props can be traded. Real items can be traded directly in reality. The game system reminded. Yifan said without hesitation, "Trade the Fire Upanishad skill book to Feng Fuguwei." The Fire Arcana skill book is very precious. May I ask if the player is trading it? The game system reminded again. It was important to realize that this skill book could drastically increase a human's combat power, so its price was no longer even measurable in terms of supplies, and the number of humans who traded this kind of thing was few and far between. "Deal." Yifan replied indifferently. "Deal is done." The Fire Upanishad skill book inside Yifan's backpack disappeared. Feng Fuguwei, on the other hand, slowly raised his head to look at Yifan, and then in a puzzled tone of voice, he rushed at Yifan and asked, "Brother Fan, what kind of treasure is this that you've given me? Why does the system keep asking me if I want to use it?" "You'll see after you use it." Yifan returned Feng Fuguwei's sentence with an expressionless face. "Use," Feng Fuguwei said softly. A few seconds later, Feng Fuguwei looked up at Yifan, then frowned and said, "Brother Fan, this thing doesn't seem to be of much use. I don't feel anything after using it." "No feelings?" Yifan hadn't used this skill book either, so he wasn't quite sure what it was like after using it. "Not right off, Fan. Why is my hand on fire? You hurry to give me a whole lot of water, ah?" Feng Fuguwei shouted at the top of his voice. "Try to maneuver this flame yourself." Yifan was very speechless and returned Feng Fuguwei's sentence. A few seconds later, the flames on Feng Fuguwei's hand directly disappeared before appearing out of thin air again. He can even create fireballs out of thin air. "Brother Fan, what's going on here? Why is it suddenly like I have superpowers, ah?" Feng Fuguwei hurriedly rushed at Yifan and asked, "You have now become an awakened person just like me and Lu Ziqiang. Awakened people all possess different awakened powers. Brother Lu's awakened power should be the power of rock. Your awakened power should be the power of flame." Yifan said expressionlessly. "Holy shit, there's even something this powerful? Then won't it be a lot easier for me to fight zombies with this flame?" Feng Fuguwei shouted with great excitement. Then after sizing up Yifan, he asked with a smile, "Brother Fan, isn't this thing quite precious? Why did you give it to me? You don't have any thoughts about me, do you? Look at this face of yours yourself. Do you think I'd think anything of you?" Yifan was very speechless as he rushed at Feng Fuguwei and asked, "I'm so relieved you said that." Feng Fuguwei grinned. Wouldn't he not quite know how to express his feelings? So some words of gratitude were chosen to be placed in his heart. How precious an item that could give an ordinary person the power to manipulate flames would have to be, Feng Fuguwei could know even if he was a fool. "Fortune, there aren't many people I can trust, and you should be considered one. That's why I'm giving you this Fire Upanishad skill book." Yifan paused for a moment, then continued, "And what I need you to do is actually very simple, and that is to help me manage these students. I'm a person who is used to being free on my own, so I need someone who can be completely trusted to manage them, and that person must also have the ability to convince them. Do you understand what I mean?" "Brother Fan, I understand what you mean. We're good buddies. We don't need to say anything. I'll treat you as you treat me." Feng Fuguwei swore back to Yifan. Yifan, on the other hand, looked at Feng Fuguwei with a faint smile and couldn't help but wonder in his heart if a person like Feng Fuguwei would also betray himself one day. After all, anything is possible in this world. "Okay, then there's nothing more to do. You can go out now." Yifan looked at Feng Fuguwei and said, "Okay." Feng Fuguwei agreed, then took a step outside the safe house. "Fortune, don't let me down." Yifan looked at Feng Fuguwei's back and opened his mouth to shout. Feng Fuguwei froze for a moment, then after turning his head to look at Yi Fan, he said, "Brother Fan, don't worry." After the two of them smiled at each other, Feng Fuguwei walked out of the safe house. Half an hour later, the time came to 9 o'clock in the evening. A new round of zombie attack will begin in 10 minutes. Please prepare all players. This zombie attack will last for 3 hours. The game system's beep sounded in the middle of all the players' minds. In 3 hours, it will be 12 o'clock, which means this is the last zombie attack of the day. Yi Fan took a step out of the safe house. And at this time, Feng Fuguwei had already assembled all the students. All of these students had weapons in their hands, and the weapons didn't look so funny anymore. Yi Fan had divided these people into 5 teams, but he was clear that once these people were if they entered the hotel, there would definitely still be attrition, but this was a problem that could not be avoided. I only have one request. Within 3 hours, all the zombies in Hongyu Hotel must be cleared. Yi Fan shouted at the crowd with an expressionless face.
Yes.
The crowd hurriedly shouted in unison. Yi Fan took a step and walked directly outside the mall. Feng Fuguwei, on the other hand, was following behind Yi Fan with those over 200 students. The scene was exceptionally spectacular. Yi Fan didn't have the intention of making a move inside the hotel this time. However, he was worried that there would be a third-order zombie or an even more powerful third-order elite zombie inside the hotel, so he personally came over to make sure that these students wouldn't be massacred. And most of the zombies in this hotel were of the first order. The number of the second order were not particularly large. It was the best way for these people to upgrade. Only when they leveled up, their combat power would become stronger and stronger, and they would have the capital to live in this world. 10 minutes later, the zombie attack strikes again. Yi Fan led his men directly into the middle of Hongyu Hotel. Those students also seemed to have adapted to the current situation. So when they saw those zombies in the hotel lobby, they didn't have the slightest bit of timidity. On the contrary, one was more excited than the other and rushed up with kitchen knives in hand. Fortune, let everyone clear and process out this area of the hall first. Then each squad in separate actions, you pull all of these captains into a chat channel to come in, so that if there is any situation you can notify the others at the first time. Yi Fan shouted at Feng Fuguwei with an expressionless face. Okay, I got it. Feng Fuguwei responded in a hurry. Chapter 42. Kidnappers in a Hotel Room. Before the end of the day, Hongyu Hotel was a very famous 4-star hotel in Nanyang City. That's why the hotel is very well equipped and the number of rooms is very high. But precisely because of this design of the hotel, resulting in the beginning of the end of the day, a large number of people at the same time from the hotel rushed out. Many people are blocked in the first floor of the hall inside the no way to go out and then will be bitten alive by the zombies. Therefore, Yi Fan was clear that the number of zombies in the location of the hotel's guest room area was not a lot. On the contrary, the number of zombies in the hall on the first floor was the most numerous. In order for the next cleanup activities to go a little smoother, Yi Fan didn't choose to directly let these people separate, but instead focused on getting rid of the zombies in the hall. Feng Fuguwei and the captain of each team led those under their own hands to start fighting directly with the zombies. The number of zombies is far more than the number of human beings on Yi Fan's side, but the good thing is that these people have weapons in their hands that are still considered to be handy, plus the zombies don't have the intelligence of human beings. So after the fight, the students on the scene is still very easy. Yi Fan, on the other hand, stood quietly at the doorway watching these students fight with those zombies. Even if a student was attacked by a zombie, Yi Fan would not choose to step in, because he knew that these zombies couldn't really threaten the lives of these students, and at most, they would only be injured. If Yi Fan were to join the fight as well, then it would give these students an illusion. Yi Fan wanted to let them know what true survival in the end of time was. More than an hour later, basically all the zombies in the hall on the first floor had been cleared. Feng Fuguwei brought the remaining 4 captains to Yi Fan. "Van, the hall side is done," Feng Fuguwei said in an agitated tone. "Tell us about the casualties in each group." Yi Fan returned with an expressionless face. No one died in one group, 7 were wounded. 1 dead and 5 wounded in Unit 2. A few captains hurriedly reported their squad's situation to Yi Fan briefly. "Fuguwei, you take these injured people back to the mall and let Jin Qianqian check them out, while everyone else rests for a while." Yi Fan rushed at Feng Fuguwei. "Okay." Feng Fuguwei nodded before greeting the injured students and heading outside the hotel. "Brother Van, there's something I want to ask you." The captain of the second team, Gowan, walked over to Yi Fan's side and spoke. "You say." Yi Fan looked up at Gowan. He didn't really have too much of an impression of Gowan. He just felt that this young man was usually quiet and rarely spoke, but he was very fierce when fighting zombies. "I think there will be living people present inside this hotel. If we find these living people, then what do we do with them?" Gowan looked at Yi Fan and asked. If these living people are willing to leave, then let them leave after we clean up the zombies in the hotel. If they are not willing to leave, then they can be directly incorporated into your squad, provided that they are clear about the rules on our side. Yifan faintly replied back to Gowan. I see. Takayasu nodded gently. More than 10 minutes later, Feng Fugue once again returned to the middle of the hall. Yifan, on the other hand, called several captains together and then pulled all these people into a chat channel. Group 1 is responsible for the 2nd and 3rd floors, Group 2 is responsible for the 4th and 5th floors, and Group 4 is responsible for the 7th and 8th floors. Yifan simply assigned the task with the captains of these 5 teams, then continued. The issue of resources is still according to what I said before. The materials on each floor are owned by the team responsible for cleaning it up, and the captains will distribute them after it's over. So you can't privately take it all for yourselves, and you must be fair when distributing them. And if someone runs to me and tells me that your captains are used his power for personal gain, then don't blame me for not being polite.
Yes.
The crowd nodded after hearing Yifan's words. Feng Fugue, on the other hand, blinked and asked, Brother Fan, why doesn't anyone go to the 6th floor? The 6th floor is the restaurant of this hotel. The supplies inside are the richest. In order to be fair, I intend to let you all handle the 6th floor together in the end, and all the supplies on the 6th floor will also be distributed evenly between your teams. There will be no favoritism to anyone. Anyone who enters the 6th floor without my permission, understand what I mean? Yifan explained in a low voice. Got it. Feng Fugue obviously nodded with some disappointment, as he also knew that the 6th floor was the hotel's restaurant. Just now I pulled all of you people into the middle of a chat channel. The purpose is for you to communicate with each other. The team that finished the cleanup mission early can go and help the other teams that didn't finish it, but you need to negotiate among yourselves. No one is going to help you for no reason. The crowd nodded once again after hearing these words from Yifan. What's more is that I'm not here to supervise you guys. Any team that finds a 3rd order zombie or a 3rd order elite zombie can directly call out to me. I'll go over and help you guys clean it up. You guys are responsible for the 1st order and 2nd order zombies yourselves. The last thing is that if you find a living person inside the hotel, settle the person down first, then wait until the end to seek out their thoughts. You can kill zombies when you come here, but never kill anyone. Got it? Yifan spoke rapidly and rushed to the crowd. Got it. Feng Fugue and the others nodded. All right then, without further delay, let's start according to the floors I just assigned. Yifan waved his hand. The crowd rushed straight for the floor they were supposed to clear with their squads. Yifan, on the other hand, after hesitating for a moment, chose to follow Gowan's squad to the 3rd floor. Because Yifan realized that the number of Gowan's team was the smallest, while the number of girls was the largest, and most of the time it was Gowan who rushed to the front, but Gowan never complained to Yifan about this. So he still had a good impression of Gowan. Yifan was clear that since he had admitted these students, then these people must be strictly managed, or else something will go wrong sooner or later with these 200-odd people. And Yifan's energy alone was itself very limited. So he was going to identify some suitable people and have them work with Feng Fugue to manage these students. Because the power system had been completely paralyzed, when Yifan and the others arrived at the 3rd floor, they found that the light inside the 3rd floor was very dim, which added a lot of difficulty to the operation. Clear the corridors of all the walkers first. Gowan shouted with an expressionless face before walking towards the front with a baseball bat raised. The others followed closely behind Gowan. However, Gowan and the others were still very lucky. The number of zombies on the 3rd floor didn't seem to be particularly high. The dozen or so zombies in the corridor were cleared in an instant. Gowan then began to have groups of 5 people go from room to check for any more zombies. He was able to maximize his time savings by distributing it that way. Yifan had nothing to do with his leisure time, so he also started to follow these people to check the hotel rooms. The other students seemed to have pretty good luck with the doors of the rooms that were opened, and there weren't many walkers inside. The only one who was a bit unlucky was Yifan, who casually reached out and pushed open the door of a room and saw 2 zombies nibbling on a woman's thigh. One of the zombies was supposed to be human and didn't look too old, while the woman seemed to be dead at this point, her eyes filled with shock. And neither the walker nor the woman had any clothes on. Obviously, it would have been a couple getting a room in a hotel and then being attacked by walkers. The man turned into a zombie, while the woman became food in the mouths of these 2 zombies. Without any hesitation, Yifan raised his hand and smashed his fist directly on top of the head of one of the zombies, followed by taking out his Kusanagi sword and chopping off the head of the other zombie. After dealing with the 2 zombies, Yifan stepped into the middle of the room, wanting to check if there were still hidden zombies inside. In the meantime, inside a certain room on the 8th floor of the hotel, the room was littered with bubbly garbage cigarette butts. 5 or 6 people were sitting on the floor playing touch poker, a woman and a middle-aged fat man tied to the top of a chair. It was hard to see what the woman looked like because she was hooded. The expressions on the faces of the people instantly changed after they heard the commotion outside, and they put down the playing cards in their hands. Big brother, the situation isn't right. There are footsteps outside, and it seems like there's more than one person. A youth hurriedly opened his mouth and shouted. The one-eyed middle-aged man sitting in the doorway position reached out and lit a cigarette, then faintly said, "Don't be afraid. People are in our hands. Even if someone really comes, what can they do? You're dead. It must be my people coming to rescue me." And a middle-aged man with a somewhat obese figure who was tied up by 5 flowers shouted out, with an expression on his face that was as excited as it could be. All the people in the room froze when they heard this, because they knew exactly what the middle-aged man was saying about his people being troopers. If any of the troopers really rushed in, then they would all be dead. Wow. The youth directly jerked the bolt of the gun, then aimed it at the middle-aged man's head and shouted, "Do you believe that before your people find this place, I'll kill you with one shot?" The middle-aged fat man instantly froze in place, a trace of nervousness flashing through his eyes, not daring to speak, because he knew better than anyone what would happen to that bunch of lunatics when they got pissed off. Chapter 43. Zombies Can Shoot? Inside the room on the 8th floor, the one-eyed man and the rest of those guys are actually professional kidnappers. Originally, they were given a mission a month ago to kidnap a man and a woman. After the kidnapping was completed, they brought the person directly to the Hongyu Hotel and then waited for the employer to call the money over. They handed the person over to the employer, and the mission was considered to be over. One Eye, as the boss of this kidnapper, knew that the middle-aged fat man's name was Zhao Jiamin, and he should be among the troops. And the woman's name was Li Ziyu, whose exact identity he didn't really know. Originally, they had all completed this mission successfully, but who would have thought that the end of the world would occur at this exact moment? Countless zombies attacked the hotel. One Eye and the others weren't aware of the situation outside because they had chosen the only room in this hotel that didn't have a window for safety's sake. You know, the biggest fear of kidnappers like them is that someone will just break the window. But they also knew that there were zombies present in the hotel, so they hadn't chosen to go out for the past few days. It was a good thing that they had prepared quite a lot of food and drinks inside this room in advance, so they had never left this room, quietly waiting for their employer to take the initiative to contact them. It was a wait of 2 or 3 days. Big brother, do you think it could really be the troops coming? After hesitating for a moment, the yellow-haired youth blinked and asked at One Eye. "I don't know, I hope not." One Eye whispered back, "Whoa." However, just at this time, the woman who was blindfolded began to struggle frantically. Yellow hair eyes flashed a trace of annoyance, then directly rushed to the front of the woman, yanked off the woman's headgear, and then stared at the eyeballs and shouted, "What are you tossing here? Believe it or not, I will do you now before I die. I also want to have a good time." The woman's looks were exceptionally beautiful, her features were exquisite to the extreme, and her pair of beautiful eyes were like stars. Especially now with this churlish look, it made the heart feel a little more compassionate. "Brother, this woman is really pretty." "Yes, big brother, this woman is really too good looking, or else let the brothers all get comfortable." "Yes, we don't know what the hell is going on out there now, so let's get comfortable for a while." Several other people in the room also had expressions of excitement after seeing what the woman looked like. And Zhao Jiamin, who was tied to the top of the stool, his face changed instantly after hearing the words of these people, and he hurriedly shouted loudly, "If you dare to touch Miss Li for a moment, you will all have to die here." And the woman was still struggling at this point, but there was no way to speak because her mouth was gagged. "Behave yourselves, you guys. Have you forgotten what we do for a living?" One Eye coldly spoke back to the crowd. The crowd instantly became honest when they heard One Eye's words. It can be seen that One Eye is still very authoritative among these people, and these kidnappers all seem to be very afraid of One Eye. One Eye took a step and walked to Li Ziyu's front, then reached out and pulled off the tape above Li Ziyu's mouth, then asked Li Ziyu in a low voice, "What do you have to say?" "I want to talk to you now." Li Ziyu whispered back, "Okay, go ahead." One Eye nodded. "You should have heard the footsteps outside as well. It's obvious that the people who came to rescue us are here. So if you can tell me right now exactly who made you kidnap me, I can consider not killing you, otherwise wait until the people outside rush in, then you're all dead." Even after having been locked up here for such a long time, the fact that Li Ziyu was still able to say these words so calmly was enough to prove just how good this woman's mindset was. And One Eye couldn't help but smile faintly after hearing Li Ziyu's words and said softly, "Little girl, it's already this time. Do you think it's still useful for you to threaten me? It's your only hope for survival, Li Ziyu said with an expressionless face. Oh, don't worry. If I were to die here today, then you would definitely die first. So you don't have to talk to me about any conditions. The big deal is that we're just a fish dying in a net. One Eye didn't even give Li Ziyu a chance to continue speaking after saying this, directly sealing Li Ziyu's mouth before continuing to sit at the entrance of the room. Boo! Just at this time, a loud bang suddenly came from the doorway of the room. Those kidnappers inside the room instantly stood up, then directly aimed the pistols in their hands in the direction of the doorway. One Eye waved his hand gently at the crowd and said in a low voice, "We don't have many bullets in our hands, don't waste them. After the opposite side opens the door, we'll cease fire after firing a few shots and let the opposite side negotiate with us. The people are still in our hands, we have the initiative." Understood. The crowd nodded. Li Ziyu, on the other hand, was filled with excitement because she knew that help was finally here. Meanwhile, one of the boys outside the door failed to open the door to the room after kicking it 5 or 6 times in a row. "Brother Gue, this door isn't right. I kicked it halfway, but it didn't open." The boy turned his head and shouted at Feng Fugue. "I've said it a few fucking times. From now on, call me Captain Feng. Don't sound like you're shouting at a dog with the old guegua guegua." Feng Fugue cursed at the boy in a very speechless manner, then came to the door of the room and lifted his leg and smothered it with a big foot directly on top of the door. Because Feng Fugue was now at level 7, he had a lot more strength, and after a kick he actually did kick the door of the room open. But the very moment the door to the room was kicked open, One Eye and the others were almost simultaneous guys. Tada! The bullet flew straight for the outside of the room. Feng Fugue was still cautious and chose to turn sideways after kicking the door of the room open, as he was worried about a zombie rushing out. But he never thought that it was because of this sidestepping that directly saved his life. The bullet almost grazed Feng Fugue's body. Holy shit, when did zombies know how to shoot? This is evolving too fast, isn't it? Feng Fugue yelled at the top of his voice. And One Eye also revealed a puzzled expression after hearing Feng Fugue's words, but he also knew these days that there were zombies present in the hotel, so he didn't take it too seriously. Zhao Jiamin and Li Ziyu, on the other hand, were a bit frozen, because according to the thoughts of the two of them, if it was really the people from the army who had rushed in, then these people would definitely choose to rush in at the first opportunity to eliminate these kidnappers, right? Couldn't it be that the troopers are coming? A bad thought flashed through the center of Li Ziyu's mind. If it's not the troops, then what else could it be? Li Ziyu's brain raced. She thought of almost every possibility for a moment, but she knew full well that the kidnappers had assault rifles and handguns in their hands, and possibly even explosives. So as long as it wasn't the troopers rushing in to save them, then they were most likely dead. For a while, Li Ziyu, who had originally had some hope, once again fell into despair. Chapter 44. Can't you understand what I'm saying? Hongyu Hotel, 8th floor. One Eye and the others chose to cease fire after 5 or 6 consecutive shots were fired outside. Listen up, people out there. I don't care who you are, we still have the man. So I'll give you half an hour to get 2 fully fueled cars ready for us, and then everyone get the hell out of the hotel. One Eye shouted in a low voice directly outside the room. Because he knew very well in his heart that neither Li Ziyu nor Zhao Jiamin were ordinary people. So the people who had come over to rescue them must have cared very much about both of them. Feng Fugue was filled with doubt after hearing this statement from One Eye, then frowned and rushed to the boy beside him and asked, "Did you hear what the people inside the house shouted? I think we were told to prepare 2 cars or something. I didn't really hear you." The boy shook his head outright. "What do I owe him? Why should I have to get their car ready? They're my dad's." Feng Fugue shouted with glaring eyes. "Captain Feng, they seem to have guns in their hands. If we continue to rush in, we will definitely be shot by them." The boy continued. "What's it like out there now? And you're still in the mood to shoot the same kind of thing with a gun? I don't know what these people are thinking." Feng Fugue muttered in a low voice, and then he began to contact Yifan within the game system. Feng Fugue was clear that the other party had a gun in their hands. They definitely couldn't handle it themselves, so the best thing to do was to let Yifan handle it. "Brother Fan, the situation on the 8th floor side is a bit off. There's a room with guns inside the hands, and they just opened fire at us," Feng Fugue said directly in the chat room. "A gun in your hand?" Yifan's eyes also flashed with a hint of surprise after hearing these words. "Yeah, and it seems like there's more than one, thanks to my quicker reaction just now, or else I could all be dead by now," Feng Fugue said with some trepidation. "Okay, I got it. I'm going over there now." Yifan replied briefly before running in the direction of the 8th floor. A few minutes later, Yifan rushed to the 8th floor. "Brother Van, you're finally here. Feng Fugue quickly ran over to Yifan's position. Where are the people? Yifan asked in a low voice. It's right up front in room 803. Feng Fugue reached out and pointed. Yifan faintly swept a glance at the situation on the other side of the room. At this time, the door of the room was still open. Did the people in there talk? Did they mistake you for a walker? Yifan turned his head and asked Feng Fugue. It shouldn't be. They even told us to prepare the car. Surely they didn't think I was a walker. Feng Fugue hurriedly replied. Okay, I got it. Yifan slowly nodded his head before taking a step directly to the side of the room. Is there anyone else in there? Yifan asked in a low voice. Someone. One Eye returned faintly as he wiped his pistol. I'm not sure what you guys do for a living, and we guys have no grudges against you. Now that the world out there has turned into Armageddon, do you know that? Yifan continued to shout. One Eye, on the other hand, couldn't help but laugh as he said in a low voice. It's true that I did see a few zombies in the middle of this hotel before, but for a few zombies to turn this world into an apocalypse, aren't you kind of treating me as a 3-year-old child? People outside. I am Zhao Jiamin. As long as you put me... Zhao Jiamin opened his mouth and tried to ask for help, but the yellow-haired young man beside him backhanded a slap down and then glared at his eyes and cursed, You fucking give me to stop, and then talk, I'll shoot you. Zhao Jiamin has not been cleaned up in the past few days and knows that these people are quite dark, so he quickly closed his mouth and did not dare to speak. I don't think of you as 3-year-olds, and I'd like to ask what you mean by hiding inside your room right now? Yifan returned helplessly. Now that the men are in my possession, you will prepare 2 cars for me at once. One Eye shouted. Yifan, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment and then spoke. The car is now outside, so come out, and I promise I won't do anything to you. At this time, Yifan seemed to have figured out that this room was a group of kidnappers, and that these kidnappers didn't know what had become of the outside. However, Yifan didn't have any hostility towards these kidnappers. After all, the people he kidnapped had nothing to do with him. One Eye, on the other hand, sensed that something wasn't quite right, so he didn't choose to speak. The supplies inside your room shouldn't last much longer, right? Are you guys still planning to keep hiding inside? I promise, as long as you guys come out, we definitely won't hurt you. Yifan continued to shout. One Eye, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment, then rushed at Yellow Hair and said, Go out and see what's going on out there right now. Big brother, won't you let me go to my death? Yellow Hair returned One Eye's comment somewhat breathlessly. Are you a little bit what's wrong with your brain? People are inside the room. If you go out alone, they dare to kill you? One Eye shouted with a glare. The expression on Yellow Hair's face seemed to relax just a little after he heard One Eye's words, and then he carefully walked out of the room with the pistol. He instantly froze when he saw the scene outside, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but emerge into a smile. Yellow Hair, what's going on out there? One Eye asked hastily. Big brother, outside is just a bunch of students. These people don't have guns in their hands, but they all have kitchen knives and stuff. Yellow Hair hurriedly replied back. Are you sure these people aren't troopers in disguise? One Eye also asked with some surprise. There are still girls. How could they be in disguise? Yellow Hair was just able to tell by looking at the stature of these students outside that it was definitely not a disguise. And after hesitating for a few seconds, One Eye directly had the people tie up Zhao Jiamin as well as Li Ziyu, and then led these people out of the room piece by piece. After walking out of the room, One Eye realized that surprisingly, no one was really shooting at his side, and that most of the people were hiding in the distance, pressing for help. Zhao Jiamin and Li Ziyu were also filled with despair. The two of them never thought that after waiting for so long, they would end up only waiting for a group of students to come over. Who was the man I was just talking to? One Eye asked in a low voice. It's me. Yifan slowly stood out. After looking Yifan up and down, One Eye said, Just now you said that it's the end of the world out there now? You can see for yourself? Yifan faintly returned. One Eye hesitated for a moment, then turned his head to look out the window, a hint of shock flashing among his eyes. What's going on out there now? One Eye was very shocked as he rushed at Yifan and asked. A large number of zombies have appeared, and the humans are almost dead, so we've come just to find a place to stay, not to free the hostages you're holding. You can take these people of yours and leave straight away now, and I'll treat it as if I've never seen you. Yifan swept a glance at Zhao Jiamin and also Li Ziyu as he spoke. Because the two were gagged with their heads covered, they were not able to speak at this time. However, Yifan had always been like this. He didn't want to be nosy and didn't want to invite unnecessary trouble. Okay, first go get us some food, and have those little girls have some fun with my brothers, then we'll go. One Eye was clear that these people had been looking at Li Ziyu, a big beauty, every day and had been suffocating for a long time. And at this time, he felt that Yifan and the others were just some students, which was why he made such an excessive request. And those schoolgirls took 2 steps back in fear when they heard One Eye's words. Yifan's face changed, and after looking up and down at One Eye, he said, I think I've always been quite polite to you, but I realize that you kind of can't understand when I talk to you properly, right? I mean for you people to get the hell out of this hotel, or watch out for me to be rude to you. You're being rude to me? One Eye smiled back, and then he was about to raise the pistol in his own hand. But just as his hand was about to make a move, Yifan stepped forward and directly gripped One Eye's wrist before his knee was violently raised. Boo! There was a loud bang. Yifan's knee slammed hard into the top of One Eye's head. Fortune work? Yifan shouted. Chapter 45. Is this a head-breaking meal? Originally, One Eye and the others merely thought of Yifan Feng Fuguwei as an ordinary student, so they simply did not put them in their eyes. Yifan himself was not willing to provoke these kidnappers. After all, the kidnappers had guns in their hands, and these people kidnapped by the kidnappers didn't have much to do with Yifan. He didn't risk his life at all. But after Yifan heard that these kidnappers were planning to make a move on those female students, he wasn't going to continue to hold back. These students had followed Yifan back here because they believed in him, so Yifan had to ensure their safety no matter what. Feng Fuguwei was also the first to react, directly summoning fireballs to run and smash over the position of several kidnappers. One Eye and the others simply didn't expect Yifan and these people to know magic, and they instantly became a mess. And Yifan's movements were very fast, putting down all the kidnappers in the blink of an eye. Tie them all up and confiscate the guns they're carrying. After Yifan finished dealing with the few kidnappers of One Eye, he shouted at the students behind him with an expressionless face. After some exercise from Yifan, these students were no longer the unarmed flowers they were when they killed zombies without batting an eye, let alone facing humans. A few seconds later, One Eye and the others were directly tied up with ropes by the students. And Zhao Jiamin's eyes were full of excitement after seeing this scene. He was clear that he was finally considered saved. Little comrade, you hurry up and untie me. Zhao Jiamin shouted at Yifan with a very excited tone. Yifan, on the other hand, glanced at Zhao Jiamin indifferently, then expressionlessly rushed at Feng Fuguwei and said, Get all these people inside a room first, then you guys continue to clean up the zombies. Okay. Feng Fuguwei nodded in agreement. Yifan didn't waste any time at all on these people, turning his head and turning away. No, what do you guys mean by that? Do you know who I am? What you're doing now is no different from these kidnappers. If my men come, you'll all be shot. Zhao Jiamin never expected that Yifan would not even have the intention of letting them go, and instantly panicked, pulling his throat and shouting with a very agitated expression. Feng Fuguwei is also not polite. Go up as a foot stomped on Zhao Jiamin's buttocks above, and then stared at the eyeball, shouted, I found you this person how to talk so much? No wonder those kidnappers just beat you up so hard. You are really quite underpunched. Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me? Zhao Jiamin roared. I'm telling you, who you are has nothing to do with me. It's doomsday out there now. Why are you still pretending with me? You'll just have to listen to me here, you know? Feng Fuguwei shouted at Zhao Jiamin with an expressionless face. Zhao Jiamin looked at Feng Fuguwei and hesitated for a few seconds, then didn't choose to speak. Because he was able to feel very clearly that Yifan Feng Fuguwei and these people really didn't seem to take themselves seriously, and he could only be beaten even worse if he continued to talk. Feng Fuguwei directly kept Zhao Jiamin and Li Ziyu, the two hostages, in the middle of a room for safety's sake. And the kidnappers were placed in another room. Once he was done with them, he led his men to continue cleaning up the zombies in the building. As the level of these students continued to increase, the speed of clearing the zombies became much faster. And many of the teams, after dealing with the walkers on their floor, took it upon themselves to help the teams that hadn't yet done so. Originally, Yifan thought that these people were able to clean up one floor each before the end of this zombie attack would already be very good, but he didn't expect that it was only 11 o'clock in the evening, and all the zombies had been cleaned up except for the 6th floor. And naturally, Yifan gathered all of these people together as he had agreed before, and had these people go to the restaurant area on the 6th floor to clean up the zombies piece by piece. After those students entered the 6th floor again, the expressions on their faces were more excited than one another, because the supplies in the cafeteria were just too rich. Yifan knew that there shouldn't be too much of a problem for these students to clean up the 6th floor, so he came directly to the 8th floor among the rooms where those kidnappers were being held. After entering the room, Yifan reached out and then ripped the tape off of One Eye's mouth, then expressionlessly rushed at One Eye and asked, You should be the leader of these people, right? Kid, I advise you to better release me. This matter is not for you. A student, to get involved in, be careful of drawing fire. Even now, One Eye still didn't put Yifan in his eyes. Are you genuinely unaware of what's become of the outside world? Yifan said indifferently while eating an apple. What does it matter to me what's out there? One Eye shouted with a glare. Here's the thing. Let me tell you briefly. The world out there has long since fallen to zombies now. As far as those orders that were once put in place are no longer of any use now, your position before the end of the world honoring your background is no good now. Even the government is gone. So what are you still pretending with me here? Yifan said directly at One Eye. What the hell do you mean? One Eye vaguely sensed that Yifan's words didn't seem to be a joke. My point is simple. Your current situation is that I can directly kill you with a single move of my hand, and I don't need to think about any consequences, so you'd better cooperate with me honestly, answer whatever I ask you, and don't talk about something useless with me here, or else I might actually kill you if I get angry. Yifan casually threw away the apple core and said expressionlessly, I can cooperate with you, but will you release us after I answer your questions? One Eye blinked his eyes and asked at Yifan, I have no grudge against you. If you can be honest, I'll let you go, of course. Yifan smiled back. Fine, then what exactly do you want to ask me? Just ask. One Eye said after taking a deep breath. Who were those two men you kidnapped? Yifan asked at One Eye in a low voice. The man's name is Zhao Jianmin, the mayor of our Shilin city. The woman's name is Li Ziyu. I'm not sure of her identity, but I've heard that she seems to have some kind of relationship with the army, and her family has quite a background. One Eye knew that Yifan was a ruthless person, so he didn't dare to talk to Yifan truthfully. And Yifan couldn't help but frown slightly after knowing the identities of these two people. Although Zhao Jianmin was the mayor, but in this world now, the mayor was no longer of any use, so he didn't really care. But if that Li Ziyu had any connections in the army, then this matter would be a bit troublesome. Yifan was clear that the troops hadn't appeared for a long time after the beginning of the apocalypse, and that was because they had been cleaning up the zombies in the barracks. But once the troop supplies are depleted, then these people will come to the city, and there will even be a situation where they will establish themselves as the king. After all, they have inexhaustible ammunition in their hands, and ordinary people are no match for the troop. So Yifan for a while, some do not know how to deal with this Li Ziyu. Once if not dealt with, very likely to lead to very big trouble. What made you kidnap the two of them? Yifan continued to ask at One Eye after hesitating for a moment. One Eye slowly looked up at Yifan, then said with a smile, Little brother, you're asking a bit of a redundant question. Since the other party dared to go and kidnap a mayor-level character, do you think he would easily expose his identity to us kidnappers? That's true. Yifan slowly nodded, then sent a message to Feng Fugue within the chat system, asking Feng Fugue to send up some food and drinks. Soon Feng Fugue ran into the middle of the room with some cafeteria food in his hand. You guys have a good meal. I'll let you go afterward. Yifan looked at One Eye and said. One Eye couldn't help but freeze for a moment after hearing Yifan's words, then asked in a low voice, Brother, are you sure this isn't a severed head meal? Oh, I'm not that particular. Supplies are more important than anything in this world right now. If I really wanted to kill you guys, I'd just do it and be done with it. Yifan faintly replied back to One Eye, and the expression on One Eye's face only seemed to relax a little after he heard that. Chapter 46. Do you have a conscience? Yifan had Feng Fugue and the others watch One Eye, and the others finish their meal. Then he directly sent all of these people out of the hotel. One Eye had originally planned to ask Yifan to return the gun to them, but it was still more useful in the middle of the apocalypse, so Yifan refused. When One Eye and other people out of the hotel to see the real scene above the street after the complete and utter stunned. Although Yifan had been telling them that it was now the end of days out there, they had never thought that the end of days Yifan was talking about would be like this no matter how they thought about it. Little brother, what the hell is this whole thing about? One Eye asked at Feng Fugue after hesitating for a moment. I don't know how the whole thing happened anyway. A lot of zombies just popped up out of nowhere, and then it turned into what it is now. You guys should all be careful too. You could lose your lives if you're not careful now. Feng Fugue faintly replied back before turning around and returning within the hotel. One Eye and the others briefly thought for a while, and then found the SUV they drove over on the street above. A few people got into the car and then found a few pistols and grenades from inside the car again. Big brother, let's rush up now and finish that Yifan off. I think they have quite a lot of food on their hands. Anyway, now that the world is like this, we might as well just stay inside this hotel. Yellow Hair wiped his pistol and shouted in an agitated tone. Pop! One Eye backhanded a slap directly on the Yellow Hair's face, and then stared at the eyeballs and shouted, You have no fucking conscience, huh? Yifan did not kill us, and before he left, he gave us a mouthful of rice. Now you turn your head to others. How do you think you tell me? Yellow Hair looked at One Eye with a somewhat aggrieved expression, but he felt that what One Eye said was indeed somewhat reasonable. No matter what, Yifan had treated them well other than taking the guns from their hands. Hurry up and drive away, One Eye shouted with an expressionless face. The youth in the driver's seat started the SUV straight away. Yifan might not know that years later, these people he let go today would save his life. On the other side, Yifan stood in front of the door of Li Ziyu's and also Zhao Jiamin's rooms for a long time, hesitating as he pondered on how exactly he should deal with these two people. Because he had already let One Eye and the others go, so if he also let Li Ziyu go at this time, Yifan was worried that in case Li Ziyu misunderstood that she was One Eye's accomplice and waited until she contacted the people in the army, would she just come back to kill her? But if he didn't let go, Yifan hadn't been able to directly kill these two. After agonizing for a while, Yifan still chose to directly push open the door and walked into the middle of the room where the two were. Zhao Jiamin hurriedly shouted loudly after seeing Yifan come in, "Young man, as long as you let me go, I can't forget about what happened before." Hee hee, you don't still think you're the mayor, do you? You'd better put your official demeanor away. Right now you're just an ordinary middle-aged man in front of me. Yifan looked at Zhao Jiamin and sneered. Zhao Jiamin, on the other hand, blinked his eyes. He somewhat wondered what was wrong with all these people now. Why would they disrespect themselves so much? Could it be that the above had already investigated all the things he had embezzled? Yifan didn't bother with Zhao Jiamin. Instead, he directly took a step and walked to Li Ziyu's face, then reached out and lifted the hood on Li Ziyu's face. After Li Ziyu's stunningly beautiful face appeared in front of Yifan, Yifan instantly froze in place. He hadn't even thought that Li Ziyu, a woman, would be so beautiful. What are you? After Yifan retracted his gaze from Li Ziyu's face, he softly asked at Li Ziyu. I'm just a regular guy. Li Ziyu faintly replied back to Yifan. One Eye has already told me that you seem to have some background in the army, so I'd advise you to better tell the truth honestly. Yifan looked at Li Ziyu and said slowly. Li Ziyu, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, My father is in the army. Yifan looked at Li Ziyu and smiled. He was clear that Li Ziyu's words were not the truth either, but he didn't intend to continue to ask, because there didn't seem to be much point in continuing to ask. I've already let those people from One Eye go, and now I don't know what I should do with you too. Yifan said slowly. You let those people from One Eye go, so why don't you let us both go too? Zhao Jiamin stared at his eyes and shouted at Yifan in a very agitated tone. Because this man-woman has a background in the army, I let the one-eyed man who kidnapped you go, and I have no way of knowing for sure that you're not going to come back and get back at me for this. Yifan explained very patiently, and Li Ziyu couldn't help but take a look at Yifan after hearing this. She originally thought that Yifan was nothing more than an ordinary person, but she never thought that Yifan would be so well thought out. So what are you going to do with the two of us? Li Ziyu rushed at Yifan and asked after taking a deep breath. It's simple. There are two choices now. The first one is that I will directly kill the two of you, in which case everyone will think that you should have died at the hands of One Eye, and no one will even know that it was me who killed the two of you. Zhao Jiamin's eyes flashed with a hint of nervousness after hearing Yifan's words, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. What about the second option? The expression on Li Ziyu's face was still kind of calm. The second one is that you two honestly stay with us people. I will find someone to watch you too, but I won't restrict your freedom like I am doing now. If you try to run away, I will still kill you too if I find you. Yifan said in an unusually calm manner. Li Ziyu looked at Yifan without saying anything. Zhao Jiamin then whispered, Even if you keep controlling the two of us, then what can you do? The troops will find the two of us sooner or later. If the troops do manage to find you too, then you two can also prove for me that I didn't kidnap you, didn't you? Yifan smiled back. I have a question. Li Ziyu suddenly opened her mouth and asked at Yifan. You ask. Yifan glanced at Li Ziyu. What has become of the outside world now? Has it really become the end of the world like you guys said? Li Ziyu was very concerned about this at this time. I don't know what kind of end of the world you understand, but I think that even if I let you two go now, I don't think you'll live for more than 3 days. Yifan said slowly. Can you show me outside? Li Ziyu asked after hesitating for a moment. Sure. Yifan slowly nodded. Then he directly untied Li Ziyu and Zhao Jiamin and led them out of the hotel. The moment she walked out of the hotel, the expression on Li Ziyu's face seemed to have run out of ways to describe it as shock. She looked at the chaotic and dark streets and the corpses on the ground, and her eyes were nothing but unbelievable. By now the zombie attack time was over, but there were still zombies roaming back and forth on the streets. That voice inside my head is all true, is it? The world is full of zombies now, isn't it? Li Ziyu asked at Yifan with a slightly trembling voice.
Yes.
Yifan slowly nodded his head, then continued, so I suggest that the two of you stay here with me. Once someone really finds the two of you, I'll choose to let the two of you go, but I don't want you to die halfway, or else if someone really does find me here, I might not be able to explain myself clearly.
Yes.
Li Ziyu didn't have any hesitation at all, directly nodded her head in agreement, then rushed to Yifan and said, I can stay here with you. I can stay too. Zhao Jiamin looked at the street full of zombies, the expression on his face to be as nervous as possible. He felt that it is better to choose to stay on Yifan's side. At least there is no danger to his life. Chapter 47. The Beauty and the Zombie. After Yifan saw that both Li Ziyu and Zhao Jiamin agreed to stay with him, he directly handed Zhao Jiamin over to Feng Fuguwei and asked Feng Fuguwei to keep an eye on him. And Li Ziyu was given to Jin Qianqian. These two people weren't really of much use to Yifan. He was just worried that if he let these two people go, there was a good chance that they would lead to some unmitigated disaster for himself, and even for these students inside the hotel. Because the hotel had all been cleaned up and finished, Yifan directly asked those captains to distribute all the collected supplies to these students evenly. Some students returned the supplies to Yifan the first time they got them because they remembered that they still owed Yifan 2 bottles of bread and a bottle of water, while some students chose to put the supplies away first to prevent them from being eaten later when they couldn't eat. As for the rooms, Yifan went about assigning them according to 4 people per room. The advantage of this is that it will enable these students to face some unexpected situations with a certain degree of fighting ability, and each other is also considered to have a care. By the time Yifan got this done and returned to his room, he realized that it was already more than 2 o'clock in the morning. Yifan dragged his exhausted body to lie on the bed and fell into a deep sleep before long. It was a little after 9 o'clock the next morning. Yifan simply washed his face after waking up and then came into the middle of the living room. He realized that at this moment, Li Ziyu, Jin Qianqian, and Song Shi, a beautiful woman, were eating breakfast. Because the bread and milk inside the supermarket is more, so Jin Qianqian and Song Shi these days eat almost all of these things. As for the vegetables and fruits and meat things, because of the power outage has long been rotten, naturally there is no way to do the dishes. And Li Ziyu had adapted quite well to the situation over here. At the very least, this woman was much more powerful than Yifan had imagined. Mainly because if a normal person had been locked up for a few days and then suddenly realized that it had become the end of the world outside, they would probably have collapsed a long time ago. Yifan, you come over and eat some too. Song Sisi hurriedly shouted at Yifan. Yifan nodded gently before sitting on top of the chair and eating the bread. What are we doing today? Jin Qianqian rushed at Yifan and asked. You guys just stay here. Yifan returned indifferently. It's just a little too boring to stay here. How about you take me out to fight zombies? Jin Qianqian asked with a smiling face. Bringing you along will only drag me down. You'd better stay put. Yifan said somewhat helplessly. And Jin Qianqian did not continue to say anything more after hearing this sentence with a slight skimming of her lips. Li Ziyu, on the other hand, slowly looked up at Yifan, then softly rushed at him and asked, You left me behind. Is there anything that you need me to do? Not for now. I'll let you know when I do. Yifan looked up at Li Ziyu. He was actually still very curious about this woman's identity. He wanted to know what kind of background Li Ziyu had on the army side. However, just at this time, Yifan suddenly received a message from Xiao Ye to himself. Going to kill an elite third-order zombie today? Okay, you come directly to me over here at the Longhui Mall. Yifan replied. And Xiao Ye didn't say anything after simply returning a line. Yifan had previously put most of his energy into settling these students, so he hadn't been in a hurry to kill the third-order elite zombies, which had caused Yifan to fall a little behind in his upgrading progress, but fortunately Yifan's previous level was relatively high, so he felt that he should be able to get the system's upgrading rewards. If nothing else, you three had better stay inside the safe house and not go out. I'll be out today. Yifan said at Song Sisi and the others after casually eating something. Out for what? Song Sisi hurriedly rushed at Yifan and asked. What else could he be doing out there? Must be to kill zombies. Jin Qianqian said with a smile. As for Li Ziyu, after hearing these words from the two of them, a trace of dissimilarity flashed in her eyes. Then she rushed at Yifan and asked, Can there be any benefits from killing zombies? Of course there are benefits. It can be upgraded. After upgrading, all the data of your power can be improved. In that case, it's more favorable for you to live in this world. Yifan twisted his head to look at Li Ziyu and explained succinctly. As for Li Ziyu, she hesitated for a moment, then softly rushed to Yifan and said, Can you take me out to see the outside today? I've never seen a zombie before. I want to see what a zombie really looks like. Yifan looked at Li Ziyu and didn't know what to say. Now most people are trying to do everything they can to avoid the zombies, but she was so good that she even wanted to follow herself to see the zombies. The zombies are just too disgusting. I suggest you stay away. Song Sisi couldn't forget the scene where she was pressed to the ground by a zombie until now, so she would feel a little fearful even when she heard the word zombie now. I still want to check it out, Li Ziyu said with an expressionless face. Okay, since you want to go then I'll show you around. Yifan felt that if he had let Li Ziyu see those zombies, he would have discouraged her from wanting to escape, so that he would be able to save himself a lot of trouble. A few minutes later, Yifan and Li Ziyu both walked out of the safe house, and Feng Fuguwei and a few other team captains were already waiting outside the mall for Yifan to come out. Van, what are we doing today? Feng Fuguwei smilingly asked at Yifan. Yesterday tossed a day, everyone should be tired. Want to rest, let them rest for a day. Don't want to rest to organize them to go nearby to look for supplies. But all the supplies found are for their own. A few people, if you team up then everyone share equally. Don't let them fight because of the point of food on the line. Yifan slowly spoke after hesitating for a moment. Okay. The crowd nodded their heads when they heard these words from Yifan. Fuguwei, how is Zhao Jiamin? Yifan looked at Feng Fuguwei and asked. Tried to run away last night. My men found him. I cleaned him up and then put him straight in a small dark room. Feng Fuguwei bared his teeth and said, Okay, he's all yours. I'll be the first to find you if he runs away. Yifan slowly nodded. Brother Fan, don't worry, even if I lose him, he won't be lost. Feng Fuguwei also knew that Zhao Jiamin was quite an important person, so this matter was very close to his heart. Just at this time, a black SUV directly ran over to Yifan's position. Yifan recognized the car as Xiao Ye's car at a glance, so he waited for the car to stop and then directly yanked open the door and got into the car, while Li Ziyu also followed a piece of the car. Feng Fuguwei couldn't help but sigh softly after seeing Yifan get on the car. Brother Fan is really too dashing this day, with so many beautiful women following him around. When can I be like him? Come on, don't daydream. Wait until you can be as powerful as Brother Fan. Gowan skewered Feng Fuguwei back. On the other hand, Yifan found that not only did Xiao Ye come after he got on the car, Xiao Lemon even that also sat on top of the co-pilot. The two sisters, Xiao Ye Xiao Lemon, looked at each other after seeing Li Ziyu, who got on the car with Yifan, and their eyes seemed to be a little complicated. Xiao Lemon, who was even younger, was a little bit sullen and directly rushed at Yifan and asked, Yifan, is that beautiful woman your girlfriend? Why don't you introduce it to us? She's not my girlfriend. I rescued her from inside the hotel yesterday, Yifan faintly explained. And Xiao Ye's heart secretly sighed in relief after hearing Yifan's words. And Xiao Lemon was skimming her small mouth and said, I didn't find you so enthusiastic when I was in school before. Is it that when you see people's parents are pretty you save them, and those who aren't pretty you simply don't care? Anyway, if you're in any danger I definitely won't step in to save you. Yifan nodded very seriously at Xiao Lemon. Xiao Lemon was shaking with anger after hearing Yifan's words. The expression on his face was as angry as it could be. Chapter 48. Xiao Ye's Trouble. After Yifan brought Li Ziyu into Xiao Ye's car, Xiao Ye drove directly in the direction of Nanyang University. When Xiao Ye was searching for Xiao Lemon, he passed by a neighborhood, and it was in this neighborhood that his people discovered the existence of a third-order elite zombie. It was only because Xiao Ye and the others were relatively weak at that time, coupled with the fact that Xiao Ye and the others were in a hurry to look for Xiao Lemon at that time, so they didn't choose to waste time on these third-order elite zombies. However, Xiao Ye is not very sure if those third-order zombies are still in the neighborhood, so she can only take Yifan to the neighborhood first and try her luck. Along the way, Xiao Lemon and Yifan had been bickering and quarreling, and Xiao Ye seemed to be used to this situation and drove quietly. Li Ziyu, on the other hand, was frowning as she looked at the street outside the window. It was really hard for her to imagine that she had only been imprisoned by those kidnappers for just a few days, and now there was such a big change outside the world. Looking at the zombies roaming above the streets, Li Ziyu realized that everything Yifan had said before seemed to be true. Now the world has literally come to an end. Soon, the car drove into the middle of a neighborhood. When the car entered the neighborhood, countless zombies directly ran towards the car's location. Li Ziyu looked at the zombies that rushed over. There was shock and surprise in his eyes, but the most was still fear. Xiao Ye, on the other hand, acted very calmly and slammed her foot on the gas. The car ran straight at the walkers and then crushed those walkers under the tires. For a while, countless zombies let out hissing sounds of pain. Li Ziyu was even somewhat unable to describe the scene she was seeing at this moment, but the expression on the faces of the three of them, Yifan, Xiao Lemon, Xiao Ye, was unusually calm, as if it was a small and insignificant thing. Soon, Xiaoya drove the car into a square above the neighborhood. And in the middle of the square there was a short, skinny zombie munching on a human corpse. Yifan's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement after seeing the zombie. Although the appearance of this zombie was much better than those third-order zombies that Yifan had encountered before, Yifan was still able to determine that it was a third-order elite zombie. Tell me the weakness of this walker. Yifan hurriedly rushed at Xiao Lemon and asked. Xiao Lemon slightly skimmed her lips after hearing Yifan's words, then hugged her shoulders and said, "You beg me first." Yifan was too lazy to talk nonsense with Xiao Lime and directly reached out and pushed open the door to get out of the car. As for Li Ziyu, a trace of nervousness flashed in her eyes because she knew that there were a lot of zombies outside right now, and it might be very dangerous for Yifan to get off the car so directly. Don't worry, those low-level zombies won't even dare to come near this asshole. Xiao Lemon could see Li Ziyu's worry, so he said softly. Li Ziyu froze for a moment, then looked out the car window. After those zombies saw Yifan getting off the bus, they actually all chose to retreat to the back, not wanting to attack Yifan at all. What's going on here? Li Ziyu asked at Xiao Lime in a very incredulous manner. Yifan's level is too high. Low-level zombies won't take the initiative to attack him. Xiao Lemon explained faintly. Grade. Li Ziyu looked at Xiao Lemon with eyes full of doubt. She realized that she seemed to have lagged behind these people too much. If it wasn't because of Yifan saving her, she most likely wouldn't even be able to survive in this world. Yifan directly ran towards the location of that third-order elite zombie after getting out of the car. Because Yifan's level was higher, he didn't even need Xiao Lemon's help to easily dispose of the zombie. After killing the zombies, Yifan returned to the car once again. Xiaoya, on the other hand, was looking at Yifan with eyes full of astonishment, because she felt that at this moment, Yifan was killing a third-order elite zombie as simple as an ordinary person facing a first-order zombie. Yifan's combat power had far surpassed those of them, and had pulled away to a distance that was hard to catch up with. Big beautiful Xiao, set off to find the next one. Yifan smilingly shouted at Xiaoya. Xiaoya hastily started the car and continued to look for the next target. Li Ziyu, on the other hand, was looking at Yifan with a strange gaze. She was naturally able to sense the gap between Yifan and ordinary people. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Yifan had finally completed the task of killing 10 third-order elite zombies. When the quest was completed, Yifan's level also came directly to level 20, and all of his ability values also became 30. And there were still 500 experience points short of him upgrading to level 21. Only what Yifan never expected was that he was the 578th player in the world to upgrade to level 20. This also meant that there were now at least 500 people around the world whose combat strength was similar to that of Yifan, and the awakened abilities of these people of theirs must also be SSS level, or else it was absolutely impossible for them to have such a horrifying upgrading speed. Yifan also obtained 3 antidotes as well as an anti-infection serum as expected. And there's the bonus of a card check-in system. Respectively, there were 1,000 first-order safe house upgrade materials, and Yifan directly exchanged them for 100 second-order materials. In that case, he should have enough materials in hand to upgrade the safe house to level 6. And then there are the 2A list cards. However, Yifan did not choose to directly open these 2A grade cards. The reason was also very simple, because he knew that these cards would be able to exchange for something in the card signing system in the future, and at this time, Yifan was not short of anything, so he did not rush to open the cards. After completing the mission, Yifan planned to return directly to the mall. However, just at this time, Xiaoya suddenly received a voice chat sent by her own men. Because the chat was conducted entirely in the chat room within the system, there was no way for Yifan and the others to hear what the other party had said. But Yifan could feel a somewhat ugly expression on Xiaoya's face. Soon Xiaoya ended the call and then continued to drive, but the speed was obviously much faster. What happened? Yifan asked at Xiaoya after hesitating for a moment. No, nothing is going on. Xiaoya gently shook her head. If anything happens that I can help with, you can just say it. Although I didn't join your organization, we're still considered friends, aren't we? Yifan smilingly reminded Xiaoya. Although he was a person who appeared to be rather cold, in fact, Yifan actually knew how to be grateful. Last time when he was facing a fourth-order zombie, without Xiaoya's help in the end, it would definitely not be easy for Yifan to kill a fourth-order zombie. Moreover, Xiaoya had helped Yifan find the last 3 third-order elite zombies today. These things were always in Yifan's mind. Zhang Wanan's men are now heading in the direction of my base. They are estimated to arrive in half an hour. I'm worried that my men might not be able to defend the base. Xiaoya hesitated before whispering at Yifan. Your base. Yifan couldn't help but freeze for a moment after hearing Xiaoya's words. That's right. I converted a shopping street into a base, and all my people are now inside that shopping street. Xiaoya looked at Yifan and slowly nodded. Then don't go back to the mall yet, just go straight to your side. Yifan said after thinking for a while. Xiaoya, on the other hand, froze for a moment, then said softly, it doesn't matter. As long as I'm able to go back before Zhang Wanan's people arrive, that Zhang Wanan person isn't to be messed with, it's best for you to stay out of this. If it were anyone else's business, I probably wouldn't care, but I definitely want to get involved in your business. Just drive straight to your base. Yifan, on the other hand, smiled back. And Xiao Lemon twisted her head to look at Yifan and said with a small mouth, I didn't think that you, this bastard, would still be considered a bit conscientious, sister. You'd better take Yifan over there. Those people of Zhang Wannan are not easy to deal with, and you might be able to ensure it a bit if you have Yifan there. Xiaoya hesitated for a few seconds' time, then directly slammed the steering wheel to change the direction, and then drove straight to her base. Chapter 49. Sold. Yifan was actually not unfamiliar with the name Zhang Wannan at all, as he had heard of this person both before and after the end of his last life. Before the end of the Zhang Wannan is Nanyang City's famous gangster Big Brother. It is said that at that time a district of Nanyang City's entertainment venues are this person in the cover, under the hands of a lot of horsemen. And after the end of the day, Zhang Wannan himself was an awakened person, plus he had quite a few minions in his hands, so he was the first leader to announce the establishment of an organization in Nanyang City. In just less than a month's time, Zhang Wannan had cleared a district of zombies and then commandeered all the resources in that district. Yifan had also heard that Zhang Wannan's relationship with Xiaoya had not been very good since then, and perhaps it was likely to have something to do with this conflict. However, Yifan was also a little surprised that Xiaoya, this woman, was able to have the concept of a base in such a short period of time, and he had to admit that Xiaoya was indeed very smart. At the very least, in the apocalyptic world the ability she showed was far beyond that of other women. By the time a month had passed, many bases, large and small, would have appeared in Nanyang City. And these bases are hundreds of people in the big ones and a few in the small ones. The purpose of the base's existence was to protect those resources they had now, equipped to resist the zombie wave that would appear in the future. The zombie wave came about a month after the game started. The very first wave of zombies might only be a few hundred zombies, and most of them were first-order zombies. But as time passes, the number of zombie waves increases massively and will be accompanied by the appearance of some high-level zombies. If the base didn't have some defense capability, it would be overwhelmed by the zombie tide in no time. The most important thing is that the game system will not give players a reminder of the time when the zombie wave will appear, which means that the zombie wave will most likely appear at a safe moment, which greatly increases the difficulty for ordinary people to live in this world. Along the way, Xiaoya's face was very grave. As for Xiao Lemon, she was still behaving normally because she was clear about Yifan's strength. If Yifan was willing to make a move, then it would not be a difficult task to fend off those people from Zhang Wannan. 15 minutes later, Xiaoya drove her SUV directly to the front of the entrance of a commercial street, where a large iron gate nearly 5 or 6 meters high was tightly closed. After the two young men saw that it was Xiaoya, they hurriedly opened the big iron gate, and Xiaoya drove the car into the middle of the commercial street. After getting off the bus, Yifan briefly observed the situation of the commercial street, which could be almost 2,000 to 3,000 meters long, with hundreds of stores. Xiaoya directly had people block the right exit of the commercial street with cement and steel bars, as well as some abandoned vehicles. This also means that there is only one exit from the entire shopping street, and this exit they have done enough defense. Just the big sturdy iron gate can stop most of the zombies from coming in, and there are also special people in charge of guarding the exit. The number of stores within the commercial street was very high, and there were 4 or 5 supermarkets alone, which would ensure that Xiaoya and the rest of them were supplied with supplies. 5 or 6 oil-fired generators roared to life, providing the necessary power needs for the entire shopping street. And Yifan was also surprised to find that an ancient well existed on this commercial street, and there was still water inside the well. This also meant that not only did Xiaoya and the others not lack food, but they wouldn't have to worry about water resources either. There's water, electricity, food, and it's all flanked by high-rise buildings. This shopping street is a survival base made in heaven. Originally, Yifan felt that the mall he was in was already very good, but after seeing this commercial street of Xiaoya, he clearly realized the gap. You got all this stuff, huh? Yifan asked at Xiaoya with some surprise. That's right, I actually played a doomsday game with Lemon before the end came, so I still have some ideas on how I should plan this shopping street after the end. Xiaoya nodded slowly. Only at this moment did Yifan perhaps react to why Xiaoya, this woman, was able to become the only female chief in Nanyang City. It was a bit scary to make a base like this in less than a week after the end of the world had begun. Because the stores in the commercial street were very numerous, It also meant that those people under Xiao Yu's hand were not required to look for a place to live or waste their efforts to build a safe house. They'll just live here and be fine. However, Yifan actually saw the limitations of this commercial street. It was not a problem for the commercial street to accommodate just a few hundred people, but if it wanted to accommodate more people, then this commercial street was obviously not quite enough. Li Ziyu closely followed Yifan's side. She was also very surprised about this commercial street and couldn't help but ask Xiaoya, "So, did the owners of the stores on this commercial street agree to you guys hijacking their stores?" This commercial street was originally owned by my sister, and those stores were all rented out by my sister, and my sister chose to take them all in, so naturally they have no problem with it. Xiao Lemon then opened his mouth to explain. Yifan couldn't help but twist his head to look at Xiaoya when he heard this, and secretly sighed in his heart that perhaps it was the real rich woman. If it wasn't for Doomsday, Yifan might have had a hard time contacting a rich white beauty of Xiaoya's caliber in his life. Just at this time, a middle-aged man quickly ran over in Xiaoya's direction. Yifan had seen this middle-aged man before when he was facing a fourth-order zombie, and he should also be an awakened. "You're here too, Mr. Yi." A trace of excitement flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes after he saw Yifan. "Eh." Yifan slowly nodded his head. "Miss, it seems like Zhang Wanan's men will arrive in 10 minutes. The middle-aged man was not in much of a mood to exchange pleasantries and courtesies with Yifan and rushed at Xiaoya in a tense tone. "How many of them are coming?" Xiaoya asked with a frown. "More than a dozen cars, almost 50 or 60 people." The middle-aged man replied. "Do they have guns?" "That's probably one of the biggest concerns." "I don't think so." The middle-aged man shook his head. That's good, that's good." Xiaoya took a long breath. The thing she was most worried about at this moment was that these people below Zhang Wan and would have guns in their hands. But they can have at least 15 awakened ones, and on our side, because we sacrificed some awakened ones on our last trip to the school, there are less than 5 of us who are able to engage in combat now. The middle-aged man's words made Xiaoya couldn't help but frown. The gap in the number of awakened meant a gap in strength. If Mr. Yi is willing to help us, I think that this gap above the strength may be reduced a lot. The middle-aged man slowly turned his head to look at Yifan. Xiaoya also looked at Yifan. Only Xiao Lemon skimmed her small mouth and said, "Isn't Yifan coming over just to help? Why else would he come over?" "Little Lemon, don't be ridiculous. Whether or not someone Yifan is willing to help is his business. We can't kidnap Yifan." Xiaoya chided in a low voice. Yifan, on the other hand, looked up at Xiaoya before asking softly, "What is Zhang Wanan's people coming over for?" "They're trying to hijack my base." Xiaoya whispered. "Not here to deal with a personal conflict between you two?" Yifan continued to ask. "Of course not. He's well aware that I have a lot of supplies in this place and that it's a natural refuge, so he wants to hijack it, and there's no personal conflict at all between Zhang Wanan and I." Xiaoya hurriedly replied. Yifan slowly nodded his head, then said softly, "Then since it's like this I can help you, but there are also conditions on my side." "On what terms?" Showa asked. "1/5 of the supplies on this shopping street." Yifan said very directly. "Yifan, how is this person like you? What did you say before you came that we are friends? Now you even start to want to get on the supplies." Xiao Lemon was instantly anxious. "It's not true that we're friends, but me helping you guys means offending Zhang Wannan. So it's not too much for me to ask for some hard-earned money, and you know that I'm just like that. I'll never do anything without benefits." Yifan returned with a straight face. "You asshole." Xiao Lemon was so anxious he was reaching out to hit someone. Xiaoya, on the other hand, reached out and stopped Xiao Lemon for a moment, then said softly, "I can give you 1/5 of the supplies, but you have to help me drive away those people from Zhang Wanan, and you have to support me unconditionally in the future if their people still come over." "Deal," Yifan said smilingly at Xiaoya. Chapter 50. Hard Robbery. Xiao Lemon looked at the shameless smile on Yifan's face. Her heart was as angry as it could be. She felt that Yifan was obviously taking advantage of the fire. But there was nothing better Xiao Lim could do, because Zhang Wanan's people were obviously stronger than Xiao Yu's people. So without Yifan's help, Xiao Yu's side would be in a very dangerous situation. "Missy, Zhang Wanan's men have arrived outside our door." Just at this time, a youth hurriedly rushed to Xiao Yu's front and shouted at Xiaoya in a very excited tone. "Old son, go shout for someone." Xiaoya turned her head and shouted at the middle-aged man beside herself. "Fine." Old son nodded in agreement before rushing off. Almost 2 or 3 minutes later, 20 people came out from different stores. Yifan briefly observed these people. If he counted Xiao Lemon, there should be 6 awakened, and all of them were above level 10. The fight that such a lineup creates is still scary at this stage. At the very least, They all had some fighting ability when facing a third-order elite zombie. At this time, Yifan finally understand the last life of Xiao Yu, why these people can become the leader of a party, not because they are in the end of the good luck after how strong strength, but they have a certain social status before the end of the network. That's why they were able to gather people at the first opportunity after the end of the day and occupy some of the more important places as bases. Xiaoya led these people to run directly outside the base. After walking out of the base, more than a dozen black SUVs were neatly parked on the road in front of the base. In a post-apocalyptic world, since most of the roads have been destroyed, the most popular vehicle among humans is the off-road vehicle. These cars are tough and can easily pass through sections of the road that ordinary cars have no way of passing through. A bald young man jumped out from amongst the SUV with a smile, and then led 40 to 50 people to run over to Xiao Ya and the other's position with great vigor. Yifan narrowed his eyes and observed the people on the youth side. Old Sun's judgment was right. There could be at least 10 awakened among these people. However, the level was about the same as the awakened on Xiao Ya's side, which proved that if it were a normal awakened, it would have almost just risen to more than 10 levels in this time period. Yifan's level was definitely a very rare existence when looking at the small city of Nanyang. Sister Xiao, this is still the first time we've met since the end of the world. The bald youth said smilingly at Xiaoya after walking to her. Xiaoya looked the bald youth up and down. She knew that this person was called Su Hu, the number 2 person under Zhang Wannan's hand. Where's Boss Zhang? Xiaoya's gaze was cold and her voice was calm as Su Hu asked. Our family boss accidentally broke his leg a few days ago while killing zombies, so he's now recuperating from his injuries. Su Hu said smilingly. That's pretty bad luck. Xiao Lemon said with a small grimace. You're here too, Lemon. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Su Hu waved his hand at Xiao Lime. Xiao Lemon directly turned his head away, not wanting to bother with Su Hu. So what's the point of you coming over here today? Xiaoya was not in much of a mood to listen to Su Hu's nonsense here, and directly rushed at Su Hu to ask. Sister Xiao, there's really nothing I can do on my side, so I'm here to ask for your help today. Su Hu was acting quite politely at this point. Help? What can I do to help? Xiaoya couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. You should also know the situation on our side, Sister Xiao, not to mention the lack of supplies. There are still a lot of zombies, and quite a few of our brothers have been injured in the last few days, but it's simply not suitable for us to recuperate on our side. That's why the boss asked me to come over and discuss with you, Sister Xiao, to see if we can take in the wounded on our side, and we'll definitely be the first to leave when our people are done recuperating from their injuries. Su Hu looked at the sexy and seductive Xiaoya in front of him and said with a grin, That's quite a coincidence. We don't have a lot of supplies left on our side, so there's no way to take in the wounded from your side. Xiaoya paused for a moment, then continued, But then, I'm also considered a friend of your boss, Mr. Zhang, so I can give you some supplies and medicines, so that you can also go back to your work, isn't that right? Yifan stood quietly watching Su Hu. He knew in his heart that the competition for resources and territory between various organizations was actually a very common thing in Armageddon, especially in the later stages of the apocalypse, when supplies are constantly scarce. This phenomenon becomes more and more intense. So many of the organization leaders, in order to make their organization stronger, could only keep absorbing ordinary people to join them, but the greater the number of people joining them, then the more supplies they would naturally need. And in the midst of this apocalypse, all supplies will be non-renewable resources. Since there was no way to produce supplies, the only option was to go and grab supplies from others to fulfill their own increased strength. This would then create a cycle of cause and effect. Many organizations need to resist the attack of zombies on the one hand, and on the other hand, they also need to constantly compete with other organizations for territory and resources to form internal conflict. However, the battles between organizations don't really last too long, as those that are weak tend to end up being annexed or annihilated by the stronger organizations. In the end, they will all be like Nanyang City to form the 7 largest organizations. These 7 organizations respectively occupy a district of Nanyang City. Each other is Wellwater Offense's River Water State, and may even cooperate with each other in the face of the tide of corpses. Sister Xiao, don't joke with me. Who doesn't know that you have 5 large supermarkets and more than a dozen small supermarkets within this commercial street alone? And there are also 3 or 4 pharmacies. This apocalypse has only begun for a few days, and more than 20 of you can eat all of these supplies? Su Hu said after stroking his chin. Don't those ordinary people inside our shopping streets count as human beings? Don't they need to eat? Xiao Lemon shouted with big watery eyes. Su Hu, on the other hand, let out a cold laugh, and then raised his head and rushed at Xiaoya and asked, Miss Xiao, you're sure you're not going to help us, aren't you? Obviously, Su Hu was already prepared to tear his face off when he said this. Suhu, did you not understand what I just said? I can lend you some supplies, but there is absolutely no way your people can enter my commercial street. Xiaoya herself was a notorious big sister in Nanyang City, so at this moment, there was no way she could be intimidated by these few words from Suhu. What's more, a cooperation had already been formed between Xiaoya and Yifan, so she spoke with even more confidence. Since Ms. Xiao has no intention of wanting to have a good talk with me, then I'll cut the crap. Suhu sneered, then gently waved his hand.
Tap, tap, tap.
The 40 to 50 people behind him ran directly in the direction of Xiaoya and the others. Suhu, you're planning to make a move, aren't you? Xiaoya asked at Su, who with an expressionless face. Miss Xiao, the order our boss gave me is that no matter what, we must find a place today where our brothers can recuperate from their injuries without worry. If you don't agree to lend us the place, then we'll have no choice but to rob it the hard way. Suhu paused for a moment, then continued, Miss Xiao, don't blame me. We people are only trying to survive. Chapter 51. The battle begins. After some negotiations, Suhu finally chose to bare his fangs. At this moment, the two sides of the people confronted each other, and the atmosphere turned a bit tense. Do it! Suhu directly shouted at the group behind himself. Wow! The crowd didn't even have any hesitation after hearing these words and directly ran towards these people of Xiaoya. In fact, these people of theirs had been a bit impatient for a long time, because everyone knew that this commercial street of Xiaoya's had a lot of supplies inside. As long as they were the ones who could take this commercial street, then they would never have to go hungry again. In today's apocalyptic world, not going hungry is the ultimate dream for many. And Xiaoya and those people also rushed over at the first opportunity. The two sides fought in an instant. Although Xiaoya's side did not occupy any advantage in terms of numbers, but the good thing was that these people of Xiaoya's were the beloved ones under Xiaoya's hand, so it seemed to be significantly higher than those ordinary people brought by Suhu in terms of combat power. Although there were more than 40 people on the other side, they fought Xiaoya's side with more than 20 people. But Yifan was clear that these people could not decide whether they would win or lose today. The ones who could really decide the winner were Suhu and those awakened ones behind Suhu. Miss Xiao, did you have to make it like this? Suhu asked smilingly at Xiaoya. You're the one who tried to break into my place with your men, and now you're asking me if I had to make it like this? Xiaoya frowned and returned in a cold voice. I really don't want to make a move on a great beauty like you, Miss Xiao. Suhu smiled faintly, then after briefly moving his neck, a hint of murderous energy flashed through his eyes as he directly ran over to Xiaoya's position. Tiger eyes. Suhu roared angrily. Then his body began to change. In just a few seconds, Suhu's body was wrapped in a layer of yellow fur, giving the impression that it really seemed to be a tiger. Even his running movements were very much like a tiger. As for Old Sun, after seeing Suhu make his move, he also rushed to Xiaoya with his men at the first opportunity. Old Sun's awakened power was the power of steel, and his body instantly looked like it was cast in steel. Boo! There was a loud bang. Suhu's fist directly and fiercely smashed at Lao Sun's chest, while Lao Sun stood in place without moving. Kind of funny. Suhu couldn't help but sneer as he looked at Old Sun in front of him, then turned his head and shouted at those awakened beings behind him. Don't even look at the fun. Let's hurry up and take care of all these people, and then go in and eat and drink spicy food. The crowd also didn't hesitate after hearing Suhu's words. They directly awakened their powers, and then they rushed over in a swarm in the direction of Xiaoya and the others. A trace of nervousness flashed among Xiaoya's beautiful eyes, and her right hand swung violently. 5 or 6 blades of cold ice flew directly towards the positions of those awakened ones. The power of the barrier. A woman standing at the very back of the crowd let out a low growl. A barrier appeared directly in front of Suhu and the others, and this barrier was actually able to directly resist Xiaoya's cold ice blade. Kind of funny. Yifan couldn't help but smile as he looked at this side of the battlefield, because he had never thought that just a small city of Nanyang would have so many awakened ones, and the abilities awakened by these awakened ones were all varied. At this point, most of the awakened seemed to have adapted to their awakening power, and they were also very clear on how they should use it. That's why battles between awakened people are completely different from battles between ordinary people. Once the two sides exchanged hands, it was really like the gods fighting each other. Although the people on Xiaoya's side were a bit more cooperative, but there was no way that the number of awakened ones on the opposite side was double the number on Xiaoya's side. So in less than 5 minutes, the awakened ones on Xiaoya's side couldn't hold on any longer. Yifan, when else are you going to see? You hurry up and make your move. Although Xiao Lemon is also an awakened person, but helplessly she does not have any combat power at all, saw Xiaoya's side of the people seemed to be a little bit unable to hold on after the tone of excitement shouted. And Yifan was not in no hurry to strike at this time. He was observing the way these people fought, first finding the awakened who posed the greatest threat to him to get rid of, so that the fight could be a little easier. In fact, Yifan's awakened power itself wasn't a combat ability, and his current summoner was still on cooldown. If Yifan wanted to defeat these people, he would rely on his advantage above his level, so he didn't dare to be careless. It would be better to die at the hands of a zombie if you accidentally died here at the hands of these people. However, right at this moment, Suhu slapped his palm at Old Sun's chest. Old Sun took 3 or 4 consecutive steps back before stabilizing himself. But in the next second, Suhu directly ran in Xiaoya's direction. He knew very well in his heart that as long as he was able to get Xiaoya under control first, then the rest would all be simple. Xiaoya instantly released 5 ice blades. The blade of ice flew in the direction of Suhu at a very terrifying speed. Barrier! The woman standing at the far end of the crowd shouted with an expressionless face. A barrier appeared in front of Suhu, and this barrier of the woman happened to be able to withstand Xiaoya's attack. Suhu rushed to Xiaoya's front, then said in a cold voice, "Miss Xiao, I'm sorry." After saying those words, Suhu threw out a fist. Suhu's awakened power was in tiger form. Not only was his speed-fast strength was also very terrifying, but just as his punch was about to hit Xiaoya, a figure suddenly rushed out, and then a hand held Suhu's fist. Suhu snapped his head up. He hadn't even noticed that there were even awakened ones by Xiaoya's side. Moreover, Suhu realized at this time that he had no way to see the level of the person in front of him. It was important to know that Suhu was now level 13, a level that could definitely be considered a very high existence in Nanyang City. Suhu instinctively tried to bring his fist back, but he realized that no matter how hard he tried, there was no way to get out of the control of the person in front of him. Although the tiger form of Suhu had received a very large enhancement in strength and speed, this level of enhancement changed according to the level, and naturally, it wasn't as horrifying as Yifan's physical enhancement when he upgraded. Boo! Yifan raised his leg and kicked Suhu's stomach directly. Suhu didn't even react to what was going on before he was sent flying by Yifan's kick and then smashed hard on the ground. Tiger! The expressions on the faces of those awakened ones that Suhu had brought along all changed very drastically after seeing Yifan kick Suhu off with a single kick. This was because these people were clear that Suhu was the highest ranked and strongest among them. Since Yifan was able to kick Suhu away, it meant that Yifan's strength was most likely far beyond the rest of them. Forget the others for now. Kill this man. Suhu roared as he lay on the ground with a very painful expression. The crowd stopped their hands after hearing Suhu's words, then began to look at Yifan. All of you, too, stand down. Yifan shouted at those of Xiaoya. It was clear that these people were more or less injured in the battle just now, and at this time, if they continued to fight, not only could they not help Yifan much, but on the contrary, they would also cause some trouble for Yifan. I'll meet him. Just at this time, a bear-form youth shouted out, then directly ran with steps in Yifan's direction. Barrier. The woman who possessed the power of a barrier placed a barrier around the youth's body. The speed of the beerized youth was not fast, and he slowly rushed to Yifan. Then he violently raised his right hand, just like a heavy hammer, with a whistling wind sound, and blasted straight towards Yifan. Yifan's figure flickered and disappeared in an instant. The beerized youth couldn't help but freeze. Dehua, be careful. Suhu shouted. Chapter 52. Destroying the World. Suhu simply did not expect Yifan's speed to be able to terrorize him to such an extent. In just a blink of an eye, Yifan appeared directly behind the beerized youth before directly blasting out a fist. Boo! With a loud bang, the beerized youth instantly flew backwards, his body smashing a huge, deep pit in the ground. Immediately following Yifan, he ran like a bolt of lightning towards the other awakened on Suhu's side. Barrier. The woman standing at the end of the crowd reacted and hurriedly erected a barrier, as if she wanted to block Yifan's attack with it. The Kusanagi sword in Yifan's hand swung violently, directly splitting the barrier in front of him in two. When the woman saw her barrier shatter, shock was also written all over her eyes, as it was the first time she had seen someone who was able to break through her barrier so easily. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and strike together. An awakened directly shouted out after realizing that something was wrong. In an instant, those awakened ones brought by Suhu launched an attack on Yifan's position at the same time. Wind, fire, thunder, electricity and ice. All sorts of attacks came in all sorts of ways, madly running in Yifan's direction and bombarding him. Only, Yifan's speed was not something those awakened could imagine because the gap between his level and these people was just too great. Yi Fan dodged the attacks of these awakened ones by dodging, and then chose to attack these people one by one. This was because Yi Fan's fighting style was just a bit too one-dimensional compared to these awakened ones, only being able to fight in close quarters or attack with the Kusanagi sword. If Yi Fan's summoner skill hadn't gone into cooldown, or if that Fire Upanishad skill book hadn't been given to Feng Fugue in the first place, Yi Fan would definitely be able to have a much easier time in this battle today. After dodging the first round of attacks from these awakened, Yi Fan directly rushed to a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, like Feng Fugue, was able to use the power of flames to attack. Yi Fan's fist directly smashed in the middle-aged man's chest. The middle-aged man's physical quality and the beer-eyed youth simply can't be compared. In the heart after Yi Fan's punch, the whole person flew backwards, and then a mouthful of blood sprayed out, killed on the spot. The expression on Suhu's face after seeing this scene was as shocking as it could be. Where could he have imagined that Yi Fan's fighting strength would be terrifying to such an extent? Xiao Lemonly Ziyu, and the awakened on Xiao Ya's side also looked at Yi Fan with an incredulous gaze at this moment. The combat power Yi Fan displayed at this moment had far exceeded their imagination. Those awakened people of Su who didn't even have the slightest resistance in front of Yi Fan. The ensuing battle seemed as if it could only be described with the words devastating. In less than 5 minutes, Yi Fan easily killed all of the remaining few awakened as well. And those ordinary people that Suhu had brought with him had no thoughts of continuing the fight at this time, and had thrown down their weapons and ran away. After all, these awakened ones were where their backbone was, and now that even these awakened ones had already been defeated by Yi Fan, what was the point of them fighting on? The expression on Suhu's face as he lay on the ground was as ugly as it could be. He had no idea that Xiaoya would have such an expert by his side before he set off. If he had known that such an expert existed beside Xiaoya, then even if he had been given 10,000 guts, he would never have dared to bring these people over. After Yi Fan finished dealing with these people from Suhu, he slowly took a step and walked to Xiaoya's side. Thank you. Xiaoya looked at Yi Fan in her heart, or very grateful to Yi Fan, because she was very clear that today, if it was not because of Yi Fan's hand, it would not be possible for them to hold back Suhu and these people. Do what you want with these people. Yi Fan knew that Suhu and the others were no longer able to fight, so he didn't choose to kill Suhu and the others himself, but instead let Xiaoya watch and deal with them. After all, there is no contradiction between Yi Fan and Zhang Huanan. The one who has contradiction is Xiaoya and Zhang Huanan. He is just responsible for helping. Xiaoya took a deep breath, and then directly took a step and ran over to Suhu's position. And after Suhu saw Xiaoya walking over, the expression on his face instantly changed. He hurriedly knelt down in front of Xiaoya and said in an agitated tone, "Sister Xiao, I'm just following orders to come over to do my job, and it's only because we can't really live that we're going to hit your side of the fence, so just let us go for the sake of my big brother." Suhu, did you see that I, Xiaoya, am a woman? So you came over to bully me? Xiaoya couldn't help but let out a cold laugh before continuing. There are so many places in our Nanyang city to put down you injured people, and so many supplies for you to grab. Why did you choose to come to me? These are all my big brother's orders. I'm really just following my big brother's wishes to do things. Suhu stammered back. I don't care who you're following, since you dared to make a move on me today. If I don't show you some color, then in the future, will any random person come and dare to hit my side? Xiaoya directly asked in a cold voice. Sister Xiao, for the sake of my big brother, can't you let me off this time? Are you really planning to break up with my big brother? That won't do either of us any good. Suhu kneeled on the ground with a trembling voice and shouted. Xiaoya, on the other hand, slowly raised her right hand. At this time the idea in her heart was very simple, that is, she must kill Suhu to make an example of the chicken. Otherwise your own side will never be able to stop. However, Lao Sun's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation after seeing this scene, and then he hurriedly walked over to Xiao Ya's side and whispered, Miss, there are quite a number of guns in Zhang Huanan's hands, and they may still have awakened beings present. Once if you kill Suhu now, Zhang Huanan will definitely come over for revenge at the first opportunity. Just wait for him to come over if he wants to retaliate. Xiaoya said with a calm face. If Mr. Yi is on our side, we can barely cope, but if Mr. Yi is not here, then things will be troublesome. You have to think clearly. Xiaoya froze for a moment when she heard Lao Sun's words. She actually knew that Zhang Huanan had a gun in his hand. Moreover, Yi Fan had never said from beginning to end that he would stay in the middle of his base, and once he killed Suhu at this moment, it would completely intensify the conflict between himself and Zhang Huanan. If Zhang Huanan took advantage of Yi Fan's absence to come over and sneak attack, then the situation on her side would be very dangerous. Xiaoya stood in place and took a deep breath, then expressionlessly rushed at Suhu and said, Go back and tell Zhang Huanan that this is the first time and the last time. If your people dare to hit my side again, I, Xiaoya, will fight with him. Zhang Nan, no matter what, to the death of the net. Do you understand what I mean? Yifan couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard Xiaoya's words, but didn't choose to say anything more after hesitating for a while. Because the matter itself didn't have much to do with him, he was the one in charge of helping. Thank you, Sister Xiao. Thank you, Sister Xiao. A hint of excitement flashed among Suhu's eyes. Get lost. Xiaoya waved her hand at Suhu. Suhu hurriedly stood up, then shouted at those of his men, don't all lie on the ground. Hurry up and get in the car. After saying this, Suhu was the first to run in the direction of the SUV. But probably everyone didn't notice that Suhu had been using his afterglow to pay attention to the direction of Xiaoya's side while running towards the car. Chapter 53, Thief's Heart Never Dies. Suhu rushed straight into the SUV with those awakened who were already injured. Xiaoya, on the other hand, was looking at Suhu's direction with narrowed eyes. In fact, with her character, there was absolutely no way she would want to let Suhu and these people go. Because of this battle, Xiaoya's side's losses were also relatively large. 4 of the 5 awakened were injured. However, Xiaoya does not have the strength to fight Zhang Nan to the end, unless Yifan can agree to stay in the base. But Xiaoya had invited Yifan several times and was rejected by him, so she was clear that this possibility wasn't very high either. In the end, Xiaoya could only choose to let Suhu and the others go first because of the pressure from all sides. And Suhu's face changed instantly after he got into the SUV, gritting his teeth and whispering, I didn't expect this bitch to find such a powerful awakened person at some point, causing me to lose my wife and army this time. Suhu came over this time with 10 awakenings, 2 dead and 8 seriously injured. And all those ordinary people are injured and running away. The losses can be very heavy. Brother Tiger, we've lost so much this time over here, and we haven't even snatched Xiaoya's walking street. How are we going to explain to Big Brother when we get back? A youth asked at Suhu in a low voice. Suhu heard this sentence after the face of the expression seems to be more ugly, and then gritted his teeth. Sleep O2. In any case, we cannot be so gray-face back. Must let the Big Brother to see some effect. What effect? The youth froze for a moment before rushing at Suhu and asking. Suhu slowly took out a black grenade from the armrest box inside the car, and then gritted his teeth and whispered, as long as Xiaoya dies here, then after we go back won't we be able to explain to the boss? Tiger, is this a little too crazy for you? Xiaoya just released us, you are a little unorthodox for you to be like this now? The youth stammered a little. What's the world coming to? I'll do anything to survive. Suhu shouted, and then directly opened the window, and then look at the position where Xiaoya is standing at this time. Without any hesitation, directly pull open the grenade's fuse, and then threw it towards Xiaoya's direction. On the other side, after Xiaoya saw Suhu and the others driving away in their cars, she turned around and intended to head inside the pedestrian street. Yifan, on the other hand, had been watching the direction that Suhu and the others had left. The moment Yifan had just turned his head, he saw Suhu's hand suddenly reach out from the car window and then threw out a black object. Although Yifan had never come into contact with something like a grenade, he was able to tell that what Suhu had thrown out was a grenade. Moreover, according to the flight trajectory of the grenade, he was able to tell that it should have been thrown in the direction of Xiaoya. Look out! Yifan directly shouted out, then without the slightest hesitation at all directly ran in Xiaoya's direction. Xiaoya twisted her head woodenly, but not before she reacted to what was going on. With one hand, Yifan pressed the two Xiao lemon under his body. Boo! There was a loud bang. The grenade instantly exploded, directly blowing a half-meter deep crater in the ground. The few ordinary people standing beside Xiaoya didn't have time to react, instantly turning into a mass of blood mist, their bodies flying up nearly half a meter high in a bloody mess. Li Ziyu was not injured because she was farther away from Xiaoya's position, but her eyes were also filled with shock because Li Ziyu had never expected that these so-called punks would have grenades in their hands. It was as if everyone's ears had gone deaf at the moment of the explosion. Xiaoya and Xiao Lemon both didn't even react to what was going on. Are you two okay? Yifan asked in a low voice at Xiaoya, who was underneath his body. I'm fine. Xiaoya whispered back, and Xiao Lemon seemed to be a bit stunned and didn't say a word. Yifan slowly stood up. He felt a fiery pain in his back at this moment, and after reaching out and touching it a red color. Yifan's awakening power didn't have the ability to strengthen his physical body at all, so he was at this point in the face of an attack from something like a bullet or a grenade. There was no defense at all. But fortunately, Yifan's body was wearing a protective suit. Yifan's protective suit was of grade A, and in the moment of the explosion just now, it helped Yifan withstand a large amount of fatal damage. Otherwise at this time, Yifan would not have been able to simply just bleed out a little bit as simple as that. Yifan, are you all right? Xiaoya asked Yifan with a very nervous expression after seeing that Yifan's back was bleeding all the time. In her heart, she knew very well that if it wasn't for Yifan's reaction just now, she and Xiao Lime would have probably died in the explosion just now. Nothing major for now. Yifan whispered back to Xiaoya. Then without the slightest hesitation at all, he directly rushed over with his steps in the direction of the SUV where Suhu was. Yifan! Xiaoya shouted out as if she wanted to stop Yifan. But unfortunately, Yifan's speed was too fast, and in the blink of an eye he had rushed out more than 10 meters away. Is this kid crazy? How dare he block the grenade for that bitch Xiaoya? Suhu sat in the car with an unusually angry expression on his face. Because he was clear that just now if it wasn't for Yifan making a move, then Xiaoya would have died for sure. Tiger, this kid seems to be catching up. The driver of the car whispered at Suhu. After Suhu heard these words, a trace of anger flashed through his eyes. Then he directly gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, "You like to catch up, don't you? Even if I can't kill Xiaoya today, I'll kill you first." After saying this, Suhu didn't hesitate at all and directly took out a grenade again from the armrest box and threw it in Yifan's direction. Yifan's reaction speed was very fast, and he dodged the grenade very easily. Suhu hesitated for a moment and shouted at the driver in a low voice, "This kid is just a little too perverted. Can't waste time on his body. Hurry up and drive."
Yes.
The driver nodded, and then he hit the gas. The buggy instantly became a lot faster. And although Yifan's speed was also very fast, it was definitely not an easy thing to catch up with an SUV traveling at full speed. Yifan took a deep breath and directly raised the Kusanagi sword in his hand, then directly ran and threw it in the direction of the SUV. The sword of Kusanagi was like a stray arrow, piercing the left rear tire of the SUV with unparalleled precision. After the tires were punctured, the SUV, which was already traveling at high speed, instantly skidded, and the driver hastily swung the steering wheel, but it had no effect at all. Boo! There was a loud bang. The SUV hit hard on top of a streetlight on the side of the road. The awakened ones that Suhu brought with him didn't choose to stop at all after seeing Suhu's car stop, but continued to run wildly on top of the street. Grass punk! Suhu twisted his head to look at the driver and realized that the driver had crashed and fainted. He had no choice but to open the door and kick the driver out of the driver's seat before starting the car again. However, before Suhu could drive the car away, Yifan had already rushed to him. The moment Suhu saw Yifan, his entire body widened its eyes, and the expression on his face was as unbelievable as it could be. He had never expected Yifan's speed to be so terrifying. When he crashed just now, Yifan was at least a few hundred meters away from his current position, and in the blink of an eye, Yifan had actually caught up. Big brother. Suhu stammered and shouted at Yifan. Boo! Yifan yanked the car door open as soon as he could, and then yanked Suhu's collar and carried him out of the car. Chapter 54. Why don't you stay the night? Big brother, I was wrong. Please let me go. After Suhu was dragged down from the car by Yifan, he stammered and shouted at Yifan. And Yifan didn't pay any attention to Suhu at all, directly dragging Suhu to Xiaoya and the others, throwing Suhu to the ground like a dead dog. What are you going to do with this man? Yifan asked at Xiaoya in a low voice. Sister Xiao, I was wrong. You let me go. You really let me go. I was wrong. Suhu hurriedly shouted at Xiaoya. Suhu, I did give you a chance just now, but do you think I'm a woman to be bullied? I let you go in the front and you tried to kill me with a grenade in the back. Do you really take me, Xiaoya, for a fool? Xiaoya looked straight at Suhu in front of herself, and her voice was as cold as the chilly winter wind. Sister Xiao, I really didn't mean that. I just accidentally did that. Suhu's voice trembled as he returned Xiaoya's sentence. By accident? Xiaoya couldn't help but smile as she looked at Suhu. She really didn't know how she should reply to Suhu's sentence. Sister Xiao, can you spare me for the sake of my big brother? Really, I beg you. Suhu, this person can be considered to be able to bend and bend. As long as he is spared, he will immediately change his face. Old son. Xiaoya shouted at Suhu.
In.
Old son quickly agreed. Break both of this man's legs and hands, but don't let him die, and don't let him live too easily, understand? Xiaoya coldly rushed at Old son. Miss, don't worry, I will make his life worse than death. Old son was also considered to hate Suhu to the bone, and directly gritted his teeth and shouted, Come two people, take him away from me. Sister Xiao, please, let me go. Sister Xiao, just let me go. Suhu tore his heart out and shouted at Xiaoya. But the expression on Xiaoya's face didn't change at all. A few minutes later, Suhu's wailing sound resounded throughout the entire pedestrian street. Xiaoya, on the other hand, walked quickly to Yifan's side and said at him in a low voice, Suhu is still relatively important to Zhangwan Nan, so I won't kill him for the time being, so I might be able to use him in the future. Do what you want with him, it's nothing to do with me anyway. Yifan faintly returned Xiaoya's sentence. Your back is injured, go inside my room and I'll give you a simple treatment, or you might get an infection. Xiaoya continued.
Yes.
Yifan nodded gently. Although he wasn't awakened, he wasn't some kind of Superman. His body was the same as an ordinary person's. It could get sick and age. Yifan followed Xiaoya directly to the middle of Xiaoya's safe house. Xiao Lemon, on the other hand, was in charge of leading the people to help those who were injured to treat their wounds. After entering the safe house, Yifan found that Xiaoya's safe house should have been upgraded to the 5th level. The space inside was still relatively large, and also changed some furniture and stuff by himself. The overall look was really a girl's room, very cozy. The supplies I've already had my people go and prepare them for you. I won't give you less than a fifth of the supplies I agreed to before. Just at this time, Xiaoya suddenly opened her mouth and rushed at Yifan. I'm hurt because of you guys. Can't you give me more? Yifan asked smilingly at Xiaoya. I have more people on my side, so there's really no way I can be able to give you more, but in the future, if you don't have any more supplies, you can always come to my side to get them, and I'll lend you as many as you want as all. Xiaoya's sensual lips were fluttering together. Yifan was a bit mesmerized by what he saw and instantly compromised. Okay, anyway, for the time being, there's no shortage of supplies on my side. Okay, let me help you with your wounds first then, just lay on top of the couch. I'll go find some disinfectant. Xiaoya reached out and pointed to where the couch was.
Yes.
Yifan nodded and then took off his clothes as well as his protective suit. After the grenade attack, Yifan's protective suit had been considered completely scrapped. Xiaoya looked at Yifan's bloody back, and for a moment she was so moved that she didn't know what she should say. At this moment, there were still some residual grenade shells on top of Yifan's back. Xiaoya rushed at Yifan after hesitating for a while. Yifan, I don't have any anesthesia here, but these shells can't stay inside your body all the time. So what do you think you should do? Just take it right off. I should be able to stand it, Yifan said in a low voice. Xiaoya didn't say anything and began to seriously help Yifan clean his wounds. After the wounds were all almost cleaned up, Xiaoya used the tweezers again to clip those pieces out of Yifan's flesh one by one. Yifan, on the other hand, was lying there motionless from beginning to end, not even making any sound. Xiaoya looked at Yifan with more or less admiration in his heart. After all, this kind of pain was not something that ordinary people could withstand. But Xiaoya might not know that the pain Yifan was enduring at this time was simply too insignificant compared to those he had endured in his last life. More than half an hour later, Xiaoya's busy forehead was drenched in fragrant sweat, but it was also finally considered that all of Yifan's wounds had been treated cleanly. Then he carefully helped Yifan bandage up again, and only then was it completely finished. Yifan, I've taken care of the wound for you. Wait for me for a moment, I'm going to take a shower and change my clothes. Xiaoya didn't have time to go change clothes because she was in a hurry to help Yifan clean his wounds. Okay, go ahead. Yifan slowly nodded his head, then continued to lie down on top of the sofa to rest. Xiaoya turned away after hesitating for a moment. Almost 20 minutes later, Xiaoya walked out of the bathroom wearing a towel. But Yifan saw Xiaoya after the whole person froze in place. At this time, Xiaoya's dress is a little too sexy, because just as draped in a bath towel sake, a large area of snow-white skin are exposed in the air, long and fair legs, high and firm peaks, in the bath towel wrapped to give a person a kind of feeling of wanting to come out. Sexy body, cold temperament, plus that exquisite pretty face. Yifan felt that any man who saw this appearance of Xiaoya couldn't help but control his inner urge to directly press this woman on the bed to teach her a good lesson. And Xiaoya couldn't help but feel a little smug in her heart when she saw Yifan's eyes. She walked her long and white legs directly to Yifan's side, then moved elegantly and sat beside Yifan. Yifan, on the other hand, was looking at Xiaoya with some caution, secretly thinking that this woman wouldn't be planning to use a beauty trick or something on herself, right? If he really used the beauty plan, Yifan's side wasn't very sure if he could resist it. After all, Xiaoya, this woman was just a bit too pretty to be true. As for Xiaoya sitting beside Yifan, it seemed that she was also somewhat starting to get nervous. She didn't know what she should initiate to talk to Yifan about. Yifan, I'm really quite thankful to you today. Counting the 2 times today, you've already saved me 3 times. Xiaoya rushed at Yifan after hesitating for a moment. It's nothing really. Didn't I step in to save you today for the supplies you promised to give me? We're even in a cooperative relationship now. Yifan returned indifferently. Partnership? Xiaoya froze for a moment when she heard Yifan's words and seemed to be at a bit of a loss as to what she should say. So what? It's getting late. If there's nothing else, I'll be off. Yifan felt that if he continued to sit here, sooner or later he would have to be fallen by Xiaoya, and then wouldn't those supplies go down the drain? So he thought he'd better get a head start. Yifan. But just at this time, Xiaoya suddenly opened her mouth and shouted, "What's wrong?" Yifan turned his head and asked at Xiaoya, "Or you're not leaving tonight?" Xiaoya's sexy lips trembled slightly as she softly shouted at Yifan. Chapter 55. For your own use. Not leaving tonight? Yifan instantly froze in place after hearing the words Xiaoya said to himself, the expression on his face as shocked as it could be. Xiaoya had actually used the beauty trick on herself. What's that? Isn't it a little inappropriate for you to say that when you're alone? Yifan smiled somewhat awkwardly at Xiaoya. I didn't mean that. Xiaoya's pretty face instantly reddened a few points, then whispered, I am worried that Zhangwan Nan's people will most likely still come over tonight, so I hope that you will be able to stay, and when it's daytime tomorrow I'll have our gate reinforced, so they shouldn't have any way to rush in by then. So that's what happened. A trace of embarrassment flashed amongst Yifan's eyes before he smiled and said, I misunderstood. Sorry? What did you misunderstand? Xiaoya asked softly after seeing that Yifan was a bit shy. No. Nothing. Yifan waved his hand in a hurry. So can you stay tonight? Xiaoya looked at Yifan and continued to ask. All right, since you've said so, I can't take those supplies from you for nothing. Help to the end. Yifan slowly nodded after hesitating for a moment. You agree, huh? Xiaoya asked in an excited tone after seeing Yifan nod his head. Isn't it just one night at your place? What do I have to disagree with? Yifan said smilingly as he sat on top of the sofa. Okay, then wait for me. I'll change my clothes, and then the two of us will go to the mall to help you find a new dress to wear as well. Because of the explosion just now, the clothes on Yifan had long been torn and tattered, so Xiaoya planned to change Yifan's clothes.
Yes.
Yifan looked at Xiaoya and gently nodded. And Xiaoya got up and prepared to go inside the bedroom to change her clothes, but just after taking 2 steps, her feet slipped and her whole body leaned back. Yifan's reaction speed was very fast, and with one reach, he directly wrapped his arm around Xiaoya's slender and soft waist. Because Xiaoya was merely wearing a bath towel at this time, Yifan was able to very clearly feel how slender and soft this woman's waist was. Is there nothing wrong with you? Yifan asked at Xiaoya in a low voice. It's nothing much. It's just that I seem to have twisted my foot just now during the battle, and then I crouched for too long when I cleaned your wound just now, so it was a bit severe just now. Xiaoya softly explained. Yifan was also not polite at all, and directly placed Xiaoya on top of the sofa, and then lifted Xiaoya's little feet and then gently pinched them. Does it hurt? Yifan asked at Xiaoya in a low voice. Ouch. Xiaoya frowned and nodded. It feels like you've twisted it quite badly. It just so happens that there's medicinal wine over here. I'll help you simply rub it. It should be able to make the blood stasis melt away as soon as possible. Otherwise, you might not even be able to walk tomorrow. Yifan simply Xiaoya agreed or disagreed directly dropped the medicinal wine on top of Xiaoya's delicate little feet, and then began to gently knead it. I have to say, Xiaoya's little feet are very pretty indeed. And Xiaoya at first itself was a bit resistant. After all, in her eyes such a move is really a bit too ambiguous. She has never had such intimate contact with a member of the opposite sex. But after Yifan casually pressed a few times, an unprecedented comfortable feeling instantly swept over her heart. There was no way to describe this feeling in words, but it did make her enjoy it very much, and her delicate pink toes would keep bending and stretching as Yifan's power became bigger and smaller. Well? A few minutes later, Xiaoya couldn't help but hum. But she immediately realized that something was wrong, and her pretty face instantly looked like a red apple. What's wrong? Was I too strong? Yifan raised his head to look at Xiaoya and asked at Xiaoya in a very serious tone. No. Xiaoya quickly waved her hand, then softly asked, How much longer do you have to press it? Almost 10 minutes or so, and all the bruises on your feet should melt away. Yifan returned Xiaoya's sentence very seriously.
Yes.
Xiaoya reddened her pretty face and gently nodded. I'm going on then. Yifan looked at Xiaoya and asked.
Yes.
Xiaoya nodded. Although she had been trying to do her best to control herself from making any noise, but helplessly this kind of thing wasn't something she could control as much as she wanted to. Some strange sounds started to come out continuously from among Xiaoya's sexy little mouth. Yifan was barely able to remain calm at first, But with Xiaoya no longer in control, Yifan's heartbeat couldn't help but start to accelerate a bit. Especially at this time. His hands are still pressing Xiaoya's jade feet. Plus Xiaoya now the whole body is just draped with a bath towel. Which man can resist this beautiful sexy thing so tempting? After taking a deep breath, Yifan slowly started to move his right hand towards the top of Xiaoya's calf. Then began to knead Xiaoya's calves. Xiaoya also couldn't help but freeze for a moment after feeling the temperature above her calf. She was very clear that Yifan should be a little out of control. And Xiaoya actually started to become nervous for a while. She was a little unsure of what she should do. Should they choose to acquiesce to this behavior of Yifan? Or should they stop Yifan right away? Xiaoya admitted that she did have a good feeling in her heart towards Yifan, and this good feeling was very strong. When Yifan saved her today, her heart was very touched. And in today's apocalyptic environment, Xiaoya knew better than anyone how important Yifan's strength was. Once if she was able to become Yifan's woman, then she would have a chance to live in the apocalypse. Even Xiaoya could rely on Yifan's power to protect these people around her. However, Xiaoya was also very torn because she felt that if she really continued, would she be a random woman in Yifan's mind? After all, the time she had known Yifan was still very short. As Yifan's movements continued to be bold, Xiaoya's body began to soften slightly, while she also clenched her fists and gently bit her own lips, as if she was struggling inside. But just at this time, Yifan was finally a bit unable to hold back. He lowered his head and directly ran to Xiaoya's sexy red lips and kissed them. In this instant, Xiaoya felt her mind go blank, and her entire body felt as if she had been electrocuted. After hesitating for a while, she finally chose to give up her resistance and directly opened her own arms and gently wrapped them around Yifan's neck, then began to frantically respond to Yifan. And Yifan's entire mood mobilized instantly in the face of Xiaoya's response. At this moment, he seemed to have only one thought in his mind, and that was to take this sexy creature for himself. Chapter 56. The Return Shot. Yifan and Xiaoya embraced each other tightly, and after kissing for a few minutes, Yifan seemed a bit unsatisfied with the status quo, and reached out to yank down the last piece of bath towel on Xiaoya's body. But just as Yifan's hand had just been placed on top of the bath towel, boom, 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 there was a sharp knock on the door. Xiaoya and Yifan froze almost at the same time, and then Xiaoya immediately reached out and pushed Yifan away. "Sister, are you in there?" Xiao Lemon shouted softly. Xiaoya hurriedly straightened her hair and the bath towel on her body, then said in a calm manner, "Lemon, what's wrong?" "Nothing much. I just saw that you've been in there with Yifan for so long. Did that asshole bully you?" Xiao Lemon stepped into the middle of the safe house as he spoke. Yifan stood still with his eyes full of helplessness and gave Xiaoya a glance. This was supposed to be his best chance to push this underground queen down, but he didn't expect that in the end it would be destroyed by Xiao Lemon, this little girl. Yifan felt angry just thinking about it, but there was no way to vent. Xiao Lemon, on the other hand, walked up to the two of them, then looked them up and down. Because of the healing earlier, Yifan had already taken off the jacket on his body, so at this moment, he was topless. And Xiaoya's entire body was merely draped in a bath towel. When Xiao Lemon saw that the two people were in such a state after the expression on her face instantly blushed a few points, and then stared at Yifan with big watery eyes and shouted, "Yifan, you bastard, did you just bully my sister?" "Lemon, don't be ridiculous. I was just cleaning Yifan's wounds. That's why he took his top off, and I just came out after taking a shower." Xiaoya seemed to be a bit vain in her explanation. Xiao Lemon didn't say anything after hesitating for a moment. "Yifan, wait for me for a moment. I'll go change my clothes, then the two of us will go over to the mall to see if there are any suitable clothes for you," Xiaoya said softly at Yifan.
Yes.
Yifan nodded gently. A few minutes later, Xiaoya changed into a noble and sexy black dress and led Yifan out of the safe house. Xiao Lemon seems to be a little worried about the two doing something out of the ordinary, so he had to follow a piece to the mall. Xiaoya finally had no choice but to let Xiao Lemon follow. The three of them briefly wandered around the mall and chose a few suitable sets of clothes for Yifan. The clothes thing was not really important to Yifan. He thought about how his previous protective suit had broken down to the point that he had to hurry up and get another one. The thing of protective clothing was still more important for Yifan, because Yifan's awakening power did not provide any defense for his physical body. Today, if it wasn't because of this protective clothing, then Yifan would have been seriously injured even if he wasn't blown up by a grenade. After leaving the mall, Xiaoya arranged another room for Yifan within the commercial street. Li Ziyu, on the other hand, chose to stay amongst Xiaoya's safe house, and even took a comfortable bath inside Xiaoya's bathroom. After tossing and turning for a whole day, Yifan was also a bit tired, so after returning to his room he directly flopped on the bed and rested. Then began to recall the flavor of the woman Xiaoya in the middle of his mind. It's so fragrant. Really moist. In the meantime, inside the Longfellow Mall, after treating the wounds of the injured students, Jin Xian went back to Yifan's safe house and prepared to take a comfortable bath. Instead, Song He walked out of the safe house with a laptop. He, what are you doing this late? Jin Xian asked softly at Song Shi. I'll go over to the supermarket and count how many supplies we have left now. After all these days together, Song Cici is still on very good terms with Jin Xian, and the two of them are like close sisters. After all, both of them are very kind, and to have someone to talk to under this apocalypse, the feelings must have warmed up very quickly. Then wait for me, I'll accompany you. Jin Xian said in a hurry. No need, you've been working hard all day. I'm just going to count how much food we still have. It's not a physical job, you'd better go and rest. Song Cici hurriedly refused. Because of the presence of these students, Jin Xian, the doctor, is busy almost every day. Since these students often get injured while killing zombies, Jin Xian not only needs to help these people bandage their wounds, but also carefully inspect the injured wounds to determine if there are any signs of poisoning or infection. On the contrary, Song Cici doesn't have much to do every day. So at this point, she's definitely too embarrassed to ask Jin Xian for help. Okay, then if you're too busy for yourself, you yell for me. Jin Xian said after a moment of hesitation.
Yes.
Song Cici nodded, and then she took a step in the direction of the supermarket. Jin Xian, on the other hand, entered into the bathroom of the safe house, then unlocked the bathroom door and started to prepare for a bath. On the other side, a black SUV drove frantically on top of the highway. Gang, how long before we get there? The youth sitting on top of the co-pilot covered his stomach with a very anxious expression and asked the youth driving the car. Almost there. Will you fucking stop rushing me all the time? The yellow-haired young man driving the car frowned and cursed. And at this point, there were 3 people in the car. These 3 people were no one else but the same kidnappers that Yifan had found kidnapping Li Ziyu in the hotel in the first place. After One Eye left the hotel with these kidnappers, he began to look for a place to stay outside. But unfortunately, there are too many zombies outside. These people have been tossing and turning for a whole day, not to mention that they have not found a bit of food, and there is also a person who died in the mouth of the zombies. Eventually, Yellow Hair's conflict with One Eye finally erupts, and with his own 2 men, he chooses to part ways with One Eye. After the 2 sides separated, Yellow Hair directly found a random car on the side of the road, then ran in the direction of the hotel and drove over. He knew in his heart that next to the hotel was the mall, and there were definitely very many supplies there. These people of theirs had been starving for a whole day, and what they lacked most now was food and drink. Brother gang, up ahead is Hongyu Hotel? However, just at this time, the youth sitting on top of the passenger side shouted. After hearing these words, yellow-haired young Wang Gang flashed a trace of excitement in his eyes, and then stepped on the gas pedal and ran directly in the direction of the hotel. A few minutes later, Wang Gang parked the SUV on the side of the road, and then said in a low voice at the other 2 youths, "In a moment, you 2 will look at my eyes and act, don't scare the snakes." Okay. The 2 youths nodded directly. Wang Gang, on the other hand, reached out and took out a pistol from his own waist, then jerked the bolt and ran directly in the direction of the hotel. Chapter 57. Eat something nutritious. Wang Gang was a professional kidnapper before the end of the world. So although he looked like he didn't have much of a brain on the surface, he actually had a very meticulous mind. He didn't choose to go straight for the mall after arriving there because he didn't know this side of the mall yet. According to his last observation at the hotel, there were at least a few hundred people on Yifan's side, although most of them were students. But if all of them rushed up, then even if he had 10 heads, they wouldn't be enough to fall off. Therefore, Wang Gang is planning to clarify all the situation over here first and determine where the supplies are before making a move. Wang Gang let his 2 men sit in the car and prepare to receive them, while he himself sneaked into the hotel alone. And at that moment, there was merely 1 student on sentry duty at the entrance to the hall on the first floor. And the student seemed to be a little sleepy because it was late at night, so he just sat on top of the chair and fell asleep. Wang Gang slowly walked to the student's side, then directly aimed his gun at the student's head. The student woke up instantly. "Don't yell, 1 yell, and I'll just shoot you," Wang Gang whispered at the student. The student had seen Wang Gang and instantly recognized that this was the kidnapper he had found in the hotel in the first place. "What do you want?" Perhaps because they knew Wang Gang's identity, the students looked at Wang Gang with a kind of heartfelt fear. He had to know better than anyone else that Wang Gang said shoot at this time, that there was a real possibility that he would shoot. And the student hesitated to send a message within the game system, but now most of them were sleeping. If they were to just send a text message, no one would be able to see it at all, But if they were to send a voice message, then it would be discovered by Wang Gang. So after hesitating for a while, he chose to give up the idea of asking for help. Come out with me. Wang Gang coldly rushed at the student. The student had no choice but to get up and follow Wang Gang out of the hotel. After leaving the hotel, Wang just took the student into the car. Big brother. You guys. What the hell are you doing? The student stammered and asked at Wang Gang. Answer me whatever I ask you right now. And if I find out you're not being honest, I'll just kill you. Understand me? Wang Gang held the gun to the student's head and rushed at the student with an expressionless face. Understand. The student nodded evenly. Where is Yifan? Wang Gang was clear that Yifan was the backbone among these students, and that Yifan was also the strongest, so he planned to see if he could get rid of Yifan first, and then all the supplies over here would be his. Van went out and didn't come back today. The student rushed back. Out. Wang Gang couldn't help but frown slightly after hearing the student's words, but he soon smiled, because he felt that since Yifan wasn't here, he could still save himself a lot of things. Where are your supplies stored? Wang Gang continued to ask after licking his lips. Supplies. Supplies are kept inside the mall. The student stammered. That's the mall, isn't it? Wang Gang looked out of the car. Right. Is the mall guarded? Wang Gang continued to ask. Fan's two girlfriends live inside the mall, and the mall's gates are so sturdy that there's no way for an ordinary person to break them open, so there's no need for any guards. The student didn't dare to hold anything back and told all he knew. So, Wang Gang reached up and rubbed his chin. He knew that if he chose to break into the mall, it would certainly alarm the students inside the hotel, and once those students rushed out from inside the hotel, things would be very troublesome. Is there any way you can get someone inside the mall to open the door? Wang Gang asked expressionlessly at the student after looking him up and down, and the student couldn't help but freeze for a moment after hearing Wang Gang's words, blinking his eyes and looking at Wang Gang without saying anything. I promise I won't kill you if you can get someone to open the doors to the mall for me, or I'll shoot you right now. Wang Gang disliked the student's head with his gun and whispered threats. I can only try. I'm not sure I can get anyone to open the door. The student was trembling with fear by Wang Gang and stammered back. Okay, cut the fucking crap and try it. Wang Gang directly yanked the student out of the car as he spoke, and then held the student hostage as he walked in the direction of the mall. The student came straight to the front of the mall after a moment's hesitation. While Wang Gang and the others chose to stand on both sides of the gate, all three of them had their pistols aimed at the students, and there was no way to see Wang Gang's trio from inside the mall. Bang, bang, bang. The student knocked hard on the big iron door of the mall, then shouted loudly, Dr. Jean, are you in there? My friend was just bitten by a zombie. Can you help take a look? At this moment, Jean Xian was still inside the bathroom listening to music while taking a bath, so she didn't even hear the knock on the door. Song Shishi, who was counting the supplies in the supermarket, was the first to run over after hearing the knock on the door. Through the glass door on the inside, it was possible to the students outside. Song Shishi had some impression of the students outside the door, so she let her guard down. What's wrong? Sung Hee asked as she rushed to the student. Sister Song, I want to find Dr. Jean. My friend was just bitten by a zombie. I don't know if he will mutate. The student's voice was a little shaky as he shouted at Song Shishi. At this point, the student's fear and nervousness is not feigned, but comes from the heart. Okay, I'll open the door for you now. The naive and kind-hearted Song Shishi didn't even think about it that much, and directly opened the glass door of the mall, and then opened the big iron door outside the mall. The moment the big iron door opened, Wang Gang instantly rushed in with his men, and then the pistol was aimed directly at Song Sishi's head. Beauty, don't move, move and I'll shoot you. Wang Gang said in a cold voice at Song Shishi. And Song Shishi looked at Wang Gang, instantly froze in place. The expression on her face was very shocked. She reacted to what was going on. Fatty, go find a rope or something to tie these two up first, and then gag their mouths as well to prevent them both from calling for help. Senior, you go close the mall doors. Wang Gang assigned tasks very calmly.
Yes.
Wang Gang's two henchmen hurriedly agreed. Then one went to find the rope while closing the door. A few minutes later, Song Shishi was tied up and gagged along with the students. And Wang Gang and the three of them didn't even know that there was another Jean Xian in Yifan's safe house, so they directly rushed into the middle of the supermarket. After entering the supermarket, these three people began to eat like crazy. Kong, it's still you who has the brains. If it wasn't for you, both of us would have starved to death here. Fatty bared his teeth and rushed at Wang Gang while stuffing instant noodles inside his own mouth. Can you fucking eat something nutritious? What's the point of eating so much instant noodles? Wang Gang looked at the fat man beside himself with a slightly speechless expression and cursed. So, Gang, what do you think is nutritious? Fatty asked after he froze for a moment. A ham sandwich. Wang Gang shouted with great excitement. Chapter 58. A Night of Chaos. Wang Gang took his two little brothers and started to eat and drink inside the supermarket. Song Sisi, on the other hand, was constantly searching for a way to be able to untie the rope, but it was hopelessly ineffective at all. These people are professional kidnappers. If they couldn't even get this done, they wouldn't be in the business. Song Sisi had also thought about asking Yifan or Feng Fuguei and the others for help within the system, but there was no way to contact anyone since her level had not even reached level 5. Almost half an hour or so later, Wang Gang and the others finally had enough to eat and drink, and then they began to load things into their SUVs. Originally, Wang Gang was planning to dominate this supermarket, but unfortunately, Yifan's strength was too terrifying, in addition to the fact that the hotel across the street was still full of Yifan's people, so it was very difficult for him to dominate this supermarket. The three people worked for almost an hour. They transported some mineral water instant noodles and also Wang Gang's favorite ham sausage into the SUV. At this time, one of the things that Wang Gang regrets the most that is why he did not drive a big truck over. This one little SUV won't fit much at all. Song Sisi, on the other hand, was observing the people, and she realized that these people seemed to be coming for the food, not the people, so her mood calmed down a little. Big brother, what are you going to do with these two? Fatty asked directly at Wang Gang after he saw that the things were almost loaded. Wang Gang, on the other hand, looked Song Sisi up and down, and then said with a cold smile, "This bitch has a good look. Take it back and let me get comfortable. When I've had enough, I might be able to exchange this female for some food. I think it's okay, but also to follow you, brother Gang. We have food and drink, and there are women to play with. If we follow One Eye, we might still be eating dirt somewhere now." Fatty smiled very happily after hearing Wang Gang's words. Song Sisi's eyes, on the other hand, were filled with despair. She knew better than anyone what would happen to her if she fell into the hands of these people. Fatty carried Song Sisi on his shoulders, but there was no place to put Song Sisi down because there were just too many things inside the SUV. So after hesitating for a while, Wang Gang could only choose to casually throw some of the food on the ground and then put Song Sisi inside the trunk. A few minutes later, Wang Gang started the car again and drove straight ahead. The student, on the other hand, was sitting on the ground with eyes full of despair. He knew clearly that Yifan would definitely kill himself directly once if he came back. I don't know how long it took, but after Jin Qian finished her bath, she realized that Song Shishi never came back, so she walked out of the safe house wanting to go to the supermarket to look for Song Shishi. But when she had just stepped out of the safe house, she saw the student tied up. Jin Qian hurriedly ran to the front of the student and yanked out the cloth inside the student's mouth, asking in an agitated tone, "What's wrong with you? Why are you tied up here? Where is Song Sisi?" Dr. Kim, Sister Sisi, was taken away by those kidnappers. The student exclaimed with great excitement. "What did you say?" Jin Qian felt her brain dizzy after hearing these words from her student. A group of people came just now. They tricked Sister Sisi into opening the door to the mall, and then tied the two of us up, and not only did they snatch a lot of food, but they also took Sister Sisi away. The student purposely didn't say that he had tricked Song Shishi into opening the door. On the other hand, Jin Qian took a deep breath, and then she ran straight to the outside of the mall. But at this moment, half an hour has passed since Wang Gang and the others left, so Jin Qian could only rush into the hotel and then shout Feng Fuguei up, who was sleeping. "Sister-in-law, brother Fan isn't home. What are you doing in my house in the middle of the night?" Feng Fuguei rubbed his eyes and asked at Jin Qian with a big grin. "Song Sisi has been kidnapped. You contact Yifan immediately to have him come back." Jin Qian was already on the verge of tears at this point.
What?
Feng Fuguei instantly sobered up after hearing Jin Qian's words and directly shouted with glaring eyes. "Don't be here blah blah blah. Hurry up and contact Yifan." Jin Qian shouted with great excitement. "Fine, I'll contact Van now." Feng Fuguei began to call Yifan constantly through the system. 10 minutes later, Yifan Li Ziyu and the two of them drove directly in the direction of the mall. Xiao Yu's side naturally offered to come over to help after she knew that Yifan's friend had been kidnapped, but since Zhang Wan'an's side didn't know if he would make any moves tomorrow, Yifan refused Xiao Yu's help. Along the way, the expression on Yifan's face was unusually heavy. Song Shishi was perhaps the most important person in the world to him, because Song Sisi was the only woman who was good to Yifan from the bottom of her heart both before and after Armageddon. Xiao Yu or Jin Qian, all these women love Yifan because of his ability. If Yifan hadn't been reborn, they wouldn't have had any interactions with Yifan, but Song Sisi was different. Song Sisi was someone who would firmly follow Yifan no matter what he really was. You shouldn't be so agitated either. If the other party is really just there for the food, maybe Ms. Song won't be in any danger right now. Li Ziyu couldn't help but whisper a word of comfort to Yifan after seeing the very ugly expression on his face. At this moment, Yifan's heart only had infinite remorse. Remorse that he should not have let those kidnappers go in the first place. He was obviously a person who had been reborn once, but he couldn't figure out why he would still be merciful and soft at this time. Almost 10 minutes later, Yifan finally drove back into the middle of the mall. Most of the people were awake by now. Feng Fugue hurriedly stepped over after seeing Yifan get off the car. Van! Feng Fugue shouted at Yifan with a nervous expression. Has the matter been investigated clearly? Who kidnapped Song Sisi? Yifan asked in a low voice. It's been investigated clearly. It's those kidnappers we let go before who did it. There's a youth with dyed yellow hair. I don't know if you still have any impression? Feng Fugue hurriedly replied back to Yifan. What about One Eye? Did he have anything to do with this? Yifan asked through gritted teeth. I'm not really sure about this one. Feng Fugue shook his head, then continued. It was our man who was taken hostage by Yellow Hair, and then tricked Song Sisi into opening the mall door. What do you think should be done with that man, Brother Fan? Our people were taken hostage, and then tricked Song He into opening the gate, right? Yifan couldn't help but sneer after hearing this. Yes, or Sisi couldn't have opened the door so easily. Feng Fugue slowly nodded. Chapter 59. Survival from the Dead? Yifan looked at the student who was kneeling on the ground and tied up, and for a moment, he was a little unsure of what he should do. Brother Van, I really can't help it. They forced me to do this. The student shouted at Yifan with a trembling voice. Yifan, on the other hand, took a step to the front of the student, then kicked the student on top of his head, glaring and shouting. At first it was you people who begged me to take you in. If it wasn't because of me, Yifan, you'd have already died inside that school. I gave you food and drink. I gave you a place to stay, and you turned around and even harmed my friend? Brother Fan, I just thought they were coming for the food. I really didn't think that much, and I really couldn't help it when they had a gun pointed at my head. The student knelt in front of Yifan while crying and shouting. And as Yifan looked at the student, he knew in his heart that in fact, in that situation, this student didn't have any other choice. You victimized others to stay alive, right? Yifan narrowed his eyes and asked at the student. Brother Van, I really don't have any other choice. The student shouted at the top of his lungs. Fortune kill? Yifan suddenly turned around and shouted. Brother Fan, don't, I beg you, don't kill me, okay? The student was instantly stunned and shouted at Yifan in a loud voice. Feng Fugue, I'll let you kill him. Yifan shouted with an ice-cold voice. Feng Fugue took a deep breath, then directly took out a pistol, then aimed it at the student's head. Van, really kill? Feng Fugue asked at Yifan with some intolerance. Kill? Yifan's voice was cold and piercing. Hyper. A gunshot. The bullet went straight through the student's head. The blood flowed out slowly. Jin Xin Li Ziyu and everyone else present looked at Yifan with an unbelievable gaze. It seemed that everyone did not expect Yifan to be so ruthless and really kill when he said he would. In fact, Yifan could completely not kill this student, because in his heart, he could also understand that this student was forced to do so. He wasn't angry at the student because of Song Sisi's accident either. Yifan had killed him, and that was showing an attitude of his own to everyone present. Do you all think I'm a little cruel? Do you all think I'm taking it out on them because something happened to Song Hee? Yifan slowly turned around and asked at those students present. The crowd bowed their heads and dared not speak. I'm telling you, I didn't kill him because something happened to Song Sisi, but because he was on duty tonight. His job is to keep an eye on the gate for me and keep everyone informed if he finds anything. Not only did he not inform everyone, instead he chose to cooperate with those people in order to stay alive himself. If instead of kidnappers, a horde of walkers had come today, then have you thought about the fact that maybe within an hour everyone would have died in the mouths of the walkers because of his dereliction of duty alone? Yifan shouted at the crowd present with a very angry expression. The crowd still kept their heads down and didn't dare to speak. I know that all of you are students, but don't all of you forget that this is the end of days where there is today and no tomorrow, and one of you being negligent could very well get everyone killed. If you guys think that I, Yifan, am cruel and think that there's something wrong with what I just did, then you can leave right now. I definitely won't retain anyone. Yifan continued to shout at the crowd, but none of them chose to leave, because it was clear to them that they couldn't live without it. No one's going, are they? Yifan took a deep breath, then rushed to Feng Fuguei and said, "Now there are still 3 hours before the zombie attack in the daytime tomorrow. Let the 5 captains lead people to split up to find the whereabouts of Song Sisi, live or die. If you can't find it within 3 hours, everyone return here and wait until the zombie attack is over to continue to find it for me."
Yes.
Feng Fuguei hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. While Yifan turned his head and ran outside the mall, Li Ziyu and Jin Xianxian both chose to go with Yifan to look for Song Sisi. Feng Fuguei, on the other hand, organized the remaining 200 or so people to drive their cars in a vast array of different directions in Nanyang City. The other side. Wang Gang was very smart after kidnapping Song Sisi. He knew clearly that if he stayed in Nanyang City, then he would definitely be found by Yifan's people. So she drove straight to the outskirts of Nanyang City. Song Shishi, on the other hand, was lying inside the trunk, but it seemed like the sky was the limit. The old SUV happened to have a piece of tin that lifted up a centimeter or so next to Song Shishi's head. Song Sisi kept moving her body, trying to bring her wrist closer to the piece of iron. Wang Gang and the others were immersed in joy, so they didn't even notice Song Sisi's side. A few minutes later, Song Sisi's wrist was finally able to touch the piece of iron, and she began to gently rub the rope against it, trying to untie himself in such a way. "Gang, where the hell are we going? I can't wait. That pussy is just too good looking." Fatty smiled and asked at Wang Gang. "Just find a random place later. I don't think Yifan should be able to find it this far." Wang Gang replied after hesitating for a moment. Then, just at this time, Song Sisi finally untied the ropes from her wrists. She moved quickly to untie the ropes from her feet. Then, after hesitating for a moment, she directly opened the trunk and jumped out from inside the trunk. Because the car was traveling at a high speed, Song Sisi fell hard to the ground after jumping out of the car and rolled several times in a row before barely stopping. Song Sisi couldn't care less about the pain on her body, and after gritting her teeth and standing up, she frantically ran towards the front. "Kong, the bitch got away!" Fatty shouted after hearing the commotion. "Holy shit, why are you still running?" Wang Gang slammed on the brakes, and then opened the door and shouted at the 2 people inside the car, "Don't freeze, get out of the car and chase me." The 2 didn't hesitate after hearing this, and after getting out of the car, they ran in the direction of Song Sisi and chased after her. Song Sisi was a girl herself, and her legs were injured when she jumped off the bus just now, so she wasn't very fast. On the contrary, Wang Gang and the others were professional kidnappers, and their physical fitness far exceeded that of normal people. Originally, Song Sisi was 200 to 300 meters away from these people. Just less than 5 minutes, Wang Gang chased Song Sisi to a position less than 50 meters away. "Little pretty girl, just don't run away. I'm not going to kill you. I'm just taking you for a good time." Wang Gang shouted smilingly at Song Shishi, and Song Sisi was very desperate in her heart at this time, but she was still running towards the front with all her strength. Chapter 60. Unacceptable Facts. Rambling on the highway, Song Sisi dragged her injured body and ran frantically towards the front, while Wang Gang and the others were chasing after them. At this time, Song Sisi's heart only had infinite despair. Because Wang Gang and the others were already getting closer to her, it was estimated that it wouldn't take long to catch up. "What do you think you're running for, little beauty? Can you run?" Wang Gang chased after Song Sisi and shouted smilingly. Song Sisi didn't dare to turn back at all and could only keep running forward. Wang Gang reached out and was about to yank Song Sisi's hair directly. But just then, a hand suddenly yanked on his ankle. Wang Gang instinctively looked down. Then he froze in place. At this point, he actually stepped on top of a walker's arm. Immediately after that, it was more than a dozen zombies who all stood up. The trio of Fatty Wang Gang was instantly stunned by this scene. "Gang, what's going on here? Didn't the zombie attack already end?" Fatty was instantly dumbfounded as he looked at those zombies around him and stammered as he shouted at Wang Gang. "How the fuck do I know what's going on here?" Wang Gang yelled at the top of his voice. The 3 of them didn't choose to bring their guns when they got out of the car, and at that moment there could be almost 20 to 30 zombies frantically pouncing over. In just a blink of an eye, Wang Gang's trio was directly engulfed by this group of zombies. And Song Sisi didn't even have the mood to look at Wang Gang's side of the situation. At this moment, all she wanted inside her head was to run forward. If Wang Gang and the others were facing 5 or 6 zombies, the 3 of them might still have the power to fight, but facing more than 20 zombies attacking together, they didn't even have the chance to fight back. For a while, wailing and screams resounded throughout the night sky. The fear in Song Sisi's heart did not diminish at all after hearing the wailing of Wang Gang and the others. Because she knew clearly that behind her were the zombies, even if Wang Gang and the others died, then she might also die in the hands of these zombies. She ran aimlessly forward for what could be almost a few hundred meters. But just at that moment, lights suddenly came on in the distance. A hint of excitement flashed amongst Song Cece's eyes. Is it Yi Fan's people? Song Cece thought darkly in her mind. But the next second, there was a sharp crack of brakes. The car skidded on the road for a distance that could be at least 50 meters, and then crashed hard into Song Cece's body. Song Cece instantly flew backwards, her body smashing into the ground. Did just hit a walker? The girl sitting on top of the co-pilot twisted her head to look at the driver and stammered. Miss, it looks like a person. The driver of the car hesitated before whispering at the girls. Is it personal? A flash of surprise passed through the girl's eyes before she reached out to push the door open and get out of the car. Miss, there are zombies all over the outside now. It's just too dangerous for you to go down there now. The driver hastily whispered a word of caution. Can't we just ignore it when we hit someone with our car? The girl frowned and shouted before she pushed the door right open and got out of the car. A trace of helplessness flashed through the driver's eyes, and then he quickly followed the girl out of the car. After getting out of the car, the driver fired 2 consecutive shots at the 2 zombies that were approaching Song Cece's side, directly exploding their heads. Then he rushed to Song Cece's side again, and after checking to make sure that Song Cece was a human, he checked to see if Song Cece was still breathing. Miss, the person is still alive. The driver shouted at the girls. Get in the car first. The girl likewise took out her pistol and fired 2 shots at the walkers in front of her before turning her head and getting into the car. The driver didn't choose to waste time with these zombies either, twisting his head to get into the car and then directly starting the car before quickly rushing forward. The driver's side had just left in less than half an hour when Feng Fuguwei rushed to the side of Wang Gang and the other's SUV with his own squad. Captain, that car seems to be the car of those kidnappers. The student driving the car saw Wang Gang and the other's car at a glance and shouted in an excited tone. Shit, it's really heavenly. It really let us find it. A trace of excitement flashed amongst Feng Fuguwei's eyes before he directly shouted inside the team channel, calling everyone over. Then he sent another message to Yi Fan, telling him about his side of the situation. Because there were more zombies around the SUV, Feng Fuguwei didn't choose to act immediately, but waited for the people to come and get off together after they were almost here. You know what weight Sister He carries in Van's heart, don't you? Feng Fuguwei shouted. No. The crowd rushed back. Hurry up and clear out these zombies for me, then save Sister Cece. After Feng Fuguwei said this, he directly led the charge towards the location of those zombies. At this time, Feng Fuguwei was still very optimistic in his heart because he knew that Song Cece was kidnapped away by these people, which meant that Song Cece must be in the car. And the glass of the SUV as well as the doors were intact, so nothing should happen to Song Cece. 40 to 50 people rushed towards the zombies in a brainstorm. Almost 10 minutes later, the zombies were pretty much cleared out. Feng Fuguwei, on the other hand, hurriedly ran to the side of the SUV and yanked open the SUV's door with one hand. But what Feng Fuguwei never expected was that Song Cece was not even in the SUV, and Yi Fan had just arrived here at this time. He got off the car and then rushed over with great strides. Brother Van, Sister Cece is not in this car. Feng Fuguwei twisted his head and stammered at Yi Fan. Impossible, that student said. They people came a total of 3 people, just drove a car. Song Cece if not in this car, where can it be? Yi Fan shouted with some excitement. I've looked inside the car. The person really isn't in there. I couldn't possibly not see it if he was. Feng Fuguwei whispered. Yi Fan took a deep breath, then turned his head to look at the zombie corpses all over the ground again. A horrible thought surfaced in the middle of his mind. Look, see if there's a body of Cece. Yi Fan almost gritted his teeth and rushed at Feng Fuguwei.
Yes.
Feng Fuguwei nodded in a hurry before he began to order those students to examine the bodies one by one. Yi Fan, on the other hand, sat in place with eyes full of despair. The red moon hangs above the night sky. In this instant, Yi Fan felt an unprecedented helplessness. He didn't dare to go with those students to look for Song Cece's body because he was worried that if he saw Song Cece's body, he wouldn't have the means to accept the fact. Chapter 61. How can we stop it? The hour passed quickly. Feng Fuguwei led those students to clear out all the corpses on the roadside. He hesitantly took a step to Yi Fan's side, but was somewhat unsure of how he should speak. Did you find it? Yi Fan asked at Feng Fuguwei in a low voice. Not found. Feng Fuguwei hastily shook his head. Yi Fan heard this sentence after his eyes flashed a trace of excitement, because he is very clear that if Song Cece really died in the mouth of the zombies, then it is impossible to be eaten, not a bit left. will certainly leave clothes or body ornaments and so on. Since Song Cece's body hadn't been found, it meant that Song Cece was most likely still alive. We found the bodies of the 3 kidnappers, and although they were all pretty much eaten, we were able to recognize them as the ones we let go in the first place. Feng Fuguwei paused for a moment, then reached out and handed a necklace to Yifan and continued, I found this necklace less than 200 meters away from the bodies of these 3 people. It should be Sister Cece's, and then I also found a few zombie corpses next to the necklace, all of which were killed by guns. Yifan listened to these words from Feng Fuguwei with an expressionless face. Show me where I found the necklace, Yifan said in a low voice. Okay. Feng Fuguwei nodded before leading Yifan towards the location where he had just found the necklace. Yifan stood in the middle of the highway and observed his surroundings. He noticed a long brake mark on the road. Did Cece let someone take her away after she was hit? Yifan briefly analyzed the situation based on his surroundings. He felt that this was the only explanation that made the most sense at the moment. Otherwise, if something had really happened to Song Cece, it was impossible for his side to not even be able to find a body. So this matter wasn't all bad news for Yifan. At the very least, he knew that Song Cece was definitely alive now. But there would be no way to know what kind of person Song Cece had been taken away by, or where Song Cece would be taken to. However, Yifan was clear that as long as he was still alive and Song Cece was still alive, then he would definitely still be able to find her. System reminder, there will be a new round of zombie attack in 15 minutes. This zombie attack will last for 5 hours. Just at this time, the system's beep sounded in everyone's ears. Yifan was clear that as the game time continued to go on, the time for the zombies to attack would continue to increase, while the time for humans to be safe was shrinking. Fuguwei, inform everyone to go back immediately, don't waste time outside. Yifan whispered at Feng Fuguwei.
Yes.
Feng Fuguwei quickly nodded, then greeted his team's people and got into the car and sent a message to the other captains to return to the hotel. For Yifan, Song Cece was already very good as long as she was still able to live, so his mood seemed to have eased a little. At the very least, he was not as agitated as before. Almost half an hour or so later, Yifan once again returned to the middle of the mall. On the other hand, Feng Fuguwei and the others all entered inside the hotel. Did you find Cece? Jin Xian is very remorseful in her heart about Song Cece because if she wasn't in the shower at that time, maybe these things wouldn't have happened. I didn't find it. You don't have to blame yourself too much. This has nothing to do with you, Yifan said in a low voice. Nah he. Jin Xian instantly burst into tears. Cece should still be alive. I'll find her somehow. Yifan whispered back to Jin Xian, then took a step into the middle of Song Cece's room. Li Ziyu and Jin Xian looked at each other, then both of them also did not say anything, choosing to go back to their rooms to rest. Yifan sat on the bed and looked at Song Cece's notebook, with only infinite remorse in his heart. The notebook kept track of all the supplies in the mall, as well as the amount of a few other things. He realized that he didn't blame the student or Jin Xian for what happened. It was because of his own soft heart. If he had been able to just kill those kidnappers in the first place, such a thing would not have been possible. Originally, Yifan felt that he was already very cold-blooded after being reborn, but now that he took a look at it like this, he felt that he was still a little too merciful. This was actually the reason why Yifan directly killed that student. Yifan slowly laid down on the bed, then began to think in his mind about how he could find Song Cece next. However, after considering it for a long time, Yifan never found a suitable method. Because communication was now completely broken, the only way to communicate over long distances was to rely on the game system. But Song Cece's level hadn't reached level 5, and there was no way to open the chat room function. And the search for people or other things that is not to mention. After all, these things in the normal world are not too good effect, let alone in the middle of this apocalypse. So if Yifan wanted to find Song Cece in this sea of people, it was still a very difficult thing. The best thing to do was actually to wait for Song Cece to take the initiative to contact herself. Because Song Cece knew where Yifan was, he felt that if Song Cece could regain her freedom, she would definitely come over to find herself at the first opportunity. And a second thing, that was how exactly Yifan should manage these students next, so that similar things would not happen again. Yifan, this person in fact for the power and so on, do not have too much desire. He wants nothing more than to live in this doomsday, and then finally rue family revenge. But there was no way that these students had always wanted to follow Yifan's side, because if it wasn't for Yifan, it would be really hard for these students to survive in this apocalypse. So Yifan felt that if he wanted to truly prevent something like today from happening, there were only two options. The first option was to send all these people to Xiaoya's base. But to do so would invariably add a great burden to Xiaoya. After all, Under Xiao Yu's hands are 50 or 60 people, and all of them can be trusted. But once and if these students go, it means a bigger drain on resources, and there will be civil unrest. Yifan finally chose to give up on the idea after hesitating for a while. Since there was no way to send it directly to Xiaoya, then Yifan could only choose to set up a base of his own and then be strict with these students. Only then could he truly eliminate similar problems from happening in the future. Chapter 62. The most appropriate position. In fact, this idea of establishing a base had already occurred to Yifan a long time ago. Because he had more people under his hand now, if he wanted to settle them down, then he had to find a suitable place to do so. Although this side of the mall was rich in supplies, both sides were main roads, and it was simply impossible to completely block both roads. It's probably not too much of a problem right now, since the mall's doors are sturdy enough along with the hotels. But if they waited until the wave of zombies appeared, there was no way that their gates could withstand the wave of zombies. This also meant that Yifan had to hurry up and change places. Otherwise, if he waited until the later stages when most of the good locations were occupied, then Yifan would not only need to fight zombies, but even humans. Most people nowadays, except for Xiaoya or those of Zhonghuanan, were not territorially aware. And territories are actually a very important part of the apocalypse. If Yifan were to be alone, he wouldn't really need any territory at all. Just find a safe location to build a safe house, and then prepare enough supplies. But the problem now was that there were so many people behind Yifan pointing at him. The lives of these people were also pinned on Yifan alone. So Yifan had to be responsible for these people. Thinking of this, Yifan directly called Feng Fugue within the game system. Sleeping? Yifan asked in a low voice. I'm in a bad mood after all that happened and I haven't slept yet. Feng Fugue wasn't pretending. He was indeed in a bad mood. Because in these few days together, Feng Fugue's relationship with Song Shishi was still very good. Since you're not asleep yet, get your ass up to my room and I'll tell you something. Yifan faintly returned.
Yes.
Feng Fugue agreed very painfully. A few minutes later, Feng Fugue walked into Yifan's room, carrying beer, ham and sausage, peanuts and whatnot that he had found from the supermarket in his hand. I know you're in a bad mood. Why don't you and I have a drink? Feng Fugue smilingly asked at Yifan. Okay, let's have a drink then. Yifan also nodded directly without being polite. Feng Fugue directly opened a bottle of beer and handed it over to Yifan, then smiled and said, Brother Fan, in fact, I think that this thing is all destiny, although Sister Cece has disappeared, but the good thing is that the person is still alive, and we will definitely be able to find her again in the future. I didn't come to see you about this. Yifan returned with an expressionless face. What was that all about? Feng Fugue looked at Yifan and blinked. It's like this, although our current location is relatively safe for the time being, I feel that if we wait until the back, it won't be that safe, so I'm planning to build a base. Yifan slowly spoke. Okay, I'm fine with that. Feng Fugue gnawed on a sausage and returned with a big grin before continuing, Anyway, I'll just follow you wherever you go. Who asked for your opinion? Yifan gave Feng Fugue a somewhat helpless look. Why did you call me if you didn't ask my opinion? Amusing me in the middle of the night? Feng Fugue asked with a frown. I was asking if you had any ideas about the location of the base. Yifan said slowly. This? Feng Fugue hesitated for a moment, then asked in a low voice, The main thing is that my side doesn't know what you're asking for. It's simple. This place has to be big enough. Since I want to set up a base, then I definitely need to continue expanding the size of our numbers so that we can have a say in Nanyang City and be able to get as many resources as possible. Yifan replied. What about our school? Feng Fugue blinked and asked. I just thought about it. Although your school place is big enough, but the surrounding courtyard walls are not strong enough. The defense is too weak. If we go to your school, then we have to make all the walls higher and thicker. Yifan said slowly. That won't work. We're all elite zombie killers now. Who can still do that mason's work? Feng Fugue skimmed his big mouth. This place has to be big and well defended, and it would be nice to have a natural water source and a generator. Yifan had thought about it for a long time by himself just now, but he was never able to come up with a suitable place. Xiao Yu's walking street was actually good, but there was no way he was going to steal someone else's Xiao Yu's territory. Van, I have a humble opinion on my side. Feng Fugue suddenly said literally. Say what you have to say, and don't say anything useless. Yifan looked at Feng Fugue gnawing on his chicken claws and shouted with some impatience. Our Nanyang City's Yenshan district has a prison. I think that place is good, very much in line with your requirements. My second grandfather stayed inside that prison. The courtyard wall is 7 or 8 meters high, surrounded by barbed wire and so on. Feng Fugue grinned and said, and Yifan couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he heard Feng Fugue's words. What? You don't think it'll work? If you don't think it will work, I'll think of something else for you. Feng Fugue said while gnawing on a chicken claw. That's a nice place you're talking about. Yifan suddenly spoke. You see, I told you that my brain is absolutely enough. If you're a Liu Bei, I am absolutely your little Zhuge Liang. Feng Fugue bared his teeth and smiled. You're no fucking match for Zhuge Liang. Yifan cursed with slight annoyance. But it had to be said that this opinion of Feng Fugue's was indeed fine. The defenses of the prison were definitely fine, enough to go against the tide of corpses, and the supplies inside the prison were abundant. Most importantly, prisons usually have their own water sources and generators and whatnot in case something extraordinary happens. But it also occurred to Yifan that in his last life, it seemed like all the organizations didn't put their bases on the prison side. It also means that place could be very dangerous, or there's no way no one would have put a base there at all. But the more dangerous the place was, the more valuable it was to Yifan. Mission triggered. Please ask the host to form a small survival base within 1 month, with no less than 500 people in the base. The reward for this quest is an S-Rank card. However, just at this time, the voice of the card signing system suddenly rang out. Yifan also flashed a trace of excitement among his eyes when he heard the card system's words, and then rushed to Feng Fugue and said, Inform everyone that we will rest for a day today, and gather tomorrow to go directly to the prison side, and strive to take down the prison within a day. Really? Feng Fugue blinked his eyes after hearing Yifan's words and asked with some surprise. Nonsense, or I'd be kidding you here, huh? Yifan cursed somewhat breathlessly. Okay, then I'll go and inform now. Feng Fugue slowly stood up and after hesitating for a moment asked, Brother Fan, are you still eating the chicken claws? Take it away, don't ink it. Yifan waved his hand in a very annoyed manner. Chapter 63. The Underground Castle. After seeing Feng Fugue leave, Yifan directly laid down on Song Cici's bed and rested. He hadn't had time to rest in the last 2 days, so it didn't take long for him to fall asleep. And in the meantime, Song Cici had been brought to Jinexian City next to Nanyang City by that man and woman. When Song Cici woke up, she found herself lying on top of a large bed, while her right foot was in a cast. You're awake, huh? Just at this time, the girl who had saved Song Cici last night walked into the middle of the room with her steps. Song Cici gave the girl a very wary look, then asked in a low voice, Who are you? And where am I now? My name is Goldwell, and you're inside my house right now. The girl explained lightly, then continued, Last night my driver accidentally hit you with his car, then we brought you back. My house is very safe. No zombies will come in, and the supplies are very sufficient, so you can recuperate in peace. No. Yifan will definitely be very worried about my safety after realizing that I'm missing. I need to go back and find him now. Song Cici lay on the bed and struggled a bit, seemingly trying to get up. Is Yifan your boyfriend? Jinwei looked at Song Cici and asked with some curiosity. No, just regular friends. Song Cici hurriedly shook her head. There are very many zombies outside right now, and your leg is still injured. My father doesn't allow anyone to go out. Once if someone sends you away, not only will you be in danger, but our people will be in danger as well, so I would advise that it would be best for you to recuperate at home and wait until your injuries are healed before you leave my house. Jinwei said slowly. Then can you find a way to contact my friend? His name is Yifan, and he's inside the Longhui Mall in Nanyang City, and I want him to know that I'm safe now so he doesn't have to worry about me. Song Cici said hurriedly. Can't you communicate with him within the game system? Jinwei asked with a frown. Can't. Song Cici shook her head. She had never killed a zombie because of Yifan's protection, so her current level was still level 1. Okay, I'll put you in touch with your friend if I get the chance, and you can always talk to me if you need anything. Goldwell agreed. Yes, thank you. Song Cici nodded helplessly because her right leg had been broken, so she had no way to leave this place now. Jinwei didn't say anything more and directly turned to leave. After walking out of Song Cici's room, Jinwei was in the middle of a huge underground castle. The castle could be almost as deep as 10 stories underground. At this moment, there were many middle-aged men in white uniforms performing an autopsy on a zombie. It was clear to Jinwei that these people were supposed to be making anti-infection serums. There is also a part of the group that is experimenting with human beings, and they are producing a product that can give ordinary people strength and speed comparable to that of a zombie. Dr. King. Just at this time, an old man slowly walked into the middle of the lab. The crowd rushed to greet the old man. And this man is Jinwei's father, the most famous professor of human research in China. But it seems most people thought he was crazy before the end. This castle was built by Jin Wei's father to prevent the end of the world from occurring, and the supplies stored here were enough to feed hundreds of people for decades. Fresh water and electricity are also available for all life's needs. There was a time when Jin Wei also thought that her father was just crazy, spending billions of dollars and even going so far as to borrow money to create such a castle, and even feeding dozens of researchers. And the subject of their research is none other than mutant zombies. Research has not produced anything useful in whole decades of research. All of the Kim family's possessions are about to be squandered as well. But no one ever thought that the end would actually come in the end. And Dr. King has a use for this underground castle. If it wasn't for the existence of this castle, then maybe Jin Wei and Jin Wei's mother would have died in the mouths of the zombies. Vivi, how is the girl you saved doing now? Dr. King asked as he walked over to Jin Wei. Pretty good and emotionally stable, Goldwell whispered.
Yes.
Dr. King nodded gently, then took a step and left. 8 o'clock the next morning. Yifan walked out of the safe house directly after waking up, and Feng Fugui and the rest of the several captains had already gathered everyone together and stood waiting in the lobby of the first floor of the hotel. After this period of time fighting with the zombies, these students had already formed a certain fighting force, and most of the weapons in their hands had turned into conventional weapons instead of the sticks and rods or whatever they had before. According to Yifan's understanding of this game world, but whenever all the zombies in an area were cleaned up, then no zombies would appear in that area again. This is the case with shopping malls and hotels, for example. This was also the reason why Yifan did not choose to take these people to the prison at night. Because although the night can be much simpler without those zombies generated by the system, but because these zombies are not cleaned up, so the next day will still be generated zombies. The only way to get rid of all the walkers is to get rid of all the walkers within the time of the walker attack. All girls out. Yifan brought Jin Xianxian and Li Ziyu to the lobby of the first floor of the hotel, and then shouted with no expression on his face. Girls were coming out of the middle of the crowd. From now on, you girls don't need to be in charge of killing walkers anymore. Girls who want to learn to bandage and treat wounds stand in a line, and girls who want to go in charge of managing supplies stand in a line. Yifan looked at these girls walking out and shouted expressionlessly. More than 100 girls were automatically divided into 2 rows, and all were still very conscious of the fact that the number of people on each side was about the same. The girls who are learning bandaging follow Jin Xianxian, and those who want to manage supplies follow Li Ziyu. Yifan continued to shout. Kim Qinshin and Li Ziyu took these girls out of the hotel separately. This matter is actually something that Yifan has already considered, because although most of the girls already have the guts to kill the zombies, but their combat power is very weak, and the upgrade speed is far less than that of the boys. So to continue to let them follow the fight, not only will they be in danger, but will also drag the team down. That's why Yifan assigned all these girls to the logistics side, so that they can also help Jin Xianxian to share the pressure. Originally, the management of the supplies should have been Song Cici's responsibility, but there was no way that Song Cici had disappeared, so Yifan planned to leave it to Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu naturally agreed very painfully. Van, is it okay if I want to manage supplies too? Just at this time, Zhao Jiamin suddenly stood out and shouted at Yifan. You're not a fucking guy, are you? Can't you hear that people want women? Feng Fugui heard Zhao Jiamin's words and went up and kicked him. In recent days, Zhao Jiamin has been Feng Fugui cleaned up completely honest, and does not think about escaping every day, and does not see people to tell others that he is the mayor. Depart. Yifan didn't pay attention to Zhao Jiamin and directly waved his hand, then took a step towards the outside of the hotel. Chapter 64. Yangshan Prison. In order to make today's daytime operation easier, Feng Fugui and the rest of the captains had gotten 5 buses back from the streets last night. Now there would be almost 100 people left, except for those girls who stayed at the hotel with them all. So those 5 buses are definitely able to fit. And after Yifan got on the bus, Zhao Jiamin bared his teeth and ran to Yifan's side with a smile on his face at the first opportunity. Feng Fugui kicked Zhao Jiamin right on top of his ass, then glared and cursed. Is this place for you to sit in? Go to that car in the back. Captain Feng, I have something over here to talk to Brother Fan about. Something very, very important. In these few days, Feng Fugui's management of Zhao Jiamin had already begun to bear fruit. Anyone amongst the 100 or so people could have chosen to leave the team, but Zhao Jiamin definitely didn't dare to do so, because he was truly scared of being cleaned up by Feng Fugui. And Feng Fugui's management method for Zhao Jiamin is also very simple. No hitting or scolding. If you run once, I will put a zombie inside your house. Now Zhao Jiamin's room can have at least 7 or 8 zombies. He followed these zombies every day to eat, drink, and sleep together. Nothing to accompany the zombies nagging. It is estimated that they have been sentimental. What important things can you have? Get the hell out of here. If you don't perform well today, I'll turn around and make you 2 more walkers to send to your room. Feng Fugue cursed with great annoyance. No, no, no. I'm really busy. Zhao Jianmin hurriedly shouted. Let him talk. Yifan said expressionlessly. Only after Feng Fugue saw Yifan open his mouth did he not continue to shoo Zhao Jianmin away. Van, is there a pen and paper in this car? Although Zhao Jianmin was more than 10 years older than Yifan, he still obediently called out to Yifan as brother Fan. What the hell do you want? Yifan asked in a very puzzled tone. It's like this, brother Fan. Are we going to Yangshan prison today? Zhao Jianmin asked.
Yes.
Yifan nodded. 10 years ago, I was the warden at Yangshan prison before I was transferred elsewhere, so I'm very familiar with that prison, and I can draw you a floor plan of the prison. Zhao Jianmin bared his teeth and said. And Yifan couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he heard Zhao Jianmin's words. He didn't think that this person would still have this ability. What are your demands? Yifan understood that Zhao Jianmin definitely didn't want to help for nothing, so he directly asked, Can you give me something to eat? And also ask Captain Feng to straighten out the zombies inside my house. I've been tortured lately, and I'm really having some mental breakdowns. Zhao Jianmin said with a pained expression. Okay, I'll agree to your terms. Yifan slowly nodded, then rushed to Feng Fugue and said, Give him the whole bread, the whole bottle of water, then find a pen and paper over. Can I add a sausage? Zhao Jianmin asked hurriedly. Old Zhao, you're getting a little greedy, aren't you? Feng Fugue shouted with glaring eyes. No more of that sausage. Zhao Jianmin hurriedly waved his hand without even thinking about it. All right, give him whatever he wants. If we can really draw the floor plan, we can save a lot of work on our side. Yifan looked up and rushed at Feng Fugue. Feng Fugue hesitated for a moment, then simply turned around and left. A few minutes later, 5 buses drove straight in the direction of the prison. Zhao Jianmin, on the other hand, was nibbling on bread while concentrating on drawing the floor plan of the prison. Yifan briefly swept a glance at Zhao Jianmin and realized that this person shouldn't be fooling himself. The drawing was indeed decent. Almost half an hour or so later, Zhao Jianmin finally drew out the floor plan of the prison and then handed it to Yifan with a smile. Yifan briefly scanned this floor plan drawn by Zhao Jianmin, and the expression on his face was still very excited. Because this prison was not only spacious enough, but the facilities inside and everything were also completely in line with Yifan's requirements. With this floor plan, Yifan and the others could gradually clean up the entire prison, which would greatly reduce the cleanup time, and also reduce some casualties on top of the personnel. Okay, nice drawing. Yifan offered a verbal praise above to Zhao Jianmin. Zhao Jianmin, on the other hand, had a very smug expression on his face. When we get to the prison, you're responsible for leading the way? But when he heard the next sentence, Zhao Jianmin felt like he wanted to die. Van, I actually just know how to draw floor plans. I'm actually interested in... Zhao Jianmin looked at Yifan and stammered as he tried to explain something. But Yifan didn't pay any attention to Zhao Jianmin at all, and instead looked seriously at the floor plan in his hands. Because Yangshan prison was far from the location of the mall, in addition to the fact that at this time, many of the roads in Nanyang City were already impassable. So what was originally a normal half-hour's journey, Yifan and the others had traveled for almost a whole hour or so. Van, the prison is up ahead. Feng Fugue quickly walked to Yifan's side and rushed at him. Don't get close to the prison yet. Park the car to the side. A few captains follow me out of the car to check out the situation over there in the prison, and everyone else stay in the car and wait for orders. Because Yifan was not sure how many zombies were in the prison, and did not know how many survivors there were inside the prison, he was worried that if he went in rashly, he would probably be caught in an ambush. After all, those prison guards in the prison have guns in their hands, and these guns are a very big threat to Yifan and these people no matter what kind of person they fall into the hands of.
Yes.
Feng Fugue nodded. A few minutes later, Yifan, Feng Fugue, Gowan, and the rest of the 3 captains directly got out of the car and then took a step in the direction of the prison. Brother Fan, why do I feel something is wrong? This prison should be a key danger zone. But how come there are so few zombies around? Gowan is still a smart person. Based on his experience of killing zombies these days, he analyzed that some places with more supplies have more zombies, while places with less supplies naturally have fewer zombies. Someone should have gotten ahead of the game and pretty much cleared out all the walkers around. Yifan narrowed his eyes and looked at those zombie corpses on the roadside. Some zombies died with their heads chopped off, while others were killed with guns, and still others were burned to death by flames. This also means that the people inside this prison not only have guns, but there are also awakened people. This also meant that this operation might not be as simple as Yifan had thought before. Chapter 65. What kind of monster is this? At this moment, only Yifan and Feng Fugue were awakened in his team, So if the number of awakened on the other side was too many, then Yifan could only manage to protect himself, and it was impossible to care about the 100 or so students. At this moment, Yifan realized a problem. That was that simply just building a base by himself was still far from enough. He needed to recruit more awakened people by his side. Especially as time went on, the gap between the awakened and the ordinary people would grow wider and wider. The awakened are the ones who determine the direction of the battle. After arriving at the prison in a while, you must not act rashly. If someone comes out from the opposite side, don't clash with the other side. Let's first figure out the strength of the people inside and then think of a way to take down this prison. After hesitating for a moment, Yifan said in a low voice at Feng Fugue and the others. Okay, Van, we'll see what you see. Feng Fugue hurriedly nodded. A few minutes later, Yifan and the others finally arrived in front of the main gate of the prison. It was the same as Yifan's previous guess. The prison's door was tightly closed. Moreover, there was not even a single zombie on top of the playground directly facing the gate, which meant that the zombies on top of the playground should have been cleaned up. Those people in the middle of the prison were naturally the first to see Yifan, and the others appearing at the location of the main entrance. Inside the security room of the prison, Brother Zhou, someone should be here. A youth whispered at the middle-aged man who was eating instant noodles. This middle-aged man's body was still wearing a blood-stained and tattered prison guard's clothes, and it was obvious that he should have been a prison guard before the end of time. Cho looked up and scanned the computer screen in front of him. Because there is an oil fire generator inside the prison, normal power needs can be maintained. Seeing that Yifan and the others weren't very old and there weren't many of them, Cho said in a slightly disdainful tone, they should be students who came out of nowhere. Give them a few loaves of bread to get rid of. Okay. The few youths in the security room nodded before picking up their weapons and running in the direction of the main entrance. Van, what are we standing around for? Feng Fugue realized that Yifan had been standing still after arriving at the main entrance of the prison and asked in a somewhat puzzled tone. Wait, the people on the other side should be here soon. Yifan, on the other hand, returned with an expressionless face. Just after his sentence was finished, 7 or 8 people rushed out of the security room at a fast pace, then walked straight over to where Yifan and the others were. I can't believe there's actually someone. A trace of surprise flashed among Feng Fugue's eyes. One of the leading youths directly opened the prison door, then casually threw a few loaves of bread on the ground and shouted expressionlessly, Take your things and get out from wherever you came from. This is not a place for you to come, and don't come back in the future. Feng Fugue opened his mouth and tried to speak. Can't you fucking understand me? I told you to get the fuck out of here. I was kind enough to give you a couple of loaves of bread, but you had to get a beating to be honest, didn't you? The youth leading the group seemed to be a bit manic, and before Feng Fugue could finish his words, he directly began to swear. Dude, is there something wrong with you? Did I say a fucking word? Is that what you're yelling here? Feng Fugue directly threw Yifan's words out of his mind after hearing the youth scold him. Egu, you're not so bad-tempered, are you? You're a beggar and you're still so tough? The youth looked at Feng Fugue and couldn't help but sneer. Who's asking for food, me? Feng Fugue directly stepped forward. Gowan, on the other hand, hurriedly reached out and tugged Feng Fugue, then whispered, Feng Fugue, didn't we just agree to look at Brother Fan's eyes? What are you looking at? This kid is just too arrogant. I have to clean him up today. Feng Fugue simply couldn't care less when he got into a state. And Yifan stood at the end of the crowd with a very helpless expression on his face. But he was not angry. Because he was clear that just by looking at this attitude of the other party, if they didn't make a move, it was estimated that they could only return today without any success. Clean me up? The youth couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, and then he directly ran in Feng Fugue's direction. Once this youth struck out, Yifan realized that this youth was an awakened because his speed was very fast. It should have awakened the power of speed. I must burn you to death today. Feng Fugue, on the other hand, instantly summoned 7 or 8 fireballs, which ran directly in the direction of the youth. When the youth saw the fireball released by Feng Fugue, he also couldn't help but freeze for a moment, because he simply didn't think that Feng Fugue was also an awakened person. And those behind the youth all chose to strike at the first opportunity and fought with them. Yifan, on the other hand, chose to stand on the sidelines and watch the action. This was because he was well aware that Gowan and the others were quite a bit higher in rank than those ordinary people, and Feng Fugue's rank was also a bit higher than that youth who had awakened the power of speed. So it was still very easy for Feng Fugue and the others to clean up these people. Fruity. In just less than 5 minutes, Gowan and the others had put down all those ordinary people. Feng Fugue, on the other hand, used the flames to burn directly onto the youth, who fell to the ground and continuously rolled around and wailed, with an unusually painful expression on his face. This was actually the reason why Yifan let Feng Fuguei and the others kill the zombies themselves. Because in the midst of the apocalyptic world, rank was actually the most crucial. As long as your level could crush the other party, then whether it was an awakened versus an awakened or an ordinary versus an ordinary, you would have a very great advantage. And the guard in the security room, after seeing the youth and the others all put down through the surveillance screen, reached up and wiped his mouth, whispering, "No wonder he had the guts to come over to this side of the prison. So he's an awakened." After saying these words, the middle-aged man directly took a step and ran outside the security room. A few seconds later, the middle-aged man walked out of the security room. Then with a roar of anger, he ran in the direction of Feng Fuguei and the others. The middle-aged man's speed kept getting faster and his body was constantly changing. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man, whose original height was only about 1.7 meters or so, instantly turned into a giant more than 2 meters tall, and the muscles on his body were also very terrifyingly sinewy, as if the earth shook with every step he ran out. Feng Fuguei and the others naturally all noticed this middle-aged man. "Brother Fan, what kind of monster is this?" "This?" Feng Fuguei stuttered and asked at Yifan. Chapter 66. Complications. Yifan looked at the middle-aged man who kept rushing over to their side, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. Because he had seen many awakened people, but it was the first time he had seen someone with such awakened power. The middle-aged man's body had been getting bigger and bigger. From the very beginning of 1.7 meters, it became 2 meters, and when he rushed to the doorway, it was surprisingly already more than 3 meters tall. "All of you will die here today." That youth who was dying from Feng Fuguei's flames grinned and shouted in a low voice. Feng Fuguei twisted his head to look at the youth. Then without any hesitation at all, he released 5 or 6 fireballs in a row to directly run in the direction of the middle-aged man. Although the middle-aged man's body had gotten bigger, his speed and reflexes had not gotten weaker at all, and he dodged Feng Fuguei's fireball with incomparable ease. "Brother Van, this thing seems to be a bit too much for me to straighten out." Feng Fuguei hurriedly shouted at Yifan. Yifan, on the other hand, had a trace of helplessness flash through his eyes, and then said faintly, "Get out of the way." Feng Fuguei didn't hesitate at all when he heard Yifan's words and directly took 2 steps back. In the next second, that middle-aged man directly leapt up, then raised his own palm and ran to slap down in Feng Fuguei's direction. At this moment, the middle-aged man's palm gave off a feeling as if it was a small mountain. Boo! There was a loud bang. Yifan instantly rushed to Feng Fuguei's side, and then raised his right hand to stiffly help Feng Fuguei block the middle-aged man's slap. After the middle-aged man saw that Yifan had blocked this palm of his, a trace of shock obviously flashed through his eyes. Because he originally thought that Feng Fuguei was the only one amongst these people who was an awakened person, so he simply did not put Yifan and these people in his eyes, but he never expected that there would be a second awakened person, and he unexpectedly had no way to see Yifan's level at this time, which meant that Yifan's level was definitely above his. For a moment, the expression on the middle-aged man's face began to turn tense. He was able to feel that this group of people were coming from a bad place. The middle-aged man retracted his right hand at the very first moment, and then violently kicked his foot running in Yifan's direction. Yifan easily dodged the middle-aged man's kick with a single sidestep, then rose up in the air and blasted his fist at the middle-aged man's chest. The middle-aged man's nearly 5-meter-tall body directly retreated 3 or 4 steps in succession before crashing into the top of the prison's large iron door. I have to say, this prison's big iron door is indeed very sturdy. After being hit so much, it is still unharmed. The middle-aged man looked at Yifan with a trace of anger flashing through his eyes, but in his heart, he was also very clear about the strength gap between himself and Yifan. So he didn't choose to continue the battle, but turned and ran inside the prison. Yifan simply could not give this middle-aged man the chance to call for help, so after rushing up with a quick step, he kicked the middle-aged man on top of his thigh. The middle-aged man instantly erupted into a scream. The nearly 2-meter-tall thighs directly bent into a very weird arc, while the whole person also ruthlessly fell to the ground. The middle-aged man was perhaps in too much pain, and his body was shrinking. It eventually returned to its normal form. "Take these people away." Yifan was clear that the middle-aged man was no longer capable of resisting, and directly shouted at Feng Fuguei with an expressionless face. "Okay." Feng Fuguei hurriedly shouted out, then carried the middle-aged man and the youth who was already half burned to death into the middle of the woods directly in front of the prison. After entering the woods, Yifan gave the middle-aged man an expressionless glance, then said indifferently, I didn't think that there would be an awakened person like you in this world. Your awakening power has opened my eyes. The middle-aged man looked at Yifan coldly without speaking. I'm not going to bullshit you either. If you still want to live, then answer my questions honestly. I won't kill you after that. Yifan whispered at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at Yifan still without speaking. Your name? Yifan rushed at the middle-aged man and asked. Don't you dare ask any? Ah, out of me. Before the middle-aged man could finish his words, Feng Fugue violently stomped his foot directly on top of the middle-aged man's already injured thigh. The expression on the middle-aged man's face was unusually agonized, and his eyes began to turn hideous. I can't cure you if you're like this, can I? Feng Fugue also played the friendly spirit of kicking the crippled man's leg violently and whispered at the middle-aged man. One last reminder, if you can honestly cooperate with me, I can keep you alive, but if you don't, I'll keep you alive rather than dead. Know what I mean? Yifan said at the middle-aged man with an expressionless face. The middle-aged man looked up at Yifan, then gritted his teeth and whispered, I know. What's the name? Yifan asked indifferently. Zhang Feng. What were you doing inside this prison before? Yifan continued to ask. I was a guard at this prison before. Zhang Feng didn't even dare to hide it in the slightest, hastily replied back. How many people are still in this prison? Who is controlling it now? There can be almost 30 people inside this prison right now. Most of them are inmates inside the prison, and only a very small portion of them are guards. Zhang Feng slowly said. How fucking dare you lie? Feng Fugue went up and stomped his foot directly on the top of Zhang Feng's thigh. I'm not lying. Zhang Feng was trembling in pain, gritting his teeth and tearing his heart out. Do you take all of us for fools? There are at least thousands of inmates and hundreds of guards in this prison. And now there are only 30-odd people alive. Who would believe it? Feng Fugue felt that he was smart for once in a rare while, so he shouted at Zhang Feng in a very excited tone. You're right, but when the zombies showed up we killed almost as many as we could get on our side straight away, and then the warden offered to work with these inmates in order to be able to clear out the zombies inside the prison. Zhang Feng shouted with glaring eyes. And then what? Yifan asked indifferently. But after we teamed up with the inmates to clean up most of the zombies, these inmates started to take action against us guards, and the regular guards were killed, while the awakened like us were given the option to join them, and I was forced to join them in order to be able to survive, so I was forced to. Zhang Feng replied with a trembling voice, then raised his head again to survey Yifan before asking, Are you guys in league with those people who came over the other day? What man? Yifan froze for a moment. Chapter 67. To kill the grass, you must kill the roots. Zhang Feng seemed to have realized that he might have misspoke after seeing Yifan's reaction, and a hint of hesitation suddenly flashed in his eyes. Van asked you, who are you talking about? Feng Fugue was about to make a move as he spoke. Don't fight, don't fight. Zhang Feng somewhat collapsed and shouted, then said in a low voice, 2 days ago can have 5 or 6 people. One of them is a shifter, but also some people have a gun in their hands. They are rushing to some prisoners inside the second prison area. What's the meaning of the second prison block? Feng Fugue asked with slanted eyes. Yifan looked at Zhang Feng, who was also a bit puzzled because there was no second prison area among the floor plan that Zhao Jiamin gave him. He was a little skeptical that Zhang Feng was not intentionally lying to himself. It turns out that the inmates inside this prison are divided into 2 camps. One part of the people are those inmates who are now controlling the prison, and the other part are their enemies, and the people on both sides often fight. So the warden had no choice but to apply for a portion of the funds to build the second prison area and then separate all of these people. A few days ago, after we fought with these people took advantage of the chaos and all went inside the second prison area. We know that there are very dangerous zombies in there, so we didn't follow a piece of the chase in. Zhang Feng hurriedly explained. So that means that the 30 or so of you that are left actually did nothing more than clean out the first cell block, but you didn't go in the second cell block, did you? Yifan narrowed his eyes and asked at Zhang Feng. Yes, that's what it means. Zhang Feng hurriedly nodded. Then how many of the rest of you are awakened? What are their strength levels? Yifan looked at Zhang Feng and continued to ask. There are a total of 10 awakened within us counting me, and the strongest among them is the current boss of these people, Huang Dali, whose current level should be 15. Zhang Feng replied after hesitating for a moment. Do all of them have guns in their hands? Yifan directly opened his mouth and asked. Because the combat power of these people is actually Yifan is still not too much in his eyes. After all, the highest level is only just 15 levels, while Yifan is now 20 levels. Although he didn't have the protective suit with the summoned beast anymore, It shouldn't be a big problem to deal with these people. But there is a prerequisite that these people cannot have a gun in their hands. Once if they have a gun, then things will be a little trouble.
No.
Zhang Feng directly shook his head. How dare you lie? Feng Fugue shouted with glaring eyes. Can you stop doing it all the time? Can't you hear me out? Zhang Feng looked at Feng Fugue and shouted out in a very devastated manner. Then can you talk without breathing heavily and finish your sentence in one breath? Feng Fugue returned with an expressionless face. My legs hurt. Zhang Feng was tortured by Feng Fugue to the point of crying. Cut the crap and get to it. Yifan looked at Zhang Feng and said, the thing is like this. Our prison's gun warehouse and the more important warehouses are placed in the second prison area, but the zombies inside the second prison area are too scary. We don't dare to go in at all. And although there are guns on this side of the first prison area, there are not a lot of bullets, and basically all of them are pretty much used up when we kill the zombies, so we don't have any guns at all at the moment. Zhang Feng whispered. Yifan nodded slowly after hearing Zhang Feng's words. He felt that Zhang Feng's words were actually logical and should not be lying to himself. Van, what's next? Feng Fugue rushed at Yifan and asked. At this time, Yifan had basically grasped the situation on this side of the prison pretty much. If what Zhang Feng had said was true, then it shouldn't be too much of a problem for Yifan to want to take down this prison. However, just now, Zhang Feng had also said that some of the prison's important materials were stored in the second prison area. So once Yifan, if he took this prison, then he would still need to clear out the second prison area. This whole thing is going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass. The men inside stop and release our men at once, or we're going to rush in. However, just as Yifan was pondering these questions, a voice suddenly sounded outside the woods. Sent yourself to the door, did you? Yifan couldn't help but sneer after hearing the voice outside, then rushed at Gowan and the remaining few captains and said, you guys watch this person here. If you find that the situation is not right, Gowan, you can directly shoot him for me. Before he acted, Yifan handed a pistol to Gowan, and this pistol was seized from those kidnappers of One Eye. I know, Van. Gowan nodded in a hurry. Yifan then led Feng Fugue slowly out of the woods. A middle-aged man followed by almost can be more than 30 people fully armed waiting. Most of these people were wearing prisoners' clothes, so Zhang Feng should not be lying above this matter. You're the kid who kidnapped Zhang Feng, huh? The middle-aged man looked Yifan up and down and asked in a cold voice. You're Huang Dali, right? Yifan asked at the middle-aged man with an expressionless face. That's right. Zhang Feng is my man, so hurry up and release him, then get the hell back to wherever you came from. I don't want to waste my time on you brats right now. Huang Dali shouted at Yifan with a big grin. And Yifan couldn't help but sneer when he heard Huang Dali's words, then said lightly, that's quite a coincidence. I'm not going to waste time on you now. I'm going to give you two choices now. The first choice is to take all of you and get the hell out of the prison, and I can leave you guys a way out for you to take away some of the supplies. The second option is that all of you people have to die here. Yifan had never thought of cooperating with these people from Huang Dali's group from the beginning to the end. The reason was very simple. Huang Dali and these people were all prisoners themselves. Once if they were allowed to live with the students, maybe at some point Huang Dali would pull the students together to betray Yifan. What Yifan hated most was betrayal. Huang Dali and the others were able to betray the guards inside this prison before, so they would definitely betray Yifan. As for the reason why Yifan didn't make a direct move, it was also very simple. That is, he was clear that Huang Dali couldn't really give up the prison just because of his words. After experiencing the yellow hair thing, Yifan understood that in this world you can't be merciful. Since he was ready to offend these people, he had to be ready to cut off the roots. Chapter 68. Perverted Defense. Huang Dali froze for a moment after hearing Yifan's words, a very puzzled expression on his face. Those behind Huang Dali were likewise all filled with shock. Although they were clear that Zhang Feng was not Yifan's opponent, these people definitely did not expect Yifan to be able to speak so arrogantly. Kid, you're planning to let all of us leave from inside the prison, aren't you? Huang Dali blinked his eyes and asked at Yifan in a low voice. That's right. Yifan nodded at Huang Dali with an expressionless face. Huang Dali sneered, then reached out and touched his chin and said, I originally thought that your kid was here to ask for supplies, but I didn't think that your kid was planning to rob the land. Big brother, what time are you wasting here with this person? Just directly make a move to kill these two people. Just at this time, a youth beside Huang Dali said in a low voice at Huang Dali. Huang Dali was not in a hurry to make a move on Yifan, but instead, he sized up Yifan with great interest and asked softly, Kid, you said that there are so many good places that you don't go to right now. Why did you have to come to this prison of ours? Huang Dali's heart was very clear. With Yifan's strength, it should be a very simple thing to want to overrun a shopping mall or any other place with plenty of supplies. But he couldn't figure out why Yifan would set his eyes on Yangshan prison. Yifan, on the other hand, looked at Huang Dali lightly, then said in a very calm tone, "Do I need to explain this to you?" The expression on Huang Dali's face changed instantly, then he gritted his teeth and whispered, "Kid, I don't want to waste my time here with you now. Hurry up and hand over the person to me, and then from wherever you came give me a roll back to wherever you came from. Understand what I mean?" Yifan gently shook his neck, then asked expressionlessly, "Looks like you've already made your choice, right? Kill this kid for me." Huang Dali reached out and pointed at Yifan, shouting in an unusually agitated tone. And those Xenos behind Huang Dali also rushed up at the first opportunity. Yifan, on the other hand, looked at Feng Fugue faintly, then said in a low voice, "Most of these people are vicious criminals. No need to be merciful. Kill all of them. For me." Understood. Feng Fugue also knew that Yifan was affected by what happened to Yellow Hair, so he nodded very painfully. However, just at this time, countless stones directly ran in Yifan's direction and blasted over. Obviously, there should be someone under Huang Dali who was able to master the power of earth. Yifan's body flickered in the air, directly dodging the attacks of these stones with ease, while Feng Fugue's control over the power of fire was becoming more and more skillful after the constant battles, as he used the flames to form a protective shield around his body, utilizing the shield to withstand the attacks of the stones. At the same time, the other awakened beside Huang Dali also struck out. All of these people's awakened powers were naturally varied. Some people were able to manipulate cold ice, others were still able to hide from the ground, and there was even someone who was able to fly in the air. It was the first time that Yifan had seen so many awakened people with different abilities. Moreover, the strength of these awakened people was significantly higher than those under Zhang Wanan's hand, because these people had killed all the zombies in the entire Yangshan prison, so their level was naturally much higher than those under Zhang Wanan's hand. However, for Yifan, the current situation was not very bad, because he now had Feng Fugue as a helper by his side, in addition to the fact that these people under Huang Dali's hand did not have pistols and grenades, so Yifan could easily clean up these people simply by virtue of his advantage in rank. Yifan's figure flashed with the Kusanagi sword in hand and rushed directly into the crowd. In just 10 seconds, 3 awakened were killed by Yifan with a single sword strike. The expression on Huang Dali's face instantly changed after seeing this scene. "Big brother, this situation is a bit wrong. This kid's speed is really too fast. Our people can't stop him at all, and there's another idiot, all the time in the distance with fireballs to harass us. We go to attack him. He runs to the woods inside." The youth beside Huang Dali shouted at him in a very excited tone, and the idiot in this youth's mouth naturally referred to Feng Fugue. Although Feng Fugue's fighting strength was not as good as these people, he still had some brains, and he understood that the main character today was not himself but Yifan. So all he needed to do was to keep harassing from afar and give Yifan a distraction from them, the awakened. Just in this bit of time that the youth was talking to Huang Dali, 3 more awakened died in Yifan's hands. Yifan's speed was simply too fast, so he didn't need any fancy fighting style at all, simply relying on his absolute speed to rush in front of these awakened ones, and then chopping off the heads of these awakened ones with a single sword would do. "I'll fight you, old man." Huang Dali didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the problem at this time, and after directly roaring, he rushed over in Yifan's direction. And Huang Dali's body changed as he ran. He directly turned from a normal middle-aged man into a wild bear covered in long black hair. Accompanied by a roar, Huang Dali raised his palm and slapped down in Yifan's direction. At this moment, Huang Dali was still very confident in the strength of his body, because even when he was fighting with the zombies, it was very difficult for those zombies to cause any damage to his body. And Huang Dali was also the highest ranked one among these people. After Yifan killed and awakened with a sword, his figure instantly disappeared in a flash. And this palm of Huang Dali's was also a direct shot in the air, ruthlessly smashing into the top of the big tree behind where Yifan had just stood. Nearly more than a meter of the tree was instantly Huang Dali's palm to directly shoot off. From this point can be seen Huang Dali's palm strength, how terrifying. However, right at this moment, Feng Fugue directly summoned more than a dozen fireballs to smash over in Huang Dali's direction. But what Feng Fugue never expected was that Huang Dali was using his body to harden the attack of the fireball and remained unharmed. "Brother Fan, this person's defense seems to be a bit perverted." Feng Fugue shouted loudly at Yifan. Yifan didn't pay attention to Feng Fugue at all, but instead took steps and quickly ran in the direction of Huang Dali. Chapter 69. Cooling Off. Yifan rushed to Huang Dali's face with great speed, then raised the Kusanagi sword in his own hand and ran to slash down on Huang Dali's body. Originally, Yifan felt that he was 5 levels ahead of Huang Dali, and with the system's 10 points of enhancement, even if he was not able to directly end Huang Dali with this sword, he would be able to seriously injure Huang Dali. But what Yifan never expected was that Huang Dali still used his body to carry this sword of Yifan hard. Yifan's sword merely left a scratch that was almost a centimeter deep on top of Huang Dali's body, and it did not harm Huang Dali at all. When Yifan saw this scene after, the eyes also cannot help but flashed a trace of shock, because he in the rebirth after also seen a lot of awakened people, but the degree of physical toughness can be so horrible. Yifan is still the first time to see. Huang Dali, on the other hand, took advantage of Yifan's shock and backhanded a palm that directly ran over Yifan's body. "Van, watch out!" Feng Fugue hurriedly shouted at the top of his voice after seeing this scene. But Huang Dali didn't give Yifan any time to react at all. This palm directly and ruthlessly smashed onto Yifan's body, and Yifan was instantly sent flying. Yifan's body flew in the air for almost more than 10 meters before hitting a large tree, and then a mouthful of blood was directly sprayed out. At this moment, Yifan was not wearing any protective clothing at all, so his defense was still very low. And it was also the first time that Feng Fugue had seen Yifan actually fall into a disadvantage when fighting a human, so he didn't hesitate at all, and directly stood at a distance and launched an attack on Huang Dali. Yifan gritted his teeth and slowly stood up, then looked in the direction of Huang Dali with an expressionless face. Although Yifan was also an awakened person, his awakened power was actually not able to directly enhance his combat power. Originally, Yifan could still summon summons to fight, but because the summoner went into cooldown, the summoner's skills were also unavailable. To put it simply, at this time Yifan did not have much of an advantage when facing Huang Dali, except for a slight advantage above his level. And Yifan's advantage over Huang Dali's level is not particularly obvious. After all, Huang Dali is also level 15 now. After hesitating for a moment, Yifan carried the Kusanagi sword and once again ran in the direction of Huang Dali. At this moment, Huang Dali seemed to be a little disturbed by Feng Fugue's harassment, so after roaring angrily, he began to frantically chase after Feng Fugue. And Feng Fugue was also very smart. He didn't choose to fight hard with Huang Dali, but directly turned his head and ran inside the woods. After Yifan took advantage of the fact that Huang Dali's attention was placed on Feng Fugue's body, he didn't hesitate for a second to rush over in Huang Dali's direction again, and then raised the Kusanagi sword in his hand to slash down at Huang Dali. But what Yifan had never expected was that his own sword still did not cause any damage to Huang Dali after slashing down. Huang Dali, on the other hand, slowly twisted his head to look at Yifan, then said with a cold smile, "Kid, aren't you a little bit too naive? If I don't have any skills at all, do you think I would dare to overrun this Yangshan prison?" After saying this, Huang Dali raised his right hand and once again ran to slap Yifan's body. Huang Dali didn't just have a terrifying defense of his physical body, but his strike speed was also very fast. Although Yifan was a full 5 levels ahead of Huang Dali, he was also very thrilled to have dodged Huang Dali's palm. If Yifan's level had been a little lower, it would probably have been hard to dodge it. When Huang Dali saw that Yifan had dodged this palm of his own after, his eyes also could not help but flash a trace of surprise, then whispered, "Your kid is the fastest awakened person I've ever seen, and even managed to dodge this palm of mine. You're quite a bit stronger than the garbage guards inside the prison before, and I might be able to add a lot of experience to my experience if I kill you." Yifan only sort of reacted after hearing Huang Dali's words. The reason why Huang Dali was able to rise to level 15 was partly because Huang Dali did kill a lot of zombies, but more importantly, Huang Dali also killed a lot of awakened people among the prison guards. You should know that the system will not provide experience value if you are killing a normal human. However, if you kill an awakened person, then the Slayer will gain experience based on the level of the awakened person. This also meant that the higher the level of the awakened you killed, then the amount of experience value you were able to gain would naturally increase. Yifan remembered that in his last life there was another kind of awakened person who was called Demon Hunter, and they relied on going to hunt and kill awakened people to continuously improve their strength and level. Huang Dali temporarily gave up his attack on Feng Fugue and rushed over in Yifan's direction with a somewhat frantic expression. And Yifan simply had no other choice at this time. He could only keep flickering in the air, dodging Huang Dali's attacks. A few minutes later, Yifan rushed to Feng Fugue's side. "Brother Fan, if this goes on, the two of us will sooner or later be drained of our physical strength. This isn't a solution either." Feng Fugue also seemed to have realized that something was wrong and shouted at Yifan in a very agitated tone. And Yifan was also thinking about this in his mind. Huang Dali's defense was just too terrifying. Yifan's attack was just like scratching an itch for him, and he didn't think of any too good way to deal with Huang Dali for a while. "Brother Fan, Why don't I go and call all of our men over and have them distract this man? Feng Fugue asked at Yifan in a low voice after hesitating for a while. No. Once those people, if they show up here, then they will become a living target for Huang Dali. They won't be able to do anything at all by coming over. They will only be sending them to their deaths for nothing. Yifan returned Feng Fugue's sentence with an expressionless face. So now how? Feng Fugue opened his mouth and was just about to speak, when Yifan directly kicked Feng Fugue out, and then he used his own body to carry down Huang Dali's attack. Yifan's body once again flew backwards. On the other hand, Feng Fugue's eyes flashed with a trace of excitement amongst his eyes. He was clear that Yifan had just resisted the slap in order to save himself. Yifan's body was flying rapidly through the air. Host, the summoner's cooldown time has ended, and now the host can re-summon the summoner. However, just at this time, the voice of the card signing system suddenly sounded slowly in the middle of Yifan's mind. Chapter 70, The Underworld Dragon. Originally, Yifan, whose body was still flying in the air, instantly came to his senses after hearing the sound of the card signing system. He didn't expect his summoner skill to end its cooldown at this time. However, because the last Fire Wolf had used the Protect Master skill, even if the time for the summoner's cooldown was over now, Yifan could only summon a new summoner, and there was no way to continue summoning the Fire Wolf. This was something that Yifan had always felt very sorry for, because he felt as if the Fire Wolf had died because of himself. May I ask the host if he is going to perform the summoning now? The system's beep sounded again. Summon. Yifan didn't hesitate at all to directly whisper back. At this point, he was still very curious about what he was able to summon this time. A golden light appeared directly around Yifan's body, and then there was a black young dragon that could be almost half a meter long that appeared at Yifan's side. The young dragon hovered around Yifan's body, while its body was entwined by a faint, ethereal green glow. A trace of surprise flashed through Yifan's eyes after seeing this black young dragon. He never thought that he would be able to summon out a dragon this time. Congratulations to the host for summoning the S-Class summon, the Spectral Dragon. According to the host's summoner level increase, the Spectral Dragon's level as well as its combat power will also increase. The system's beep sounded again. S-Rank summons? Yifan exclaimed in his heart. The Fire Wolf he summoned last time was nothing more than a B-Rank summon, but this time he had directly summoned an S-Rank summon. However, it was somewhat unfortunate that the Psy Dragon's current level was still relatively low, so the combat power it could form was still very limited. But once he waited until the level of the Spectral Dragon went up, then this summon would be very, very terrifyingly helpful to Yifan. What was that? What's with the dragon? Yeah, what's going on? Those people from Huang Dali's group all revealed expressions of disbelief after seeing the underworld dragon beside Yifan. After all, these people had never seen such a creature before. While Huang Dali looked at Yifan's direction, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he didn't have the slightest hesitation and continued to run in Yifan's direction. The thought in his mind at this moment was very simple, that is, he must kill Yifan before his awakening power disappeared, or else there would be endless consequences. Boo! Just at this time, Yifan's body ruthlessly smashed on top of a large tree, then fell heavily to the ground. Yifan gritted his teeth and slowly stood up, while Huang Dali was already running in Yifan's direction at this time. At this moment, Yifan felt an unprecedented sense of pressure because he was clear about how terrifying Huang Dali's defense was. Once he couldn't find a way to be able to hurt Huang Dali, then continuing to fight he would most likely just die. Soon, Huang Dali rushed to Yifan's front, then raised his right hand and ran to smash down in Yifan's direction. Right at this moment, the underworld dragon suddenly sprayed a black breath at Huang Dali. The black breath seemed to possess a very terrifying corrosiveness, and when the breath came into contact with the black hairs around Huang Dali's chest, those hairs seemed to have been corroded by sulfuric acid, instantly turning into a puddle of pus. Ah! And Huang Dali also let out a very miserable scream, then took several steps back continuously. Yifan looked at Huang Dali's direction with a very incredulous expression on his face. It was because he had never expected that this underworld dragon's attack would be so terrifying, and he himself had just used everything he could to not harm Huang Dali. But at this moment, the underworld dragon had even just casually spat out a black breath to beat Huang Dali into this state. Host, the breath of the spectral dragon is powerfully corrosive, capable of greatly reducing the enemy's defense. The voice of the card signing system rang in Yifan's ears. Yifan instantly understood what was going on after hearing those words. Without the slightest hesitation at all, he carried the Kusanagi sword and then ran directly in the direction of Huang Dali. Huang Dali also seemed to have realized that something was wrong, so he directly gave up his attack on Yifan and turned his head to prepare to escape. And the spectral dragon exhaled again. This time, the breath sprayed on the top of Huang Dali's thigh. After Huang Dali screamed miserably, he directly fell to the ground in response. Yifan, on the other hand, quickly rushed to Huang Dali's front, directly raised the Kusanagi sword in his own hand, and without any hesitation at all directly stabbed at Huang Dali's chest. Because the underworld dragon had lowered Huang Dali's defense, Yifan's sword pierced through Huang Dali's body with unparalleled ease, and then struck through Huang Dali's heart. Huang Dali stared at Yifan in front of him with his eyes wide open. The expression on his face was as unbelievable as it could be. 1 second he thought that he would definitely be able to kill Yifan today, but no one had ever thought that the next second Yifan had gotten a dragon out of nowhere, and it was this dragon's attack that changed the entire battle. Blood slowly flowed out along the corner of Huang Dali's mouth. Yifan pulled out the Kusanagi sword, and then stabbed down hard with another sword. Congratulations to the player for upgrading to level 21. The game system's beep slowly sounded in the middle of Yifan's mind. This also meant that Huang Dali was completely dead at this moment. Yifan looked at Huang Dali's corpse and gasped for air. His heart was very clear. If it wasn't for the timely appearance of the underworld dragon today, it wouldn't have been an easy thing for him to kill Huang Dali. Although Huang Dali's awakened power wasn't particularly strong in combat, his defense was just a bit too terrifying. And those people under Huang Dali's hand were all dumbfounded after seeing Huang Dali die. The expression on their face was very unbelievable. They simply didn't think that in the end, Huang Dali would die so quickly in the hands of Yifan. Van, are you okay? Feng Fugue also rushed to Yifan at the first time. His tone was very excited as he rushed to ask Yifan. Nothing's going on. Yifan faintly replied back, then turned his head to look at those people under Huang Dali's hand. After the crowd saw that Yifan turned his head towards them, a trace of tension flashed through their eyes, because they knew clearly that Huang Dali was dead, and even if they joined forces, these people could never be Yifan's opponent alone. Chapter 71. Situation inside the prison. Those men of Huang Dali didn't have any hesitation at all after seeing Yifan killed Huang Dali. One by one, all of them chose to give up their resistance, then kneeled in front of Yifan. Big brother, we did it to you because we were forced to by Huang Dali. We are just following Huang Dali's side to make a living. Please let us go. One of the awakened, whose rank was 10th level, shouted at Yifan with an excited expression. Yifan, on the other hand, glanced indifferently at the awakened person in front of him, then turned his head and rushed at Feng Fugue. Call all of our people over. What about these people? Feng Fugue looked at Yifan and asked after hesitating for a moment. All locked up for now. Ever since he experienced what happened to Yellow Hair last time, Yifan had grown a long memory, so there was no way he would let these people go no matter what. It would seem a bit wrong to kill these people directly, so Yifan felt that the best way was to lock up all of these people first and then wait until later to deal with them. Okay. Feng Fugue hurriedly nodded his head in agreement before he began to send messages within the game system. A few minutes later, Gowan and the others led Zhang Feng out from the middle of the woods. And for the first time, the students who had been waiting inside the bus were at the prison gates. Yifan had Feng Fugue lead the men to directly tie up all of Huang Dali's remaining 10 or so men. Yifan took a brief glance and realized that there were 5 other awakened among these people, while the rest were all ordinary people. The highest rank among these 5 awakened ones was level 10, but at this time, he was also seriously injured, so he could not pose much of a threat. As for the other awakened ones, they were all of a lower rank, and if they wanted to run away, then there was no need for Yifan to do anything personally. Feng Fugue could have taken care of these people. Almost more than 10 minutes later, Yifan and the others walked directly into the middle of Yangshan prison with great vigor. Previously, Zhang Feng had already told Yifan about the situation inside Yangshan prison. Most of the firearms, ammunition, and supplies were placed in the second prison area, while Huang Dali and those prison guards from before simply cleaned out the first prison area. So Yifan and the others went directly to the first prison area after entering inside the prison. After entering inside the prison area, Yifan asked Feng Fugue to first imprison Zhang Feng and the others in the prison. Those awakened ones were all tied up with chains inside the cells. In this way they could be prevented from escaping, while the ordinary people were all imprisoned in a cell. After all, the destructive power that ordinary people could form was still very limited, so it was still difficult for them to escape from the middle of the cell. After all these people were dealt with, Yifan asked all the captains to start a large-scale search of the first prison area to see if there were any leaks or some zombies hiding or something. The crowd had started to get busy, while Yifan casually skipped around inside the first prison area by himself. The area of the first prison area was still very large, and there were almost 1,000 cells alone, and these cells were all of the 4-person variety, which meant that just the first prison area could easily accommodate more than 4,000 people. Of course, this doesn't even count the office buildings in the prison and the dormitories for the guards. If all of this human space were utilized, then just one prison block would be able to put down almost 5,000 or 6,000 people. However, Yifan knew in his heart that if he wanted to take in so many people, then the issue of supplies had to be resolved first. After all, the supplies needed by 5,000 to 6,000 people per day and the supplies needed by 200 people are two completely different concepts. The reason why Yifan had switched his base from the mall side to the prison side was partly because the prison was better defended and would be able to withstand future zombie waves very easily. There was an even more important reason, and that was that he wanted to develop forces that were entirely his own. In today's apocalyptic world, if you want to truly survive, then you must have your own forces. Yifan himself was unwilling to join amongst other people's forces, so he was left with no choice but to develop his own. Almost 2 to 3 hours later, Yifan made a big circle inside the prison, and the situation inside was basically similar to what he had guessed. All kinds of facilities and things like wells and generators are also available. The only pity is that most of the supplies and firearms and ammunition are stored in the warehouse of the second prison area. And Yifan also came to the intersection of the second prison area and the first prison area. Between the two prison area with a wall almost can have more than 3 meters high fence to stop, and above there is very sharp iron glass ballast grid things. So ordinary people want to go over from this wall that is simply impossible thing. And in the middle of this wall was a large iron door, which was very strong as could be seen from its thickness. But the iron door wasn't locked, it was merely aliased by an iron gate, supposedly to prevent those zombies in the second prison area from rushing over. Van. Just at this time, Feng Fuguwei came to Yifan's side. You're all done on your end, right? Yifan twisted his head and glanced at Feng Fuguwei, faintly asked. Our people have already cleaned up the first prison area almost, found more than 10 zombies. There are also 3 Huang Dali's previous henchmen. The zombies have been killed by us. Those 3 people are ordinary people, were put into the middle of the cell by us. Feng Fuguwei hurriedly replied back to Yifan. Yifan twisted his head to look at Feng Fuguwei before continuing to ask, how many supplies were found inside this prison? The supplies aren't a lot. There's only some rice, flour, oil and other things stored in the warehouse behind the cafeteria, but I simply calculated that these things will only be able to feed us for about 10 days at most. Feng Fuguwei whispered. Did you find the gun? Yifan continued to ask. Found some, but they're all out of ammo. Feng Fuguwei replied. Then it seems that all the information that Zhang Feng gave us is true. He didn't lie to us. Yifan said slowly. But the supplies in this place are really a bit low. We can probably last for a month at most even if we move all the supplies from the mall here. Feng Fuguwei seemed to know what was going on in Yifan's mind. Let everyone rest for 2 hours. After 2 hours we'll go directly into the second prison area to clean up the zombies. There should be enough supplies here for us to use for a while. Originally, Yifan was not going to make a move on the second prison area in a hurry, but it seemed impossible not to make a move in this situation now. Chapter 72. Behind the Iron Door. Feng Fuguwei arranged for the crowd to find a random place to rest for 2 hours. And the water that Yifan had Gowan and the others prepare in advance, as well as the food was also given out to those students. Because these 2 hours were now a safe time, the number of zombies in the second prison area was not high. Yifan was planning to wait until the zombie attack time started before making his move, trying to get the entire second prison block all cleaned up in one day. In this way, the resources of the entire prison can be put together. Of course, the most important thing was actually that Yifan wanted to get those guns and ammunition inside the second prison area. For the truly awakened, guns and ammunition might not matter, as they all possess unconventional types of attack methods. But for those ordinary people, if they were able to obtain these weapons, it would have a very significant effect on the increase in combat power of Yifan's entire team. Soon, 2 hours had passed. Yifan knew that the number of zombies in the second prison area was far more than in the first prison area, and that the level of the zombies would most likely be quite a bit higher as well, so he didn't let these people move in separate teams, but rather all of them gathered together. This was not as efficient as splitting up into teams, but it minimized casualties. Open the door. Yifan shouted at Feng Fuguwei. Without the slightest hesitation, Feng Fuguwei directly yanked down the iron bar above the gate of the second prison area. The moment the gate opened, countless zombies frantically ran towards Yifan and the others' position and pounced over. Yifan carried the Kusanagi sword and charged up, while the spectral dragon followed closely by Yifan's side, continuously spraying black breath towards those zombies. The spectral dragon's combat prowess is actually inferior to that of the fire wolf. Normally, the fire wolf would be able to kill the zombies alone, but the black breath of the spectral dragon was merely able to corrode the bodies of the zombies, and there was no way to directly destroy the zombies. However, when facing some higher-level elite zombies, Yifan felt that the spectral dragon should be more useful. It can greatly reduce the defense of zombies or humans. This is still vital. At this time, only he and Feng Fugue were actually awakened amongst Yifan's team, while everyone else was an ordinary person. So naturally, Yifan and Feng Fugue rushed at the front, while the rest of the students followed closely behind the two. After the battle started, Yifan and Feng Fugue were still working well together. Yifan was mainly responsible for charging in front, while Feng Fugue was always standing behind Yifan releasing fireballs. At this moment, Yifan regretted in his heart. He felt that he should never have given the Fire Upanishad skill book to Feng Fugue in the first place. Because carrying the Kusanagi sword in front and cutting down zombies was just too tiring. It was simply not as easy as Feng Fugue chatting in the back while setting off fireballs. Because of Yifan's help, those students who were following behind were much more relaxed. They were merely responsible for getting rid of those zombies that Yifan had left out. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed. The playgrounds in the second prison block for the convicts have all been cleared. Within this hour or so, Yifan had killed almost more than 100 first-order zombies, more than 30 second-order zombies, and then more than a dozen third-order zombies. These zombies provided Yifan with a lot of experience value as well, but unfortunately there was still a long way to go before he could upgrade to level 22. However, what made Yifan somewhat surprised was that his summoner level had risen to level 10, and the level of the spectral dragon had naturally followed him to level 10. The size of the 10th level of the underworld dragon was obviously much larger than before, but the way of attacking had not changed much. It was still constantly spitting out black breath to the outside, only that the area covered by this breath seemed to be much larger. Yifan sometimes wondered if this spectral dragon was really an S-class summon. How did he feel that there wasn't too much of a difference in combat power with the fire wolf? Brother Fan, there are no more zombies on this side of the playground. Should we go to the cell side or the warehouse side first? Feng Fugue ran to Yifan's side, rushing to ask him. There should be a very dangerous zombie presence over at the warehouse. Let's clear out the cells first. Yifan said in a low voice. Okay. Feng Fugue hurriedly nodded his head, then greeted the crowd and rushed towards the direction of the prison cells in great numbers. The design of the cells in the second cell block of this prison is the same as the first cell block, both of which are hollowed out in the center and surrounded by cells on all sides. This design is to facilitate the prison guards to stand in the center of the building to observe the situation of all the cells, but if there is any problem in any cell, they can be the first to find out. The number of zombies inside the cell was obviously quite a bit less than the number of zombies outside, so Yifan was able to take it easy, and the task of cleaning up the cell was left to Feng Fugue and the others. Instead, he ran alone to the top 5 floors of the cell block. The 5th floor of the cell block is the confinement cell. The style of the confinement cell is completely different from the style of the cell, which is completely transparent, so you can see from the outside if there are walkers present inside. The confinement room, on the other hand, is completely enclosed, with just a small window. Yifan sensed that there seemed to be something not quite right about the breath on the 5th floor, which was why he chose to come to the 5th floor alone to deal with the zombies over here. He went from one confinement cell to another to check them out. At the beginning, the situation might have been slightly better because the number of zombies wasn't too high, but as Yifan continued to walk inside the confinement room, the number of zombies started to get higher and the level of the zombies was also getting higher. In just less than 15 minutes, Yifan had killed 5 or 6 third-order zombies. To know, just now, Yifan killed a whole hour of time outside the playground only to come across more than 10 third-order zombies. At this moment, in less than 15 minutes in his confinement room, he had encountered 5 or 6 third-order zombies, which would be able to prove that there were definitely high-order zombies present in this room. A few minutes later, Yifan finally arrived at the end of the 5th floor corridor. He had also killed almost all of the walkers in the confinement room earlier, and at the end of the corridor was a steel door. Since Yifan didn't have a map of the second prison area, he wasn't quite sure what was behind this iron door. After a moment's hesitation, however, he chose to reach out and gently push the iron door. The iron door was unlocked from the inside. Yifan took a deep breath, then raised his leg and kicked directly on top of the big iron door. Boo! There was a loud bang. The iron door was directly kicked open by this kick from Yifan, and Yifan also froze in place instantly after seeing the scene inside the iron door. The expression on his face was as unbelievable as it could be. Chapter 73, Human Purgatory. When Yifan, after seeing the scene behind the iron door, His entire body could not help but tremble slightly. Yifan was someone who had died once, and someone who had lived once in this apocalyptic world. He thought he had seen countless scenes that made people feel sick, but none of them seemed to make him feel as shocked as the scene in front of him. Inside the dark and humid basement, the dim light flickered faintly, and a pungent odor of blood hung in the air. Countless corpses lay across the ground, some with disfigured faces, some with all their limbs gone. But the eyes of all these corpses were so fearful and desperate. Blood flowed from their wounds, pooling into puddle after puddle of dark red blood, which had all but congealed by now. In the center of the room was a rudimentary operating table, cluttered with various surgical instruments, blades, and forceps reflecting the dim light. Yifan had really never seen such a disgusting scene before, and the pungent smell emanating from those corpses made him feel a little sick to his stomach. There were no walkers in this room at all, which meant that the bodies had died at the hands of humans. Yifan didn't understand if someone was experimenting on these people or deliberately killing them. However, for the scene in front of him, Yifan felt that using the words "hell on earth" was the most apt description. He took a deep breath and stepped into the middle of the room that could be called a slaughterhouse. However, just as Yifan had just walked into the room, a silhouette directly ran up in his direction, then raised the chainsaw in his hand to chop at Yifan's head. Yifan's reaction speed was very fast, and with a sideways turn he easily dodged the chainsaw that was swinging over. The other party didn't seem to expect Yifan's reaction speed to be so fast. He directly threw the chainsaw in his hand to the side, and then reached out to pull out his gun. The spectral dragon was a direct jet of black breath running in the direction of the man. It was followed by a heart-rending scream. Even an awakened could not resist the aura of the underworld dragon, let alone an ordinary person. Yifan raised his leg and kicked the middle-aged man in the chest, and the middle-aged man instantly flew backwards. Yifan was clear that this middle-aged man should be the murderer who killed those people in the room, so he didn't have the slightest bit of mercy for this person at all, and directly stuck his Kusanagi sword into the middle-aged man's hand. The middle-aged man's right hand was viciously impaled and nailed to the ground by Yifan with his Kusanagi sword, and he began to frantically struggle and hiss, letting out bursts of growls. Pop! Yifan stepped on top of the middle-aged man's head, then asked at the middle-aged man in a low voice, "What are you?" The middle-aged man looked at Yifan with scarlet eyes and an unusually fierce expression on his face, but he did not speak. "Did you kill all these people?" Yifan continued to ask at the middle-aged man. "That's right, I killed it." The middle-aged man returned Yifan with a hoarse voice. "What are you?" Yifan continued to ask. "I am the warden of this prison." The middle-aged man said after a moment of hesitation, "Isn't the warden of this prison dead?" A trace of doubt flashed amongst Yifan's eyes. "The one who died was my brother, and I'm actually the real warden." The middle-aged man seemed to already know his end, so he didn't hide anything from Yifan at all. "With the help of your position, you created a new cell block in the middle of this prison and then brutally murdered these inmates, didn't you?" Yifan seemed to have understood what was going on and asked at the middle-aged man in a low voice. "I didn't expect you to be quite smart. We had a serial disappearance case in Nanyang City a few years ago. Do you have any impression?" The middle-aged man asked at Yifan with a very smug tone. "Impressed?" Yifan nodded directly. "Because that serial disappearance case has at least 30 people missing, and most of those people are women, and they all leave a special mark where they disappeared, as if to tell the police that it was all done by one person. Then the police investigated for a long time before they found the suspect in that disappearance, and then went straight to the death penalty, though none of the missing victims were ever recovered. That case was actually done by me. I then casually found a scapegoat to take the blame for me. The corpses of those missing people were actually buried by me long ago under the ground of this second prison area. I built this second prison area partly for the convenience of my own killings, and partly to cover up the corpses of those people." The middle-aged man licked his lips and said in a very deranged manner, "Why are you telling me all this?" Yifan looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "Because I know you can't possibly let me go. This secret has been buried inside my heart for too long. I can finally tell this matter in a proper manner now. The world has ended anyway. All of us will have to die here sooner or later." The middle-aged man shouted at the top of his voice, "Since you say you're the warden of this prison, do you know if you know where all the supplies for this prison are kept?" Yifan suddenly asked at the middle-aged man with some curiosity. "I know, it's inside the warehouse, but you won't be able to get those supplies at all because I've been there a long time ago and it's full of walkers over there. Very, very powerful walkers." The middle-aged man sneered back at Yifan. "Van, what just happened?" However, just at this time, Feng Fugue and the others had all rushed to the door of this room. But when Feng Fuguwei had just finished his sentence, he saw those corpses placed in the room, and then he directly vomited with a wow sound. Those students behind Feng Fuguwei followed suit and vomited. Although it was said that they often saw human corpses killed by zombies, the disgusting feeling formed by a single corpse was completely different from the feeling formed by these countless corpses gathered together. But there was no way any sane person could accept what they saw before them. Kill me, you kill me, and I'll be completely relieved. The middle-aged man shouted at Yifan in a cold voice. Yifan, on the other hand, looked at the middle-aged man faintly, then said in a low voice, "If I really killed you just like that, wouldn't that be cheaper for you, the beast? What do you want?" The middle-aged man froze for a moment and shouted at Yifan with a very excited expression. "Feng Fuguwei." Yifan directly shouted out, "Van." Feng Fuguwei held back the nausea in his heart and walked quickly to Yifan's side. "Strap this man on top of this operating table and bleed him out," Yifan said with a trembling voice through clenched teeth. Chapter 74. Are they all acquaintances? Feng Fuguwei and the others were clear that the middle-aged man in front of them was an unforgivable murderer, so they didn't have any compassion for this middle-aged man. Several people worked together and directly tied the middle-aged man to the top of the operating table in 5 pieces. Feng Fuguwei then personally used the knife to cut a long slit in the middle-aged man's leg. Blood flowed slowly out along the wound. The middle-aged man was clear that Yifan was planning to let him bleed to death. Such a death would definitely be 100 times more brutal than killing him outright. The middle-aged man kept wailing for Yifan to make a move to kill him, but Yifan didn't have any reaction. Because he felt that even if he killed this middle-aged man in this way, there was still no way to comfort the souls of those victims who had already died. He really couldn't figure out why such a sick murderer would appear in this world. However, the reason why Yifan acted so cold-blooded when facing this middle-aged man, the reason why he used such a cruel method to kill the middle-aged man was not without reason. Because among those victims who disappeared back then, there was a girl who was Yifan's neighbor. The girl's parents had sold almost everything of value in their home to find her, but in the end, they had not been able to find her anywhere. Ended up with a broken home. I don't know how many similar families were destroyed in the hands of such scum in this way, so Yifan felt that even cutting this middle-aged man into 1,000 pieces was not enough. Keep an eye on him here. Don't let him get away, okay? Yifan walked over to Feng Fuguwei and instructed him in a low voice. Brother Van, don't worry. Feng Fuguwei hurriedly nodded. And Yifan didn't choose to continue wasting time on the middle-aged man's side and directly took a step towards the inside of the room. He vaguely heard what appeared to be voices inside the room, so he intended to go and see what was going on inside. A few minutes later, Yifan passed through a dimly lit corridor and came directly into the middle of a cell-like room. And inside this cell, there were many people lying on the floor with their hands and feet tied. But most of them should be alive, the humans that the pervert hasn't had a chance to kill yet. Only that these people should have been injected with anesthetics or something else, so they were completely unconscious at this time. And Yifan was able to tell based on the clothes on these people that a large portion of them were inmates in this prison. Yifan hesitated and was just about to call Feng Fuguwei and the others over to help untie these people. He suddenly saw a familiar face. Brother Liu? A hint of surprise flashed amongst Yifan's eyes. Then he quickly rushed to a middle-aged man. At this time, this middle-aged man has been completely unconscious, but Yifan can still recognize that this person is not someone else's exactly when Yifan recognized Lu Ziqiang in Nanyang University. Later, after Yifan left Nanyang University with these students, Lu Ziqiang went to look for his mother and sister, so he didn't follow Yifan and the others to the mall. After so many days had passed, Yifan had never heard from Lu Ziqiang, and he never expected that he would run into Lu Ziqiang here. However, this was not what surprised Yifan the most. What surprised him the most was that the middle-aged man next to Lu Ziqiang was the one-eyed kidnapper who had kidnapped Li Ziyu Zhaojiamin in the first place. Yifan was really a bit puzzled as to why these two people would appear here at the same time. After hesitating for a while, Yifan directly got some cool water from the bathroom of the room and then sprayed it on Lu Ziqiang's face. Lu Ziqiang, who had originally been unconscious, instantly came to his senses. When Lu Ziqiang opened his eyes in a daze and saw Yifan in front of him, he instantly froze in place. The expression on his face was very shocked. "Ye little brother, how did you get here?" Lu Ziqiang stammered and asked. A trace of helplessness flashed through Yifan's eyes, and then he used his Kusanagi sword to untie the rope from Lu Ziqiang's body, and then said softly, "I was just about to ask you this question. Why are you here?" Lu Ziqiang didn't answer Yifan's question first, but hurriedly checked those around him and realized that none of them were dead before he let out a long breath. "You know these people?" Yifan asked with some confusion. Recognize, they and I knew each other before the apocalypse. I didn't find my sister or my mother when I got home. I think they were both eaten by walkers. Lu Ziqiang whispered back. What's your relationship with that one eye? Yifan continued to ask after hesitating for a moment. Little brother Yi, you still know one eye? Lu Ziqiang looked at the expression on Yifan's face, which seemed to be even more puzzled. Back when he kidnapped 2 people, these people were inside the hotel next to my mall. Then I rescued those 2 people and then let one eye and the others go. Yifan briefly talked about how he met one eye. I didn't think things would be so coincidental. Lu Ziqiang looked at Yifan, not knowing what he should say. What the hell is wrong with you? Yifan was very curious about what was going on with Lu Ziqiang. Yi small brother, I and one eye, and the bearded 3 people are brothers. I did not find my mother after returning home, but ran into one eye with people over to look for me, and then the 2 of us discussed a little after the intention to come to this side of the prison to see the bearded alive or not. At first when we fought with the people in the first prison area, and then accidentally ran into this second prison area. This second prison area inside, and then even accidentally found the big beard. Lu Ziqiang looked at Yifan and said slowly, and then what? Yifan continued to ask. One eye and I found the bearded man, but the number of zombies in the second prison area was too high. Plus we didn't have much food, so we were looking for supplies while avoiding the zombies, and then we ran into a middle-aged man who was kind enough to give us some food, but he should have drugged the food, and we're all like this now. Lu Ziqiang said in a slightly helpless tone. Yifan, on the other hand, looked at Lu Ziqiang in front of him and was somewhat at a loss as to what to say, because he simply did not think that things would be so coincidental, and that he had inadvertently saved Lu Ziqiang inside the prison. Brother Lu, you're lucky. If you hadn't run into me, I guess all of you might have to die here today. Yifan said smilingly. Why? Lu Ziqiang asked with great suspicion. Because the middle-aged man who drugged you is a murderer, Yifan said in a low voice. Chapter 75. Integration? Murderer? Lu Ziqiang stared at Yifan with his eyes wide open, the expression on his face as shocked as it could be. And just at this time, Feng Fuguwei also led people to rush into this cell where Yifan and Lu Ziqiang were. When Feng Fuguwei saw Lu Ziqiang, the expression on his face was similarly very surprised. He also did not expect to be able to run into Lu Ziqiang here. The 2 men exchanged brief pleasantries. Is the man dead? Yifan asked at Feng Fuguwei in a low voice. It's dead through. Feng Fuguwei hurriedly replied back. Okay, let's get all the ropes off these guys and then figure out how to wake them up. Yifan said expressionlessly.
Yes.
Feng Fuguwei heard these words from Yifan, then directly led the people and started to busy themselves. Almost half an hour or so later, Lu Ziqiang, Feng Fuguwei, and the others woke up everyone else in the cell, and then also untied all the ropes on their bodies as well. At this time in the middle of this cell is a total of 10 people. The age should be a little more than Lu Ziqiang. Other than Lu Ziqiang and one eye, the rest of the people should be friends that the bearded man knew inside the prison. The crowd had expressed their gratitude to Yifan after they understood the general course of events, because it was clear in their hearts that if it wasn't because Yifan happened to appear inside this prison at this time, then it was very likely that all of them would have died in the hands of that middle-aged man. And Yifan also made a special effort to inquire with one eye about the situation on Yellow Hair's side. And after learning that Yellow Hair, one eye, and the others left the hotel not long before they were separated, it became clear to him that one eye shouldn't have much to do with the kidnapping of Song Sisi. Since one eye left the hotel and went straight to Lu Ziqiang, he didn't have time to attend to this matter. As for the bearded man whose real name is Lin Beifa, he is the eldest of the 3 brothers. A few years ago, because of being framed into prison, because in the first prison district with Huang Dali some bad, so it was arranged into the second prison district. The 2 of them, One Eye and Lu Ziqiang, came to the prison this time to save Lin Beifa. Lin Beifa himself was also unawakened, and his level wasn't too low, now at level 9. That's why he was able to survive in the middle of this prison. As for the people Lin Beifa knew within the prison, all of them were ordinary people, but none of them were of a low rank, and all of them shouldn't have killed too many zombies. Yifan understood that Lin Beifa and these people were not weak in combat. At the very least, they were quite a bit stronger than those students. And now he wanted to take the prison for no other reason than to build a base of his own, but it would be hard to maintain the security of the base with just those students. Once if they waited for the zombie tide to appear, then the combat power of these people was far from enough. Even if he took the prison now, that was only possible if he kept absorbing people with fighting ability into it. And Lin Beifa, these people are obviously very much in line with their own requirements. Ringo. Yifan walked over to Lin Beifa after hesitating for a moment. Little brother Yi, don't call me that, you're my benefactor. Without you, all of us might have been karmed by that pervert with a scalpel. Lin Beifa, this person's age 40 years old or more, looks a little tough, wearing a face of beard, talking and what gives a very brash character. Brother Lin, I told Brother Lu before, wait until he finds his mother's sister, and then let him come to join me. After all, in this world, if we can be together, there is a care for each other. The probability of surviving can also be greater, not? Yifan said smilingly. Little brother Yi, don't worry about this. If Ziqiang wants to stay with you, that's definitely no problem. I don't have any opinions. Lin Beifa seemed to be somewhat not quite understanding what Yifan meant, and said with a smile, Brother Lin, I'm not just talking about Big Brother Lu alone, but all of you, or else you can all stay here with me. Yifan said softly. Lin Beifa obviously froze for a moment when he heard Yifan's words, then blinked and said, Little brother Yi, what do you mean by this? You are willing to take in us people, ah? That's right, my next plan is that I intend to clean up the entire prison of zombies. In this way, we people also have a place to stay. The latter thing will wait until later. I can't guarantee anything else. What I can guarantee is that as long as there is a mouthful of food on my side, you guys definitely have a mouthful of food. Yifan looked at Lin Beifa and said slowly, So if all of us stay, do we have to do everything you say? A youth behind Lin Beifa frowned and asked at Yifan. That's right. Yifan was not polite and directly nodded, because he knew clearly that the most important thing in the middle of a base was order. So he didn't pretend to sympathize with Lin Beifa and these people by saying that when it comes to things we should discuss them together and such nonsense. In Yifan's eyes, but anyone who stays then must unconditionally follow their own orders. Otherwise, even if you have heavenly skills, Yifan will absolutely not be able to take in these people. Lin Beifa didn't seem to have expected Yifan to put it so directly. So after blinking his eyes, he rushed at One Eye and asked, Elder, what do you mean now? One Eye heard Lin Beifa's sentence, couldn't help but smile, and then faintly said, Big brother, I've known Yi Xiaogao before. Yi Xiaogao is good, and his ability is also there. And now he can also give us a bite to eat, a place where we can live, and I think this is pretty good. And if you leave this prison now, it's estimated that it won't be long before you will either have to be killed by those zombies or starve to death. So it's better to stay here. Kill, or starve to death. So it is better to stay here. One Eye's words were still more realistic, because he was someone who had lived outside for a few days. So he knew clearly in his mind how scary those zombies outside were right now. All right, since you've already said so, One Eye, then I also agree to stay on little brother Ye's side. Do the rest of you have any opinions? Lin Beifa asked after hesitating for a moment, rushing at the few people behind him. I have no problem with. I don't have one either. The crowd shook their heads. Yifan smiled at Lin Beifa and said softly, Brother Lin, since you agreed to stay with your people, then I'll put the ugly words in front of me. Most of us are students, and our fighting strength may not be as good as yours, but their execution is quite good in all aspects, and I am a person who values execution. So I'm 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 a person who values execution. As long as you people can do things according to my rules, then we can discuss everything else. Elder brother Yi, you don't have to worry about this. From now on, we'll just listen to your orders and be done with it. If anyone disobeys, I'll help you beat him up. Lin Beifa bared his teeth and said smilingly at Yifan. Lu Ziqiang, on the other hand, looked at Lin Beifa with a flash of worry among his eyes. At the moment, he seemed to feel that the forced fusion of the two groups would not be a good thing. Chapter 76. The Art of Harnessing People. Lu Ziqiang is a person who is not very good at expressing himself, but in fact, many things are very clear in his heart. For example, the matter of Yifan forcibly integrating Lin Beifa and these people now was not a good thing. On the surface, Yifan was boosting the combat power of the entire team, but in fact, it was also equivalent to causing no small amount of hidden danger to the team. Because Lin Beifa and these people were different from those students, Lin Beifa himself was an awakened person, and his fighting strength was not low. So he wanted to live under this apocalypse, or there was no problem. And those students were desperate ordinary people. If they left Yifan, then there was no way to live. This is the most fundamental difference. Once Lin Beifa and these people had any differences of opinion with Yifan, then the conflict might instantly erupt. At that time, Lu Ziqiang will also be very difficult when he is caught in the middle of the two sides. Brother Lin, you guys take a break for now. Wait until an hour later and we'll set off to continue cleaning up the zombies, and strive to clean up all the zombies before it gets dark today, and the supplies I've stored over at the mall can be transported over at the first opportunity as well. Yifan said smilingly at Lin Beifa. Okay. Lin Beifa agreed with a smile. Fuguwei, go get some food for Big Brother Lin and the others. They should all be starving after so many days. Yifan turned his head and rushed Feng Fugue to command. Okay. Feng Fugue nodded before turning around and leaving. Yifan, on the other hand, took a step towards the outside of the confinement room. At this time, there were still a few rooms that were unchecked, so Yifan planned to finish checking these rooms first before resting. Lu Ziqiang, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment and took a step to follow Yifan as he left in one piece. After Yifan and the others had left, one of the prisoners beside Lin Beifa whispered at him, "Brother Fat, you're not really planning to follow this little kid's lead and give him a hard time, are you? What are you talking about? If he, Yifan, is capable, then there's nothing wrong with us following him." Lin Beifa directly chided in a cold voice. The prisoner, on the other hand, looked at Lin Beifa and hesitated for a moment, then asked in a low voice, "Brother Fat, then what if this Yifan is incapable?" Lin Beifa reached out and stroked his chin without saying anything. The meaning was actually very obvious. One eye sat aside and couldn't help but frown slightly, because the yellow hair thing made One Eye feel guilty in his heart towards Yifan. While Lin Beifa was his savior, and Yifan was likewise regarded as his savior, so at this time, his mood was also very complicated. He even preferred that Yifan didn't take in these people of theirs, and he wouldn't have to be caught in the middle of these two so hard. Lin Beifa, why will be so quick to agree to join Yifan's team, in fact, is not on the hands of Yifan. Someone has supplies. Once if there is a suitable opportunity, then the team leader who holds the real power of speech is not a certain thing. Everyone has their own little mind under this present day of Armageddon. Lin Beifa, this once upon a time scenery, infinite road, big brother nature is not for nothing. His heart must have their own ideas. On the other hand, after Lu Ziqiang left with Yifan, Lu Ziqiang still seemed to be a bit unable to hold back and said in a low voice at Yifan, "Little brother Yi, you shouldn't have left my big brother and those people behind." "Brother Lu, what exactly is the relationship between you and Lin Beifa?" Yifan asked at Lu Ziqiang with an expressionless face. "In the beginning, Lin Beifa saved my life, but then I was not willing to do those things that violate the law with him. So the contact is less. He this person bar?" Lu Ziqiang seemed to be a bit tongue-tied. "Then you mean to say that this Lin Beifa can't be completely trusted, is that what you mean?" Yifan asked smilingly. "Something like that." Lu Ziqiang didn't hide anything and directly nodded at Yifan. "Brother Lu, my side is planning to make this prison into a survival base. If we want to guard this survival base in the future, then we must have enough combat power. That's why I'm inviting your big brother and these people to join our team." Yifan explained as he walked towards the front. "I understand what you mean, but I'm worried that Lin Beifa and the others won't be so obedient, and might even have some differences of opinion with you," Lu Ziqiang said in a very straightforward manner. Yifan lightly glanced at Lu Ziqiang, then smiled and said, "Brother Lu, now the rules of the world have been reshuffled. Before the end did not begin. Evaluating a person's ability may need to look at the person's identity, background, ability, connections, and these factors. But now it is not the same. Now it looks at the same thing, and that is how hard your fist is." Lu Ziqiang froze for a moment as he looked at Yifan. "Since I dare to leave these people behind, then I have the certainty that I can control these people. If they are obedient, I can guarantee that they will live a better life than anyone else in this world. But in the same way, if they don't obey, I have the certainty that I can make them live a life that is worse than anyone else's. I know what you're worried about. If they really dare to have any crooked thoughts, then I'll definitely kill them straight away. Just don't blame me when the time comes." Yifan reached out and patted Lu Ziqiang's shoulder and said. The previous Yifan had never thought about building a survival base because he wasn't willing to deal with complicated human relationships. But the situation was different now. Since Yifan wanted to make this prison a survival base, he had to learn how to control these people. The art of mastery may be simple to say, but it is actually very complicated to actually do. But the good thing was that under this current apocalypse, Yifan could control a person through the simplest method. As long as you understand in your own heart what I just said, little brother Yi, I came over just to give you a heads up. Lu Ziqiang whispered at Yifan. Big brother Lu, if I really have something with these Lin Beifa people one day, then I would like to ask you if you will be on my side or on your big brother's side, ah? Yifan suddenly asked smilingly at Lu Ziqiang. Lu Ziqiang, on the other hand, froze for a moment, then said faintly, Little brother Yi, you probably don't know those Lin Beifa people very well. From the time I followed you out of the confinement room just now, he would have already considered me as one of your people, and he won't trust me in the future, so I simply don't have a chance to choose. Then why did you follow me out here? Yifan looked at Lu Ziqiang and asked with some doubt. Because I owe my life to you. Lu Ziqiang smiled at Yifan very truthfully. Chapter 77. What's the point? Yifan couldn't help but freeze for a moment as he looked at Lu Ziqiang in front of him. Lin Beifa saved my life back then. So no matter how dangerous it is on this side of the prison, I'm willing to come over and save him, and little brother Yi, you've already saved me twice, so I don't have anything to be able to repay you. I can only follow you around and try my best to help you out with some of your troubles." Lu Ziqiang looked at Yi Fan and continued. Yi Fan then looked at Lu Ziqiang and smiled. Although his contact time with Lu Ziqiang was not very long, but Lu Ziqiang gave Yi Fan the biggest feeling that this person is very real. It is really something that makes people feel unreal. And plus, Yi Fan knew Lu Ziqiang's character well from his previous life. So far, there were only two people among this team that Yi Fan was completely able to trust. One was Feng Fuguwei, and another person was Lu Ziqiang. Although Feng Fuguwei seemed a bit out of touch, he was actually very good at interpersonal relations. Among these 200 or so students, most of them recognized Feng Fuguwei very highly, and apart from the fact that they would listen to Yi Fan, the rest of them would presumably be able to listen to Feng Fuguwei. So there were times when Yi Fan purposely left a lot of things to Feng Fuguwei because he needed to let Feng Fuguwei build up his authority in front of these students, so that if Yi Fan was gone in the future, Feng Fuguwei could manage these people. "Brother Lu, since Lin Beifa's side doesn't trust you anymore, why don't you help me lead a squad?" Yi Fan rushed at Lu Ziqiang after thinking for a while. "Can I?" Lu Ziqiang asked after freezing for a moment. "This thing has what works or not. As long as those people in your team give me good management on the line. Your ability I also know clearly, and these students are essentially the character of the quite obedient. Your management is not too much difficulty. If there is really any problem, I will let Fuguwei to help you deal with it." Yi Fan said smilingly. "Okay, if you think I can do it, then I'll do it." Lu Ziqiang nodded directly without any nonsense. Now Yi Fan could have almost more than 200 people on his hands, but almost half of the girls were taken away by Li Ziyu and Jin Xianxian. So now there are 5 squads, just over 20 people on each team. Among them, the highest combat power was probably Feng Fuguwei's squad with Gowen's squad, and if Lu Ziqiang was able to bring a squad, then Lu Ziqiang's team's combat power would be able to increase quite a bit. As for those of Lin Beifa's people, Yi Fan was planning to set them up as a separate squad and directly let Lin Beifa manage these people. Otherwise, the problem might be even greater if these people were broken up and placed among other teams. Yi Fan and Lu Ziqiang, after checking all the confinement rooms, directly returned to the hall on the first floor where those students were resting. The students hurriedly stood up after seeing Yi Fan. Yi Fan, on the other hand, waved his hand to signal them to continue resting, and then called Feng Fuguwei as well as Gowen and the other 3 squad leaders into a room alone. After entering the room, Yi Fan directly opened his mouth and said, "This is Brother Lu Ziqiang Lu. You all followed me to escape from Nanyang University together, so you should all know each other as well, and you are all clear about Brother Lu's ability. I called you all here to ask if any of you 5 are willing to give up your position as captain to Brother Lu." "I do." Feng Fuguwei didn't even think about it, and directly stood out and shouted, "I do too." Gowen hurriedly shouted after him. A boy wearing glasses with a thin figure hesitated for a moment, then opened his mouth and said to Yi Fan, "Brother Fan, I am one of the 5 captains with the lowest rank, and when Fuguwei asked me to be the captain, I felt that I did not have the ability to do so. A few days ago, the accident of the student is also on my team. Brother Fan, you did not hold me responsible for it. I have been too much inside my heart. So I think it's best for me to let Brother Lu have the position of captain." "Is that what's in your heart?" Yi Fan asked as he rushed at the boys. "Of course it's from the heart. I feel quite responsible when I'm this captain. Sometimes our team's slow speed in carrying out the mission, I still feel that it's my own ability that's not working. And now if Brother Lu can help me to take over this burden, I'm happy, but not too late." The boy said at Yi Fan very seriously. "Then if Big Brother Lu goes among your team, can you help Big Brother Lu manage those people among your team?" Yi Fan continued to ask. "Brother Fan, don't worry. I'll be able to manage on my side. And most of the people should know Brother Lu, and they definitely won't disobey him." The boy said softly. "All right, then you'll be in charge of leading the 3rd team from now on, Big Brother Lu." Yi Fan turned his head and rushed at Lu Ziqiang. "Okay." Lu Ziqiang nodded slowly. Yi Fan glanced at Gowen and Feng Fuguwei and the others without expression, then continued, "After we take this prison, I may still add people to your teams. So what you captains need to do is not only to manage the people under you, but also to accelerate the enhancement of your own combat power. Only if your combat power goes up, the entire team's combat power, only when your combat power goes up will the entire team's combat power go up. If anyone thinks they can't do the job, then just tell me and I'll replace them anytime. Know what I mean? Van, I think I might be a little out of my depth. I have limited abilities." Feng Fuguwei hurriedly bared his teeth and shouted at Yi Fan. Yi Fan lifted his leg and kicked above Feng Fugui's ass, then scolded in a low voice. "You cannot do it, but also have to do it for me. When will you die when you cannot do this, captain?" Feng Fugue was completely honest after being kicked by Yifan. But I won't let you guys do this for nothing. The supplies you get every day will be twice as much as the others, and I'll find a way to give you some other benefits later on as well. Yifan looked at the crowd and continued. Brother Van, do you mean to say that you will give us people food every day from now on? Gowan asked with a somewhat surprised frown. Right. Yifan nodded. And will those supplies you have on hand hold out? So many people won't run out of food in a few days, huh? Koan said with great concern. As long as we take down this prison, I can guarantee that all of you who follow me won't be short of food and clothing. Yifan said expressionlessly, and a trace of excitement flashed in the eyes of the crowd when they heard these words from Yifan. After all, before they followed Yifan, they still needed to go out and find food on their own, and some students might not be able to find food for a day or two because of their low level. But now that Yifan had actually directly solved all of these people's material problems, it would be much easier for them to manage the people under their hands in the future. Van, what are you trying to do with this whole thing? Feng Fugue asked at Yifan in great confusion. Chapter 78. Future Planning. Feng Fugue's heart was very clear. The supplies that Yifan now held in his hands, if only a few people were to share them, then even if they ate until they died, there might not be a way to finish them. Moreover, Yifan's strength, Feng Fugue, was also very clear in his heart. He wanted to live in the middle of this apocalyptic world is also a very easy thing. At least now most of the zombies are not able to threaten Yifan. But at this time, Yifan even planned to take all of his supplies to feed these students. Feng Fugue really did not understand why in the world Yifan would do this. Yifan, on the other hand, looked at Feng Fugue lightly and then said softly, in fact, my idea at the beginning was very simple. As long as I can live in this world by myself, but after Cece's accident, I figured out a truth. In this world now you want to live well alone, that is simply impossible. You're so strong. Why is that impossible? Feng Fugue looked at the expression on Yifan's face, still very puzzled. I'm really strong, but what if I wait until a year from now? Most of the people will also level up, and most of those who can survive will also be awakened. Once if 100 awakened come together to besiege my mall, then do you think I'll still be able to hold on to those supplies? Yifan very directly asked at Feng Fugue. And Feng Fugue, after hearing this sentence of Yifan's eyes, flashed a trace of hesitation, did not answer this question of Yifan. You may not know, there are already many people who have adapted to the laws of survival in this apocalyptic world. Take Xiaoya for example. She already has a survival base of her own, and behind her, she will continue to expand her power, and many people have already begun to have the idea of constructing a base as well. It's impossible for me to fight against a force. That's why I'm going to move our base from the shopping mall to the prison side. What I want to do next is to keep absorbing awakened people or ordinary people with high levels to join our team, so that we can have a certain amount of power in Nanyang City and even in this apocalyptic world. We will then be able to have some power in Nanyang City and even in this apocalyptic world. Yifan very seriously explained to Feng Fugue. So that's it. Feng Fugue nodded thoughtfully. Brother Fan, you're planning to become the local emperor of our Nanyang City. Gowan then smiled at Yifan. I'm not interested in being a local emperor, but our team must keep growing so that we can get most of Nanyang City's survival resources. The reason why I'm taking out all the resources in my hands right now is because I hope that you people will be able to bring in more resources in the future, and more resources will also allow us to continue expanding the size of our numbers. And when the size of our numbers expands, the stronger we will be, which in itself is a kind of virtuous cycle. Yifan slowly explained. Once if the number of people is higher, won't things get higher as well? Lu Ziqiang blinked and asked. We'll solve things when there are more things. Whether it's before or after the doomsday, only the truly strong can dominate those resources above the society. Not to mention that there will be a corpse tide in a month's time. These people of ours are simply not enough to resist the tide of corpses. Expanding our power is a problem that can't be avoided. Yifan looked at Lu Ziqiang and said, What's a necrotic tide? Lu Ziqiang looked at Yifan and asked. The simple understanding is that when the time comes, there will be thousands of zombies attacking a city together. If the city can withstand the tide of zombies, then the humans in the city can survive. But if you can't, then the city will instantly fall into ruins. No matter how many resources you have in your hands, it's useless. Yifan felt that this corpse tide was actually a way for this apocalyptic game to speed up the progress of the game. Fan, how did you know there would be a wave of corpses? Gowan asked with a somewhat surprised expression. This is confidential. Yifan smiled faintly, and then continued, Anyway, you remember that after a month there will be a tide of corpses, but the exact time of the tide of corpses is uncertain. In the next month's time, I need to expand our number of people to 1,000 people. If we can get enough people to make up the 1,000 people, We should be able to hold this area of the prison. If we can't get enough people to make up the 1,000 people, our situation will be very dangerous. If we don't have enough people, then we will be in a very dangerous situation. Isn't it a bit too much to put together 1,000 people in a month? Feng Fugue said at Yifan with great surprise. Yeah, if we do get all these 1,000 people together, can we manage? Luo Han, the captain of the 5th team, was also very surprised. This task I intend to give you. We are now a total of 6 teams. Each team must be expanded to 150 people, and at least 10 awakened, so that counting the more than 100 girls our number is exactly about 1,000 people. You are responsible for the management of these people. If you wait until the number of people feel that it's difficult to manage by themselves, you can find 2 vice captains to help themselves. If you feel it's too difficult to manage by yourselves, you can find 2 vice captains to help you. Yifan took this opportunity to say all the plans he had in mind. Big brother, isn't it a bit too difficult for you to give us this task? Feng Fugue said at Yifan in a very speechless manner. Difficulty you have to accomplish too. Yifan returned Feng Fugue's sentence in a cold voice. Why? Did I sign a contract of sale with you or something? Feng Fugue shouted at Yifan with a big grin. It was obvious that Feng Fugue wasn't saying this for himself. Rather, I'm speaking for a couple of other captains. Brother Fan, I'm worried that my ability may not be convincing to so many people, especially since you're asking us to find 10 awakened ones, and I'm not even an awakened one myself. Zhang Chuan, the captain of the 4th team, said in a low voice at Yifan. Yifan lightly glanced at Gao and Zhang Chuan, Luo Han's 3 people, then softly said, I know that the 3 of you should be feeling very pressured right now, but don't worry. As long as the 3 of you complete this mission, I will find a way to let the 3 of you become awakened as well when the time comes, in which case it will also be convenient for you to manage the people under your hands. Brother Fan, you have a way to make us 3 ordinary people become awakened? Gowan looked at Yifan and asked in a very surprised tone. Even Feng Fugue can become an awakened. Of course you 3 can too. Yifan returned indifferently. That's right. I'm the one Van helped me become an awakened. Feng Fugue hurriedly nodded. Chapter 79. Operation Commence. Yifan knew clearly in his heart that if he just gave these captains double the supplies, it actually wouldn't be much use to them at all. He had to come up with something more practical before he could. Those skill books or transfer books that could change ordinary people into awakened people possessed a temptation that could not be described to these ordinary people. Yifan had already signed in for 6 consecutive days, and by the time tomorrow rolled around, he would have completed a week's worth of signing in. After completing a week of signing in, he would have 5 chances to draw cards. And those 5 cards should be able to show up with skill books or something, and then he could use that as a reward for the captain for completing the quest. Of course, Yifan had also considered using these skill books to improve his strength. But he felt that if it was just a matter of boosting his strength alone, it wouldn't really be much of a boost for the entire team. Then he might as well raise the strength of these captains first, so that they would be able to have some fighting power in the future when faced with a wave of corpses. Of course, there was actually a certain amount of risk for Yifan to do so. Because once if these people's strength was raised, then they would be at risk of betraying Yifan. However, Yifan was also confident that he could control these people. Brother Fan, can you really let us become awakened as well? Gowan's level was actually very high for an ordinary person, and he was now at level 8. And Feng Fugue as an awakened was only a mere 10th level. That was why Gowan had always felt that if he were an awakened, then his rank would definitely not lag behind anyone. His desire for strength was far higher than anyone else's. Yes, as long as you do a good job under me, even if you don't end up being able to fulfill the mission I just mentioned, I will still help you improve your combat power first. Yifan looked at Gowan and slowly nodded his head and said, Then I'll do my best to finish it. Gowan said in a hurry. Yifan twisted his head to look at the 2 of them, Luo Han and Zhang Chuan, and asked with a smile, What do you 2 think? Brother Fan, we'll definitely do our best with such a good thing. Luo Han hurriedly smiled back. Me too. Zhang Chuan followed and nodded. Although the 2 of them might not have the same desire for power as Gowan, both of them also knew how terrifying the strength of an awakened was, and they definitely very much wished to become awakened even for the sake of them being able to live in this world. Yifan twisted his head to look at Feng Fugue and Lu Ziqiang, then said softly, Although you 2 are now awakened, the abilities that awakened can dispose of are not the only ones, so as long as you 2 perform well, I'll likewise help you 2 to improve your combat power. I'd better forget about it. I just feel now that the more capable I am, the more responsibility I have. I'd better not raise any combat power. I feel pretty good like this now. Feng Fugue hurriedly waved his hand at Yifan, then continued. It's because I fell for your trick and let you help me become an awakened person that I'm now being used by you every day as if I were an animal. Yifan looked at Feng Fuguwei and smiled, not saying anything. And everyone around them laughed along. All right, it's almost time. Gather all the people under your hands. We're now just short of clearing out the location of the warehouse behind the second prison area. Hurry up and clear it out. Yifan rushed to the crowd.
Yes.
The crowd hurriedly agreed and then dispersed to gather their team members. Almost 10 minutes or so later, everyone had assembled, while Lin Beifa was the last to appear with the dozen or so people under his own hand. Yifan was clear that the thoughts within these hearts of Lin Beifa right now should be very numerous. However, Yifan wasn't in a hurry to pull these people in, because as long as they were allowed to fall into the abyss first, and then reach out and yank these people up from the middle of the abyss, only then would they understand something. Yifan shouted Zhao Jiamin to his side, then asked at Zhao Jiamin in a low voice, "You were a prison governor inside the prison before, weren't you?"
Yes.
Zhao Jiamin hastily nodded. "Now that we're left with the warehouse area behind the second prison block to clean up, can you analyze for me what these warehouses are storing?" Yifan asked smilingly at Zhao Jiamin. "There's no need to analyze this. Warehouse 1 is definitely for weapons and ammunition. The rest should be for supplies." Zhao Jiamin returned Yifan's sentence with great confidence. "Van asked you to analyze, not to guess here." Feng Fuguwei kicked Zhao Jiamin on top of his ass and glared. "I'm not guessing. Warehouse 1 is the closest to the guards' dormitory, where the most important things are stored, and it's also convenient for the guards to get their guns in the first place in case of any emergencies, and that's my experience." Zhao Jiamin shouted at Feng Fuguwei with great excitement. Feng Fuguwei couldn't help but blink his eyes when he heard Zhao Jiamin's words, then rushed to Yifan and said, "Brother Fan, I feel as if there's still so much truth in it if he said that." "Okay." Yifan slowly nodded, then rushed to Feng Fuguwei and said, "You go and tell Brother Lu Gowan and the others that all the squads are described individually, and each squad is responsible for clearing out 2 warehouses. Warehouse number 1 just let Lin Beifa and those people handle it. Brother Fan, what if all the weapons stored in Warehouse 1 are really weapons? And if Lin Beifa's men get their hands on them, what if they open fire on us directly? Aren't you trusting them too much?" Feng Fuguwei hurriedly rushed at Yifan. "I have my arrangements. Just do what I tell you." Yifan faintly replied back to Feng Fuguwei. He had intentionally left Warehouse 1 for those people from Lin Beifa. "Are you sure there's no danger?" Feng Fuguwei looked at Yifan or asked with some worry. "No way." Yifan directly shook his head without even thinking. And Feng Fuguwei didn't continue to say anything more after seeing how determined Yifan's attitude was, and directly began to assign tasks. The crowd rushed straight in the direction of the warehouse as soon as they knew their mission. "Brother Lin, your team has the smallest number of people, so what Brother Fan means is that you'll just be responsible for clearing out Warehouse 1, and leave the rest of the warehouses to us." Feng Fuguwei finally walked up to Lin Beifa and the others and said at Lin Beifa in a very polite tone, "Okay, no problem." Lin Beifa, on the other hand, hurriedly smiled and nodded before greeting his people and running towards the location of warehouse number 1. Feng Fuguwei looked at the back of Lin Beifa and the others. A trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. At this time, he still somewhat couldn't figure out what Yifan's purpose was for doing this. Chapter 80. Warehouse 1. All 6 squads began to move after receiving their assignments. Especially after Gowan and the others learned that Yifan had a way to turn ordinary people like them into awakened people, they performed their tasks even more vigorously. Because the warehouse itself was a highly dangerous place, the level of zombies that appeared inside was naturally quite a bit higher than other places. But the good thing is that the most powerful zombie is only a third-order zombie, and right now these squads are still not too much of a problem to kill a third-order zombie. As long as they didn't run into a fourth-order zombie or a third-order elite zombie, they were all capable of handling it themselves. Lin Beifa, One Eye, and the others then rushed straight into the middle of warehouse number 1. But after entering inside the warehouse, the crowd all froze in place. Because this warehouse that covers an area of at least 1,000 square meters is filled with guns and ammunition, and the number of zombies is also very small, almost only 20 to 30. Brother Fat, there are so many weapons placed inside this warehouse number 1. The youth beside Lin Beifa shouted in a very excited tone. Yes, so many weapons can at least equip a team of 500 men. The other prisoner hurriedly followed suit. Lin Beifa, on the other hand, gently licked his lips. He knew in his heart that if he swallowed all the weapons within this warehouse, then he would be able to walk horizontally in this Armageddon. Except for those proper troops, there was no way for ordinary people to fight against him. For a moment, Lin Beifa's thoughts seemed to have changed a bit. Grab the time to clean up the zombies in here. The weapons here will have to be evenly distributed down by Yifan when the time comes, It's not possible to give them all to us people. In his heart, One Eye knew very well what these people were thinking, so he directly opened his mouth and shouted. Lin Beifa of these people and Yifan actually do not know. They also did not recognize Yifan's ability from the heart. Temporarily joined to Yifan's side is just a temporary idea. In their bones, these people were actually still unwilling to be managed by Yifan. As for One Eye, because he had contacted with Yifan once, he felt that Yifan's character was good and his strength was also very strong, so his side itself was still very inclined to follow Yifan. One Eye, are you confused? We found these weapons. Why should we give them to Yifan? A middle-aged man shouted with glaring eyes. Yeah, One Eye, you're not going to follow that kid like Lu Ziqiang, are you? Who is he to manage us? Another youth followed suit. Qi Laowu, have you all forgotten? If it wasn't for Yifan saving us from that murderous demon, we'd all be dead inside that confinement room by now. One Eye, on the other hand, yelled out with a somewhat agitated tone as he stared at his eyes. It's not like Yifan is specifically there to save us. He's just coincidentally. Do we have to give him our lives just because of this? The middle-aged man sneered back. You. One Eye looked at the middle-aged man somewhat unsure of what to say. Come on, stop fucking arguing. Lin Beifa then frowned and cursed, and then continued, let's first clean up all the zombies in here. As for these weapons, I'll discuss it with Yifan at that time. We can continue to follow Yifan, but these weapons must be available for us to take first, and then the rest will be given to them to share. Big brother. One Eye shouted in a hurry. Lao, this matter is settled. If Yifan agrees to my request, then we will continue to be tied together. If he doesn't agree, then we will take these weapons and leave. We all don't really like this Yifan, so I have to think about it for the others as well. Although Lin Beifa said on his lips that he was thinking for others, in fact, it was after seeing these weapons that his mind changed. Without these weapons, Lin Beifa was worried that once these people of his own, if they left Yifan, there was a high probability that they would have no way to survive in this world. But with these weapons, it would be a completely different story. One Eye frowned and didn't say anything. In his heart, he knew very well that no matter what he said now, it was impossible to change Lin Beifa's mind. What he needed to consider now was once Lin Beifa, if he really intended to take these weapons and break away from Yifan's team, then should he follow Lin Beifa and leave together, or should he continue to stay on Yifan's side? Lin Beifa lightly glanced at One Eye and didn't say anything, but directly ran towards the location of those zombies. Lin Beifa is an awakened person, and his awakening power is a more special kind, belonging to the sea-level awakening power among the Killing Chi collection. To put it simply, both zombies and humans would form a killing aura when they died, and this killing aura would be absorbed by Lin Beifa, thus enhancing his combat power. The effect of this awakened power of his was actually not particularly obvious when facing elite-level monolithic zombies, as the amount of killing aura he was able to absorb was relatively small. However, if the number of zombies is relatively large, such as a wave of corpses, this awakening power of his will be very useful. After One Eye and the others saw Lin Beifa charging towards the zombies' location, they also started to move their hands. Although there was only one awakened amongst them, Lin Beifa, their fighting strength was still very good, at the very least quite a bit stronger than those students. In less than half an hour, the zombies in Warehouse 1 had all been cleaned up by Lin Beifa's people. The middle-aged man Qi Laowu, who had been advocating for Lin Beifa to get out of Yifan's team before, reached out and wiped the zombie blood from his face, then smilingly rushed at Lin Beifa and said, Brother Fat, I didn't think that the zombies in here would be so weak, as if they weren't even weak to the ones inside our prisons. Yeah, why do I feel that something isn't quite right? According to the pattern of zombie appearances, there should be quite a few third-order zombies here, but the most powerful zombie we encountered just now seemed to be only a second-order zombie. A middle-aged man with glasses couldn't help but analyze. What do you care? It's not like that thing you analyzed coming in was 100% correct. Qi Laowu returned with an unimpressed voice, then reached for the assault rifle in the warehouse. But just as Qi Laowu's right hand had just touched the submachine gun, the entire warehouse began to tremble violently. Old Five, watch out! Lin Beifa hurriedly shouted. In the next second, a huge figure fell directly across the sky.